Chapter 1 Sleep with Mikasa. In the middle of the night, the quiet mountain forest, the breeze is gentle, but the surrounding is a little dark, although it is not impossible to see the road, but it gives people a kind of gloomy feeling. Levi touched the bark and walked forward with difficulty. He hadn't eaten or drank water for 2 days. If it wasn't for his physique, he would have fallen into this forest long ago. It is not far from the city of Higashina, located in a hill within the Wall of Mary. Levi was very unlucky. He traveled through, from the world of Naruto to the world of attacking giants. What let him pass through is a kind of treasure called the reincarnation of the heavens. The fourth ninja war broke out in the Naruto world. Levi was hit by the tailed beast Jade. The reincarnation of the heavens offset the huge energy contained in the tailed beast Jade, completely decomposed, and he has crossed into the attacking giant world. He traveled from Earth to Naruto world, and spent more than 2 years learning physical skills with Kai, and finally mastered the 8th Dunjia. Although he could only open the second door, it was considered a talent. But fate likes to make joke. Levi came to a strange world again, but this time he was no longer without support. He came here with Baman Dunjia. Baman Dunjia against giants. Really interesting. Levi gritted his teeth and pretended to smile lightly, but he stopped laughing after a while. His stomach was grumbling and his throat was so dry that it was about to smoke. Levi felt that if he didn't eat, he would die here. Continuing to walk forward for a while, the line of sight suddenly widened, and a wooden house surrounded by a fence with flowers and fruit trees came into view on the empty flat ground. The light in the house is warm yellow. The colored light penetrated through the gauze paper. Levi climbed over the wooden fence with difficulty and hit the ground with a bang. Gina, go out and have a look. Did something come in at the door? The young man put down the cup in his hand and said to the beautiful woman beside him with a frown. Although the room was a bit crude, it was unusually warm. There was a young girl lying on the bed, with a sly look in her clear eyes and a cute smile on the corner of her mouth. Hey, Mom, I heard the movement too. The beautiful woman smiled gently covered the girl with the quilt, and said with a smile, Mom understands. Mikasa, go to sleep. Then he turned around, opened the door, and walked outside. Curiously, the girl stuck her head out and blinked her big eyes at the place where the beautiful woman left. Yeah, looking at the thin figure standing in front of him, a little boy with dirty clothes, but his eyes were unusually bright. Auntie, I haven't eaten for several days. Can you give me something to eat? After coming to this world, Levi was inexplicably 10 years younger. This is what he looked like when he was 8 or 9 years old. If it weren't for the fact that his physique was too small, he wouldn't be so embarrassed by virtue of his attainments in physique. Come first. Gina breathed a sigh of relief. Such a small child must have lost his way in the mountains and couldn't find the way home. She must be starving. She suffered a lot in the forest. Thinking of this, Gina couldn't help feeling pity for Levi. He took Levi into the room. The light illuminated Levi's face. He was a very cute little boy. His eyes were clear and clean, especially the black broken hair, which made Gina, who is an Oriental, say not like it. Gina, this is. The young man named Karen Armin is the owner of this happy Armin family. It was the movement made by this child just now. I think it must have been lost with his family in the forest. It took a lot of hard work to find this place. Gina smiled softly. Oh, that's right. Karen stood up and touched Levi's forehead, then smiled kindly. The little guy must be hungry. Saying that, he opened the corner cabinet and took out a white plate with a few pieces of rye bread listed on it. Let's eat first. Karen smiled. Mikasa, who was lying on the bed, looked curiously at the little boy who appeared in her world, with a clean profile, vaguely revealing a calmness that was not in line with this age group, and for some reason, her face suddenly turned red. Mom, I'm going to bed. Good night everyone. A girl's sweet voice came from the room. At this time, Mikasa hadn't experienced the darkness of childhood, and she still looked like an innocent girl in her heart. Levi swallowed a few pieces of bread, while Mrs. Gina had prepared a glass of fruit juice with understanding. I'm full. This body is still very small, so Levi doesn't have much appetite, and after a few rye bread, Levi feels full. What's your name? My name is Levi. Facing Karen's question, Levi answered truthfully. Levi, the name is not bad. Then you will sleep here tonight, and when you wake up tomorrow morning, Uncle will take you to find your parents. This is a family's cozy cottage, with 2 beds, one for Mikasa, yes, one is for Karen and Gina. Karen plans to let this little guy and Mikasa squeeze for the night first, and nothing should happen between the 2 children. I don't have parents. My mother died not long after I was born, and my father was a soldier, but he died in the investigation outside the wall not long ago. Levi has watched Jinju's anime, so he is very interested in this world more familiar. The first thing should be to find a place to live in this world, and the Mikasa family is a good choice. And according to the development of the plot, Ackerman and his wife are going to have an accident soon. In order to thank Ackerman and his wife for their kindness, Levi will not let the two of them take the lunch. While thinking about it, Levi made a painful expression, and a few tears flowed from the corners of his eyes on his clean little face. Ackerman and his wife are very kind-hearted, and they support the actions of the Survey Corps very much. Thinking that the child's father sacrificed his life for the freedom of human beings, the two looked at each other and made a certain decision in their heart. In the end, it was Karen who spoke first, gently pulled Levi under his arms, and said with a smile, "My child, this will be your home from now on." An hour later, Levi finished taking a shower, put on clean pajamas, and sneaked onto Mikasa's bed. Mikasa in his sleep, pouted, mouth, "Yeah." A soft thud rang in Levi's ears, and Mikasa seemed to be dreaming. Levi gently pulled the quilt over to cover his belly. Mikasa's soft hair was sticking to his neck, a little itchy, and there was a hint of a girly fragrance in the air. After a while, there was finally no movement, and Mikasa's even breathing sounded in his ears. "Sleep," Levi whispered, suppressing the excitement of sleeping with Mikasa, opened his eyelids, and fell asleep. Chapter 2: The Mystery of the Eight Gates of Dunjia. Early in the morning, a ray of shui shone in through the window lattice, and Levi got up early. Getting up early for physical training is a habit he developed in Naruto World, and because of the sudden regression of age, most of the physical fitness accumulated in Naruto World has disappeared. Although there is still some foundation, it cannot reach the level of opening the first door, let alone the second door. Baman Dunjia is a body art that burns body energy, explodes human potential, and obtains extreme attack speed and power. Opening the 8 doors can even distort space. In the original Hokage novel, Matekai, who opened the 8 doors, is not even an opponent of 6 Dao Madara. One can imagine the great power of this body art. The 8 gates of Dunjia are divided into 8 gates: Open Gate, Shun Gate, Shungmen, Injury Gate, Do Gate, Jingmun, and Death Gate. Only by constantly exercising and increasing the load level of the body can it carry the huge energy that explodes after the opening of the 8 doors. Although the first 3 doors are the safe area of the 8 doors, but if the physical strength is not in place, forcibly opening it will also cause immeasurable damage to the body. Now Levi's goal is to open the door. As long as the door is opened, with the explosive power and speed of the door, ordinary humans are definitely not his opponents. Perhaps the Ackerman nation known for fighting is an accident, but this world still has how many Ackermans? With the assistance of the 3-dimensional mobile device, and with the 8-door Dunjia, Levi can guarantee that the most dangerous strange species among the brainless giants, not to mention the brainless giants, will not be his opponent. To gain means to give. Levi stood under a camphor tree with a thick stump and began to fight against the stump. The pain came from his arms and instep. The harder it was, the more Levi's fighting spirit was stimulated. Bang bang bang. A series of dense sounds swayed in the air, and the small figure hit the tree stump tirelessly, and after a while, a trace of sweat fell from his forehead. He stopped and rubbed his sore wrists and ankles. "This body seems to be weaker than I thought." Levi sighed, put his feet on the stone, and started doing push-up. 1, 2, 200 push-ups in total. Then he started to squat, which was also 200. Levi tirelessly repeated these movements back and forth. In physical training, these movements are the easiest and most effective for beginners. If you want to become a master, there must be tenacity and perseverance. And perseverance is precisely Levi's strength. Until the whole body is paralyzed and the cells of the body are greedy. Breathing the fresh air greedily, the muscles grow little by little in the swollen pain. Levi lay on the grass, looking at the sky with joy. "If I can open the 8th door, maybe I will open the door to the heavens and the world again, and I may be able to return to my hometown, the earth." Levi murmur. Although the reincarnation seal of the heavens has disintegrated, the power of reincarnation is fused with Levi. Without the power of reincarnation, Levi would not be able to travel here. As long as the power is strong enough, it is possible to open reincarnation again, and at that time, oneself is the symbol of the reincarnation of the heavens, and has the power to truly dominate one's own destiny. Beauty comes to mind. A wonderful fantasy. The growl from his stomach pulled Levi back from the fantasy. Uncle and auntie should both get up. Levi muttered to himself, getting up from the ground as he spoke, and then regained a little energy, and walked back staggeringly. "Brother, Good morning. Walking into the fence, Mikasa just walked out of the door, holding a blue water bottle in his hand, which seemed to be watering the flowers in the bushes. It seems that I don't remember that I slept with her last night, and I was kindly saying good morning to myself. Brother. Levi smiled. It was an honor to be Mikasa's older brother. Well, is Mikasa going to water the flowers? Yes, Mom has prepared breakfast for you. Hey, it's so strange. How does my brother know my name? Mikasa was innocent in his childhood. Levi was stunned, and he made up his mind. Not only for the grace of Ackerman and his wife, but also for the innocence of Mikasa, he would definitely change the fate of this family. Therefore, the next effort to improve the strength is enough. Maybe we've met before. When I see Mikasa, I always feel inexplicably familiar. Levi chuckled. Really? But why can't Mikasa remember it? I can remember it. Levi smiled. She was really cute. What a wonderful Mikasa. Unlike Mikasa in the anime, who lives in the dark, living in this world with hatred of giants and hatred of his family. Opening the door, the attentive Mrs. Gina had prepared breakfast for Levi, an egg, 2 slices of bread, a plate of fish sauce made by Mrs. Gina and a cup of beef, milk, hearty breakfast. Karen Ackerman, wearing a white shirt with a briefcase beside him, pulled out a tissue and wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth. Why are you sweating so much? Gina said, slightly surprised, looking at Levi's thin shirt soaked in sweat. I just went to exercise for a while. Levi answered truthfully. Gina's eyes were startled, and her eyes showed approval. What a sensible child. Your father must be proud of you now. Proud. As soon as the words were finished, Gina felt that she had said the wrong thing, and embarrassedly put away the cutlery in front of Karen and walked to the kitchen. Seeing Gina leaving, Karen said, Levi, I'm going to the mainland in the next few days. You are the only man in the family. Be sure to protect Mikasa and Aunt Gina. Although he knew it was a joke, Levi nodded. Uncle, don't worry. Karen's expression was a little suspicious, looking at the little boy in front of him. Through his appearance, Karen felt a kind of maturity beyond his age. I can't help thinking in my heart, is this really just a 9-year-old child? Third chapter. Genius should be like this. Although there is no threat from giants in the inner world, there is also intrigue, and the darkness of human nature erupt, which is much more terrifying than giants. After Karen Ackerman was gone, the days were dull and peaceful. In this world, only the nobles can enjoy the opportunity of education, and the children of the commoners can only work hard to learn a skill so that they can have a meal in the future. Mikasa was already 8 years old. In the world where Levi lived, he should have been at the age of reading. However, in this world there are no books to read. It is precisely because books are not popularized that human minds have been imprisoned to a large extent. The lie of the king's government has been maintained for 100 years, and no one has exposed it so far. Any books with descriptions of the world beyond the walls were burned. The way people understand the world outside the wall can only rely on their own imagination, imagining that the world outside the wall has higher mountains and wider plains than the world inside the wall. In fact, this is not the case, at least what Levi understands. This is a complete world. There are not only mountains and plains, but also deserts, snowfields, and vast seas. This is an infinitely beautiful world, and giants are only a part of the whole world, not the whole. Today is a rest day. Mrs. Gina is used to staying at home and spinning some clothes. Her dexterous hands shuttle back and forth in the eyes of the cloth. The woven clothes can be sold to the market town for money to support the family. Moreover, a new population has been added to the family, and Mrs. Gina needs to think more about food, clothing and other aspects. Naturally, she does not dare to neglect in the slightest. Mikasa sat barefoot on the floor with her knees bent. There was a piece of drawing paper on the low table, which had just been painted with various colors. Levi was sitting beside Mikasa. What she painted should be the world she imagined. The childish brush showed the blue sky, white clouds and mountains and flowing water. This was what Mikasa could imagine. Mrs. Gina turned her head to look at the two children from time to time, with a happy smile on the corner of her mouth. Mikasa finally had a company, otherwise in this forest, no one would play with her. For a child, it was really lonely. Brother, I've finished drawing. Mikasa's mouth showed a smile, and her 2 teeth as white as jade were like pearls. Looking at Mikasa's expectant gaze, Levi smiled. The painting is good. Is this the world that Mikasa imagined? Yeah. Mikasa nodded. Levi shook his head. But this is only a part of the world. Does Mikasa want to know what the world outside the wall looks like? Mikasa nodded. His eyes seemed to glow, and a person's shadow could be reflected in the clear eyes. Hearing this sentence, even Mrs. Gina could not help but look sideways, days. What does the world outside the wall look like? Nobody knows. What nonsense is this child going to talk about? Mrs. Gina couldn't help thinking in her heart. Feeling the expectant gaze of the mother and daughter, Levi did not hesitate. In the world outside the wall, there is a vast ocean. What is the sea? The sea is the world of water. Looking at the blue and pure, the sky and the sea are blue everywhere. There are all kinds of interesting animals living on the bottom of the sea, such as turtles, seals, manatees, whales, many, many. In the world outside the wall, there are also endless deserts and ice fields. It is a pure country composed of sand and frost. Each area stretches for thousands of miles, which is wider and wider than the entire world inside the wall. Listening to Levi's story, Mrs. Gina was shocked, and the needle in her hand fell to the ground unknowingly. How could this child know this? And it doesn't sound like he is talking casually, as if he has really been there. Does this world really have ice fields, deserts, seas, these pure countries? Mrs. Gina was curious. Brother knows a lot. Mikasa opened her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with admiration, and Levi's image in her heart suddenly grew taller. This little brother is amazing. Levi smiled. What are these? What he likes most on earth is reading. If he tells all the things in his stomach, he can't finish it for 3 days and 3 nights. Mikasa, do you like the outside world? Well, I like it. Mikasa nodded fiercely. Mikasa, do you want to go to the outside world? Well, I want to go. Looking at this harmonious scene, Mrs. Gina smiled and lowered her head to continue knitting her own work, unaware that a certain unscrupulous young man, pretending to be Mrs. Jung, was deceiving her lovely daughter. Although my brother doesn't have the ability to take you to the outside world for the time being, but first listen to my brother read a poem to you and feel what the real world is like. What is poetry? Mikasa asked innocently. Levi was speechless for a moment. This is a world where culture is extremely deficient. Poetry is such a noble thing. I am afraid that only aristocrats who live a carefree life can enjoy it. If you take out the famous classics on earth and read 2 articles at random, wouldn't it cause a sensation in the entire inner world? Poetry is a beautiful embodiment of words. Brother will read you an article first. Looking at Mikasa's adoring gaze, Levi's heart was extremely happy. Cough cough. Levi cleared his throat and began to say, if there is an afterlife, be a tree, stand in an eternal posture, without joys or sorrows, half serene in the soil, half flying in the wind, half shady, half sunbathing, very silent and proud, never relying on don't see. In a few dozen seconds, Levi read the sentence Sanmao wrote in, tell yourself, opened his eyes, and found that Mikasa was already immersed in the beautiful artistic conception brought by poetry. His long eyelashes flickered, his face was slightly red, the corners of his mouth swept up, and his face looked peaceful. After a while, he regained his senses and said involuntarily, it's really beautiful, brother, I seem to have seen the outside world. On the side, Mrs. Gina's jaw dropped in shock. Although she has never read a book, it does not mean that she cannot feel the aesthetic mood contained in this poem. The charm of culture can break the dimensional wall. Did this really come out of a 9-year-old's mouth? Even the palace professor in the palace is nothing more than that. Do not. Even the professors in the palace would never be able to create such astonishing words. Levi, he really is a genius. Mrs. Gina was shocked. Chapter 4 Forest Goddess Mikasa. Time passed, and a week later, Karen was able to rush back from the mainland. The distance from Maria's wall to Xena's wall is 300 kilometers, which is not too far away, but the transportation in this world is too backward. You can only rely on horse-drawn carriages to go out. It takes a week to run back and forth, including delays on the road. Time has been counted faster. Mikasa, Levi, what did you bring me? Karen walked into the house. Mikasa let out a soft cry, and threw herself into Karen's arms. Karen rubbed Mikasa's little head dotingly, conjuring up a brown delicate gift box from behind. This is the high-end pastry brought back from the palace. Karen opened the lid of the gift box, revealing the neat and delicate pastry inside. Mikasa grabbed one, put it in his mouth and took a bite. Suddenly, the sweetness of the fruit diffused in his mouth, and his small eyes were curved into crescent. He smiled sweetly. Dad, you can eat it too. Dad won't eat it. Mikasa will eat it. Remember to give it to brother Levi. Karen smiled, walked to the back room and took off her shirt, revealing her strong muscles. Brother, do you want to eat one too? Mikasa was wearing a white dress. Her long black hair was casually drooping on her shoulders, and with a sweet smile, her whole person was like an unborn lotus flower, spotless and clean. If Mikasa likes it, eat more. My brother doesn't like sweet. Levi shook his head. In the back room, Karen put on clean clothes and frowned. You said Levi knows the outside world, and he can write poetry. Yeah, I don't think even the Reyes Court professor could create poetry like that. Ha ha. Karen laughed dryly. Gina, when will you be joking? How is it possible? Levi is only a 9-year-old child. Karen runs a fruit shop in the town. In this world, commercial trade is almost controlled by pedantic aristocrats and black-hearted chamber of commerce forces. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to start a business in the next store. The reason why Karen was able to do it was also because of his Ackerman surname. Kenny Ackerman, who lived in the mainland, was an uncompromising big man and had always maintained close contact with members of the royal family. There was no Kenny Ackerman. Help, it's not easy for Karen to open a fruit shop. This time, I went to the mainland specifically to thank Kenny, but Kenny had an incompetent nephew, who was 14 years old, but he was a gangster in the underground street near the palace, and it was said that he had gained a little fame. It's a pity that the Ackerman nation's fighting bloodline, if put on the battlefield, he must be an excellent soldier. When Karen saw Levi, she suddenly thought of a guy named Levi Ackerman. There seems to be something in common between Levi and him, and they both have maturity and calmness that are not in line with their age group. Levi Ackerman, the guy who likes to roll his eyes at people. Karen feels that Levi's appearance makes him feel comfortable. What did you just say? It's nothing. Karen shook her head, changed into loose clothes suitable for summer, walked out of the back room, and said to the two children, "Today, Dad is going to take care of the fruit shop. If you want to help, let's talk about it first. It's completely voluntary." Karen smiled brightly. "Hey, Mikasa is going." Mikasa smiled and Crescent Moon raised her small hand, turned her head to look at Levi's indifferent expression, suddenly grabbed Levi's wrist and raised his hand. "Hey, brother is going too." Levi's face is full of black lines. This child is too lively. Is he really the third master in his impression? Looking at Levi's embarrassed look, Karen smiled and said, "Levi, if you don't want to go, just stay at home and help your mother." "No." Levi shook his head. "I'll go." "Well, let's get ready, and a carriage to the market town will pass here in a while." Half an hour later, there was a sound of gasping horses outside the door, and the sound of horses' hooves treading lightly on the ground. Levi was wearing the new clothes that Mrs. Gina made for him, but he was holding a homemade dumbbell in his hand. "The tougher you are on yourself, the faster you can grow." Mikasa put on a sky blue long dress with hanging shoulders, painted with some bright white flowers, a pair of white flip-flops on her feet, revealing her clean little feet, and a round straw hat on her head. Hair tied together, do not have a fresh charm. Seeing her, it is like seeing a forest. People feel relaxed and happy. Just, what makes Levi embarrassed is, "Nizi, are you sure you are working in the past, not traveling? The wind blows in the valley of the unknown, and I came to this world." Mikasa hummed happily, with a small white bag on her shoulders. Everyone should pay attention to safety along the way. Gina stood at the door, watching the three people get on the carriage, beckoning and smiling. In the cramped carriage, Karen sat curiously by the window on the right, giving up most of the seat on the left to the two children. Along the way, there was laughter, and even the groom who was driving the car felt happy because of Mikasa's continuous laughter. "Mikasa, do you know why Little Red Riding Hood is not fierce?" Levi told her a well-known fairy tale just now, Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. "Why?" Mikasa asked curiously, blinking her eyes. "Because the fierce was eaten by the Big Bad Wolf." Levi was serious and said this answer, which was not serious at all. Puff, Karen almost spit out. How did this kid know so much? In the end, he had to blame all this on Levi's amazing language talent. "There is an aristocratic mansion in the town. Why don't you take Levi to see it? If you are lucky enough to be favored by the teachers there, you will have the opportunity to study in the mainland. That's enough to change fate." Chapter 5 Mikasa Fruit Shop. This town named Tra is about 30 kilometers north of the city of Higashina. There are dozens of villages in the surrounding area. It is an important hub between the Wall of Rose and the Wall of Maria in the inner world. It is not only an important economic town, but also an important military town. The area of the town is not large, only 10 square kilometers. Inside is the architectural style of medieval Europe, the quaint stone road, the dense 3-story wooden buildings, and has a lot of active population. The city wall is built around the town, although it is only 5 meters high, but for a market town, it is enough to prove its special geographical location. Walking into the fruit store. The counter is clean, with rows of empty shelves neatly displayed. Mikasa found a chair and sat down, her little face flushed, her little hand fanning like a fan. Levi followed Karen into the storage room at the back of the fruit shop. There were almost 20 boxes of wooden boxes with good ventilation. Karen moved down a box, which came in yesterday, opened the fresh keeping oiled paper to reveal a large box of grapes. The grapes are full, and purple, which seems to arouse people's appetite. Karen broke off a bunch and handed it to Levi. These are grapes from the north. They are very sweet. You can taste them. Yeah. Levi threw the grapes to Mikasa and went back to the storage room. Uncle Karen, what do you need me to do? Today should be the first day the fruit shop opens. Let's fill the shelves first. On the first layer are seasonal products such as grapes and apples. The second layer is incense, bananas and pineapples, and the third layer is full of watermelon. Karen was talking, but stopped talking. Her mouth was slightly open, and there was a look of surprise in her eyes. Seeing Levi carrying a big box full of bananas, the box must be at least 40 pounds. No wonder Karen was surprised. Although Karen didn't quite understand why Levi, who looked very thin, had so much strength, but Levi had already given him a lot of shock, so it was not surprising. The little guy's physique is quite good, Karen explained sincerely. The two of them were busy for about an hour, and then they cleaned up the sanitation of the fruit shop, and they were almost ready to open. Karen took out a ladder from inside, and brought out a sign. This is the sign of the store. The name has been written long ago, and it is called Mikasa Fruit Shop. With Levi's help, Karen spent about 20 minutes to finally put up the sign. This fruit shop, located in a remote corner of the town, has finally opened. People come and go on the street, many of which are residents of nearby villages and tourists passing by. Mikasa Fruit Shop, sitting at the door eating bananas, Mikasa with a cute and innocent face, is undoubtedly the best sign of this shop. After a while, a beautifully crafted carriage stopped at the door, and two people walked down from it. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a fat face, followed by a rather handsome young man, about 11 or 12 years old. Karen just sat in the chair and rested for a while. When she saw the customer who came to the store, her complexion changed, her smile piled up, and she walked over. President Charles Sandy, the chairman of the Town Chamber of Commerce, holds the economic and trade power of the entire town. Even the soldiers stationed in the town are many of his soldiers. In other words, he is Terra King of the town. Karen's fruit shop could not have opened without Shire's permission. Even with the intervention of Kenny Ackerman, the merchant's greedy nature could not be stopped. 30% of the fruit shop's monthly profit would be handed over to Shiles. Therefore, upon seeing Shiles approaching, Karen's expression became unusually solemn. Karen, your store is open, Charles said, walking around the store with his hands behind his back. Levi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two people. Both of them were gorgeously dressed, and they all revealed the atmosphere of aristocrat. The background power must be not small. Yes, and thank you President Charles for your help. Yeah. Charles nodded and stared at Mikasa for a while. Is this your daughter? She is as beautiful as Gina. Karen's face was red and white, and Shiles' thoughts about Gina were not pure, which could be seen through his cloudy and dark eyes. These abominable black-hearted businessmen, they will do anything for money. Who is this? Charles suddenly noticed Levi's existence. Levi, come here, let President Charles get to know you. Karen greeted. Levi came over reluctantly, a fat man with a fat face, and a proud young man who squinted at people. The first impression of the two on Levi was really bad. Well, this kid looks good. Cars stretched out his hand to stroke Levi's cheek, but Levi took a step back. Boom! Directly pushed away the hand of President Cars. In an instant, the air froze, the atmosphere became depressed, Cars' face suddenly gloomy, Karen's face changed suddenly. What Levi was doing offended Cars, and the fruit shop's business in the market town will not be very good in the future. Done. President Cars, don't know like a child. Karen laughed dryly, blocking Levi. Humph. Cars waved his sleeves in dissatisfaction, and walked out of the fruit shop with a cold snort. Before stepping on the carriage, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at Mikasa with a profound meaning. Isel, do you like it? The handsome young man beside Cars nodded. Well, I like it. Isel didn't speak just now. He was really fascinated by Mikasa's beauty, but he could imagine how attractive this girl with fresh temperament would grow in 2 years. As a father, Cars naturally noticed his son's abnormality, and after thinking about it, an idea came to his heart. In Terra Town, who is not condescending to himself? I was actually slapped by a child today. Although he won't have a hard time with a child, it doesn't mean that he will forget about it and let Karen and this fruit shop go. Karen, you must have heard it too. Iso likes your daughter. This is your blessing. I will come to get someone this afternoon. If you don't pay, I don't think it's necessary for this fruit shop to continue. Kars threatened in a cold voice. In front of the huge Chamber of Commerce forces facing such a question, Karen shed a cold sweat in an instant. In a panic, Yi Bai's expression became icy cold. I am now a member of Karen's family. If I can't get along with Karen, Mikasa, Gina, anyone, is it hard to get along with myself? Want to trouble Mikasa? Do I agree? Yi Bai thought to himself. He doesn't care what the other party's background is. No matter how big the background is, can he have the 8-door Dunjia powerful? So, he rushed to the carriage and grabbed Kars by the collar. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Yi Bai dragged Kars off the carriage and threw him to the ground. Isol was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the little boy in front of him would rush to beat his father. You must know that his father is the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. Is he crazy? Go away. Yi Bai roared coldly. It's over. It's over. Karen's eyes went black and she almost fainted. Mikasa was very happy, clapped her hands, and shouted sweetly from the side, Brother, come on. Yi Bai's expression was calm, and there was heat surging in his body, stimulating every muscle. Open the door. Yi Bai whispered softly. Chapter 6 The Lotus Flower That Opens the Door. Passers-by stopped one after another, and Kars was actually beaten, which was the first time in Terra Town. Especially since the person who beat him was still a child, it attracted the attention of passers-by. After a while, the place was overwhelmed by the onlookers. Kars got up from the ground in embarrassment. His face was full of anger. His black beard was about to float from his chin, and he said angrily, Boy, I must kill you. Sir. Karen's eyes were darkened, and she was staggering when she walked. Kars was not an open-minded person. The price of annoyed him must be his crazy revenge. Sir, please let him go. He's just a child. Karen pleaded with Yi Bai behind him. Dad. Mikasa stared blankly at the scene in front of her. She, who was ignorant of world affairs, also vaguely understood something at this moment. Dad and brother Yi Bai seemed to be in trouble, and it was difficult to deal with it, because she rarely saw Dad, who was always gentle, with such a panic and anxiety on her face. But she is just a thin little girl, unable to change anything. Go away. Kars pushed Karen away angrily. Karen fell to the ground. Mikasa screamed and jumped up. All out of the way. President Kars, what happened here? Several soldiers of the garrison regiment in charge of order in the market town saw the movement here, pushed aside the crowd and walked in. Seeing Kars' angry expression with a blowing beard and staring eyes, he stepped forward and looked pleased. Kars is their rich man, and now there is wine to drink and a good life with women to sleep is inseparable from Kars' help. It seems that the time for repayment has come. Looking at the growing number of onlookers, Kars was the president of the Chamber of Commerce after all, so he had to maintain the image of a gentleman, but he was posed by Yi Bai, and his face was really lackluster. He is the master Karls in other people's mouths, but he was actually thrown to the ground by a half-year-old child, and he was seen by many people. This is destined to become a joke, and it will be lively in Terra Town for a while. How could Kars let Yi Bai go? You came just right. Kars, with a gentleman's smile, stretched out a finger, pointed to the fruit shop, and said softly, Rush in and smash this shop for me. I'm afraid this is not very good, Lord Kars. After all, this is not the responsibility of the garrison corps. If someone is stabbed into the palace, the people above will track it down. I'm afraid we won't be able to eat and walk. A white-haired, tall man, the tall and thin soldier, wondered, and the two companions behind him nodded in agreement. Then arrest these people. Wait, the little girl stays behind. These two hateful civilians, all of them are arrested for me. The reason is to insult the nobles. Kars thought for a moment, then smiled. Understood, Lord Kars. The tall and thin soldier waved with a knowing smile. The two companions behind him took out 2 silver handcuffs from behind their waists and walked towards Yi Bai and Karen. Oh, poor boy. Karls is high here, and he won't have any good fruit to eat. Didn't this young father educate his children not to provoke nobles? Shish, keep your voice down, man. Kars is right by. Passers-by talked a lot and expressed sympathy, but they were helpless. After all, they also relied on Kars's breath to eat in the town. Kars was shriveled, and their hearts were somber. They expressed admiration and surprise for Yi Bai, but more sympathy and helplessness. This is a world in which nobility reigns. Boom, boom. A few crisp skeletal sounds. Yi Bai's jet black hair fluttered slightly, and at this moment he has stepped into the state of opening the door. The whole body is surging with strength, as if a giant dragon is dormant, ready to go in the body. Looking at Karen, who fell to the ground, Mikasa pounced on on Karen with pitiful eyes, Yi Bai felt angry. He must make these people pay the price. Hey, little guy, just obey. Master Cars is not something you can contaminate. The two soldiers looked at each other with a relaxed smile. For them, arresting two unarmed civilians, and one of them was a child, was a no-brainer. Click. Yi Bai moved. The whole person jumped from the ground, lifted his foot at an unparalleled speed and kicked a soldier's cheek fiercely. In an instant, blood spurted out of his mouth, and there was a crisp sound of broken bones. The whole person is like a kite with a broken string, smashing straight at the crowd. People avoided them in a panic, only to see the embarrassed soldier lying on the ground, blood bubbling from his mouth. With just one blow, the soldiers who had undergone long-term military training lost the ability to fight back. For a moment, the air froze, and everyone opened their mouth. Bar. As if seeing a ghost, looking at the center of the venue, a little boy with an indifferent expression and a faint expression of disdain. Everyone's heart can't help but wonder, is this really just a child? Car's face turned gloomy for a moment, and he secretly spat. Trash. Now he can't stand on the stage at all. If several adults can't beat a child together, he will be a complete disgrace in Terra Town, and it will become a joke for countless people. Looking at their companion who was like a dead dog, the remaining two soldiers looked at each other with a look of horror in each other's eyes. Come on, get it done for me. You are warriors, can't you beat a child? Cars yelled with a blushing face. Humph, I don't know how loud it is. Yi Bai snorted coldly and rushed up again. This time, his knees directly pressed against the mouth of the person in front of him, and then he pressed down fiercely. The soldier was lying on the ground. I felt an excruciating pain, as if my ribs were broken. Like a demon king, Yi Bai is unstoppable. The last tall and thin man was trembling, excited and fearful. Beating a soldier can be sentenced to death. Kill him, and I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. Cars hurriedly climbed into the carriage, only feeling a chill on his back, but still shouted with teeth. 1,000 gold coins. The tall and thin soldier's eyes lit up, which was enough to buy a luxurious house and allow himself to live a life of peace of mind for a long time. Click. The silver-white double-edged blade was taken out from the three-dimensional mobile device, blooming in the air, and slashed directly at Yi Bai. Done. Karen's eyes darkened and she fainted. Brother. The tears in Mikasa's eyes burst out in an instant. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the tragic scene that was about to happen. Open the door, watch the lotus flower. A low whisper swayed across the field. After a few seconds, the crowd was completely silent, and heartbeats could be heard. Chapter 7. Sweep everything. A dazzling white whirlwind suddenly bloomed in the air, and Yi Bai kicked the tall and thin man's chin fiercely. In an instant, the opponent's entire body flew up, and the blood sprayed was like cherry blossoms flying all over the sky. One place. Boom. Yi Bai hugged the tall and thin man, and fell down with unparalleled momentum. Click. At the moment when he was about to land, his palm touched the ground and bounced lightly, and the whole person turned over and unloaded the force and stably stabilized his body. The tall and thin man's head slammed hard on the ground, the bones at the neck broke with a sound, the whole head tilted, and the sinking body slammed to the ground. There was no sound completely, his eyes were wide open, and his eyes flashed for a second or two, and there was no vitality at all. Dead. These are big troubles. My God, what is the origin of this child? Such superb fighting skills. I think even the soldiers of the Survey Corps are just like this. Hey, there's a good show to watch now. In the crowd of onlookers, many people dropped their jaws in shock, but the next second they applauded in unison. These people need someone to teach them a lesson, otherwise they don't know how high the sky is, and they use their identities as soldiers to do some illegal things. Carls, your end is coming, hee hee. Yeah, it's a shame that you can't beat even a child. Yes, Cars, get out of Terra. The emotions of the onlookers became more and more high-pitched. Cars's usual reckless attitude has accumulated a lot of resentment among the residents. There are many people who are hostile to Cars. Now it is rare to see Cars making a fool of himself. Give Cars a hard lesson. Drive quickly, run. Cars panicked. Even the soldiers stationed in the Corps were not Yi Bai's opponents. Cars was not stupid enough to think that he could compete with Yi Bai. Therefore, he didn't even care about his face, leaving everyone in a state of embarrassment, and fled. Looking at the carriage rushing towards the crowd, trying to open a way out, Yi Bai looked awe-inspiring. Are you finally afraid now? Do you want to leave? It's not that easy. Yi Bai took a momentary step and rushed to the front of the carriage. He squatted down slightly, and suddenly grabbed the horse's head. Under the horrified eyes of the groom, the people sitting in the carriage could clearly feel that the whole carriage was flying up. What is this to do? It's terrifying. Hey, Mars kicked hard today. Come on buddy, support you. ... The crowd was so excited that they almost jumped up. Yibai's face turned red, the veins on both arms burst out one by one, the ground cracked, and a circle of cracks spread along the edge of the feet. At this moment, the carriage with a weight of at least 1 ton actually flew into the air, and with Yibai's body as the center, it turned 180 degrees in the air. Dust filled the sky, a loud bang from the stone road, and the painful whine of the warhorse resounded throughout the street. Residents are not afraid of big things, and some even whistled. Call. After completing the mythical feat, Yibai was also panting heavily and withdrew from the state of opening the door. In an instant, the whole person became weak, his steps staggered, and he took a few steps backwards. Be careful. Mikasa caught Yibai and whispered softly, I'm fine. Yibai waved his hand, took a few deep breaths, and the turbulent aura in his body slowly recovered. Cars is the same today. If anyone dares to do things in the Mikasa fruit shop in the future, they will pass their own level first. Ahem. The impact of the carriage's fall almost killed Cars, and he emerged from the door curtain of the carriage like a dead dog. His heart secretly regretted what kind of freak he had provoked today. Boom. The ground trembled for a while, and in a not far direction, the smoke billowed, and several war horses galloped towards here. The leader was wearing a soldier's brown leather jacket. His hair was tied like a barb, and there was an X-shaped symbol on his face. Orchid. It's Captain Keith here. This little brother is really brave, but unfortunately he has gone too far. 3 soldiers stationed in the corps, 1 died and 2 wounded. This is not easy to handle. Believe in Captain Keith. He has not been corrupted by a businessman like Cars, and Captain Keith will definitely make a fair judgment. It seems that Kishu has a lot of prestige among the townspeople. Everyone made way for a road for the horses to pass. Looking at the messy field, Jishu's complexion suddenly turned gloomy. After turning over and dismounting, he tested the tall and thin man's breath. Dead. Who did it? Jishu's face was calm, and it was his people who died, but his tone of questioning while looking around was like a normal chat. The crowd is dead silent. After half a sound, a firm voice sounded on the field. I did it. What did you do? Jishu looked at Yibai and frowned. Child, are you kidding me? Apparently, Kishu didn't think that the mess was caused by a half-year-old child. Captain Keith, you have to do justice. He did it. The devil who kills without blinking an eye. Cars pulled Isel out of the carriage and ran to Keith's side to cry, with a fat face on his face. The meat is twisted to the point of disgust. Is this really what this kid did? Jishu's eyes swept to the crowd. The resident standing in front nodded, expressing acquiescence. Captain Keith, it was Cars who was at fault first. Please be sure to understand what happened before making a decision. Many people opened their mouths to protect Yibai. After all, Yibai's actions today are indeed very pleasing. Well, I see. Captain Jisho got up slowly, instructed several of his subordinates to dispose of the site, recover the corpses, then turned his head to look at Yibai and Cars lightly, and said, You two, come with me. Brother. Mikasa panicked, rushed over and grabbed Yibai's wrist. It's okay. Yibai smiled gently and pushed Mikasa's hand away. Mikasa, when Uncle Karen wakes up, tell him that everything is fine, don't worry. Will you come back? Mikasa pouted. She was messy at this moment. Yes, you promise. Well, I promise. Yibai nodded and said firmly, then I'll be here waiting for you to come back. Mikasa's expression stretched, and finally a relaxed smile appeared. Yibai turned around, raised his head and followed behind Jishu, leaving here. Walking to the edge of the crowd, he turned his head suddenly, and said to everyone with cold eyes, if anyone dares to make trouble here, those soldiers will be doomed. Then, the figure completely disappeared here. Chapter 8 What a Man Should Be. In the dark underground prison, Jishu looked at the handsome boy in front of him. His eyes were deep and bright. What can a 9-year-old child know? Being locked in a place like this would have already begun to cry and make a fuss. However, the child in front of him was unusually abnormal, neither crying nor making trouble, and some of the cold eyes were just calm and indifferent. Is this a freak? Keith murmured inwardly. The child revealed a maturity far beyond his age, and Kishu even found a trace of Erwin in him. Who is Erwin? He was the head of the Survey Corps, and he had unparalleled intelligence and decision-making power. In Jisho's heart, comparing Yibai with Erwin, it can be seen how much Yibai has been elevated by Jisho. After all, What Levi has done today is really amazing. If it spreads to the capital and lets people in other regiments know that the soldiers of the garrisoned regiment were ruthlessly repaired by a childish child, I am afraid that the entire garrisoned regiment will lose all faith in the Empire. This is a disgrace to the commander. Therefore, Keith was hesitating whether to report this matter. To be honest, the wounded soldiers were also killing themselves when they got to this point. Keep in mind your duty as a soldier, yet they are always dismissive. Now that he has finally tasted the evil, Jisho's heart is more than a trace of sympathy, and more of a matter of course. It should have been like this. The common people's disobedience to the nobles is enough to be sentenced to heavy sentences in the imperial code. However, this is not the most serious thing. Although the commoners are guilty of disobeying the nobles, as long as they don't report it to the mainland, on my personal level, I can completely let you live. But why kill? And he's a soldier. Little guy, please give me a reasonable explanation. An oil lamp lit up, and Jisho looked at the indifferent Levi in the cell with a gloomy face. This was a strange interrogation. Levi was the youngest prisoner Jisho had ever seen in his life. The reason is very simple. The process of the matter has been explained just now, so I don't need to explain it too much. Carl's insulted my family and I can't stand it. Having said that, Levi slowly stood up from the chair and stared at Jisho with cold eyes. At this moment, it was as if he was the judge and Jisho was the prisoner on trial. You can insult a man, but not his family. Keith was stunned. This kid. But what he said made him unable to refute, and even faintly agreed in his heart. That's right, men should be like this. But little guy, are you really sure you are a man? I'm afraid the hair below is not even long. However, such a person is rare. It can be said that he is a talented person. He is so young, too young, and given time to give him room to grow, the future is bound to be limitless. Giants roam the frontiers of the Empire, and mankind has never been free from the fear that giants bring. If such a person can serve in the army, thinking of Levi's almost heaven-defying force value, Jishu's mouth finally showed a smile. What do those pedantic businessmen and nobles know? They only know to eat, drink and make money. This is a character who can shine on the battlefield, which, Jishu can be sure, if the situation is reported truthfully. I believe that Commander Pixis, the highest commander of the Southern Garrison Corps, will definitely come forward to protect the child. The commander is a person who knows righteousness. Jisho decided to report to the mainland, and a soldier died in the mainland, instead of dying in the battle with the giant. This is a big thing, even if he doesn't report it. With Car's character, he will never let it go. Cars can be so big in Terra Town, and he is inseparable from the power of the Chamber of Commerce in the mainland. Therefore, this matter cannot be concealed no matter what. Blocking is worse than sparse. That little girl looks good. Is that your sister? Jishu asked for no reason. Do you mean Mikasa? Yeah. Levi nodded. Little guy, go to the mainland with me. This matter must be judged by a military court. After all, you killed a soldier. Jishu's tone paused and smiled. Of course, the safety of the family is safe until this matter comes to an end, and I will keep them safe. Can you guarantee it? Levi asked coldly. Of course, I swear by my heart. Jishu's hand was slowly raised near his heart. This is the most serious military salute for a soldier, which cannot be profaned. Looking at Jishu's solemn expression, this is already an irrefutable thing, and considering it from a personal point of view, I don't know much about this world, and it is indeed necessary to go to the mainland. If it can be related to the characters on the plot line, get in touch, prepare in advance, and you can take it easy on the day when the giants really invade in the future. The battle between Bam and Dunjia and the giants, this is a physical art created for human beings. How much chance of winning is there between them and the giants? There was some expectation in Levi's heart. A day later, the carriage to the mainland left with a rumbling from the town of Terra. At the same time, the news spread to the walls of Xena-like wings, causing quite a stir. It even caught Erwin's attention. Welfare, leave your email address in the comment area, and I will send you the anime resources of the second season of Jinju. Chapter 9 Commander Pixis, Determination. Shina's Wall, the royal capital, the political center and military center of the empire, a place that countless people dream of, far away from the threat from giants, a lost paradise created by human beings. The voices are full of people, singing and dancing day and night, night, and under the control of the nobles and the royal family, this place seems to be a paradise. In a towering 6-story brown square building, 2 men in military uniforms are facing each other. Erwin, I heard that you recently recruited a good little guy. Pixis, the commander-in-chief of the garrison corps, the supreme commander of the southern theater of the human empire, has a profound vision for the overall control of the battlefield, and his vision is extremely high among the soldiers, and he is like a military god. Even Erwin, the supreme commander who commanded the human wings of freedom, was still a little immature in front of Pyrsis, and the atmosphere in the room was a little strange, even a little depressing. Yeah, Erwin's eyes have no waves, always showing the most calm attitude in front of everyone. This person's name is Levi. Erwin paused. His expression flashed a bit of hesitation, thinking that it was Commander Pixis standing in front of him, and said slowly, Ackerman. Oh, Commander Pixis is very old. His hair has fallen out, and his eyebrows are also snow white. No matter who he is facing, he will always have a kind smile. Hearing this surname, he still can't help it. He raised his eyebrows. People from the Ackerman family. Pixis is nearly 60 years old. If there is no successor, he will not still be standing in the position of commander at such an old age. He should have retired long ago, but with Pixis's life wisdom, he knows it well. If there is no suitable successor to replace him, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for mankind if the garrison corps is allowed to decay. Ackerman family. This is a great nation. When it comes to this nation, we have to talk about the myth that the first king built 3 giant walls 100 years ago. After the establishment of the 3 giant walls, the royal family used the power of the ancestor giant to change everyone's memory. Only the 2 ethnic groups of the East and Ackerman were not affected. Therefore, these 2 peoples have been persecuted by the royal family. After 100 years, they are almost extinct. Why there is this memory in Pixis' mind, in fact, he himself is not very clear. Maybe there is always a person who wants to remember the real history. He is the one who is chosen by God. As a pure fighting nation, the Ackerman family is extremely suitable for military operations. It is foreseeable that the boy named Levi Ackerman in Erwin's mouth will have an infinite bright prospect in the Survey Corps. After all, although Erwin is much younger than himself, his eyes are as vicious as himself. Pixis narrowed his eyes and smiled, turned around and picked up the kettle to make a cup of tea, and handed it to Erwin, provoking another topic. Erwin, have you heard about Terratown? As the commander talking about the boy. Yeah, killing a soldier, and the murderer was a child. It caused a sensation in the capital, and even attracted the attention of Marshal Thackeray. Pixis smiled. For him, the death of a soldier is just an insignificant matter, but what a child relies on to kill an opponent that is countless times stronger than himself is a matter worth exploring. If this child is really meaningful to the future of mankind, he doesn't mind appearing in a military court, putting down his old face, and begging for mercy for this child. After all, there are very few elites who can truly fight giants. Murdering is a trivial matter in itself, but children and soldiers are linked together, and the contradiction between the two can be seen as a lot of trick. Pixis raised his head and continued. Commander, the 53rd investigation is about to start. I have an idea. If this child is really worth our effort, I can take him to the realm outside the wall, and the truth will naturally be known. Elwen's eyes flickered. He hesitated for a while, and said, It looks like I can't hide it from you. Pixis laughed. Erwin, your excuses are a bit clumsy. Everyone can see the potential of that child, and you want to snatch someone from me. Pull in your Survey Corps. Erwin fell silent, and the whole room fell silent for a while. As expected of the commander, he understood his own thoughts in an instant. Erwin shook his head inwardly. The Survey Corps, as the forefront of the human army, has always made huge sacrifices. The precious lives of these sacrifices include families and children, and their lives are also very precious. I have no reason to let them sacrifice in vain. Although I'm old, I'm not as dizzy as a greedy aristocrat. Giving this child to your Survey Corps for good training is absolutely beneficial and harmless to human beings. 2 wrinkles swept the corner of Pixis' eyes, looking at Erwin calmly. Commander. Erwin nodded heavily, feeling moved in his heart. So, tomorrow's military deliberation, I will come forward to protect the child. If the child cannot grow into a super elite existence of the human army, Erwin, I will ask you. Yes. Erwin straightened abandoned his body suddenly, stood at attention, instantly clenched his right hand to his heart, and gave a serious military salute. Boom! The door was closed. Looking at the back of Erwin leaving, Pixis sniffed, took out a small jug from his pocket, opened the lid, and took a sip happily. Half sound, slightly drunk, opened the curtains, and looked at the orange-red sunset in the sky. The silent back was like a sculpture, revealing an indestructible will. Chapter 10 Dawn in the Dark. A dark underground cell. The defenses here are much tighter than in the town of Tra. Levi was here for 2 days. There was only a small amount of food to satisfy his hunger every day. The firm, hard wooden bed had no mattress. The living environment was extremely bad. Outside the prison door, a bare brown wall came into view. On the wall were 2 oil lamps. Under the oil lamps was a wooden table, and inside the wooden table sat an officer of the garrison. His face was as hard as a stone, his eyes were always a pair of dead fish eyes, and his brown hair fell slightly on his forehead. He was Levi's interrogator. Secretly, it was Commander Pixis who interspersed in. In the past 2 days of interrogation, Levi recorded most of the interrogation note. At this moment, it is already 2 o'clock in the morning. Levi is lying on the wooden bed, staring at the top of the wall blankly. Tomorrow will be the day of the trial of the capital. The officer rubbed his bewildered eyes. He was extracting strong evidence against Levi from a large amount of interrogation materials, but the commander gave himself a death order, requiring him to present a well-founded evidence in tomorrow's trial to wipe out the evidence. To get rid of most of Levi's crimes, the worst outcome of the trial is to get a chance to make a contribution to the crime, which is the minimum requirement of Commander Pixis. If it can't be done, he feels that he has no face to see the commander. After all, the commander entrusted this task to himself for the sake of his thoughtfulness. The more he studied, the more frightened he became. If the contents of the interrogation materials were all true, then the child in front of him was an out-and-out fighting genius. In the game, it is definitely a super first-class existence. No wonder the commander wanted to save the child. He vaguely understood something. Time passed slowly, and at 6 o'clock in the morning, the officer yawned and looked at the text material that was finally refined into 100 words on the table, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a tilt of his head, he fell directly on the table and fell asleep. Reynolds, wake up. The officer's name was Reynolds, and he was a captain of the garrison corps. He suddenly woke up from his sleep when he heard someone calling him. He raised his head and rolled his eyelids and glanced lightly. It was a familiar companion who said lazily, "What's the matter? I'm so sleepy." "It's okay. Hard work. Let him sleep again." "Yes." The soldier hurriedly stepped aside to make way for Pixis. "Commander Pixis." The thunderous name exploded in Reno's mind like thunder. The next second, he bounced off the chair with a bang, and when his vision gradually became clear, he saw Pixis' face, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. Unexpectedly, the commander attached so much importance to this child that he did not hesitate to come to this dark cell in person. "Commander." Reno couldn't open his mouth with excitement, and stood on the spot uneasily, sweat dripping from his palms unknowingly. "It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. It's almost 9 in the morning. For the soldiers, they should be working at 7 o'clock. He was still sleeping just now. Although he had a legitimate reason, he was not coincidentally seen by Commander Pixis. "Do you leave a bad impression in your heart?" Renault's heart was very uneasy. He looked at the 100-character text on the table. This was the result of his hard work over the past few days. It was like he had caught a life-saving straw. In front of Commander Pixis, "Commander, you have given me the task, and I have completed it." "Yeah." Pixis took the material full of important points, looked at it for a while, nodded slowly, and smiled gently. "It's hard work. Go back to your room and have a good rest." "Commander, it's okay," Renault said with a guilty conscience. Pixis smiled and turned his head away, ignoring it. "Let this little guy out of it," Pixis said lightly, looking at Levi. Levi's eyes lit up when he looked at this kind old man. If he remembered it well, the old man in front of him should be the supreme commander of the Southern Human Army. This old man is not a simple character. If he did not make the right choice in the original book, humanity might perish prematurely. In short, this is a wise man, a human officer with great wisdom. Pixis is here. What does that mean? You don't need to think about it to understand that Levi forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart. He didn't expect that the dark trip to the royal capital, which he expected, actually revealed the dawn at this moment. Pixis has an inexplicable affinity that silently infects other people around him. Although it was still the first time, Levi already had a good impression of Pixis in his heart. The door of the cell was unlocked, and Levi walked out. He was not forced to be handcuffed. handcuffed. There were 2 soldiers of the military police regiment with guns guarding him. Basically, there would be no problem. Moreover, Yi Bai's childlike appearance really made people feel no danger in their heart. If it weren't for Yi Bai's murder, it was already a matter of solid evidence, and the 2 soldiers of the military police regiment would have thought that the wrong person had been arrested. Walking out of the gate of the underground cell, a ray of sunlight shines straight on the face through the gap in the building, warm and bright. Yi Bai stretched his waist comfortably. He was about to undergo a military trial, but he had an indifferent expression. Commander Pixis looked at this scene with an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid I'll disappoint the nobles in the capital this time. Chapter 11. Although the general is old, the military power is still there. The military court, located in the Shicheng district of the royal capital, is a huge circular Gothic building. The iron gate at the entrance is wide open, and 4 soldiers of the military police regiment are standing on both sides with guns and their faces are solemn. For the case of Yi Bai's murder of the soldiers of the garrisoned corps, the time has come to start the trial. Sitting on the high platform, the judge who has the final decision is not Marshal Thackeray, but Tony Brand, the highest military chief of the central region of the inner world, and the military power in his hands is not much less than that of Marshal Thackeray. At this moment, Brand with long blue hair raised his head and looked at the bronze bell inlaid on the wall. Court in minute. Does it take so long to arraign a prisoner? It seems that it is necessary to rectify the troops. The guards of the royal capital are really lazy. Brand was secretly sad in his heart. If he fails to show up at the specified time, according to the provisions of imperial law, the prisoner will not have any chance to appeal and will be sentenced to death directly. Even if Marshal Thackeray comes, the same result will be obtained. Hey, after all, it's a child. I'm probably scared. Don't dare to come. Carl's is really a piece of shit. He was put together by a child. Don't say I know him. You are Carl's uncle. How can an uncle deny his nephew? It's really interesting. We spent our money, but in the end we couldn't even beat the children. I think the combat effectiveness of the garrisoned corps is very weak. The stair-stepped auditorium was filled with richly dressed nobles and shrewd businessmen, and they were discussing each other, and the air was filled with the noise of flies. The nobles and businessmen jointly controlled the economy of the empire. Coupled with the inaction of the royal government, the development of the human army in the past century was extremely slow. The forces in the capital that supported the Survey Corps were under enormous pressure from all quarters. If there were not a few truly wise and courageous leaders still alive, this human empire, which was veiled by the illusion of peace, would have perished in the internal struggle long ago. Click. The heavy solid wood pattern door trembled for a while, and was slowly pulled open from the outside, and a large tract of sunlight poured in like seawater. Many people covered their eyes with the backs of their hands, and there seemed to be 2 figures standing in the large white light. The appearance of an adult and a child. Boom. The door was closed, and the line of sight suddenly became clear. When everyone saw the faces clearly, a touch of surprise appeared on many people's faces. Pixis, how come this old alcoholic came here? A prince in a purple costume leaned his neck forward. Oh my god, I read it right. Such a small child is not as tall as my waist. There are really a lot of trash in the corps. There were also people who were not afraid of big things and sneered loudly. This harsh voice even overshadowed the crowd. The voice of discussion clearly reached Pixis' ears. Pixis is not only the supreme commander of the Southern Army, but also the supreme commander of the Garrison Corps. This sentence made him a little uncomfortable, but he still had a humble and kind smile on his face. Little guy, you won't let me down, will you? Pixis rubbed Yi Bai's head, took out a silver jug in front of everyone, raised his head, raised the jug high above his head, and poured pure white wine into the entrance. I haven't been to the capital for a long time. I'm afraid many old guys have forgotten about me. Pixis squinted and smiled, turned around and left here slowly. In an instant, the audience was silent. In a word, it gave all the presences in the audience a disgrace. Although the general is old, the military is still powerful. When we look deeper, Pixis's seniority is simply scary. This is a very clear reminder signal. Tell everyone one meaning very directly. This child is the person I want to protect. If I want to be detrimental to him, let's try your own weight first. This old man is crazy. Someone spat secretly and immediately retreated. The war god Pixis has never been a character who plays cards according to common sense. If he really annoys him, let alone a noble, even the orders of the royal government may be directly ignored by him. Just such a sentence, like thunder, directly swept away most of the potential threat. The name of Pixis is simply scary. Brant, who was sitting on the high platform, platform, shook his head helplessly. He and Pixis belonged to the same camp, and they were both the main battle factions of the Empire. The Survey Corps was the offensive force that he supported. If there are other arrogant people who dare to be so presumptuous in the military court, Brand will naturally not give up, but this person is Pixis. Even Brand can only smile helplessly. Old man, can't you save me some face? Start. Brand coughed lightly, and the court officially opened. Your Majesty, according to the provisions of Article 49 of Chapter 38 of the Imperial Constitution, civilians who insult nobles shall be sentenced to 10 years in prison, and civilians who kill soldiers shall be directly sentenced to death. If the two crimes are combined, they should be directly sentenced to death. Do it now. Please uphold the dignity of the imperial laws and give justice to the people. And this person on trial named Yi Bai, who is so young and has such a vicious heart, is even more sinful and cannot be tolerated. The aristocratic forces of the Chamber of Commerce took the lead in starting a generous defense of Chen Ang. Every sentence was the key point, leaving no room at all, and Yi Bai must be put to death. Well, it makes sense. Brand nodded with a flash of green eyes. Looking at the court attendants of the Survey Corps, the leader is Erwin Smith. Although the military court prohibits the entry of three-dimensional mobile devices, Erwin is wearing the shirt of the Survey Corps. The wings, which symbolize the freedom of human beings, vowed to exterminate all giants one day, so that all human beings can gain true freedom. This is the meaning of the wings of freedom, and it is Erwin's determination today. Chapter 12 King Capital Judgment. Your Honor, I have a trial material here. Erwin stood on the defense table and took out a piece of paper from the craft paper bag on the table. The trial staff took this piece of paper from Erwin and gave it to Brand. Brand took a few glances, nodded, looked at Erwin, and motioned for him to continue. Your Majesty, may I ask under what circumstances would a person commit murder? That must be a serious threat to life. The facts on the materials show that this Chamber of Commerce president named Kars had threatened Yi Bai and Yi Bai's family, and colluded with the soldiers stationed in the court to persecute Yi Bai. Excuse me, is there a rule in the laws of the Empire that three-dimensional mobile devices are aimed at civilians? This is clearly a farce between the unscrupulous Chamber of Commerce forces and a few immoral soldiers. Yi Bai can only be regarded as excessive defense. After Erwin finished speaking, his sharp eyes like falcons swept to the joint defense platform of the nobles and businessmen. You are talking nonsense. According to Captain Erwin's logic, is it not illegal for a child to kill? What have you gained from the recent out-of-the-wall investigations by your Survey Corps? I'm afraid all the money that the taxpayers gave you have been stolen by you. Erwin, don't you need to reflect? Some people directly hit the pain point without showing any mercy. Erwin's face stiffened for a moment. His hand under the table was slowly clenched into a fist. His eyes were fixed on Brand, and he said slowly, Your Majesty, Yi Bai is an excellent fighter. Genius. Human beings need such a person. For Yi Bai's crime, whether it is life or death, I suggest leaving it to the giant to make the decision. What do you mean? Brand's eyes lit up. What I mean is that he will be handed over to the Survey Corps to participate in the 53rd Extra Wall Survey. If he is unfortunately eaten by a giant, then even if Commander Pixis and I made a mistake in judgment, if we can come back alive, please also ask. Lord Judge, from the perspective of human beings, let him stay in the Survey Corps to fight for the freedom of human beings, and pay for his sins forever. Erwin deliberately mentioned Pixis, the Survey Corps, and the Garrison Corps united to protect Yi Bai, which made many people retreat. Erwin, do you have to insist on intervening in this matter? The one who spoke was a prince who controlled a large area of territory. Kars' uncle had a very close relationship with him. It was a sure thing that a civilian with no background was sentenced to death. It was a no-brainer for him, but he suffered repeated changes. Are the people in the military full of water today? Have you ever experienced the desperation of fighting a giant and being chewed in the mouth by a giant? Erwin suddenly asked for no reason. What? Have you ever heard the cry of despair and heartbreak from the family members of the soldiers holding the court? Have you ever felt the loneliness of your friends leaving you one by one, and in the end you were the only one left in the whole world? Erwin's eyes swept across the entire auditorium. The stern questioning voice rose higher and higher. The noisy discussion gradually died down, and the entire courtroom was silent at this moment, looking at Wang Ju's half-red and half-white face. Boom! Erwin slammed his fists on the table. His eyes widened in anger. blue veins bulged on his neck, and he shouted, "You don't know anything." "Then what do you know? In the city near the Wall of Mary, there are many people who can't eat a full meal, but you are wasting rare and delicious food in your comfort zone all day. You are having fun, all day long. When you are holding the woman's slender waist in your arms, at this moment, it is very likely that a soldier is giving his life. Will anyone be able to survive sending you to the battlefield? In front of a real giant, do you think you can kill a giant with your mouth? So many sacrifices, mothers lose their sons, children lose their fathers, wives lose their husbands. What's the point of all this? Is it here to confuse black and white for you? You also have families and children. When the war really breaks out, who will protect them? Do you rely on your weak body? Do you think your hands can grab the sword of freedom that represents the hope of mankind? A series of righteous questions made everyone bow their heads. Whether it is a powerful aristocrat or a greedy businessman, many people have a guilty conscience. They don't even have the idea of refuting what Erwin said. Justice and justice are in the heart. Your Majesty, please rule. Erwin regained his composure, looking at Brand and said indifferently, "Do other people have any objections?" A smile swept across Brand's mouth. The Survey Corps was the force he grabbed with one hand. Erwin, and only such a person can take on the sanctity of fighting for human freedom. Mission. Many people looked angry, thought about it, and then held back their words. Erwin, Pixis, Tony Brand, these three all belong to the same camp, the revolutionary faction of the Empire. Erwin's determination largely reflects the meaning of Pixis and Tony Brand. Looking at the smile at the corner of Brand's mouth, the joint force composed of nobles and businessmen snorted coldly and chose silence. "Then I'll leave this little guy to you. 15 days later, the Empire of Humanity prepared supplies, and the mighty motorcade left from the Alumiha district, the Wall of Sheena. The 53rd investigation outside the wall is about to begin. Friends who are reading books or in urgent need of flowers and evaluation ticket, please support. Chapter 13, The 53rd Survey Outside the Wall, the 5th update. The final result of the trial in the royal capital caused a sensation in the entire capital. Many people think that Erwin is simply a nonsense. What can a half-year-old child expect him to fight giants? But Erwin was determined, and immediately contacted the technical department to customize a complete set of three-dimensional mobile devices for Levi. This three-dimensional mobile device was placed in a large black box, and Levi was sitting under his butt at the moment. Levi's position is in the logistics supply team, which is the safest position. The three-dimensional mobile device has high requirements on people's physical fitness, especially the requirements on reaction and physical coordination. Yo, the little guy is really smart. Levi was helpless, and he was with a crazy woman named Han Jizoi. This woman has a strong thirst for knowledge and often makes some abnormal behaviors. Even Levi, who is super powerful in combat, shy away from this woman. The long-distance reconnaissance formation was just described. This is a combat method created by Captain Erwin, which greatly reduces the casualty rate of the troop. The team we are in carrying baggage can be said to be the safest place in the entire formation, and there are people guarding it in all directions. Little guy, when you get out of the Ziganshina district, don't cry when you see the giant. My sister won't protect you. Hanji opened his mouth and laughed wanton. Humph. Yibai's face was a little stiff. Although the carriage was bumping constantly, he still didn't relax himself. He was holding the plane support on the carriage for almost half an hour. Hanji looked at Yibai, and the more he looked, the more happy he felt, with a foolish look on his face, and the corners of his mouth drooled without knowing it. Yibai suddenly felt a chill. This woman wouldn't want to do anything to herself. Sister is really curious. How did you beat the adults down? How can such a small physique be able to explode so much power? I really want to take off your clothes. Light, study it carefully. Hey. A ray of light flashed in Hanji's eye sockets, and the whole person was a little dark, and some kind of crazy idea was brewing in his mind. What a good idea. Hanji nodded affirmatively. Boom. Yibai, a carp, jumped up from the cardboard, rushed in front of Hanji, put his hands on her shoulders, and said softly, "You can try it. You are the one who takes off my clothes first. Or I'll take off your clothes first." Light. Cut. Hanji was silent for a while, his face became stiff, and there was a sharp pain in his shoulders. This guy's strength is really amazing. Why does the head of the regiment always like to recruit some strange guys recently? What a boring guy. Hanji pulled away Yibai's hands, and Levi's face inexplicably appeared in his mind. The little dwarf with fish eyes that has been dead for 10,000 years, always showing an embarrassed look like he owes Joe's money face shape. But I have to say, this guy is a genius. It takes a year for a normal person to master a 3-dimensional mobile device. It took Levi a month, and the person in front of him only took 10 days. 10 days. Even Hanji sincerely admires such an amazing learning ability. It would be great to study science with him. At this moment, the horse team had already driven out of the Higashina area for about 10 minutes. With the first green signal bomb rising into the sky, the soldiers on the edge of the formation have already met the giant. Boom, boom. Green flares would rise in every area, and Levi could see the smoke rising from the green flares in the sky from a distance. The entire army quickly interspersed in the kingdom of giants, trying to avoid fighting as much as possible. At this moment, Levi put on a 3-dimensional mobile device for himself. With a height of about 1 meter 4, even the 3-dimensional mobile device is a reduced version. The entire team progressed in relative safety for 3 hours, and aside from a few fighting, the casualty rate is currently low. The sky gradually darkened, and the fiery red cirrus clouds were like burning flames, illuminating the vast expanse of the wilderness. Boom! The ground trembled, and a 5-meter-sized giant appeared behind him. He was completely naked, his long body hair swayed wantonly in the wind, his funny cheeks and mouths were open, and he stepped on the ground and charged towards the carriage full of baggage. Levi's face was gloomy for a moment, and there was no news of the people in the formation at the rear, but the giant appeared here. Could it be that something happened in the back, and it was too late to launch a flare? Thinking of this, my heart sank. There was no other way, so I had to get on. If the carriage was destroyed, it would be a big problem whether a group of people could go back. Click. Levi took out 2 silver blades from the combat device hanging on both sides of his legs. The snow-white blades bloomed with hunting cold light, gritted his teeth, and his eyes were fixed on the front. The winch in the combat device rotates at a high speed, and 2 composite steel twisted ropes are shot out of the combat device in an instant. The white gas shot out from the jet hole connected to the back of the waist. In the rapid extension of the rope, Levi's body slightly lifted off the ground and quickly slid forward. The giant raised his foot. Levi's vision suddenly cast a large shadow, and the whole person passed under the giant's body against the ground. Call out. The steel strands rubbed violently inside the combat device. Wipe. A light anchor hook inserted into the ground in the distance was quickly recovered, and under the control of Levi, it was inserted into the trunk of a camphor tree beside the giant. Go to hell. The fan turned rapidly, and the air vents on the back of the waist released a large amount of gas vapor. Under the action of the reaction force, Levi held the silver double-edged blades and swept up into the sky, connecting the big ones. The 2 steel strands of the combat devices on both sides of the legs are like silver wires exposed to the air. Under the refraction of the sun, the sharp lines release the light of death. Levi's body quickly approached the back of the giant's neck, which was the giant's Achilles heel. Only by cutting off the muscles here could the giant be killed. The muscles all over his body were tense, and during the 2 seconds of swiping in the air, Levi held the silver-white double blade, turned his body more than half of his body, and then slashed with the double blade. The top of the giant's head swept past and slashed down at the back of his neck. Levi's eyes narrowed. The giant raised his right hand, and the palm covered the back of his neck. Whoa! This blow only slashed the back of the hand, and a large amount of bright red blood splattered. The wind lifted the hair that covered the giant's eyes, and the huge copper bell-like eyes looked at Levi, and the black pupil and the angle of the sunlight swept across. The ray of light looked very strange. The giant's injured right hand quickly fell back, directly on a steel rope that was swirling in the air. In an instant, Levi lost his balance and rushed towards the giant. Click. The other hand grabbed Levi precisely, and the scene was extremely dangerous in an instant. Hanji covered his mouth in horror and muttered, "The wisdom giant. The update is very powerful. Why are there so few tickets for flowers? Everyone has disappointed me, and I am disheartened." Hey. Chapter 14 Hanjizoi's Strength 6th More. Hanjizoi, on the surface, is crazy, but hidden under the fiery appearance is an extremely calm heart. After all, not everyone can be a sub-commander of the Survey Corps. A giant of wisdom appeared, and even Hanjizoi couldn't calm down. Even if Erwin was here, he might change color. In this world, giants are divided into brainless giants and intelligent giants. Brainless giants are divided into ordinary species and strange species. Every year, 90% of the casualty rate of soldiers in the Survey Corps is caused by strange species. The odd-line species, as the name suggests, is a special brainless giant. Compared with ordinary brainless giants, it is much more dangerous. They either run extremely fast, jump extremely high, or have superhuman crawling ability, and their actions are much more agile than ordinary brainless giants. If there is a strange species in front of him, Hanjizoi will probably get excited, and then think about how to take the giant back for autopsy. However, standing in front of him is a wise giant, and looking at the appearance, his mouth is much larger than that of ordinary giants. Maybe it is the legendary giant of E. Thinking of this, a history of the empire appeared in Hanjizoi's mind. This is a history that was tightly controlled by the royal government and strictly forbidden to spread. 2,000 years ago, Fritz Ymir, the ancestor of the giant, made a contract with the earth demon and obtained the power of the giant. After Fritz Ymir's death, her power was divided into 9, and was inherited by 9 people, each of whom acquired different abilities, but each of them was countless times stronger than the brainless giant. With a giant body and human wisdom, Ymir's descendants used the power of giants to quickly defeat other countries and became the overlords of the entire world, ruling the entire world for more than 1,700 years. Until now, the power of the wisdom giant has not been cut off, and it has been inherited in the bodies of generations of inheritors. Just now, this giant, when Levi slashed at the back of its neck, actually stretched out his hand to protect his weakness, a move with such a clear purpose that a brainless giant could not do. Levi, danger. Hanjizoi finally came to his senses, pushed the frame of his glasses, pulled out the silver-white double-edged, and rushed out of the carriage. Although the terrain is plain, it is not conducive to the play of the three-dimensional mobile device. But don't forget, she is Hanjizoi. It's just that the brilliance of Erwin Smith, Levi Ackerman and others is too bright to cover her up. In fact, her own strength is not weak. Although not one person is worth the heaven-defying existence of a human brigade, he is also a member of the ultra-elite unit in the Survey Corps. The blade was shining, and the sky was full of white shadows. Hanjizoi's body changed extremely. The gas tank behind him kept spewing steam. In an instant, the speed climbed to the peak. With the help of the steel rope, Hanjizoi jumped up high. The silver-white double-edged blades were intertwined and stabbed into the giant's bright eyes. Whoa! Blood splattered. Hanjizoi swirled in the air, and with the help of a tree stump, he stepped lightly on one foot, and the whole person was like a swallow, light and steady on the ground. The giant went mad, let out a wailing, and his speed suddenly accelerated a lot. He stretched out his arm, and a palm that was as huge as a palm fan slammed down on Hanjizoi. Although it has not yet landed, the gust of wind came first, and the blow was extremely fierce. Hanjizoi stepped forward and tried to leave by manipulating the three-dimensional mobile device. Chi-chi. Several jets of steam spewed from the gas tank, but no continuous airflow could be formed. I'm out of breath. Something went wrong at the most critical moment. It must have been the high-speed movement that used up the gas in the three-dimensional device. In an instant, Hanjizoi's heart sank to the bottom. Ruined. No matter how much you run, you are not as fast as a giant. Without the assistance of three-dimensional mobile devices, human beings would not be the opponents of giants at all. Hanjizoi closed his eyes helplessly and waited for a long time. Time was quiet, and every minute and second passed, and Hanjizoi's heart was teetering on the death line. Suddenly, a strong wind blew across his face, and Hanjizoi tried to open his eyes. What caught my eye was a figure that was incomparably small compared to a giant, but in Hanjizoi's eyes, it was as majestic as heaven and earth. Shocked beyond comparison, what kind of experience is it? At this moment, Hanjizoi finally felt it. Levi stretched out his fist and pressed it firmly against the giant's palm. One was so huge and the other was extremely small. The space presented a huge contradictory relationship, but at this moment it was so balanced. The two collided, creating a large wind pressure that lifted the surrounding grass like a road roller. Where Levi stood, the ground sank directly, and the entire heel sank into the soil. This guy. Hanjizoi's heart was beating non-stop. This scene is really shocking. The mayfly shook the tree, and actually won. Hanjizoi couldn't calm down. Boom. Levi caught the giant's palm, unloaded a little, and moved away from the spot. The giant's palm slapped the ground, and a large piece of soil rolled into the sky like flying sand. Boom. With a hard kick, Levi slammed the giant's arm, directly stepping out of a blood hole. This blow was so terrifying. Open the door, the first door of the 8th Dunjia. It's still a little tough to deal with giants. In the distance, the ground rumbled, and the center troops who reacted finally came to support. Chapter 15 Dangerous Situation, 7th More. What's the situation? A man with a stub rubble and a stubble on his head, looked at the giant not far away with a solemn look. His face was as gloomy as ink. The safest baggage troop was actually attacked. Where did the rear troops go? Does it mean that the entire army has been wiped out? If there is a problem with the supplies that sustain the troop operation, the operation will have to go back in vain. The previous investigations outside the walls yielded nothing at all, and they also made huge sacrifices. The pressure on the forces that supported the investigation corps in Wangdu was extremely unusual. If we can't fight another good battle this time and give the capital a satisfactory result, then maybe this will be the last investigation outside the wall by the Survey Corps. How could this be? The stubborn man's name is Traus Kutcher, a squad leader of the Survey Corps. Everyone starts fighting to protect the safety of Hanji and the carriage. With a loud shout, the horsemen behind Traus divided into two groups, and several soldiers pulled out their double-edged swords and rushed forward. At this moment, the battle between Levi and the giant was extremely fierce. The dexterous figure swept quickly on the ground, dodging countless attacks by the giant. A ray of light flashed in the giant's eyes, and a shocked look appeared in an extremely humanized look. This man seemed to be different from the human warriors he had encountered before. He seldom used three-dimensional mobile devices from beginning to end. Couldn't help him. The silver-white steel rope rolled up in the sky, and several soldiers rushed up instantly. Although the terrain is flat, these veterans have rich combat experience and know how to overcome the resistance brought by the terrain and maintain the maximum combat effectiveness. The overwhelming offensive fell like a storm. Some aimed at the tendon of the giant's heel, some aimed at the leg muscles, and the remaining few people cooperated with each other. Confusing. Attack. The head. The cooperation between the members was extremely tacit. Under the cover of his teammate, Traus roared and slashed at the back of the giant's neck. Wow! This blow's Kong was dodged by the giant. The giant turned around angrily, and dealt with these flies first. The palms accurately grasped the two steel rope, and the two warriors who were swept in the air lost their balance in an instant, and then let go and threw it fiercely. The light anchor hook that was stuck on the ground was pulled out of the ground in an instant, followed by flying into the distance. Two black spots appeared in the sky, and then fell rapidly, and there was no possibility of surviving. The other people's movements stopped at the same time, and their scalps felt numb. This is the giant of E, don't take it lightly. Han Jizoi had a headache. The baggage troop had hardly ever been attacked in previous battles, so in this case, there was almost no way to fight back. The standard configuration of the military for soldiers is that each soldier will be equipped with 4 gas storage tanks, 2 of which are carried on the battlefield and 2 are kept by the baggage unit. The gas stored in these 4 gas storage tanks represents the time that a soldier can use the 3-dimensional mobile device to fight. In fact, it is limited and should be used with caution. Just now, because of the insufficient gas capacity in the gas tank, Hanji almost died because of this. As a veteran, Hanji should not have made such a low-level mistake. For Hanji, this kind of mistake will never happen to him, and he will never make such a low-level mistake. The real reason is actually related to Levi. The gas tank on Hanji's body is actually Levi's gas tank. The gas content has reached the warning level before the battle begins. Is it a mistake by the gas replenishment team of the Garrison Corps, or is someone deliberately trying to frame Levi? This is a question in Hanji's heart. Levi can play a bigger role than himself on the battlefield. When Levi asked him to replace the gas tank, Hanji gave him his without hesitation. Although the baggage unit is in charge of himself, and he can use other people's reserve gas tanks for Levi, but Hanji will not do such a hurtful thing. Levi took not only his own portable gas tank, but also 2 spare gas tanks, plus Levi's own reserve gas tank, a total of 6. With such a huge amount, what is Levi going to do? Hanji's current situation is already in an extremely embarrassing position, and he can't fight without gas, etc. Something seems wrong. Hanji's eyelids jumped suddenly. What is the purpose of the giant E? Although the battle has been in a stalemate until now, the giant is a lot closer to the carriage that carries the baggage. Is this its goal? An investigation outside the wall can be as long as a month, or as short as 3 or 5 days. No matter how long or short, if the baggage troop is destroyed, the entire reconnaissance formation will suffer a fatal threat. There is absolutely no guarantee in the giant's eyes. Hanji will never allow such a thing to happen. Boom! The whole carriage was blown away, and the supplies rolled in the air and fell in all directions. The last thing I wanted to see happened. Hanji felt a chill all over his body. When such a big thing happened, why didn't the central natural forces move at all. Could it be that Captain Erwin is also in trouble? On the battlefield, Levi fought to the point of madness. The squad that had just been reinforced had all been sacrificed, but it caused damage to the Giant of E. At least its leg tendons were cut off. White smoke came out of the leg. Although it was being repaired slowly, the movement speed of the Giant E was much slower. Chi. The gas in the Levi gas storage device is urgent. Final blow. The whole person jumped up into the sky and spun rapidly. At this moment, Biao Hulian was performed to the extreme. A white lotus flower suddenly bloomed in the sky, and it swept across the giant's legs with unparalleled momentum. Boom! A large piece of muscle was chopped off, and the blow was deadly enough, and the Giant of E fell to the ground with a bang. Roar! The Giant of E roared, and the waves of his voice were higher than waves. Levi suddenly felt the earth tremble violently, and he felt an inexplicable chill behind him. He tilted his head subconsciously, and his scalp went numb. In the northwest corner, northeast corner, and south area, a large number of giants are coming here, at least a dozen of them. Stepping on the large swath of dust splashed by the ground makes the sky change color. After the stunning blow, Levi's physical strength was exhausted, and he could no longer support the opening of the door. He lay on his back on the ground. The situation in front of me can't be described as a desperate situation of life and death. Chapter 16 Hanji's Dreamland 8. Levi was lying on the ground. His heart was beating violently. The state of opening the door brought a huge load to his body, and his body was not very strong. What should I do? Levi's eyes met the Giant E's lying on the ground, and the eyes, which were as huge as a tray, suddenly flashed a ferocious look. There was no white smoke coming out of the broken wound, and the giant's powerful life recovery ability seemed to have stopped. It turned out that he had also been exhausted. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and a vigorous body jumped down from the sky, and the silver-white double blade slashed the back of the neck of the Giant E. Levi raised his head. It turned out to be Hanji. It turned out that Hanji picked up the gas tank of the dead soldier and regained the ability to fight again. This blow worked immediately, and the Giant of E was completely lost after shaking for a while. However, the giant it attracted did not stop, and amidst the rumbling footsteps, the sound of horses' hooves trampling the earth came from afar. It seems. Looking in the direction of the billowing smoke, the leading person raised the blade high above his head, and a large number of troops galloped towards here. With that blonde hair, who is it if it's not Erwin? Everyone is scattered. Let's fight. Gao Yan's voice penetrated the space, and the troops gathered together split instantly and attacked in the direction of the giant's attack. The night is about to fall, the sky is darkening, the moon is hidden behind the clouds, and it is becoming clearer. The giant's movements were getting slower and slower, and in the end it was almost moving forward. Whoa, totally one-sided slaughter. Under the frantic attack of the soldiers of the Survey Corps, the dozen or so giants all fell to the ground. Why is this happening? Hanji pushed the frame of his spectacles. It seemed that similar situations had occurred in the previous 2 out-of-the-wall investigations. As soon as the moon rises, the giant's actions become sluggish. When it's close to the early morning, these hateful guys will completely lose their ability to move. That's when the entire army is the safest and can take a short rest. Looking at the bright moon rising in the sky, a large piece of moonlight fell on the ground through the clouds, and there was a gust of wind blowing in the vast wilderness, and the wind was mixed with a bloody smell of blood. The brainless giant is very active during the day, and it will become extremely slow in action at night. This is the information that has been obtained. What really confuses Hanji is that the sky is still around 7 o'clock in the evening, the moon has just risen, and although the sky is dark, the giant's actions will definitely not be so slow that it can be easily cut by humans, to the point of killing. What happened? What happened? Suddenly, a look of horror appeared on Hanji's face. She staggered backwards, and finally fell directly to the ground. 2 lines of blood dripped from Captain Erwin's eyes. His left arm was gone, and there was an extra bloody hole in his heart. There are also those warriors. Many people know Hanji. These figures sitting on horseback are almost all dyed red with blood, and their faces like dead gray reveal the blue of the dead. Truce. Hanji opened his mouth and stared so hard that he couldn't believe it. She clearly saw that Trouse was torn in half by the giant, and the fragments of his internal organs were scattered everywhere. However, at this moment, Trouse appeared alive in front of his eyes. Not only Trouse, but also many dead people appeared. With a cold wind blowing across his face, Hanji shivered inexplicably, and a feeling called fear came to his heart. Suddenly, Hanji lowered his head and looked at his arm. A large red spot appeared on it. Raised his head. The moon in the sky turned blood red at some point. The strange red moon. Hanji suddenly felt very cold, and couldn't help but put his arms on his chest. Not far away, Erwin jumped off the horse. His stiff body stiffened, jumped up from the ground, and rushed towards Hanji. Under Hanji's horrified eyes, the hole in front of Erwin's chest became bigger and bigger, and finally his vision was completely covered, and the whole person exclaimed, ... Ah! An extremely sharp scream rang in Yi Bai's ears. Yi Bai regained some strength at this moment, and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Not far away, the main force was divided into several groups to lead the giants away, and a fierce battle was going on. Looking for the past in the direction of the voice, Yi Bai's eyes narrowed. It was Hanji. Her face was abnormally pale, her eyes were tightly closed, her whole body was covered in sweat, and the skin on her face was twisted together, an expression of extreme pain. She rolled on the ground, and she didn't even notice a few bloodstains on her face. Hanjizoi. Crazy girls. With no response, she seemed to be experiencing a terrifying dream. Yi Bai stayed by Hanji's side, shouted in her ear, and even kicked and beat with his hands, but Hanji still didn't wake up from the dream. Not long ago, Hanji slashed the back of the neck of the giant Yi with a knife. Then, after taking a short rest, this happened. To say that Hanji fell asleep naturally, Yi Bai wouldn't believe it if he was beaten to death. You must know that this is a battlefield. Hanji's nerves are not so big. To make Hanji terrified like this, the dream must be extremely terrifying. In an instant, Yi Bai felt a chill. It must have something to do with the giant Yi on the ground, and subconsciously turned his head. Where there is still the figure of the giant of Yi, only a few corpses of Trosvane and a large open field come into sight. Old irons. Today at the 8th watch, I will ask you if you can do anything. I can't do it anymore, and I feel like people will be useless if I code again. That's all for today. I'm going to bed. The old iron who is reading a book, please leave a message in the book review area. I count how many people there are. Chapter 17 Demon Giant, Eye of Time. After a tragic battle, the giants within a radius of 5 kilometers were all beheaded by the main force of the Survey Corps. Erwin sent 2 squads to guard the periphery, and the rest were concentrated on standby. Blah blah blah. The warhorse raised its hooves high, and Erwin pulled the reins, turned from the horse, and dismounted, then walked in the direction of Yi Bai. At this moment, Yi Bai wrapped both hands tightly around Hanji, because she showed signs of mild self-mutilation. At this moment, Hanji's face was full of beads of sweat, and the bundles of hair had been spread out. The glasses do not know where to go. Hanji, who doesn't wear glasses, vaguely reveals a bit of wild beauty with his long hair loose. Because Hanji in the original book doesn't pay attention to his appearance, he is considered to be the least attractive of all women, but the more he looks more attractive. Yi Bai swallowed his saliva and forced himself not to think wildly. Seeing Erwin approaching, he raised his head and said calmly, "Captain Erwin, have you not woken up yet?" Erwin frowned, and there was a rare dignified expression on his face. Yi Bai was a little strange. Erwin's first sentence was not what happened, but whether he had woken up yet. It seemed that Erwin knew what happened in advance. Thinking of it this way, Yi Bai nodded softly. It's still too late. Erwin's face was a little gloomy, and he turned his head to look at the large open field. The breeze was blowing his golden hair, and Erwin's eyes became worried. The troops paid nearly 30% casualties just to trap the giant monster, but they still failed. Where's the giant? Erwin asked. What? The giant who attacked the baggage unit. Killed by Captain Hanji. Are you saying that you were killed by Hanji? Did you chop off the muscles at the back of your neck? Erwin stepped forward and touched Hanji's forehead. He felt a cold touch, far lower than that of Hanji. Normal body temperature. Yes, I saw with my own eyes that Captain Hanji killed the giant, and then the giant's body disappeared out of thin air. Yi Bai answered truthfully. Captain Erwin, do you know something? Why did Captain Hanji fall into this state? Yi Bai asked, a little anxious. After all, Hanji had sacrificed his life to help him in the battle just now, and it could be regarded as his own lifesaver. Benefactor, he naturally couldn't bear Hanji to suffer such torture. Erwin stood up, his deep voice slowly overflowing from his throat. This is a giant monster, and the last few out-of-the-wall investigations are all related to him. If it becomes a human weapon, then the war situation between humans and giants will be reversed in an instant. Quote, Demon Giant. Yi Bai was startled. It seems that there is no such existence in the original work. It seems that after crossing into the real world, some things that were not covered in the original work began to appear. What is a giant monster? Hanji must have been caught in the death stare of the giant before his death, which is the Eye of Time, and stepped into the infinitely terrifying reincarnation dream space. This is a big trouble. Erwin's eyelids jumped, and the time eyes are the unique ability of the giant monster. 20 years ago, the giant monster appeared once. That time it appeared in the form of a giant in armor. After paying a huge sacrifice, the Survey Corps finally killed the giant monster, and mastered the secret of the Eye of Time. This information was learned by Erwin from Keith, the former head of the Survey Corps. In the past 2 surveys outside the wall, the giant appeared again, this time in the form of the Giant of E. The first soldier who was hit by the Eye of Time and entered the dream reincarnation, persisted for a day and then spasmed all over his body, tore his face apart, and died in an extremely terrifying death. Since that time, Erwin has realized that the magic giant has appeared again. In the early days, not long after the appearance of this giant who transformed into the Giant of E, an idea came to Erwin's mind. If you can deprive the power of the Eye of Time, use it as a weapon to fight the giants, and let the giants fight. Stepping into the endless dream reincarnation to fend for itself, if successful, it will directly determine the future of human beings, whether to walk into the vast outer space or hide in the inner world and wait for death. Quote, therefore, Erwin made a lot of careful preparations and plans, and this extra wall investigation was the moment of battle. There are only 3 people who know this secret, myself, Sanmao, and Hanji. As an insider, why did Hanji take the risk of being attacked by the Eye of Time? Thinking of this, Erwin's face became suspicious. Is it? Thinking of Hanji's strong curiosity and exploration, Erwin vaguely understood why Hanji did this. 2,000 years ago, the ancestor of the giant signed a contract with the Earth Demon to obtain the power of the giant. After the ancestor of the giant died, her power was divided into 9, and she became the 9 Giants of Wisdom. The Giants of Wisdom are the manifestation of divine power, but there are not only gods, but also demons in this world. Few demonic powers flowed into the world from the body after the death of the ancestor of the giants and became a demon giant. Although there is only one head, it is a terrifying existence that can transform into 9 Giants of Wisdom. A clear voice rang in Yi Bai's ears. Hanji opened her eyes at some point, but her complexion was frosty, and she stared at Erwin coldly, telling a shocking fact. Chapter 18 Desperate Levi. With the Eye of Time, those who are hit by this technique will enter an infinitely terrifying reincarnation dream. Yi Bai's mind couldn't help but come to a kind of illusion in Naruto world, infinite moon reading. Infinite monthly reading creates a world in which the consciousness of Chinese French practitioners is forever immersed in that illusory world. However, the world in infinite monthly reading is beautiful and pure, and can satisfy the most desired part of Chinese French practitioners' heart. However, the Eye of Time is an infinitely terrifying dream, which means that the Eye of Time is even more terrifying than infinite moon reading. Thinking that the infinite moon reading is a group attack, while the Eye of Time is a single attack, it is not without reason that it is more powerful. Thinking of this, Yi Bai is relieved. On the other side, Erwin saw that Hanji woke up, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. No one who has been attacked by the Eye of Time in the past has been able to wake up, but Hanji did it. What a terrible woman. Only those who can endure infinite terror can escape from the dream. Did she find something in the dream? Looking at Hanji's dazed expression, Erwin felt that Hanji needed a rest, wait until she regained her mental state, and asked her some more information. Very quiet at night. After a night's rest, when the first ray of shui penetrated the endless clouds in the morning and shone on the ground, all the members of the Survey Corps were ready to go. The team still looked huge. This extramural investigation has 2 main purposes. The first is to get more information about the giant monster. It is best to capture the giant monster. Although the capture operation failed due to the lack of timely support from the main force, Hanji became the first person to emerge from the state of the Eye of Time. It was an unexpected gain, and there may be new intelligence information hidden in it. So the first goal is half completed. At the bottom of Erwin's mind, the second purpose has to do with a person. This man's name is Levi Ackerman. Levi Ackerman, originally a gangster in the underground street of the Wangdu, after obtaining the 3-dimensional mobile device in the black market, used its supermobility to do some illegal and criminal activities in the Wangdu. Finally, in the course of a crime, he was captured by the ultra-elite unit of the investigation corps led by Erwin. At the same time, not only Levi, but also two of his friends, who were Levi's best friends, were captured. Thinking of this, Erwin turned his head to look at the troops who were ready to go. The team leader of Sanmao had rearranged the long-distance reconnaissance formation. This time the formation was more streamlined and agile. Erwin, it's time to go. With a little delay, this area is not safe. Sanmao walked to Erwin's side, put his hands behind him, and said softly, "Well, I see." Erwin raised his head and looked at the sky. Although it was still early in the morning, the sun just showed its head and disappeared into the cloud. The sky in the distance was very gloomy, and the clouds were piled up. It looked like it was going to rain. "Remind the troop, get your raincoat ready and leave in 3 minutes," Erwin said calmly. Seeing Sanmao's back gradually moving away, Erwin walked to his war horse and touched the carrying bag on the horse's back. There was a scroll in it, which was related to Levi. In the imperial capital, there is a powerful businessman named Ralvin. This scroll records a lot of criminal facts about Ralvin, and Levi was driven by Ralvin that he was caught by himself and joined the Survey Corps. Otherwise, with Levi's strength, how could he be caught by himself? Levi joined the Survey Corps and wanted to kill himself and take away this scroll. This is something Erwin already knew in his heart. Therefore, the scroll on horseback that recorded a large amount of Ralvin's criminal evidence is fake, and the real scroll has already been in the hands of President Zachary. If nothing else, the current Ralvin should be finished. Levi, the most powerful soldier in human history. For Erwin, it is a double-edged sword. If you use it well, it is an artifact to kill giants. If you use it badly, it will take your own life. Erwin is betting. He is having a gamble with Levi, and the stake in the gamble is Erwin himself. Boom! The ground trembled lightly, and the troops began to set off. They quickly dispersed according to the predetermined formation. 20 minutes later, thunder flashed in the sky, and a heavy rain poured down. The strong wind was mixed with dense rain, and those who were blowing could not open their eyes. However, it cannot stop the progress of the Survey Corps, because in this weather condition, humans will rest, but giants will not rest. This kind of creature, which is similar to the mental retardation, does not know what is windy or what is thunder. The violent storm obscured people's sight. At the edge of the formation, 3 soldiers quietly put on their rain hats and drove their horses away from the main force. "Brother, let the 2 of us go with you." Yes. The 3 of them rode their horses and ran all the way. The first one was called Fran, who joined the Survey Corps because of Levi's relationship, and the next one was called Isabel, a young girl with a strong youthful atmosphere. The violent weather could not be restrained at all. Her excitement. God, assassinating Erwin. He is the head of the Survey Corps. The existence of super elites of human beings. It is very exciting to think about it. No, it's too dangerous. I'll go alone. Levi's eyes pierced ahead and said without turning his head. His expression was calm from beginning to end, calm like a pool of stagnant water, unable to show the slightest waves. "Big brother, don't say it. Trust me." The 2 of them wanted to say more, but they were interrupted by Levi's stern shout. In the rain screen. 10 minutes later, Levi, who was chasing after Erwin, should have kept going at a high speed, suddenly stopped. His heart felt inexplicably cold, and there was a vague sense of bad premonition. Rainy days are extremely dangerous. Did something happen to the 2 rookies, Isabel and Fran? In an instant, Levi's heart sank to the bottom, and the horse immediately turned around and ran back. The rain fell from the sky, and the ground was stained red with blood. A 10-meter level giant opened his mouth and half bent on the ground, looking for new prey. The solitary head, the dilapidated corpse, the desperate eyes of Isabel before her death, and scenes of tragic reality, reflected in Levi's eyes. Boom! Amidst the sound of rain falling to the ground, Levi suddenly knelt on the ground, and his back was unusually lonely at that moment. "Brother, we will accompany you to the end." "Yeah, Levi, we're best friends. Trust us." The old days reverberated in Levi's mind like a slideshow. A choked sound of despair to heart palpitations resounded throughout the dark world. Looking at the criminal murderer not far away, this is a strange kind of behavior. In an instant, Levi was already rushing up. Friendly reminder, if you want to unlock the next chapter, please vote for flowers. Haha, just kidding. Everyone throw flowers to encourage the author. Chapter 19 Let It Burn. Captain. Blah blah blah. law. Bean-sized raindrops crashed on the ground, Levi's boots swept across the ground quickly, and one after another, the water splashes exploded one after another. Suddenly, the 10-meter level giant turned his head. His long hair fluttered in the sky like a curtain of night. A ray of light flashed through his eyes as large as a copper bell, and the corners of his mouth curved into an arc, as if mocking. Looking at Levi who was rushing towards him, he seemed to disapprove, and his big fan-like hand slowly covered the direction where Levi was running. If it were intelligent, it would find itself wrong, and horribly wrong. Levi's short body of 1.6 meters burst out with shocking power at this moment. Swish! Levi's figure was like a ghost, instantly dodging the giant's attack, and two light anchor hooks slammed into the ground. Under the action of the huge recoil, Levi's body swept into the sky. The rain wet Levi's face. It was an extremely ordinary face. Two clear lines of water fell from the corners of his eyes, which was different from the turbidity of the rain. It hung on his cheeks like two pearl necklaces, full of light. Despair. With clenched teeth and a violent heartbeat, Levi sensed every minute and second of his body. The clear rhythm, accompanied by the burning fire of hope, suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Levi's heart died. Swish! The silver blade swirled. The sword shadow filled the sky. The first knife slashed the giant's palm fiercely, and the blood poured down in an instant. Second knife. The whole body began to spin rapidly. This was Levi's death spiral slash. One slash after another, a full 50 slashes, starting from the wrist and extending all the way to the shoulder. The blood dyed Levi's body red. The cold eyes are as silent as water, and there is no emotional fluctuation that belongs to human beings. Levi shifted his body and jumped onto the shoulder of the giant on the other side. His knife was faster than blood splashing. At this moment, the giant's left arm suddenly disintegrated, turning into a cloud of blood that fell to the ground one after another, and the ground was covered with a large area of red in an instant. Die! Die! Death to me! Levi roared, tears streaming down his face. This time, start from the shoulder and swing the knife. Split. Another death spiral. Life is a journey of loneliness and old age. No one can accompany you until old age. This is what Levi has understood since he was a child. Parents can't, neither can your woman, friend. Why can't friends? God took away his father and mother. Why did he cruelly take away his only two friends from his side? The blood was like a rainbow, covering Levi's face. His body was entangled with the giant, and the giant's flesh and bones were stripped away with a knife. A 10-meter level strange line. Even the strength of a squad of the Survey Corps is difficult to deal with. However, in front of Levi, he was as weak as an ant, so weak that any resistance was meaningless. The olive green shirt was stained with blood. The wings of freedom with black and white wings were undulating in the direction of the wind, and Levi's attacking blade was still moving forward. The swirling silver blade was like a storm, and the flesh and blood were separated wherever it passed, and it fell to the ground piece by piece. The right arm exploded, and the blood mist that filled the sky drifted into the distance with the wind. Next came the left leg, then the right leg. In the end, it pushed back all the way along the belly, like a high-speed rotating meat grinder. Each knife was quick, decisive, indifferent, and ruthless. I had no intention of killing people, but God forced me to become a demon. Click. With the last blow, the icy blade rolled up the sky and crossed the giant's neck, and the huge head like a carriage flew high in an instant. The blood on the neck is like a waterfall, and the blood continues to flow. Boom! The huge headless corpse fell to the ground, causing a large splash of water. Whoosh! Levi knelt on one knee on the ground. The half of the sword with the silver blade was inserted into the ground, grabbed the hilt with his left hand, leaned on it. His eyes widened, and he looked lost. Through the puddles on the ground, Levi saw his blood-stained face, and slowly reached out his hand and touched the corner of his eyes, wondering if it was blood or tears. It landed on the fingertips, and was quickly wetted by the rain, dissolved and disappeared. Is it your own tears? When was the last time you cried? Levi raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky in confusion. It's really strange. Why did I suddenly think of this strange question? Oh, I remembered. That was when I was 4 years old. My father left, and my mother followed after my father. It's been 10 years now. Levi, you coward, didn't you promise that you would never cry again in this life? Why are you still crying? Lonely turned around and struggled to stand up from the ground. At this moment, Levi was crying like a child, unscrupulously venting the depression and despair in his heart. Why? Levi stumbled and walked forward in a slump, looking at Isabel's solitary head on the ground. Her eyes were looking in a certain direction, and she never closed her eyes. Your most trusted eldest brother has failed you. Levi slammed his fist on the ground, his roaring voice full of regret and self-blame. After a long time, Levi held up the tattered bodies of Isabel and Frank and turned around sadly. The wings of freedom behind him fluttered in the wind, the sun in the sky pierced the dark clouds, and a ray of light shone straight on the wings of freedom. At this moment, the wings of freedom seemed to be glowing. 10 years of snowfall. From now on, there will be no Levi, only the captain. Old Irons, this book has been signed, and you can rest assured to collect it. Please support me if you like this book. A letter to readers, must see. Hello dear readers. I am writing this with a very nervous mood, hoping to get everyone's understanding and support. Friends who click to collect and read books are believed to be loyal fans of Jinju, and so am I. The current status of Philo is that very few people write about the subject of Jinju, and most of those who dare to write are eunuch. Why eunuch? First, compared to Naruto pirates, Jinju itself is not a popular theme, it has natural limitations, and it is naturally difficult to achieve results. Second, Jinju's worldview is very complicated, and the plot of the original novel is even more foreshadowing and suspense. If the author's plot is slightly wrong, some people will criticize it. In the end, the author is sprayed as a eunuch. If you really like it, please be more patient and tolerant, believe in a book, believe in the author, and believe that he will give you a satisfactory answer. In fact, I hesitated for a long time and did a lot of preparatory work before writing it into judo to the end. You read that right. The ending of Jinju anime is far away, and I have to write the ending first. Regarding the character design of this book, I am absolutely loyal to the original book, that is to say, the third master is still the third master, the soldier is still the soldier, and Ani is still Ani. Many people are the most familiar faces in your mind. It won't spoil at all, just some new stories will be written in my pen. To be honest, I was very moved today. I asked for flowers in the chapter, and some friends immediately voted for hundreds of them. Sincere gratitude. I see your support, which is the biggest motivation for me to write. The current plot has not yet unfolded. The setting of the entire world accounts for 90% of the original setting and 10% of the original. Anyway, it will not disappoint everyone. I remember seeing a reader comment the other day. He said, "Come on, the author. I have read several books on great topics, but none of them insisted on finishing them. Here, I solemnly reply to you in this leaflet. I will endure all pressures, including being sprayed and scolded by others, to finish writing Jinju. No matter how well written, there are bound to be people who don't like it. If it's not well written, someone must like it. Everything has two sides. I just want to be worthy of my heart and be worthy of my favorite friends. Everything depends on your heart, and with your heart and perseverance, you can write a good book. Please rest assured, the author will stay in the giant position and will never fall. Sincerely, salute." August 10, 2017 __. Chapter 20 Return. The sky is clear, the plain after the rainstorm has stopped, and the humid air is filled with the smell of rotting corpses. Are you the only survivor? Erwin led the troops to this place, looked at Levi, who was as silent as a sculpture. A slight arc swept the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "It's really embarrassing." Suddenly, Levi raised his head, maybe out of anger, maybe out of shame, pulled out his knife and rushed towards Erwin. Kang! Erwin raised his right hand and grasped the sharp blade in the palm of his hand. The two stood in a stalemate. Erwin's eyes were calm and deep, and he stared at Levi, who was irrational in front of him. This may be an embarrassing moment in Levi's life. "I'm staying here because I want to kill you." Levi's eyes were burning with angry flames, his whole body trembling uncontrollably because of excessive excitement, and he shouted at Erwin with tears in his eyes. "The information about Ralvin's illegitimate methods, this is a fake." Erwin took out a scroll from his arms and threw it on the ground with a snap. Levi tilted his head and glanced at the scroll. It was because of this thing that he came here, just to kill Erwin to win the scroll and complete the transaction with Ralvin. Does he already know everything? What is it that you have paid for? A ridiculous act like a clown. In an instant, Levi's eyes became extremely stunned. The real item should have been handed over to President Thackeray. "Ralvin is finished," Erwin said to Levi with calm eyes. "You bastard, do you know everything? You know that our target is you, and then take us." Levi angrily pressed on Erwin, but was pulled away by the soldiers on the side, and the whole person stood stiffly in place. Behind him was strangely dark. "The skeleton is smoking white smoke." Levi knelt on the ground weakly. For the first time, he tried to fail, and he failed so completely. Even ruined the lives of two friends. The tragic reality made Levi almost unacceptable. He lowered his head and looked at the burnt ground. Levi's eyes widened. "Trust us, brother, I'll leave it to you." The The voices of Fran and the others still echoed clearly in their ears, but they didn't expect that a goodbye would be a goodbye, and the entrustment of trust eventually became a last word. Levi's hands were on the ground, preventing himself from falling. He can't seem to find any reason to support his dignity. Stop it. Don't regret it. The feeling of remorse will make your next choice slow, prompting you to give up the opportunity to choose to others. If that's the case, you'll have no choice but to die. No one knows what the outcome of the choice will be, and each choice has real meaning when the next choice is made. The investigation outside the wall will continue. Erwin turned slowly. His eyes were unusually calm, looking at the vast plain in front of him, and said softly, Levi, you will come too. One person and one horse. Trampling across the blood-stained ground, Erwin gradually disappeared in front of the light. 3 days later, the 53rd extramural investigation came to an end. The sky is blue, and snow-white pigeons are flying in the sky. The goal is the endless freedom. I don't understand why. It's always been like this, whether I believe in my own abilities or in the choices made by my trusted companions, and the result, no one can predict. The troops slowly drove into the gate of the Higginshina area. Levi took the reins and looked forward calmly. But this guy can see something I can't. Levi nodded slightly, and the last hesitation in his eyes completely disappeared. Well, I'll follow you, Erwin Smith. Go on. Ahead, the silver-white blade was raised high, swinging the knife forward. The horses immediately raised their hooves and ran forward. Passing through the deep and narrow inner door, a large amount of warm sunlight flooded Levi's body. Levi raised his head slightly and looked at the two free-flying pigeons in the sky. He felt some kind of unbreakable faith quietly sprouting in his heart. There is absolutely no reason for me to regret this choice. The 53rd extra wall investigation is over, and the troops can rest for about 3 months to half a year. The gain this time was enough to make those pedantic and conservative forces in the capital speechless. For Erwin, Levi made a correct choice, and Levi did not let him down. The Survey Corps has grown stronger. The road from the capital to Tala town was extraordinarily long. Levi drove the war horses and ran wildly for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, he could see the large wooden buildings in Tala town from a distance, and the surrounding trees that were growing brightly. Snow maple. Mikasa, I promised you, I will definitely come back. Now, I'm back. Levi's eyes flashed with excitement. Who would have thought that a prisoner not long ago would now return with glory wearing the glorious shirt of the Survey Corps? Mikasa, you must wait for me, Levi murmured in his heart, and the warhorse under him suddenly accelerated and rushed into Terra Town. Levi's side story is over, based on the special episode of Attack on Titan, and now the main story continues. Chapter 21 Homecoming is like an arrow, seeking flowers for evaluation. Blah blah blah. The horse's hooves rubbed lightly on the uneven stone road. Levi rode on the warhorse, and the passers-by looked at the wings of freedom behind him with envy in their eyes. The Mikasa fruit shop was right in front of him, but the door was closed. Levi was concentrating, and there was a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. What happened? With the horse under his crotch, Levi walked slowly towards the door, knocked on the door panel, but no one responded, knocked on the door panel again, and stopped for a minute, but also no one responded. There doesn't seem to be anyone inside. Levi's eyes flashed with disappointment. Turning around, turning over and jumping onto the warhorse, he felt the pedestrians passing through him. Look, the boy on the horse wasn't the one who beat cars that day. That logo seems to be the insignia of the Survey Corps. How could it be? My God, I can't read it wrong. He's so young. How could it be wrong? You can buy 3-dimensional mobile devices in the black market, but can you buy the Wings of Liberty shirt? It's amazing. It's amazing. The people around pointed at him, and there was a lot of discussion. 2 days ago, Cars brazenly shouted that Levi had been sentenced to death. He didn't expect to be beaten in the face 2 days later. If Cars saw this scene, he would definitely find a crack in the ground. Get in. Thinking of this, there was a faint expectation in the bottom of everyone's heart. Captain Jisho. Levi would never forget the unique X symbol on Jisho's face when he saw the figure of Captain Jisho from a distance. So he kicked the warhorse lightly, suddenly accelerated and rushed over, jumping all the way, and the pedestrians exclaimed, "Boom!" Hearing the sound behind him, Jisho suddenly turned around. A trace of consternation flashed across his calm cheek. Levi, this little guy actually came back. Wait, there seems to be something wrong. Isn't that olive green shirt the costume of the Survey Corps? Could it be that he joined the Survey Corps, which is the frontline army with the highest mortality rate? But those who can join the Survey Corps are all elites in the army, with the great ideal of daring to sacrifice for mankind in their heart. It seems that a lot of interesting things must have happened in Wangdu. At this moment, Jishu deeply admired himself, because he made a wise decision to reserve the next fighting genius who might shine on the battlefield for mankind. Well, little guy, you've already joined the Survey Corps. Looking at the disappointment written on Yi Bai's face, Jishu understood something in an instant, and a look of sadness flashed across his eyes. This child came for that little girl, Gaishu secretly guessed in his heart. I'm sorry, Yi Bai. Jishu lowered his head and said softly, sorry. Why did he say that to himself, didn't he? Yi Bai shook his head fiercely, rushed over suddenly, jumped up and grabbed Jishu's shoulders and threw him to the ground. His eyes widened and roared, didn't you promise me? You will guarantee their safety. Jishu was stunned, got up from the ground in disapproval, patted the dust on his body, and smiled helplessly in his heart. The child is still too impulsive. I haven't finished my words yet. Their lives are not in danger. It's just that Cars controls the town's economy, so although no one goes to that fruit shop to make trouble, but under the control of Cars, no one dares to go to that shop to buy fruit. If no one buys it for a long time, it will rot, and the result of rot can only lead to the closure of the store. Jishu explained patiently. He stepped forward, patted Yi Bai's shoulder lightly, and said with a smile, so, little guy, go home and have a look. Maybe your family is waiting for you to eat lunch. So that's how it is. Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head with a hint of apology in his eyes, and said embarrassedly, Captain Jisho, I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now. Come here and invite me to a bar when you have time. Seeing Yi Bai stepping onto the war horse, Jishu's eyes were a little confused, remembering that he was young and crazy. Yi Bai pulled the reins, turned his head, a little stunned on his cheek, then returned to his senses and smiled. Definitely. Wave goodbye. The horse's hooves fluttered, rolling up a trail of dust, and Yi Bai returned to his heart like an arrow. 30 kilometers of road, all the way of dust, all the way to look forward to. Bypassing the dense forest, that familiar wooden fence appeared in front of my eyes. Recalling that when he first came here, he fell down from the wooden fence and fell to the ground, and a smile appeared on the corner of Yi Bai's mouth. Now, I will never be so embarrassed again. Yi Bai got off the horse, tied the reins to the tree stump, and walked forward slowly. Suddenly, Yi Bai's eyes narrowed, and he quietly hid behind the stump to hide himself, and then stared straight ahead. A few sneaky figures sneaked out from the side of the house, then gathered at the door, and the leader stepped onto the two-story stairs at the door. The right hand behind him was holding a sharp blade with a gleaming cold light. The sharp blade reflected a dazzling light, which stabbed Yi Bai's eyes all of a sudden. Cuckoo. Inside the house, Mikasa's happy laughter could be heard clearly. Yi Bai's heart twitched violently, and he rushed up almost without hesitation. Old irons. Wait, there are 3 more watches in the afternoon. Chapter 22 Mikasa, change your destiny. One last reminder, after rushing in, the man will kill and the woman will stay. That woman is of pure Oriental blood, and she can sell for a lot of money in the underground black market. If someone accidentally kills that woman, leave me alone. Hey, big brother got it. The woman stays, and there is a little girl who looks good. Why don't you leave it to me for training? HMPH, your taste is much younger again. Let's discuss this matter after it is successful. Getting closer. The whispering voices of these 3 people were almost clearly audible in Yi Bai's ears. Inside the room. Mom, there seems to be a sound at the door. Mikasa put one hand on the table, raised her bangs, exposed her snow-white forehead, and stared at the door with big eyes flashing. Silly child, it is estimated that some kind of small animal came in. Even a stupid thief would not commit a crime at this time. After all, it is only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Karen's eyes were bloodshot, and her expression was full of exhaustion. The gaze that looked at Gina and Mikasa was extremely gentle. For this Ackerman, the beautiful and virtuous Gina, the lively and lovely daughter, is the greatest pride in his life. He may not be able to hold the sword in his hand to fight on the battlefield, but he is willing to exist in this world as the shield of the 2 women's guards. Boom. There was a knock on the door. Mikasa pouted and laughed. Dad, look, I'm not wrong. Well, Mikasa is really impressive. Gina smiled, put down her work, got up and walked towards the door. I'll open the door. Karen got up, pulled Gina back, and walked towards the door herself. The three people have committed crimes for many years, and their subordinates do not know how many lives they have accumulated, so their psychological qualities are unusually strong. Swish. The tall blonde man, who is called by the other two as a big brother, suddenly felt a soft object clinging to his wrist, which seemed to be the hand of a person. Suddenly turning back, in an instant, the dagger in his hand was taken away, and he slammed into his ass and crotch. Ah! A pig-like howl suddenly sounded, so shocked that the leaves fell on the ground, and the birds flew far away. Where's the kid from? I'm going to kill you. The tall blonde man looked in pain, his expression darkened, he endured the severe pain and rushed towards Levi. A half-year-old child is not as tall as his own waist. Really a nosy guy, but the strange thing is, where the hell did this kid pop out of? But no matter what, this action was definitely revealed, and the raid was impossible. We had to deal with this kid first, and then force it on. In his opinion, Levi didn't have the slightest fighting ability, and he only injured himself by a sudden sneak attack. And the two women have no fighting power at all, and the only opponent is Karen Ackerman. However, there are three people on my side, all of them are veteran murderers, so they are almost in control, and there is no suspense at all. In the room, the door handle had been pulled down by Karen by more than half. After hearing this wailing, Karen's hand froze, turned around suddenly, and made a booing gesture towards Mikasa and Gina, signaling them to hide. Stand up, Dad. Mikasa wanted to say something, but Gina covered her mouth and stared at her nervous parents with wide eyes. Mikasa, be good, follow Mom. Gina took Mikasa's hand and walked towards the back room. Karen walked to the corner of the room and opened her storage box. There was almost everything in it, but Karen took out a medium-sized wrench. The wrench weighed about 3 pounds and was about 20 centimeters in length. There was a lot of rust on it, and it seemed that it had not been used for a while. Holding the wrench, Karen touched the window, opened it, and turned out. Bang bang bang. Walking quickly towards the front yard, there was already a crackling sound of fighting in the front yard. ... Big brother, save me, my hand is cut off. A man in green looked blankly at the half of his palm lying on the ground, his eyes full of fear. Looking at this scene, the blonde man's expression was extremely gloomy. In this empire, there are many children who regard the Survey Corps as a hero. The three-dimensional mobile device models and shirts imitated by unscrupulous businessmen are also circulating in the world. Therefore, seeing Levi's costume of the Survey Corps, he just thought it was a model for children on the market. Because Levi is really too young, how could he be a soldier of the Survey Corps? Jin didn't think his judgment would be wrong. This is the most basic common sense. At this moment, however, he felt that common sense could also go wrong. With blood dripping from the silver blade in Levi's hand, he stared coldly at the three people in front of him. He wanted to kill them all and send them to hell. Before you know it, the plot line has already begun, and these three people are the culprits who lead to a major turning point in Mikasa's life. Levi's blade spun high, and the whole person jumped up and slashed at a person's neck. In an instant, blood was like a rainbow, and a big head flew out, and his dying eyes were full of astonishment. Levi landed steadily, his eyes full of sternness, as if looking at a dead person. He slowly approached the other two. Old irons, come and assist, and there are 30 flowers left. We will break the 3,000 flower mark. Please assist quickly. Chapter 23. Not one left. Fourth more. Karen stuck out her forehead from the corner and was instantly stunned when she saw the bloody scene ahead. Levi, why is it him? The headless corpse fell to the ground with blood flowing, and even Karen was shocked by this fierce killing method. It wouldn't be Levi who did it. Karen came out of the corner. Brother, someone seems to be here. The blonde man gritted his teeth and was not willing to admit his failure, but if he didn't run away, his life might be here too. The kid in front of him was really tough. For a moment, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered something that happened in Terra Town a few days ago. The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, Cars, was put together, and 2 soldiers of the garrison were wounded and 1 died, and the initiator was a half-year-old child. Could it be the little devil in front of him? Thinking of this, the blonde man felt a chill in his heart. Even the soldiers stationed in the Corps were not opponents, so how could he be his opponent? Damn. The blonde man spat secretly feeling unlucky. Not only did he gain nothing, but he lost a person on his side. At this moment, without the slightest hesitation, the blonde man turned around and fled. Levi caught up, stabbed the other person's heart with a knife, and continued to chase in the direction the blonde man fled. Swish! A light anchor hook shot out from the three-dimensional motorized device and slammed into the stump of a tree, and the whole body slid forward and swept out in an instant. After a few breaths, he stopped in front of the blonde man. The blonde man stopped and gave up the idea of running away. No matter how fast he ran, could he still have a three-dimensional mobile device? Looking at the stinky child in front of him, the blonde man felt inexplicably cold all over his body. Levi's body was stained with blood, and the blood was still warm. It was the blood that had just pierced the man's atrium and spattered after drawing the knife. After killing two people, Levi's eyes were still abnormally calm, and he slowly held the sword in his hand. Senhan's sword pointed straight at the cheek of the blonde man, and said softly, "There must be a lot of people's lives in the hands. For you, you may have expected such a day when you murdered. You live in this world, you are simply inferior to pigs and dogs. But if you kill people, why do you choose to hurt someone I really value? It's really unforgivable." Levi's voice was cold, and the surrounding space seemed to have suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. The blonde man felt numb all over, and he couldn't help but tremble and tremble. At this moment, a deep sense of remorse welled up in his heart. When he really faced death, his psychological defense line completely collapsed. Soft, kneeling directly on the ground, he no longer regarded Levi as a child, because the indifferent eyes after the murder were even more ruthless and colder than his own. The sun was bright and warm, but in the eyes of the blonde man, the surrounding environment seemed as cold as a prison and extremely silent. Quietly, you could hear your own heartbeat and rapid breathing. Swish! His neck felt cold. The blonde man lowered his head and touched it. The splashed blood instantly covered his right hand. His pupils shrank suddenly, staring blankly at the blood in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. How so? I don't want to die. The counterattack before his death, the strong desire to survive gurgled into his mind. The blonde man roared and rushed towards Levi like a madman. The silver light flashed and cut across, and another headless corpse fell in front of Levi's eyes. Boom! Levi closed his eyes. After a second or two, he opened his eyes and wiped away the blood that fell on the corner of his eyes. Then he put the blood-stained fingertips on the tip of his nose and sniffed lightly. It was a faint smell of blood. Levi raised his head, and through the mottled tree shadows, he saw the blue sky and the snow-white clouds that seemed to be painted in the sky. Everything was still so beautiful. At this moment, I am very fortunate in my heart. If it was a little later, what might catch my eyes would be a suffocating tragedy. Mikasa, your fate has changed, Levi whispered softly. There were footsteps behind him, but Levi didn't turn his head. He knew it was Karen, and he found him just now. At this moment, Karen was shivering all over, threw away the wrench in his hand with a bang, and killed 3 people in succession. Does this guy really have no sense of human life at all? Thinking of Levi's real age, he was only 9 years old. Just so indifferent, so ruthless. Karen suddenly felt a terror from the bottom of her heart. Levi, did you kill all these people? Karen asked with difficulty. His eyes were fixed on Levi's cheek, and he was making a difficult decision in his heart. If Levi nodded, he would drive Levi out of here without hesitation. God knows what he would do to Mikasa and Gina with such an indifferent and murderous heart. At this moment, Karen no longer treats Levi as a child. On the contrary, if Levi shook his head, he would ask the matter to see if it was Levi's fault. Levi looked into Karen's eyes. Karen Ackerman, Mikasa's father, a gentle and good man, although he has the blood of a fighting nation, but his bones are straight and weak, and he always chooses to retreat in the face of things. Karen, if it were you, would you back down? This time, Levi called him by his first name. What? Karen was stunned, not understanding why Levi asked this. They're going to kill you. They are going to take your wife, sell your wife as an item, and make your wife a plaything for the rich. They're going to spoil your daughter too. Karen, what would you do if it were you? A series of cold and ruthless questions hit Karen like a barrage of cannons. The surroundings were suddenly silent, and Karen's eyes were wide open, unable to say a word for a long time. I was wrong about him. If it was me, I'm afraid it would be even more ruthless than Levi's. The sadness in his heart turned into a helpless smile. Karen crouched down, grabbed Levi's hand lightly, and said with guilt, "Thank you, child. This is what should be done. After all, I also hope that Mrs. Gina and Mikasa can be well. Yibai calmly put away the silver and white blades and walked forward. Looking at Yibai's neat movement of closing the knife, Karen behind him was shocked. Did this kid join the Survey Corps? Unable to contain a surprise on his face, he picked up the wrench on the ground and followed with strides. Let's celebrate tonight. Chapter 24 The Warm Daily Life of the Mikasa Family, the 5th update. Taking off the blood-stained shirt, he walked to the well behind the house to salvage a basin of water, and washed the blood on his body. Yibai didn't want to appear in front of Mikasa with a bloody smell. After confirming that the smell of blood on his body had faded away, Yibai followed Karen and walked into the door. Gina, come out Mikasa, it's safe. Karen's body was covered in sweat, and the shirt in front of Shang became transparent. Just now while Yibai was washing his body, he dug a big hole in the forest, and buried all the bodies in it. Karen felt fortunate in her heart. If she hadn't taken in Yibai that day, would she still be alive in this world now? Can Gina and Mikasa still be safe after they die? Just can't imagine. Whoosh. Karen breathed a long sigh of relief and watched his wife and daughter walk out of the back room safe and sound. Dad, what the hell happened just now? Mikasa's steps were a little joyous, and she didn't realize it at all. Not long ago, fate played a big joke on her, but someone went into danger and blocked it for her. Catastrophe. Nothing happened, just two wolves fighting each other. There are always some wild beasts in the woods. Looks like. Karen's gaze turned to Gina, hesitating for a moment. It seems that the wooden fence should be made stronger. Speaking of this, Karen's mouth swept a smile, turned around and pushed Yibai in front of him, smiled and said, Mikasa, look, who is back? Mikasa. Yibai smiled, looking at Mikasa's clean little face. She hadn't seen her for a month, and it seemed that her hair had grown a bit. Yibai. There was a flash of excitement on Mikasa's face. She couldn't help but pounced and hugged Yibai. Instantly full of warm fragrance, Yibai sniffed the fragrance in Mikasa's hair, felt her body trembling slightly due to excitement, gently hugged her, and whispered against her ear, it's not back. I promised you, I will definitely come back. After a while, Mikasa seemed to realize something, and hurriedly broke away from Yibai's embrace, a shy crimson, red color on her face, a girl's coquettish demeanor. Her shy demeanor was undoubtedly revealed, and she whispered like a mosquito, I'm just afraid you'll never come back, just come back. In the bottom of Mikasa's heart, Yibai, the boy who suddenly broke into her world, almost satisfied her desire for everything in her heart. When I first saw Yibai's beautiful and clean face, Mikasa was slightly surprised. Goodbye, Yibai read Sanmao's poem softly, which disturbed the girl's heart in an instant. It turns out that there are such moving poems in the world. It turns out that the world outside the wall is so vast. It turns out that a person's mind can contain a beautiful world. These are what Yibai told Mikasa. Finally, seeing Yibai's strong back in front of him, Yibai did not flinch even in the face of Carl's. With 1 against 3, that vigorous figure gave Mikasa an inexplicable illusion, as if this person would fall one day, go down, but will never fail. Since that moment, the strong back under the sunlight has become eternal in Mikasa's memory. With the gradual change of mentality, Yibai's name seemed to shine, and Mikasa didn't even know why he was so excited when he saw him appear in front of him. These two children. Gina smiled softly, only then did she notice the soldier's costume on Yibai's body. In a month's time, the little guy seems to have matured a lot, and he has the appearance of some adult. He must have suffered a lot in the capital, right? What a poor child. The kind-hearted Gina flashed a distressed look on her cheek, grabbed Yibai's hand and pulled him to her side, and said softly, child, you are now home. Go home. Like being struck by a bolt of lightning, Yibai couldn't help but go home. The word home is so unfamiliar to me, so unfamiliar that I almost forgot the existence of home. And now some people say to themselves that they are going home, and there are others who long to go home by themselves. Yibai turned his head to look at Mikasa's pretty face, and his eyes were wet without knowing it. I can't hold back my tears. It feels so good to be at home. Although simple, but very warm, although still poor, but the family is very warm together. At this moment, Yibai almost unloaded all the burdens on him, and just wanted to have a good sleep and relax himself completely. Looking at Yibai's tired expression, Ackerman and his wife looked at each other, and both saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Gina kindly helped Yibai take off the 3-dimensional mobile device on her body. She didn't ask anything. When Levi wanted to say something, she would naturally say it. Memories. Becoming a soldier for a month is definitely not a pleasant process. Gina sincerely regarded Levi as her own child, and gave her mother all the care she should have for her child. Going to the cabinet, he took out a new set of clothes and handed it to Levi. Levi hummed softly, went to the back to take a shower, then changed into clean clothes, fell headfirst on Mikasa's bed, and fell into a deep sleep. In a flash, dawn. Outside the window, the sound of rain falling on the ground rustled. A carriage stopped at the door, and two people walked down, one big and one small. The adult held an umbrella to cover the boy's head, then pushed aside the fence and walked towards the door. 5 more. It is customary to ask for flower tickets, and the old irons will give me some strength to make me full of motivation to update at night. Chapter 25. Alan, 6th more. There was a knock on the door, and the Ackerman family was having breakfast. Where did Mikasa sleep last night? Levi took a sip of porridge and asked lightly. Well, Mikasa's clear eyes turned a few times, and smiled. I saw you falling asleep yesterday, so I'm embarrassed to disturb it. I slept together with my parents at night. Gina, go open the door. Karen grabbed a tissue and wiped her mouth, having finished her meal. Wait. Levi suddenly stood up from the chair and met Karen's eyes. Karen understood Levi's meaning in an instant. Wasn't yesterday's lesson tragic enough? Looks like this place is not safe anymore. We're going to move. Karen looked at Levi's back as he walked towards the door. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Moving is not a complicated thing. The complicated thing is that I have no money. I originally wanted to wait for the fruit shop to make a profit and build a stronger house, but Carl's lost the business and saved it after working hard for several years. All the money was lost. Carl's. Karen clenched her teeth involuntarily when she thought of the name. Click. The door is open. Levi's muscles were tense, and he was ready for battle, but when he saw two figures, one big and one small, standing at the door, his eyes became astonished. A gentle-looking middle-aged man with long hair and glasses looks like a scientific researcher. There was also a little boy with a red scarf around his neck, wearing a brown short-sleeved top. His eyes were bright and transparent, his little nose twitched. He seemed a little unaccustomed to the rainy weather, and he was about the same height as himself. If I remember correctly, this little boy is Alan Yeager. As for the middle-aged man standing aside with his palm on his shoulder, it should be Alan's father, Grisha Yeager, who is a doctor by profession and whose real identity is a researcher from the Mare Empire. Thinking of this, Levi's eyes were stunned, and he didn't return to his senses for a while. What an unexpected visitor. Seeing the figure standing at the door with an umbrella, Karen suddenly stood up from the chair and greeted him with a big smile. Haha, Dr. Grisha. Oh, and little Alan, why are you here? You must not have eaten yet. Come to the table. Karen and Grisha hugged warmly. Alan wanted to come over and have a look, so I brought it with me. Grisha put the umbrella outside the door, turned and closed the door. The humid air on a rainy day really made him feel uncomfortable, so he took off his black trench coat. Hanging it on the wall, he sat unceremoniously on a chair. Alan must be 9 years old. I haven't seen this child for a long time, and he has grown a lot. Karen smiled, pulled Alan over, and rubbed Alan's fluffy hair. Was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Alan, tell Uncle, you don't want to come here to see Mikasa. Alan's face turned red, and he hesitated, not knowing what to say. Such a shy demeanor made Grisha and Karen laugh. Mikasa's face turned red when she heard these words, and her body unconsciously leaned towards Levi. Even Mikasa didn't realize such a subtle action. Feeling Mikasa's subtle behavior, Levi smiled knowingly. Since he came to this world, I am afraid that there is no Alan on Mikasa's side. In Levi's mind, he was trying to recall the plot of the anime. If he remembered correctly, the reason why Mikasa was so determined to Alan seemed to be this. At the same time, Grisha took Eren to visit the Ackerman couple, but what they saw was the Ackerman couple's body, and Mikasa disappeared. Grisha told Alan to stay where he was, and he went to call someone. However, Alan found Mikasa by groping alone in the rainy night, rushed in and risked his life to protect Mikasa. In the desperate situation, Mikasa also awakened the fighting instinct of the Ackerman family. Although 3 gangsters were killed, Mikasa was already homeless. At this time, Alan stepped forward, took off the red scarf around his neck with special warmth, put it on Mikasa, and said to her, "Follow me home." Recalling the whole plot, Levi couldn't help admiring it from the bottom of his heart. Alan is also an old driver for flirting with girls. Thinking from another perspective, if you were Mikasa, when you are desperate, a clean and handsome boy suddenly appears to protect you and encourage you. And when you are homeless, hold your hand over a warm scarf, and tell you to come home with me. Such a person, I am afraid afraid you will fall in love with him with all your heart. In the plot of the original book, Alan appeared in front of Mikasa with light. Levi, at this moment, showed a smile that couldn't help but laugh. Such a pity. I came to this world by myself. Now that Ackerman and his wife are not dead, his relationship with Mikasa is developing well, and he will not give Alan a chance to perform. Thinking of this, Levi raised his head and walked towards Alan, smiled and stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Levi. Yes, my name is Levi. Old driver Alan, I'm here, and I won't have anything to do with you. Author's note: when I wrote this chapter, I couldn't help laughing. I don't know if you laughed or not. The 6th update. Smash me to death. Chapter 26. Karen's thought. 7th. More. Limit burst. Alan's expression was slightly stunned. He stretched out a hand and said softly, my name is Alan. The conversation between Grisha and Karen suddenly stopped. His eyes turned to Levi, and he asked, who is this child? Karen smiled, took Levi's hand, and introduced to Grisha, his name is Levi, and he is my adopted son. Adopted child. Grisha's eyes were stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he glanced up and down at Levi. It was not the golden hair of most of the residents of the empire, but the black hair, and he suddenly understood why Grisha had it. To adopt this child. Looking at the boots on Levi's feet, his eyes narrowed. They seemed to be the combat boots of the army. Does this child like the army too? Grisha's medical skills are superb, and he is well known in the vast area within the Wall of Mary, and is respected by many people. Among the patients he treats, there are many human soldiers. Therefore, Grisha was more familiar with the clothes worn by soldiers than ordinary people, so he recognized it at first sight. Karen looked at Grisha and whispered, this kid is already a warrior. Hearing this sentence, Grisha and Alan's eyes suddenly lit up. The former was shocked, but the latter felt a little bit of resentment. Why this fellow about his own age had already joined the army. Alan's willingness to join the army is extremely strong. Whether the Survey Corps leaves the expedition or returns, he is always in the crowd. He is eager to wear the handsome Wings of Freedom shirt. This ideal is like a seed. It was quietly sprouting in his heart. Why is this? This guy doesn't seem to have anything special than himself. Alan, you also want to join the army. Grisha knew his son very well. When he saw Alan's unhappy eyes, he smiled quietly in his heart and understood something, so he put his left hand on Alan's shoulder, asked softly, yeah. Alan hesitated for a while, then nodded heavily. If you want to join the army, go when you are a little older. Human curiosity is uncontrollable. Really, Dad? Alan's eyes lit up, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Did Dad lie to you? Grisha smiled warmly. Alan shook his head. His small fists were tightly squeezed, and the tips of his fists had turned white due to excessive excitement. Grisha tilted his head, looked at Levi kindly, and asked, Levi, can you tell me which Survey Corps you joined? Investigation Corps. Levi replied softly. Investigation Team. This word made everyone's eyelids jump. Karen was better, and the worried look on Gina's face was already written on her face. Although the human beings in the inner world have not been attacked by giants for a long time, except for the soldiers of the Survey Corps, many people only have a vague impression of giants. In short, it is a very large monster that likes to eat people. Never saw a giant. Gina has never seen the giant, but she often hears some news about the Survey Corps from Higginshina City. For example, the death rate of the Survey Corps exceeded 30%, and the son of an old woman died on the battlefield, and even the body could not be found. Every time she heard such news, Gina would be shocked. Levi, looking at this cute little guy, with his jet black hair, it seems that he is his own son, and he has the blood of pure Oriental people like himself. How could he join the Survey Corps, the unit with the highest casualty rate? To be precise, we are not yet a full member. We just got a quota in advance, but to become a full member, we still have to go through the training of the training corps and get the approval of the king's government before we can become a member of the Survey Corps. Levi added. Even so, that's amazing. Grisha regained his composure. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he always felt that the child in front of him seemed to be hiding a secret that interested him. Survey Corps. Alan's eyes seemed to glow. That was the place he most wanted to enter, and everyone was a hero in his heart. Levi, have you ever seen a real giant? Alan asked. I've seen it. Levi nodded and continued. I participated in the 53rd survey outside the walls. What? Karen stood up from the chair with a bang, and Levi's sharp and decisive killing method suddenly appeared in his mind. It turned out that he had already fought against giants and experienced true death, but he She is only 9 years old. Is this child a monster? Mind is too mature. Karen felt a slight slap in the tongue. He had forgotten what he was doing when he was 9 years old, and he was probably still playing with mud on the ground. Thinking of this, Karen was helpless, and even more angry. Why join the Survey Corps? Isn't it bad to join the Gendarmerie or the Garrison Corps? Looking at Gina's worried eyes, even Mikasa's face showed unhappiness. Karen sighed. He felt that it was necessary to find time to have a good talk with Levi, and persuaded Levi to give up joining the Survey Corps. Childish thinking. If something happened to him on the battlefield, his wife and daughter would be sad for a long time. Moreover, Levi, as a member of this family, is also an existence that has been recognized by him. So, be sure to talk to Levi. At this moment, this idea has become very firm in Karen's mind. The ultimate outbreak, the 7th update, sleep, fight again tomorrow. Chapter 27, Levi's decision. Dr. Grisha had breakfast, talked earnestly with Karen for 2 hours, and got up to say goodbye. After closing the door, Karen, who slowly retreated from the door, had a gloomy face on her face. Uncle Karen, you seem to have something on your mind. Levi asked. Karen was stunned. The child's heart is really delicate. Levi has shocked Karen enough. Karen even felt that it was no longer suitable to treat Levi as a child. Levi is more mature than himself, like a monster in a tender body. Looking around, Gina sat quietly on the stool and was busy with the work in her hands. The fabrics made by the ingenious Gina are also exquisite and unusual. Although it is some manual work, it can also subsidize the family and make the family's life a lot more comfortable. Look at Mikasa again. This child has inherited her mother's beautiful appearance and gentle personality. Mikasa is now 8 years old, and it is almost time to go out and learn survival skills. Otherwise, Mikasa will become an ordinary person like her mother. Housewife. The child's heart was pure like a mirror, and Karen didn't want Mikasa to go the same way as her mother. Finally, he looked at Levi. His potential surprised Karen. Karen even felt that letting Levi stay here was wronging him. Cars. The culprit of everything is cars. The reason why Karen wants to run a fruit shop is just to make money so that his wife and daughter can live a good life, not to suffer from poverty here. However, the existence of cars shattered Karen's illusion, and there was no possibility of turning over for a long time. Now Karen is like a middle-aged man who can do nothing, full of pessimism and helplessness about life. Cars also swore that Levi had been executed 2 days ago. This news even made his wife and daughter cry, and Karen was very angry when she heard it. But Levi is standing here intact now, and he has also become a member of the Survey Corps. This is something worth celebrating for the family. It's just that Cars probably also got the news that Levi, this little guy, slapped Cars in the face again. With the character of Carl's who must be reported to be adjacent, how could he easily let them go? This is exactly what Karen is most worried about right now. It's because of Cars. Looking at Karen who was silent, Levi suddenly pulled Mikasa's small hand. Mikasa struggled slightly, and finally blushed and let Levi hold it. Mikasa should receive basic education, not be imprisoned in this forest, and can only imagine the outside world in his mind. Ha ha. Karen's mouth curled into a wry smile. Simply put, I don't want Mikasa to live a leisurely and comfortable life like a lady from a noble family, but we are a commoner family, not to mention that only nobles can. The strict rules for receiving education are that even if you can go to the mansion to study, the high tuition fee is not something we can afford. Quote, I'll take care of the money thing. Levi raised the volume for a stanza and looked at Karen, full of unquestionable meaning. You. Karen's eyes flashed with surprise. Where did you get the money? It's not a small amount. You have to tie the bell to untie the bell. Levi's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, and he smiled playfully. Of course it's Cars who wants it. What? Karen opened her mouth slightly, and even Gina on the side couldn't help but look sideways. Levi, you'd better give up your ideas. You don't know how powerful Cars is. You have to know that the gangsters are driven by money, but they can do anything. Also, you should have caught Cars' attention now. Uncle suggested that you should hide for a while and wait for the limelight to pass. Karen shook her head again and again. Uncle Karen, you think too much. I'm afraid it's too late for Cars to hide when he sees me. Also, Uncle Karen, many things can't be avoided. If you say something unpleasant, Uncle Karen should not take it to heart. Uncle Karen's cowardly temper will attract the bad guys to bully them even more, and can make the bad guys stop. There is only only one way, and that is to be more violent than them, to make them feel afraid, so that they will naturally be honest, Yi Bai said lightly. Karen was stunned and smiled bitterly. If violence can solve the problem, then what is the use of the law and the use of the army? Although Yi Bai is mature beyond his age, he still has too little social experience, and many aspects are considered not weak. Karen. At this moment, Gina suddenly raised her head, glanced at Yi Bai, then turned her gaze to Karen again, and said with a smile, "Trust this child once." Gina, why are you? Karen was stunned, not understanding why Gina said that, knowing that Gina's temperament is not impulsive. Mikasa, you say so. Gina rubbed Mikasa's long hair and smiled dotingly. Well, Mikasa seemed to be thinking, showing a cute smile, and nodded suddenly. Although Mikasa doesn't quite understand what Dad said, Mikasa chose to trust Yi Bai, because Yi Bai has never let Mikasa down. Mikasa raised her head, smiling innocently and brilliantly. Looking at this scene, Karen looked up at the top of the wall. His wife didn't believe in him, and his daughter didn't believe in him. Yi Bai's charm is really not small. Karen smiled helplessly, and finally made a decision in her heart. Just choose to trust Yi Bai once. He doesn't seem to be a pointless guy. Looking at Karen's suddenly stretched cheek, Yi Bai also smiled slightly, leaned close to Mikasa's snow-white ears, and exhaled softly. Mikasa, go to the town mansion with me tomorrow. A slight heat hit his ears, and in the blink of an eye, Mikasa was already filled with red clouds. Chapter 28 Embarrassment. The next morning, had breakfast. Yi Bai turned his head and smiled. Mikasa, are you ready? Mikasa had a white cloth bag slung over her shoulders, and she didn't know what was in it. She always carried it with her when she went out. Sensing Yi Bai's concerned eyes, Mikasa nodded, and a hint of hesitation flashed on her cheek. Just the two of us. Uncle Karen has something to do today, so he can't go with us, Yi Bai whispered. Then, Mikasa turned her head to look inside the room. Her mother's eyes were full of smiles, as if she was telling herself to rest assured. So she said, okay. Looking at the two little backs walking out of the house, Karen finally came out of the back room. Seeing Karen coming out, Gina complained a little, and said slightly displeased, Karen, are you really at ease to let these two little guys go to town alone? Karen was startled. Mikasa was naturally worried, but with Yi Bai by his side, Karen felt relieved. Yi Bai's combat power is something he has seen before. In the face of 3 strong gangsters, he can defeat 3 of them with one attack, and finally kill them all. Even the soldiers stationed in the core are not his opponent. See, it is understandable to express doubts, but Karen has no doubts at all. With the character of that little guy, I am afraid that there is no one who can make him suffer in Terra Town. As for cars, Karen could only secretly pray that Yi Bai and the others would be safe. This is the helplessness in Karen's heart. Facing the burden of the family, he cannot bear it as the head of the family. In the end, he has to let a 9-year-old child bear his own part of the pressure. Thinking of this, Karen's heart is full of guilt. Dare not look Gina's eyes directly. Looking at the helplessness that flashed in the corner of Karen's eyes, Gina also sighed slightly, and she probably understood a little of Karen's mind. He said softly, maybe Yi Bai is our lucky star. Since I chose to believe in that little guy, let's believe it to the end. In the forest, the blood-stained wings of Freedom battle robe had been dried. Yi Bai put on the battle robe and put Mikasa on the battle horse. Then he got on the horse himself, wrapped his arms around Mikasa's slender waist, pulled the reins, and wiped the horse lightly. Body, the war horse raised its hooves and ran wildly all the way. The bumpy mountain road, the fast-passing scenery, and the gentle breeze rushing past his ears. Mikasa's little face flushed red, looking very excited. Yi Bai's cheeks were tightly pressed against Mikasa's side face. Mikasa's body had a pleasant fragrance, like jasmine and sweet-scented osmanthus. In short, it was light and smelled very comfortable. The bud-like body was just beginning to develop, and along with the ups and downs of the road, the arm that was attached to Mikasa's waist clearly felt a slight tremor. Little Nizi, I'm very excited. Yi Bai smiled in his heart. The journey from the Ackerman couple's home to Terra Town is not too far, and if the warhorse runs at full strength, it will only take an hour. Brother Yi Bai, there seems to be something behind me, so strange. Mikasa whispered softly in his ears. Yi Bai couldn't help blushing, and the two people's bodies were tightly pressed together. The bumps along the way would inevitably cause friction and rubbing. If there were too many times, it was understandable that the thing would react. The atmosphere suddenly became embarrassing, but fortunately, it was almost approaching the destination. After 5 minutes, he finally arrived at Terra Town. Levi grabbed the reins and controlled the direction, then rushed in. The town is not big, and the mansion is located in the center of Terra Town, and a tall wooden house can be seen in the distance. When he arrived at the town mansion, Levi first pulled Mikasa off the horse, then tied the rein to the side column, grabbed Stanley's little hand, and moved his gaze slightly upwards when he saw the large black characters of the town mansion. The door is open, and the light inside seems to be a little dark. There are only a few dozen students here, but all of them are children of prominent families in Terra Town. Those with excellent academic performance will be selected and sent to the capital to study in the capital. After graduating 2 years later, you will either go to the management of the empire or become an officer in the army. In short, from the moment you step into the gate of the mansion, you are destined to have a much higher starting point in life than others. The power of the aristocracy has been inherited from generation to generation, and the commoners have almost no chance to turn over in their lifetime. After all, geniuses like Erwin are only a few, and most people can only spend their lives in poverty and the exploitation of the rich. This is the world's dark. Giants are cruel and ruthless, but human nature is often more terrifying than giants. Looking at Levi and Mikasa who were walking towards the mansion, several passers-by stopped and were amazed. Obviously, they all knew Levi. This kid is here again. Guess if there will be a good show to watch. That old guy Cars hasn't even let a fart in the past 2 days. I guess he's afraid that this kid will come to him. Hey, kill Cars. We civilians will have a better life. ... Several passers-by were talking, but they didn't notice the dark corner of the alley. Under the guard of several big men, a rich man with a big belly walked out with a gloomy face. Drag these people into the alley and beat them, huh? I don't know if they live or die. Cars's face was like frost, and several big men behind him passed by him, and after a while, there was a crackling sound of fighting and wailing from the alley. Cars, on the other hand, was unmoved, his eyes fixed on the town mansion. Levi, you have swept away the majesty of my Lord Cars. Chapter 29 Town Mansion. Walking into the town mansion, in the spacious lobby, with your feet on the wooden treads, there was a clattering sound. A few oil lamps stood in the corner, the light was slightly dark, and on a rectangular mahogany table, an old man in a large cloth robe was crouching at the desk and was busy. Seeing someone approaching, the old man raised his head, revealing a face full of wrinkles and age spots. He caught a glimpse of Levi's clothes of the Survey Corps. His turbid eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and a calm smile finally appeared on the corner of his mouth. Little guy, what's the matter here? Cars may be waiting outside the door. The old man is like an old lion. Although he is very old, he has an indifferent temperament that never changes color when Mount Tai collapses in front of him, which makes Levi very surprised. Therefore, he also put away the laxity in his heart, as if the thoughts in his heart were seen through by the old man at once. Levi suddenly felt a little restrained. Teacher, I brought my sister here to study. I hope the mansion can accommodate her to study here. Levi calmly said. Oh, the old man smiled even more, and a strange wave flashed in his eyes. He looked up and down at Mikasa, and said lightly, Son, how old are you? 8 years old. Mikasa walked in front of the old man, looking awkward and uneasy. Levi grabbed her hand tightly and scratched the back of her hand, signaling her not to be too nervous. Is there an approval from Lord Wangju, or a certain official in the royal capital? The old man asked again. Approval. Levi raised his eyebrows, showing a confused look on his face. Approval? What? Don't you know? Approval is a recommendation. Without a recommendation from a big man, can you be allowed to study in the mansion? After all, education in the empire is an extremely scarce resource. Can you understand the child? The old man looked at him calmly. Levi, his words were full of calmness. What if? No. If you don't, you can't study here. The old man answered decisively, with no room for maneuver. A hint of disappointment flashed on Mikasa's face, and with a sad expression, she backed away, pulled Levi's hand, and signaled to leave. Levi was unmoved, and a playful smile flickered on the corner of his mouth. Oh, that's what it looks like. Teacher, I think rules are dead. People are alive, and rules can be broken. What if one of us was a literary genius? Levi smiled calmly, his face full of confidence smile. At this moment, the old man finally stopped the pen in his hand and looked at the confident young man in front of him with interest. adventurous. Although the old man lives in a secluded place, it does not mean that he does not understand what is going on in the outside world. The conflict between Levi and cars is very noisy in this small town. When Levi walked in wearing a soldier's costume, the old man knew that the young man in front of him was the kid who had a conflict with cars. Hero is a boy. The old man is not stubborn, and long-term reading can only bring about a broader state of mind. Therefore, he nodded slowly and said, "Forget it, I'm giving you this opportunity, as long as you let the curator agree. It's not impossible for this little girl to study here, but don't say that I agree outside." Hearing this, Levi was stunned for a moment, then his face became happy, and he bowed to the old man. "Thank you, teacher. Well, wait here for a while, I'll go in and talk to the curator." After speaking, he turned and walked inside. Short wait. Mikasa's heart was uneasy, looking at Levi's bright eyes. Thinking of the poem Levi read to herself that day, her mood was inexplicably calmed down. He glanced slightly at Levi's clean profile, and his face turned red. There seems to be an inexplicable magical charm about him, as if he is there, even if the sky falls, there is no need to be afraid. After a while, the old man came out and pointed his arm inward. "The curator is waiting for you inside. Good luck to you." Levi expressed his thanks again, and walked through a winding corridor. A ray of light appeared in front of him. Walking out from the end, I only felt that my line of sight suddenly opened up, and what caught my eye was a green landscape painting, which seemed to be full of vitality. The structure of the building is similar to that of a courtyard house. The sun is shining, and Lang Lang's reading and discussions can be heard from several rooms. This mansion seems to be much more formal than I imagined. Suddenly, Levi raised his eyes. An old man stood at the door of a classroom, looking at him with a smile. The old man was wearing a red robe lined with striped patterned clothing, with wooden shoes on his feet, which was extremely casual and unrestrained. What surprised Levi most was the old man's long white beard hanging from the bottom of his chin, the bottom of which was almost flush with his belly. "Little guy, you are Levi." The old man called out his hands and motioned for Levi and Mikasa to come over. The old man's name is Mew, who was once the teacher of the previous king. Although he has been hidden for many years, his profound knowledge is still a legend among the upper circles of the capital, and is respected by many people. Mew was revered not only for his profound knowledge, but also for his selfless qualities. At this moment, Mew's eyes were fixed on Levi. If his literary talent could really surprise him, then it would be okay to take this girl as a student in the mansion. It just takes strength. Mew didn't think that the little boy in front of him had the strength to make his mood fluctuate. After thinking for a moment, Levi brought Mikasa to Mew. "Yes, teacher. This is my sister, Mikasa." Levi's heart is confident. Chinese culture is broad and profound, and he can read a few articles at will. I am afraid that the old man in front of him will be stunned on the spot. Thinking of this, Levi's eyes filled with anticipation, and he looked at Mew Weiwei with a somewhat threatening gaze with great confidence. Author's note: Old irons. I have a fever today, and I have to endure the discomfort to give everyone another chapter. I am sorry, I can only have 3 chapters today. I'm here to be cheeky and ask everyone for some flowers and a monthly pass for evaluation tickets. Thank you. Chapter 30 Test Part 1. Levi walked into the classroom. The classroom was not big, with only a dozen children, all of whom were richly dressed and were children of wealthy families. A middle-aged man with long blonde hair stood on the podium. Most of the blackboard was full of writing. Levi raised his head and glanced slightly. This class seemed to be a Chinese class. The entire mansion implements an absolutely elitist teaching model, and those who can be hired here as teachers also have strong literary qualities. The students in the teacher raised their heads when they saw 2 unfamiliar figures appearing at the door, especially when they saw Mikasa. Many people were even more impressed. "Little guy, this is Mr. Mom from the town's mansion. He is in charge of teaching basic literature. If you can answer his 3 questions, then there is a half chance of staying here to study." Mew stretched out his hand and called his name. The man named Jim. Jim's eyes turned to Mew, also nodded and smiled. Then, "Curator, I'll start." Jim looked at Levi, and all the eyes of the teachers were concentrated here. Among them, there was a young man named Isel, and his eyes were full of hatred at Levi. "How could this guy appear here? My father has swept a lot of face because of him. Writing is an art, and literature is a spiritual inheritance." Jim stared at Levi, and was amazed in his heart. He was just a child, and he didn't know where the courage came from, claiming that he was a literary genius. If it was true, Jim felt that his 30 years of his life had been in vain. Levi is so young, so confident. Young people do not know the depths and are too blind, so let him describe his youth from the perspective of youth. Thinking of this, Jim said, the foundation of Levi's literature is the ability to describe things. This thing may be concrete or abstract, so please describe your youth. Youth, Levi pondered in his mind, and after a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He only heard him say lang lang. In that ancient summer that never comes back, no matter how much I pursue, the young you are just like a cloud shadow passing by, and your smiling face is very shallow and faint, gradually disappearing. Kyun Lan after sunset, opened the yellowed title page. Fate bound it extremely poorly. With tears in my eyes, I read it again and again, but I had to admit that youth is a book that is too hasty. Quote, in just a few tens of seconds, the entire classroom slowly turned from noisy to quiet. Jim was still a little disdainful at first, but as Levi blurted out, the disdain in his heart gradually turned into consternation, and the consternation gradually escalated into shock, and the chalk in his hand fell to the ground unknowingly. In the beautiful poems depicting youth, he seems to see a lonely traveler in his eyes, walking all over the world, looking for the lover of his dreams. In the end, he can only sigh that youth is too hasty, time is too ruthless, and all true feelings cannot be retained. This guy actually linked youth and love, and the language is so hazy, beautiful and moving. The poetic mood makes Jim so intoxicated. After 10 seconds, he came back to his senses from the artistic conception created by the poem, and smacked his tongue slightly. The first question, you have barely passed. The disdain on his lips is only to maintain the majesty of the town mansion. If he beat himself in the first question, it would be too embarrassing. The shock in Jim's heart continued. It turned out that words could be combined like this. What he had read before was rigid and lifeless. The words were supposed to be full of vitality. Jim felt that a new portal had opened in his mind. It turned out that the real words were like this. Behind Levi, Emu's eyes flashed slightly, and he was a little surprised. This little guy's literary skills are excellent, but the words are too artificial. He doesn't like it. He likes practical significance and depth, the words of feeling, not the lament of adolescence. Even so, Mew had to admit in his heart that the level and quality of this poem were above average in terms of wording, and Levi said it casually. Thinking of this, Mew couldn't help but admire it. Luck. Mew blamed luck for the first time, and there were 2 more questions. Mew didn't think Levi could answer so beautifully. What is the second question to ask? Looking at this calm-faced guy, he is also in trouble. He is clearly an examiner. Why does he always have a strange delusion in his heart, and giving him a problem is more like torturing himself? After thinking for a moment, a smile swept across Jim's mouth. He decided to raise the theoretical level of the second question to a higher level, so he said, excuse me, what is maturity? Ask a child what is maturity. Even Mew couldn't help but pouted. This question is really too harsh. How could a child know what maturity is? Even if this question is handed over to Mew Lai, it may not be able to answer it perfectly. What is maturity? Levi was slightly stunned, looking at the smile on Jim's face. This guy was deliberately making things difficult for himself. 1 second, 2 seconds, a whole minute passed. The atmosphere of the teacher gradually became restless, and several naughty children even whistled openly. Levi, if you don't have this strength, just get out of here, Isol said sarcastically, sitting in the corner by the window with his legs crossed. Have you made up your mind, little guy? Jim seemed very calm. 1 minute had passed. Judging from Levi's appearance, he probably couldn't answer this question. Ask a child what is maturity. Jim couldn't help but admire his wit. Even if he answered this question himself, he might not be able to answer it. In other words, this question does not test literary literacy, but life experience. What life experience can Levi have? Mew, who was standing behind Levi, sighed. The little guy's courage was good, but he didn't have the strength to match his self-confidence. Mew turned around. Half of his foot had already stepped out of the door, but a clear voice suddenly came from his ear, and the voice was full of confidence. I figured it out. Chapter 31 Test Medium. Mature. Levi spit out 2 words, and suddenly paused for a while. Following his words, the audience suddenly fell silent. What is maturity? Jim felt like he was stuck in his throat and couldn't wait. Levi was too appetizing. Does he really know what maturity is? Emu's body turned back, expecting Levi to give him a satisfactory answer. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Levi's answer. Isol pouted his lips disdainfully. What is maturity? Say it quickly. If you can't say it, don't hold on. Quiet. Jim turned his head and glared at Isol. these noble children are really a bit lawless because of the power of their parents. Yibai's eyes were bright, and he looked around, and the moment he looked at Isol, his eyes were full of contempt, as if they were big, like seeing ants, and the feeling of being arrogant was extremely strong. You. Isol almost stood up from the stool, his face turned half red and half white, and he swallowed this breath forcibly. Cough cough. Yibai coughed lightly, spit out the turbid air that had accumulated in his throat, and opened his mouth slowly. Indigenous people from the giant world, kneel in front of Chinese culture. Maturity is a radiance that is bright and not dazzling, a sound that is round but not greasy, a calm that no longer needs to be observant of others, an atmosphere that finally stops appealing to the surroundings, a kind of ignoring the noise smile, a kind of indifference that washes away extremes, a kind of thickness without making a sound, a kind of height that can see far but not steep. Quote, what? Jim's eyes widened, and his body couldn't help shaking slightly with excitement. Maturity is light, sound, calm, and atmosphere. But 100 words are the true meaning of life, and Jim can't find anything inappropriate in it. For a moment, Jim even had an illusion, feeling that his 30 years of time had been wasted. It was not until he met Yibai today that Jim understood that the real words should look like this. There can be romantic romance, plain and simple truth-seeking, more wisdom to activate the soul, and deep and heavy like a mountain. This little bit of self-cultivation in words is a piece of shit in front of Yibai. At this moment, Jim couldn't help but want to scold his mother. He was too ashamed. He was also a teacher at the town's mansion, a scholar who made his parents proud, but now he can't even compare to a child. The crux of the problem is that Yibai still convinces himself of the defeat, and Jim is ashamed, and he has no courage to ask a third question. Mr. Yi, you have already passed the test with me, there is no need to ask the third question, Jim said with a bitter smile. How is that possible? Isol's eyes widened. Due to his limited intelligence, he didn't understand what Yibai was talking about just now. What is maturity as brilliance or height? This is obviously nonsense. Even a child like him understands the truth. Mr. Jim is actually kept in the dark. It seems that he is still applauding Yibai. No, he felt he had to remind Teacher Jim. Mr. Jim, Yibai is just talking nonsense. His answer is clearly unqualified. As soon as the voice finished, there was a thumping sound from the door, which was the sound of Mew knocking on the wall. Everyone kept silent. They could contradict Jim, but not Mew. If they annoyed the old man, even their parents couldn't handle it. This is an unwritten rule among students. Isol, didn't your father teach you to respect people? His answer is not qualified, so is your answer qualified. When your talent can't support your own words, please keep silent. Hearing this sentence, Isol's body froze. It was too embarrassing, and he vaguely heard a snicker from behind. Yibai, this bastard. Isol gritted his teeth and sat on the chair with a bang, blackening the name Yibai heavily in his heart. After seeing Isol's quietness, Mew turned his head and smiled gently at Yibai. In his heart, Yibai already had the capital that he could take seriously. For the mature answer given by Yibai just now, Mew's score was full mark, a perfect answer. Mr. Jim, I agree with you, there is no need to ask the third question. Mew smiled at Jim, who squeezed out a helpless smile. Then, little guy, go straight to the final level, Mew said softly, turning around and walking out of the classroom. Jim, inform all the students to gather in the open space of the mansion, Mew said without turning his head. Okay, the curator, I'll inform you right away. Jim nodded and walked out of the classroom. Let's go. Yibai smiled and whispered to Mikasa, who was still standing beside him. To Yibai, all of this was to be expected. He just read the works of Yu Chuyu, a master of modern Chinese literature. With Yu's literary skills and depth of thought, it was really easy to kill a Jim. 10 minutes later, in front of the sunny and breezy venue, more than 40 students gathered. Many people were puzzled and did not understand why they suddenly gathered here. The final exam topic is music. Chapter 32, the second part of the test for flowers for a reward. Music is another way of expressing literature. Compared with writing, it can show a person's literacy and inner world. The role of the mansion is to provide the empire with excellent talents with both morals. Little guy, your knowledge is amazing enough, but your character is still to be tested, so let me see the essence of your soul through music. Mew stood under the tree. The shadow of the tree was sparse, and the mottled ground was cast on the ground, and the white beard waving in the wind seemed to have the appearance of a wise man. The people present were whispering, and many people did not believe that this person who was about the same age as him, or even younger than him, could make a name for himself. But there are also some people who expect that they are the students who were sitting in the the classroom just now, not to mention Mr. Jim. Director Mew is a famous scholar in the Empire, and even he expressed his affirmation to Yi Bai. Presumably Yi Bai's next performance is also not bad. Yi Bai walked gently in front of the crowd. At this moment, he already knew in his mind what he was going to sing. The name of this song is In the World, and it is shameful in front of everyone. There is actually a reason why Yi Bai has a deep memory of this song and brought it out in the final test that was crucial to Mikasa. On Earth, the popularity of this song In the World is because of a man nicknamed Tunnel Brother. In the tunnel at night, the lights are bright, and in the narrow carriage, this man listened to this song and chased the wedding car of the girl he loves the most. For 7 kilometers, the extremely suppressed crying accompanied the melody of the music, and it was a shock in an instant. Yi Bai has won the hearts of countless netizens, and Yi Bai is no exception. This is a song with connotation and depth, which is used to verify the essence of one's soul, and it seems just right. Maybe it can't compete between heaven and earth. Maybe bow your head and cry. Maybe June snow will fly into my heart. There will be no way out of the Berlin Wall. Life and suffering as neighbors. Great times have taken away from you. As the first syllable was spit out and the accompanying melody fluctuated, the hearts of everyone became inexplicably heavy, as if seeing a lonely traveler, helpless and hesitant in the face of fate. Even though he was scarred, he was still optimistic and open-minded. To face, Yi Bai's voice is clear and clear. Although it has not yet reached the period of voice change, the soul stored in his body has matured. Yi Bai is really singing this song with all his heart. He thinks of his parents, his friends, and his mind, his girlfriend. Also, the difficult years of fighting against fate in recent years. Will you give up? Of course not. This is Yi Bai's choice, and it is also the firm reason for him to sing this song, because this is his attitude towards life. Who is alive in this world is not like a purgatory. I don't cry. I have no dignity to give up. Someday those dreams. Drowning in a sea of people, don't be sad to let him go. This song is like a funeral. The trembling voice sang the word funeral. Yi Bai opened his eyes, and his eyes became moist. Yes, when was the last time I cried? I have forgotten. The figures of many people in my memory have become blurred, and even with tears in their eyes, they can only rush forward and cannot turn back. It's not like a purgatory in someone else's life. This lyric hit the hearts of Mew and Jim in an instant. Even these young students chose to remain silent. Although they didn't quite understand, Yi Bai did sing a feeling of vicissitudes, the helplessness and sadness of fighting against fate, like the frost in December cold, makes people feel heavy. Woo! Jim's choked cry came from behind him. He thought of when he was a child. Because of his parents, he had only one grandfather left to depend on each other. To today. Now, he can already return to his hometown, but his grandfather is no longer there. Jim. Mew tapped Jim on the shoulder, expressing comfort, and the song touched him a lot. In the past, Jim, no one looked down on him, was like a dog living in the world. As the lyrics of this song say, I don't cry, I have no dignity to give up. However, Jim was crying at this moment. Standing in the mansion representing the dreams of ordinary people, Jim suddenly raised his head, looked at the sky slightly, and whispered, Grandpa, I finally live with a little dignity. Hanging on the face is a mask. Rumors are sharper than arrows. There are too many slaves at the foot of money. How deep is the heart? The soul is on the run and has nowhere to go. Reality is like a wheel. I am an ant. The last syllable was spit out. A few leaves fell from the sky, and the scene was silent for a long time. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full 30 seconds, thunderous applause suddenly sounded, like the monarchy of a torrential rain, and it did not stop for a long time. Mr. Yi, thank you, you sang really well. Jim couldn't help himself at this moment. This song almost expressed all his inner thought. Jim seemed to no longer regard Yi Bai as a child. Yes, the teacher's title in his tone was full of respect. Yeah, there are too many slaves under the feet of money. We always live under the fear of giants. Who lives in this world is not a purgatory. Mew couldn't calm down. He couldn't believe that Yi Bai could actually sing such deep and touching music. Yi Bai sniffed lightly. His expression had returned to calm, and he said softly, this song is for all those who have endured hardships but have been fighting unyieldingly. The wind blew up the wings of freedom, and at the moment when the sun swept, a ripple of light quietly blew on the wings of freedom. This song is also for myself. P.S. This song is for you, for the self who has a fever and insists on coding. Chapter 33 Action begins. First update. Little guy, congratulations, you have passed the test. After dismissing the students, Mew stood under the tree and said calmly to Levi, Mikasa, come and call Mr. Mew. Levi pushed Mikasa to the front and smiled. Hello, Teacher Mew. Mikasa still looked a little cautious. Her face was slightly red, and her heart was disturbed and confused. Being able to stay in the town's mansion to study, she didn't dare to imagine in her dreams before, but now it has become a reality. She secretly glanced at Levi with a complicated look, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Mr. Mew, when will Mikasa come to study here? Levi asked. You can come here tomorrow to study. There are several female students among the students. Mikasa can live in the same room with them and go home every half month. Mew said softly. Levi nodded, planning the next step in his mind. He will go home tonight and tell Gina and Karen about this. Mikasa will settle down here, and then solve the trouble of cars and help. After the Ackermans built the economy, they could devote themselves fully to the training of physical art. Bam and Dunjia has only reached the first sec, and Levi really feels a little too weak for this physical quality. The time is now in the second half of AD 843, and there is still more than a year before the supergiant breaks the city in AD 845. At least the third gate must be opened before it can protect itself in the future world. With such a plan in mind, Levi and Mew waved goodbye. Stepping into the corridor and walking to the lobby of the mansion, the old man was still recording something with his head down. Seeing Levi and Mikasa coming out, he raised his head slightly. Little guy, have you passed the test? Yeah. Levi nodded. Oh, the old man's face flashed a hint of surprise, and he suddenly smiled. Carls has been waiting for you outside the door for a long time. Go and meet him. Carls. Hearing this name, Levi's mouth twitched into a smile, grabbed the handle of the knife with both hands, and slowly pulled out a piece. Suddenly, the snow-white edge was like a mirror, and a white spot appeared on the wall. Mikasa, can you help me take care of it? Levi asked. A violent conflict would inevitably occur later, and Levi naturally didn't want Mikasa to see the bloody scene. There was a hint of hesitation on the old man's face. He looked at Mikasa a few times, and finally nodded slowly. Go. Thank you, teacher. Levi nodded again and again, turned her head to look at Mikasa. Her eyes were a little worried, and the corner of her mouth swept into a smile, signaling her to be relieved. Levi turned around and walked out. Outside the mansion, the warhorses rubbed their hooves anxiously, and the air was filled with a hot breath. The sun was a little hot at noon, and it fell straight on the flagstone road, causing a large white halo. Not far away, a beautifully crafted carriage was parked. Cars was leaning against the soft carriage of the carriage. Two beautiful women were sitting next to him to shake the wind. Cars hugged him from side to side, his face fat. The meat is so comfortable that it is about to spread out, and his face is comfortable. Whoa! The curtain was suddenly lifted, and a low question entered Car's ear. My lord, that kid came out of the mansion. Cars opened his eyes, pushed the woman on both sides of his body away, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Oh, it's coming out. Then let them do it. Just kill it directly, come as it is convenient. But my lord, since that kid can come back from the capital alive, and he has become a soldier of the Survey Corps, if he dies then, it will be difficult for the capital to explain it. Read, you've been with me for 15 years. When did you become so hesitant? Cars shook his head, and was quite polite to this shadowy man in the shape of a groom. My lord, it's not hesitation, it's just for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. The man named Reed looked in Levi's direction and replied softly. Hey, Cars sighed. Reed, I have already inquired about the news from the royal capital. Killing him is not my intention, but the intention of several officials in the royal capital. Although this kid has the Survey Corps as backing it up, but compared to the lord of the royal capital, it's not enough. Well, my lord, I understand. Reed nodded, put on his hat, lowered his head, and jumped from the carriage. Is this guy Cars hiding? Levi's expression flashed a hint of doubt. Suddenly, someone bumped his shoulder. Levi reacted, only to see a man wearing a green short hexagram and a hat walking forward quickly. Levi's expression was awe-inspiring, and his whole person's nerves suddenly became tense. This person seems very strange. In an instant, Levi rushed over, clasped his shoulder with one hand, and forced him to stop. Reed turned his head, and the silver needles between his fingers were shot out with a bang. At such a close distance, it was almost inevitable. Levi's muscles were all tense, almost almost instantly, with Reed's shoulder as the center. He jumped high, turned around in the air, and avoided it dangerously. Reed's expression froze. This kid, with such a fast reaction speed, the last trace of contempt in his heart disappeared. At the same time, dozens of people rushed out of the buildings on both sides of the street, all of whom were killers and desperados that Cars had hired at a high price. The moment Reed hit Levi just now was the signal to start the action. Now, the action has begun. Cars sat in the carriage, quietly waiting for Levi's cold body to kneel in front of him. Chapter 34: The Awakening of Ackerman's Bloodline. Second. Originally, there were a few passers-by this week. Seeing this scene, all passers-by screamed and fled, leaving only Levi and dozens of killers on the street. In the mansion, Mikasa saw this scene from a distance. His eyes were wide, and he wanted to rush out, but one hand was tightly grasped by the old man, like iron clamps. No matter how hard he struggled, he broke free. Not open. Little girl, be quiet. This little guy is not as weak as you think. If you rush out now, it won't do anything other than make him more troublesome. The old man's calm voice made Mikasa's body tremble and clear. A flash of remorse flashed in his eyes. Why was he so weak? Outside the mansion, Levi looked coldly at the dozens of people who surrounded him. These people didn't look simple. They all exuded a fierce aura, and most of them were doing blood licking on the tip of a knife. Cars is so cruel. Is this to put yourself to death? Levi sneered for a while, but his heart was calm as water. It is still unknown who will die and who will live. You must know that the Naruto world is much more complicated than it is now, and he has come alive differently. Cars really underestimated himself. Suddenly, Levi's eyes narrowed. Through the gap in the crowd, he saw 7 or 8 people behind him who seemed to be wearing 3-dimensional mobile devices. Is it to prevent yourself from escaping with the help of a 3-dimensional mobile device? There was a grin on Levi's mouth. Don't worry, he won't run away. He will kill these awful one by one, and then it will be the death of Cars. Click. Levi pulled out the silver-white double-edged blade, and the composite steel twisted rope shot out in an instant. The light anchor hook was slammed into the wall, and the whole person jumped out of the encirclement at once. The person wearing the 3-dimensional mobile device also set off, and more than a dozen twisted ropes crisscrossed in the air, almost cutting off Levi's turning direction. Boom! Levi retracted the 2 light anchor hook, and the dense airflow from the gas tank behind his waist seeped out. His body was almost parallel to the ground. With the help of the reaction force, Levi almost closed his eyes as he swept in the air for a second. The whole person found a path through the twisted ropes with great precision and drilled out. Immediately after that, he slashed horizontally with 2 swords, cutting the person closest to him in the middle in an instant. Whoa! The blood was like a column, and the intestines and internal organs fell from the air in large pieces. After a few breaths, there was a muffled bang, and the time for the body to fall freely from the air was exactly the process of this person's life and death. When the dust dispersed, open, everyone can only see a cold corpse with wide eyes, and the eyes are full of shock and unwillingness. This scene is terrifying. Levi didn't seem to have any feeling for killing people, just like an icy cold-blooded machine. After his whole body landed lightly, he rushed towards the crowd on the ground non-stop. Click. Facing the blade that was slashing high towards him, Levi suddenly knelt on the ground and quickly swept across the ground with the help of his momentum. His upper body was at a 30-degree angle to the ground, slipped under him, and the double-edged blades in his hands penetrated from below, directly cutting the man in half. Cold, ruthless, quick, decisive. Levi's jet-black hair fluttered in the breeze, and his blood-stained face was full of calmness. He must keep his body steady and look at the 5 people standing in front of him. The sound of wind came from behind, and Levi knew that it was not the sound of wind, but the sound of a blade breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was attacked on the back and stomach, and the whole person fell into a desperate situation. Levi. Inside the mansion, Mikasa burst into tears, and a look of sadness flashed across the old man's face. Life and death are all his creations, so obey your fate. Grandpa, please let me go. Mikasa struggled violently, a trace of sweat dripping from her forehead. Stay here quietly, child, your presence can only disturb his mind and put him in greater danger. Let go of me. I don't know when Mikasa's eyes became abnormally cold. The old man shook his head, but a hint of surprise flashed in his heart. This little girl seems to be getting stronger and stronger. I said it. Let me go. Mikasa almost roared out. Her long hair fluttered, and warm currents surged in her body, starting from her heart, spreading through her limbs, surging power surging around her body, and he didn't even notice it himself. Clang! The old man's face turned red. How could this be? Where did this child come from so much strength? In the end, the old man's hand was still loose. Looking at Mikasa's back rushing towards the door, he let out a sigh. Open the door, Levi said softly in his heart. Boom! A gust of wind suddenly spread around the body, and the aura of the whole person suddenly became stronger. Film! Ah! Levi roared. The moment he was about to touch him when he attacked from behind, he rushed out. The whole person was like a human-shaped beast, unstoppable. Boom! The silver blade was evenly matched against the blade, and with unparalleled strength, it smashed into the blockade formed by the 5 people in front of him. In an instant, the 2 people who were in direct contact with Levi flew out like kites with broken strings. The other 3 people also retreated and fell to the ground uncontrollably. The power of the 8 gates is so terrifying. Chapter 35 Fight to Madness. Third More. Monster. Several people stood up from the ground in embarrassment, picked up the weapons on the ground in a panic, and looked at Levi with horror. The silver-white double-edged blade in Levi's hand is a weapon used in combat. The steel for forging the weapon is made of super hard steel. Therefore, under Levi's full-strength blow just now, the blades in several people's hands were directly broken from the middle, and Levi's the silver-white double-edged only has a few more damages, and it is not a big problem. Every time Levi took a step forward, these people took a step back. A childlike teenager faced an enemy several times stronger than himself, and the final result turned out to be the defeat of the adult. Such a bizarre scene is breathtaking. Whoa! Feeling the sound of the wind behind him, Levi drew a sword without turning his head. In an instant, a big head flew into the air, and the moment the head was flying in the air, it remained alive. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe it. It landed on the ground with a bang, and the blood in the cranial cavity exploded, splashing to the ground, and the gangsters around them retreated in panic. Mikasa stood at the door and stopped abruptly. At the moment when her head flew up, a long line of blood sprinkled an arc in the air, which really shocked her heart. She only had time to let out a soft cry, and the deep fear in her heart prompted her to run into the mansion again. Looking at the cowering crowd, Reed gritted his teeth and made a decision without authorization. After this is done, each 1,000 gold coins. Give it to me. 1,000 gold coins. This is enough to buy a big house in the Wall of Rose, and live a few years in peace. This huge temptation. Confusion has made many people ticklish. They are desperados who lick blood on the tip of the knife. As long as they are driven by sufficient interest, they will not even want to die when they become crazy. After all, too many people have lost their lives under their hands, and they are extremely indifferent to life and death. After the brief psychological shock Levi caused them, this group of people regained their composure. Sooner or later, when people are exhausted, this guy is very powerful, but don't forget that there are dozens of people here, and grinding can also wear them to death. Now, when Levi loses his strength, he will naturally let them be slaughtered. With this thought in mind, everyone gathered together slowly, watching Levi's movements vigilantly. Reed spoke in a loud voice just now, and Carls, who was sitting in the carriage, also heard it, and a look of pain flashed on his face. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please download it after delete within 24 hours. Please support subscribing to genuine novels and refuse piracy. 1,000 gold coins per person. Whether Levi died or not, he had to pay a huge commission. Paying such a huge price just for a child, this was the first time in Kars's life. Ha ha. Kars laughed wildly. He couldn't wait to see Levi's cold body kneeling in front of him. Levi doesn't like to let the enemy take the initiative. At the moment when the enemy hesitates how to attack, he has already rushed into the crowd. At this moment, Levi's body is extremely explosive and extremely fast. Together, the snow-white blade rolled up the cold light, and in a short time, 4 or 5 corpses fell. The long and narrow street is already bloody, like a hell on earth, which is shocking. After all, there are so many people in great strength, and his fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. Levi was still injured inadvertently, and a cut was made on his back. Immediately, the bright red blood escaped and stained his clothes. Levi's figure also froze suddenly. The wound and sweat were mixed together, and the pain rushed into his mind like a tide. Levi gritted his teeth. Perceiving the sword light falling from all directions, the whole person bent slightly, jumped into the air. His body was light, and fell firmly on the top of a person's head, and then his body fell gently, his 2 feet stepping on this man's shoulders, his legs tightly clamped his cheek, and finally he twisted hard, only to hear a click. The man stuck his tongue out, rolled his eyes, and fell down weakly. In just a split second, Levi had already twisted his neck, and the method of killing was unusually decisive. On the battlefield, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to himself, and Levi would not have the slightest sympathy for these people. Reed. Looking at Reed, who was standing not far away and just started shouting, Levi's expression turned cold, and he directly crossed the circle of the crowd and rushed towards Reed. Reed gritted his teeth, raised his 2 knives and tied them around him, and the staggered blades were placed together to block. The scorching sun at noon sprinkled on the street, and Levi leapt out of the sky like a god of war. At this moment, in Reed's eyes, Levi seemed to be glowing. Boom! This blow was like a broken bamboo, and Reed's tiger mouth was directly torn. The whole person couldn't help kneeling on the ground. The force just transmitted to himself was like a warhammer, and he couldn't breathe at all. Please. As soon as he said 2 words, Reed felt a snow-white light streak across his neck. Levi looked at Reed's corpse coldly, and said disdainfully, begging for mercy. How childish. Chapter 36. Kill them all. 4th more. Inside the car. With a twitch of his body, Carlston felt that life was boring. Gently pushing away the limp woman, Cars lifted his trousers and moved lazily outside the curtain. Just as he stuck his head out of the curtain, he felt a pungent smell of blood coming from his nostrils. Cars frowned and returned to the car, feeling a little uneasy at this moment. The dozens of people I invited are special desperados. They are ruthless and murderous. For them, killing is simply commonplace. Can't beat that kid. How can it be? Cars shook his head fiercely and said harshly, absolutely impossible. The 2 women breathed lightly, and their slender fingertips stroked Cars' body again. Go away. Cars roared viciously. His whole body was helplessly spread out in the carriage. His eyes became slightly dull. It is impossible for Levi to maintain the state of opening the door for a long time. The longer the time goes on, the greater the loss of his physical strength, so he needs to fight quickly. As if tirelessly, Levi turned around, and the winch in the 3-dimensional motor device hanging on the side of his leg turned at a high speed. In an instant, 2 silver glowing composite steel ropes swept out, and the whole person slid in midair. In the process of sweep, the silver-white double blade opened and closed, aiming at the necklines of different heights and slashing. Click! The figures on both sides fell one by one, and their necks were cut off in an instant, and the whole scene was like hell on earth. Levi's heart is getting colder and colder. He just wants to kill all these people. If he still has a chance to survive before he is exhausted, it will not only be a disaster for himself but also Mikasa, who is staying in the mansion. Can't escape. This was an inescapable fate. Levi's hands were already stained with blood, and even his knife-wielding hands trembled slightly, but he could only move forward. The silver light lit up again and again and fell again and again. Every time the sword light flickered, it represented the landing of a human head. Levi's chest heaved violently, and gradually he felt a trace of physical exhaustion. As the sword shadow swept, there were a few more wounds all over his body. Before he knew it, the black and white wings of freedom had turned bright red, as if just now after bathing in the fire of hell. This battle was extremely tragic. Fewer and fewer people dared to stand in front of Levi. Unconsciously, Levi's footsteps became heavier and heavier, his heart was beating violently, and his face became flushed. Levi didn't care how he killed or how many people he killed. He just used his intuition to kill all those who dared to stand in front of him. Before you know it, there are only 5 people left in front of you. 25 people died. The 2 fled, and the crowd that was raging not long ago, only 5 people dared to stand in front of Levi at this moment. Suddenly, Levi raised his head. A strange smile bloomed on his blood-stained cheek. His eyes were filled with cold air, and he looked at the 5 people in front of him as if he were looking at dead people. Hold on. In the bottom of his heart, Levi exclaimed to himself. At this point in the battle, Levi himself was already at the end of the battle. A war blade was stuck on the ground, and the center of gravity of his entire body shifted here, trying to keep himself from falling. Damn it. The 5 of them trembled all over, because their mouths and feet couldn't close because of their excessive horror. The corpses on the ground were almost filled with the pavement with a radius of 10 meters. The bright red blood flowing on the ground, under the sunlight, shone with blood, making people terrified. Boom. One of them couldn't help but knelt down, but found that he no longer had the strength to get up, and looked at Levi pleadingly, hoping that he could let him go. Hey. The corner of Levi's mouth flickered with a hideous smile. He stretched out his arm, and the sharp sharp blade of the sword touched this man's cheek. "Tell me where Cars is." "He is." The man stretched out his trembling hand and pointed to the exquisite carriage not far away, then his eyes suddenly widened. "Okay, thank you." Levi slashed his sword and chopped off his head. "Monster." The remaining 4 people looked at this scene in horror. They felt that they were desperados and had been extremely indifferent to life and death, but now they found that they were wrong. The last dignity in their hearts was gone, and in front of Levi, they were simply not enough to see. Is this man's heart beaten? Murder is like a mustard. These 4 people looked at each other, and they all saw the meaning of giving up in each other's eyes. If they didn't run away, it was very likely that they would be the next one to fall. "Don't run away. Stay here." Levi gasped slightly and withdrew from the state of opening the door. To deal with a few enemies who no longer had the will to fight, there was really no need to spend his limited physical strength. This kind of desperados are most concerned about adjoining and must report. How can they let them go and cause unnecessary trouble in the future? Levi gritted his teeth and rushed over. His sword savagely pierced through the heart of the nearest person, and then pulled it out instantly. In less than 10 minutes, in the entire empty street, except for Levi, there was no one alive. Levi turned around awkwardly, and finally couldn't bear it any longer, and knelt on the ground with a bang. Chapter 37 The Warmth of 4-Leaf Clover, 5th More. Levi. Mikasa appeared beside Levi at some point, and the white shoes he was stepping on were stained with blood, like red plums falling on the snow. "I'm fine." Levi chuckled, gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. Mikasa's expression was complicated. Today's scene caused a huge psychological impact on her. She vaguely understood how much psychological pressure Levi had to do with all this, and what was all this for? For myself, for my father and mother. She suddenly understood everything. If Levi fell today, her family would fall into the clutches of Cars tomorrow. Until this moment, Mikasa finally came into contact with the darkness of this world. "Does it hurt?" Mikasa's hand gently rested on the wound on Levi's back. His fingertips trembled a little, and the tears fell again at some point. Levi shook his head, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he watched Mikasa's hand in astonishment and slid into the white cloth bag she had been carrying with her. 1, 2, exactly 5. Mikasa counted gently, and laying in his hands were 5 specimens of 4-leaf clover. In the film, the corner of Mikasa's mouth suddenly burst into a bright smile. In Levi's eyes, this smile made people feel distress. "This is a 4-leaf clover. I heard that it can bring luck to people. Mikasa will save one every year. Today, I will give you all these." Mikasa smiled and stuffed the 5 4-leaf clovers into Levi's open palm. "Then grab Levi's fingers and close them. I hope they can bring you good luck." Suddenly, Levi froze in place. His expression became complicated. Looking at Mikasa's snow-white face, the smile that bloomed on his face like a white ephemera was full of tranquility and indifference, like a warm sun shining through the gloomy sky in the cold winter, which warmed people's hearts unconsciously. At this moment, Levi's heart was warmed by Mikasa. "I will, Mikasa. I won't let you die, I swear." Levi said this sentence for no reason. What will happen outside the plot line of the original book? The future is unpredictable. This is Levi's promise. Under Mikasa's surprised gaze, Levi slowly dragged the blood blade towards the carriage. Outside the carriage, there was a long silence. Cars gradually felt that something was wrong. Why was there no movement for so long? Right. An extremely ominous thought came to Cars' mind. He shook his head fiercely. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, the coldness of reality gradually overwhelmed this fluke, and Cars moved out of the curtain with a slight trembling. Just sticking out his head, his eyes suddenly turned black, just in front of Levi's blood-stained calm face. "Ah!" Cars exclaimed. The whole person was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. The 2 young women with disheveled clothes in the carriage were also arranging their clothes in a panic, leaning on the corner of the carriage, looking at Levi who was leaning into the curtain in horror. A strong smell of blood was in the narrow carriage. "Spread out. Go away. Don't come here." Cars kicked his legs in a panic. His face was full of fear, and under the illusory appearance of money, the hidden weak soul finally fully emerged. "Boy, I am Lord Cars, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. If you kill me, you will definitely not be able to eat and walk around. It will be useless even for Erwin to protect you." The flustered Cars was almost speechless. "Choose words." "Erwin." Levi raised his eyes, looked impatiently at Cars' legs stomping in the air, and punched him directly. In an instant, a pig-like howl resounded throughout the carriage. Cars' legs were on the ground weakly. His whole body was soaked with sweat as if he had just taken a shower. "You guy, you already know everything. Yi Bai smiled. Car's eyes widened. For some reason, the calmer Yi Bai was, the more frightened he became, as if he had predicted that he would be separated in the next second. At this moment, the last bit of dignity that he held onto is gone. Cars admitted that he lost, and he lost very thoroughly. Yi Bai is a monster. He doesn't care about his identity and status at all. These are useful against commoners, but they are useless in front of Yi Bai. What do you want? Cars said weakly. Oh. Yi Bai's eyes flickered, looking at the snow-white bare feet of the two women. Cars's eyes narrowed. Do you want these two people? Well, all for you. With a look of disgust, Cars pushed the two women directly towards Yi Bai. The two women fell to the ground, and their bodies shrunk back. They were really scared. What is that? Yi Bai's eyes passed through the gap between the two and saw a brown leather case lying under the chair. Hearing this sentence, Cars's face flashed a bit of pain, and he gritted his teeth. 10,000 gold coins. If you want, I will give it to you. 10,000 gold coins. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. With this money, enough to send the Ackerman couple to the mainland and live a prosperous life. That's definitely enough money. Thinking of this, a real smile flashed across Yi Bai's mouth, but in the next second, his eyes became gloomy again. The fifth update. Where are the flower tickets? Chapter 38. Yi Bai's thought sick. Bring the box here. Cars obediently pushed the box out from under the chair, not daring to look directly at Yi Bai's icy gaze. Yi Bai opened the box, and in an instant a golden light illuminated the entire carriage, and the inside was full of gold coins, full of color. He picked up a gold coin and weighed it in his hand. So many gold coins were an astronomical sum. God knows how much money Cars earned. Yi Bai slowly closed the box and turned his eyes to Carl's again. Carl's, I have a very strange question. You are such a timid person. How can you be so daring today? Cars shrank his neck, and a person appeared in his mind, that is the king of the entire empire, with supreme status and power. If his identity is revealed, he will not let him go with Wang Ju's temper, but if he doesn't say it, he probably won't even see the sun tomorrow. Cars gritted his teeth, but his own life was the most important thing. The big deal was with the rest of the wealth, and by the way, he took a few beauties to find a place to live incognito, and it was enough to earn so much money. From the beginning to the end, Cars never thought about it. Yi Bai would never give himself the possibility of life. All this is just a wonderful fantasy in Cars' mind. I said, looking at Yi Bai's hand on the hilt of the knife. Cars's teeth were trembling, and he said solemnly, I was ordered to do this by Lord Hitoli in the capital. Why? Yi Bai was puzzled. He didn't know any of King Shitoli at all. He couldn't understand why a person who had no grievance or hatred with him would stare at him from thousands of miles away. King Shitoli and Pixis are deadly enemies. For a person with the status of the king, face and dignity are above everything else. Pixis has made him lose face, and he dare not treat Pike. If the Sith strike, they can only strike at you. Isn't that King Sithtori? I see. Yi Bai nodded. Thank you. Click. Yi Bai pulled out the blade, and in an instant, a cold light flashed, and Cars's head had already rolled to the ground, and he didn't even have a chance to speak. What? Two sharp screams resounded throughout the town of Terra. The scalps of the two women were numb, and there was a faint fuss in the air. The gurgling water dripped down the line of a woman's legs and fell to the ground. Yi Bai will not do the act of letting the tiger return to the mountain. He will cut down everything that he regards as an enemy. He lowered his head, grabbed the box, and grabbed it heavily in his hand, and his body sank down. Yi Bai looked at the two women in disgust. Let's go. You can be relieved. Under the dazed gazes of the two, Yi Bai had already turned around and jumped out of the carriage. From this moment on, there will be no cars in the entire town of Terra. Yi Bai walked into the town mansion and found Mikasa. The old man raised his head and looked at Yi Bai, who was full of blood and smell. A real surprise appeared on his face. He came back alive and killed more than 30 middle-aged people by himself. It was like a myth. Is this the true strength of the soldiers of the Survey Corps? The old man's heart was deeply stunned. It turned out that the elite troops of the Imperial Army were already so strong. Yi Bai nodded, smiled at the old man, and then pulled the dazed Mikasa and turned to leave. Surprisingly, the war horse tied to the porch at the entrance was not affected by the battle, but the horse was restless, and it seemed that it must have been frightened. Yi Bai gently stroked and touched the war horse's temples. Under Yi Bai's continuous comfort, the war horse gradually recovered its calmness, raised its hooves lightly, and Hawkeye exhaled to hot air. The horses were flanked by storage bags, woven of heavy hemp rope, which was unusually strong. Levi opened the box and poured all the gold coins inside, just filling it up. Mikasa's mouth was slightly opened, and her expression was a little surprised. Where did Levi get so many gold coins from? The two mounted their horses and galloped away in the direction of leaving Terra Town. Inside the mansion, the old man walked slowly to the door and looked at the corpses on the ground. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The character of this person is really scary. Thinking of Levi's literary talent, the old man's eyes lit up, and the Empire will have another talented person with both civil and military skills. Driving in the beautiful wilderness, Levi's mood gradually improved. The original goal of the next step was to send the Ackerman couple to live near the capital, but now it seems that the capital is no longer safe. So where exactly should we go? Levi thought for a moment in his mind, and suddenly came up with an idea. Perhaps the Toros district within the Wall of Rose is a good place. The current time is 843 AD. The Toros district will not be destroyed until 850, and it will be safe for a long time to come. And what's more important to Levi is that Commander Petersus is stationed there. Even if someone from the royal capital chases after him, with the protection of Commander Petersus, the Ackerman family is absolutely safe. Thinking of this, Levi smiled helplessly and muttered to himself, "Old guy, I owe you another favor." Chapter 39 Clean up the wound. 7th More, ask for flowers, reward. Back at the home of the Ackerman couple, it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The dusk was blowing, the warm orange light sprinkled in the forest, and there were birds singing lightly on the branches. Levi pushed open the door. His body was exhausted, the wounds on his body had scabbed over, and there was vague pain. Looking at Levi, who was covered in blood, Gina stopped her work abruptly and threw herself on her face. In an instant, tears could not help circling in her eyes. "Levi, what's the matter? What happened? Hurry up. Take off your clothes and let me see." Levi shook his head and turned his head to look at the wide open door. Gina's gaze followed, only to see a sturdy horse kneeling on the grass, nibbling on the grass, rushing all the way, and the war horse was also a little tired. "Mrs. Gina, please come with me." Levi walked out of the room and grabbed a dozen gold coins from the bag on the side of the war horse. Huang Cancan's gold coin was shining. Gina looked at the gold coin in Levi's hand. Her eyes were full of astonishment. After a month of hard work, he may not be able to earn a single gold coin. Where did the gold coins in Levi's hands come from? "Mom, there's more here." Mikasa suddenly opened the bag, and suddenly a large piece of bright gold coins were all exposed to Gina's eyes. Yeah, Gina's beautiful eyes were shocked, and she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hands. She couldn't believe it. With so much money, it would have to be thousands. The money is all from cars. And what about the cars people? Looking at Levi's blood stains, Gina suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, but there was a trace of luck in her heart, waiting for Levi to nod to confirm. "I killed it." Levi nodded. "You kid killed again." Gina's eyes flashed to loneliness. The reason why she used this word is because she had already understood everything that happened outside the house that day through Karen's story. Kill. This distant and unfamiliar word is now appearing in front of his eyes, and the murderer is still his favorite child. For a while, Gina's heart expressed that it was unacceptable. Although that man Cars is very bad, he is naturally punished by the law. Levi, you shouldn't kill him. When the time comes, it will be hard to explain. Gina's eyes flashed deeply. Concerns. The kindness of women. Levi shook his head helplessly in his heart. "I know, so I will use this money to buy a house in Tolos district so that everyone can live a stable life, and there can be protected by Commander Pixis. Even people in the capital are difficult extend the tentacles there. After all, the entire garrison regiment is in charge of the commander." Levi hesitated for a moment, then slowly expressed his inner thought. Gina wanted to say something else, but seeing Levi's tired eyes, she had to sigh helplessly. God knows what kind of battle this child has gone through today, and everything should wait until Karen returns to make a decision. Now check Levi's wound first, Gina thought. "Son, come in and let me see your wounds," Gina said. Levi shook his head, turned around, took off the storage bag from the horse, held it in both hands, and walked towards the house step by step. Walking into the house, Levi put the storage bag on the ground, and there was a muffled thud, and the sound of hitting the ground was unusually heavy. "There are 10,000 gold coins in total. I'll take 100 of them when I get to Trolla's district, and give the rest to Aunt Gina," Levi said lightly. After speaking, he began to disassemble the three-dimensional mobile device on his body. When the last underwear was taken off, 3 long and narrow wounds were exposed on his strong upper body. Poor child. Gina's eyes were full of distress. She was a kind-hearted woman. Although she and Karen lived in poverty for a few years, she still did not change her heart. Looking at the gold coins on the ground, Gina's eyelids twitched. With so many gold coins, she and Karen couldn't earn them in their lifetimes. With this money, Mikasa will be able to receive education, and he will no longer have to do these hard manual work day and night, and Karen will no longer have to worry about making a living. Thinking of the benefits of money, Gina's heart is sincerely grateful to Levi. Gina laboriously dragged all the gold coins under Mikasa's bed, then turned to look at Levi, and motioned for Levi to lie on the bed. Levi lifted the quilt, revealing the mattress inside, and lay on his stomach. Gina left for a while, and came back with a bottle of ointment. She was injured occasionally in the forest, so she always kept a can of trauma medicine made from various herbs. Mikasa sensible handed over a wet towel, because her father had suffered this kind of injury before. She had helped her mother by her side and knew the function of a wet towel. Gina took the towel and gently wiped off the dirt from the wound. In the process, it was inevitable to touch the blood scab. Hiss! Levi sucked in a breath of cold air, gritted his teeth and held it back tightly. After about half an hour, when the wound was treated, Gina put on loose clothes for Levi. Don't take a bath today, wait until the wound is a little better tomorrow. Mikasa sleeps with mom and dad at night. Okay. Outside, the moonlight rose, and it was another night of silence. Chapter 40 Rose's Wall. Go. 8th more. A week later, Levi's wound was no longer serious. Although he was still in pain when he moved, it no longer hindered his normal activities. In the early morning, the forest was thick with humidity, and Levi came to an open field early to exercise. 1, 2, 1, 2. Levi's fist hit the ground ruthlessly. His upper body was naked, and the muscular lines on his sturdy body were obvious and clear, and after a while, the fine sweat was like a gurgling stream, sliding down the lines of muscle. This is a punch-up. The slight pain from the tip of the fist can make Levi feel awake. Levi gritted his teeth and did a full 200 push-ups until his arms trembled slightly before he turned over and stood up from the ground. Raising the back of his hand, the tip of his fist has been ground off a layer of skin. According to such progress, the second door will be opened in half a month. The quality of the body can adapt to the layers of the 8th dungeon technique, which depends on the body's endurance, coordination and explosiveness. Among them, endurance is particularly important. Push-ups with various patterns are the best way to test the body's fitness. Levi can now do 200 punch-ups. Of course, this is far from his limit. His limit is 500. On the basis of boxing push-ups, there are one-hand push-up, two-finger push-up, one-finger push-up, handstand push-up, and the most difficult aerial push-up. Opening the door, closing the door, and living the door are the first 3 doors of the Dunjia, and it is also the safety zone of the Dunjia, but this safety zone is only a relative concept, not absolute safety. For example, Levi's current physical fitness is completely more than enough, but opening the door will cause a great burden on the body, and even leave permanent sequelae. The sequelae are extremely terrifying for a physique practitioner. Of course, Levi didn't want him to be like this, so he chose to go step by step. Otherwise, with his current physical quality, he could forcibly open the door to life, but the price was that his entire body was abolished. I'm still very weak now. Levi seemed to be tireless, and began to run around the forest for a full 20 kilometers. By the time he returned to the starting point, it was already 8 in the morning. The whole body was wet with sweat, and the whole person seemed to have taken a bath. Levi's complexion was reddish, and the whole person was breathing the air happily. A shred of new muscle is growing. It's almost time. Levi looked at the sun above his head. Today, the Ackerman and his wife are preparing to move. All the things in the house have been prepared in the past few days. Inside, Levi walked near the house, first took a cold shower, then wiped his body, and jumped into the house. There is a breakfast on the table, prepared for myself. Karen was wearing a black gentleman's outfit today. Gina was wearing a light blue skirt. Mikasa's outfit was still simple and fresh, and the family seemed to have an atmosphere of aristocratic life. In fact, the Ackerman couple's cultivation and appearance are not bad, but they were dragged down by poverty and changed their outfits, and the whole person's spiritual outlook also took on a new look. A hint of surprise flashed in Levi's eyes. He put on his soldier's clothes, and of course he didn't forget the Wings of Freedom shirt that Mrs. Gina had put away on the bed. After everything was ready, Levi took a few bites of breakfast and said with a smile, "Go to the Wall of Rose." The family happily set foot on the carriage. The space inside the carriage is not small, and there is more than enough space for 5 people to move around. They are pulled by 3 high-headed horses. Blah blah blah. This time Karen played the role of groom. In fact, he didn't bring much things with him this time. Except for the rations and some clothes necessary for the journey, he didn't bring anything else, because everything can be bought in Toros. I don't know if it was the scene I saw with my own eyes that day, which had a great impact on Mikasa, and there has been no smile on Mikasa's face for the past few days. It wasn't until today that the family moved on the road full of hope that Mikasa's mouth showed a smile. What's wrong? You've been feeling a little gloomy these past few days, Levi asked. It's nothing, I just think it's a bit of a pity about the mansion. Mikasa sat on the chair with her head tilted out of the window, not knowing what she was thinking. The matter of the mansion, it's really a pity, Levi whispered. That day he managed to get a place for Mikasa, but because of cars, everything was shattered. It's okay, everything is possible in Toros district anyway. A Terra town can be corrupted. As a large urban area in the southern part of the Wall of Rose, Toros district is even more corrupt. Spending money should be able to buy a learning opportunity. In fact, in the bottom of Levi's heart, the reason why he could not wait to arrange the Ackerman family into Rose's wall was, on the one hand, for fear of trouble from the capital, and on the other hand, for himself. During the 53rd investigation outside the wall, he once heard a word from Han Jizoi. In the underground streets of the capital, it is full of blood, gray, and violence. There is a group of guys who are as obsessed with physical arts as you are. You can try it, because Levi came from there. Levi wanted to go to the underground street to train himself. Only in a stressful environment can he force his strength to improve rapidly. Therefore, Levi had to go to the underground street. Chapter 41 The Capital, the Underground Street. 2 days later, a carriage slowly drove into the city of Talis south of the Wall of Rose. The overall defensive area of the Toros district is as large as that of the Higashina district, but it is more prosperous than the Higashina district. It is a transportation hub and military fortress connecting the interior. The majestic Rose's wall stands majestically on this earth after 100 years of wind and frost. At the top of the city wall, there are fixed cannons placed in a dense order almost 3 meters apart. It took almost a day for the Ackerman family to choose a house. The house is a 3-story masonry building, and it is close to the inner door and crowded. The first floor can be used for business and fruit business. The Ackermans brought in all the things in the car. The interior of the room is spacious and bright, full of nostalgic taste of the Middle Ages. The sanitation seems to be cleaned regularly, and the furniture is quite complete, which is worthy of the high price of 500 gold coins. This is our new home. Karen stretched out. The 2 days of driving made him look a little tired, but it didn't hold back his yearning for the new life that was about to begin. Yeah, all this is thanks to the child Levi. Gina also smiled. Just moved to the new home. There are many things to deal with. When the new home looks like a home, it will be 3 days later, and this is also the time for Levi to leave. Early in the morning 3 days later, the Ackermans and their family stood at the door, eyes full of reluctance, watching the brown-red horse gradually move away from their sight, and finally shrank into a small black dot and disappeared. In the heart, there are only blessings and expectations. Mikasa closed her eyes and held 4 specimens of 4-leaf clover tightly in her hands. This was the seed of hope for the future, and it was also Levi's blessing to Mikasa. Mansion, I'm here, Mikasa murmured softly. The moment she opened her eyes, Qingyan quietly showed a hint of indifference. The capital, the underground street. It can be called the most chaotic place in the entire imperial capital. The imperial capital represents the sword of order and law. It can survive for 100 years under the sharp blade. The existence of the underground street has always been a laudable legend in the imperial capital. This is the dark and violent shelter of the entire capital, and death incidents happen almost every day. 1 more person died. These scumbags, 1 less dead. The military police regiment soldier wearing the unicorn logo stood at the entrance of the underground street, looking at the corpse lying on the ground that had just been carried out. The clothes were tattered, the twisted face was full of horror, and he was stabbed 3 times in the abdomen. He died because of excessive blood loss. They could encounter this kind of thing almost every day. Impatient. A small figure wearing a black cloak passed by. Only a pair of dark eyes were exposed, and the whole body was shrouded in black, looking full of dark aura. Hey, stop. The soldier may feel a little abnormal, motioning his partner to carry the body away, shouting to the figure wearing a black cloak. Suddenly, he tilted his head, and in the dark and warm eyes, full of indifference, it was Levi. What's wrong? Levi asked in a light tone. Take off the cloak on your body and let me see what you look like. Shushi Levi's indifferent tone made the soldiers feel unhappy, so the tone of his speech was also a little more aggravated. Snort. Suddenly, the soldier heard a cold snort. He expressed consternation. What does this mean? Do you want to live? The next second, Yi Bai had already rushed over, and a beautiful roundhouse kick slammed into his jaw. Boom! The soldier's body flew out in response, and Yi Bai calmly walked down the stairs under the surprised eyes of passers-by. Looking at the pitch-black back, the soldier stood up from the ground in embarrassment and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was Yi Bai's mercy, otherwise his entire jaw would burst. These lawless guys are really mad at me. The soldiers were almost mad. The underground street was the absolute hardest hit area for violence in the capital, and even the military police did not dare to touch the rules there easily. The empire represents light, while the underground is the kingdom of darkness. Here, only fists are the last word, and strength represents almost everything. Walking through the dark corridor, Yi Bai seemed to have sensed a completely different survival rule in the underground street. Hey, do you have any money? Hurry up and take it out. The two young-looking children behind him surrounded an adult in the corner and punched the adult hard in the abdomen. I only have so much. The adult's body was very thin, and his flesh was almost close to his ribs. As if the wind would fall down, tremblingly, he fumbled for a few copper coins from his pocket. It's only 5 copper coins. Send the beggars. The leading teenager pouted and slapped the adult who was bent on the wall again. But there's only so much. What to do? Click. The adult took out a sharp knife at some point, and the knife accurately stabbed the boy's left chest. The teenager panicked and covered the position of his heart, watching as the blood gradually dyed red on his shirt, flowing over his palms, dripping down, staggering back a few steps under the eyes of the adult, and then crashing to the ground. Feeling the movement behind him, a sneer swept across Yi Bai's mouth, and the blood all over his body began to boil faintly. Chapter 42 Death Fight. Second, ask for flowers as a reward. The underground street is located underground, and the ventilation and drainage capabilities are naturally worse. The light source for lighting is artificial light in addition to a small amount of natural light. Yi Bai stepped into the underground street. The air was a little dull, and the light was quite gloomy, completely relying on dozens of huge oil lamps on top of the dome to provide lighting. Is this an underground street? Yi Bai whispered. People who live in underground streets all year round are either homeless ronin, desperados holding their lives in their hands, or bad people who simply pursue violence and excitement. Of course, there are big guys in underground street, relying on almost impeccable people. His fighting skills made the whole underground street crazy. Death fight. There are competitions held every day in the underground street. The dealer operates the game, and other people bet at will. Those who participate in the death fight will either win or die. If they fail, they will only die, and there is no second way to choose. Behind the extremely high risk is a high reward. Winning a game can get you 50 gold coins, and the final winner will be rewarded as much as 1,000 gold coins. For Yi Bai, whether it is 50 gold coins or 1,000 gold coins, he has no concept, because he has seen 10,000 gold coins early, and death fighting is just a training for him to improve his own strength. Yi Bai didn't think anyone could beat him. However, not to mention 1,000 gold coins, even 50 gold coins are enough to make people risk their lives to play the game. In the Empire, even in the most prosperous inland, the monthly income of an ordinary family is only 1 gold coin. 50 gold coins can only be saved by working for a family of 3 without food or drink for 4 years. For some people who are extremely short of money, the prize money they can get in a game can make them crazy, and they don't hesitate to sacrifice their lives. Of course, no one is willing to joke about their own life casually. Those who dare to participate in death fighting have a certain strength, either veterans who retired from the battlefield or ruthless gangsters. This is a fight with bare hands, bloody, violent, and exciting. At this moment, the first death fighting match was unfolding. The crowd of onlookers were crazy, roaring, swaying, almost crazy, and almost no one noticed a thin figure wearing a black cloak coming here. Come on, number 1. Kill him. Come on. Yes, go on. Go on. Number 1. Break his neck. I want to see blood. The bright red blood makes me feel good. Hey, number 20. Block sideways and kick him with your feet. ... It's a crazy country. The music in the air is filled with the smell of alcohol, blood, and hormones. In less than a minute, the first game was decided, and the crowd stepped aside one after another. Suddenly Yi Bai opened his eyes wide, only to see 2 men in white short shirts on a stretcher, with a person lying on it, no longer alive. His neck was twisted off, his body was covered in blood, his legs were twisted in a strange posture, and there were countless open and secret injuries on his body. It's really violent. Yi Bai chuckled, quietly following the 2 men. He wanted to see where the corpse would eventually be transported. Walking forward for about 500 meters, there is an artificially excavated underground water channel ahead ahead, and the river water is turbid and full of foul odor. The two men turned the stretcher toward the waterway in disgust. The corpse on the stretcher fell into the water, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Bloodstained, I don't know how many corpses lay on it. Seeing the two men turn around, Levi turned his head and walked back, but was suddenly stopped by someone. The man in front. Stop. Levi walked forward without looking back. For him, there was really no need to take care of him, just two small shrimps. The people who live here are not at all rational at all. It is a common thing to grab a person and beat them when they are in a bad mood today. Ask, why did you hit me? No reason, just a bad mood. Therefore, without a certain strength, it is almost difficult to survive in such a chaotic place. Only in such a cruel environment can we get out of the strongest soldier king in human history, Levi Ackerman. Was it ignored? The man who just opened his mouth grinned. This is a newcomer. Anyone who is familiar with the underground street knows that there is no one who can play the role of a staff member in the death-fighting arena. The man turned his head and looked at his companion. The two exchanged glances and nodded to each other. In an instant, the man rushed up. As for the reason, unhappy, want to hit people, Levi heard the sound of wind coming from behind him, and seemed to be unaware, and walked forward on his own. At the moment when the man's palm touched his shoulder, he raised his arm and clasped the man's wrist at almost the same time, then bent down slightly, using the strength of his waist to instantly throw the man under his feet. Boom! A dull sound. Not far away, the man's companion widened his eyes in astonishment. That person who had won the championship of the death-fighting tournament was so easily defeated by the man in black in front of him. Who is this man in black? Chapter 43 Extreme Physical Training, the third update. Ask for flowers as a reward. The man got up from the ground in embarrassment. The anger in his heart burned like a flame, and the moment he got up, he was already in an endless posture. When the man saw Levi's dark eyes, there was indifference and coldness in his eyes, and the cheeks covered by the cloak looked abnormally gloomy under the light of the light. In an instant, the man's body felt inexplicably cold, and his body was stiff as he stared blankly at Levi walking past him. Watching Levi's figure gradually walk away, his companion came over and helped the man up, frowning and said, "What's going on? This person doesn't seem to be easy to mess with." "Haha, that's not it. The other party scared you into this with just one look. Is this still crazy blade rig?" The companion laughed, with a look of disapproval. In his opinion, Levi's fighting skills are superb, but because of the limitation of the body, the explosive power is limited. If you meet a real master, you will definitely be beaten down in an instant. The reason why Levi was so embarrassed was only because he underestimated the enemy for a while. Besides, Levi was a master at playing knives, and his bare-handed skills were not superb. It was understandable that he was thrown to the ground just now. The strength of this man in black is indeed impressive, but it is still not enough to look at the entire underground street. "What do you know?" Rig glared angrily at the other party. "This person is definitely not simple. He has a lot of lives under his control, otherwise the indifference to life would not be revealed in his eyes, and I have no doubts about one thing. What's the matter? If I continued to resist just now, he would kill me instantly." "Ah, you're kidding." Leah's companion opened his mouth in surprise, staring blankly at the direction Levi was leaving. There was a hurry of people in front of him, and there was no shadow of the man in black. Even though he said so, he already believed Rig's words 7 or 8 points in his heart, but there was a little doubt in his heart. Will this person appear again? ... At night, the underground street is more lively, and there are noisy crowds everywhere. Levi spent a gold coin to stay at the hotel here. Although the underground street is nominally a street, it has everything to eat, drink and wear, just like a small kingdom, a country that is not under the jurisdiction of the royal government. As for why the king's government allowed such deformed things as underground streets to exist in its hinterland, although Levi was puzzled, he didn't bother to think about it. At this moment, in the room, Levi's clothes showed a strong and sturdy body. Although there were still scars on his body, the wounds had almost healed. The body that has been transformed by Bam and Dunjia seems to be beyond his imagination. Levi dragged off his shoes. His arms were flat on the floor, and his hands were placed on the ground in a fist-like shape. Except for his arms and forefoot as support, all other body parts were suspended in the air. His muscles were tense, his eyes were looking straight ahead, and he had already started to flatten. Support. It's an extremely simple simple move, but it's the ultimate test of muscular endurance. 1 minute, 2 minutes, a whole hour passed. Levi's body was as motionless as a sculpture. The muscles all over his body felt a vague sense of soreness, and a human mark formed of sweat formed on the ground at some point. Levi likes the feeling of howling muscles. The stronger the stimulation effect on the muscles, the faster the muscles grow. 2 hours later, Levi's whole body began to rise slightly. His mouth was slightly open, revealing a row of teeth, which were trembling all the time. Levi held his breath and breathed slowly. The feeling from his muscles was not soreness, but pain. It was like a spring stretched to the extreme, and it might break with a bang in the next second. This unbearable pain to Levi was a feast for Levi. Sweat dripped from all over his body as if he didn't need money. Levi enjoyed this almost morbid torture. A strong person is cruel to himself. If he bows his head because of pain, he will never be able to gain power over everyone. To know that Levi came to this world, the only recourse was the 8th dungeon technique. In order to survive in the future world, he must go all out every day and every hour now. 3 hours passed. Levi's whole body turned red. His complexion was even more scary. His eyes were wide open. He was holding his last breath, frantically crushing his limit. 1 second, 2 seconds. Every second seemed like a century. Boom. Finally, the whole person couldn't hold it any longer, and he slammed straight on the ground. In an instant, a loud gasping sound came out of Levi's nose. Now his body has no strength at all, and his muscles are as hard as a rock. Although the brain has relaxed, the nerve commands have not yet been transmitted to the muscles, or it will take a certain amount of time for the muscles to return to normal. In Naruto world, this kind of masochistic training is commonplace, not to mention Kai. Even Shaoli can hold on to a plank for 20 hours. Therefore, Levi still has a long way to go before he truly masters the 8th door done armor technique. Chapter 44 Mysterious Girl, Ching. 4th, ask for a reward for collection. 1 gold coin is equivalent to a month's income of an ordinary family in the Empire, but in the underground street hotel you can only stay for 1 night, and the accommodation environment can be said to be quite simple. For a hotel, the profits are huge profit. If you want to carry out commercial trade in the underground street, especially the big project of opening a store, it is almost impossible without background support, because the people who come in and out here every day are not simple people. Even if they are children, can't be ignored either. Levi walked out of the hotel, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw in the bustling crowd, a child in green clothes, about 7 or 8 years old, passed by a luxuriously dressed adult. The silver coin has already appeared in the fingers. Such a fast skill is tantamount to a ghost hand. There was a smile on the corner of the child's mouth. His psychological quality was abnormally calm, and he kept his head down and walked forward, ready to find the next target. Levi smiled slightly, silently separated from the child by almost 3 positions, and followed behind him. Gradually, the number of people in front became less and less, and the children turned into a dark alley. There are not many dark alleys like the underground street. God knows how the entire underground street was built, and what was the purpose of building the underground street. In the dark alley, there are many people in ragged clothes. They are lying wanton on the hard slate floor. These are the homeless living in the underground street, living a precarious life, which can be said to be very pitiful. Levi didn't sympathize with these people. Watching the figure of the child disappear into the darkness, his pace suddenly quickened, and he followed quickly. Ahead, the light was very dark, and only 2 vague figures could be seen vaguely. One of the figures should be the child. As for the other figure, it seemed to be braided. Ching. That's all. The little boy flinched and stretched out his palm, with a row of silver coins lying in his palm, with a few copper coins mixed in, almost 10 or so. He seemed a little scared. Idiot, you're being followed. The girl named Ching took the silver coins and put them in her pocket. She shook her neat ponytail, but her tone was extremely fierce. Ching's eyes turned to the right, and there was a figure standing there, but because the light was too blurry, it flickered and appeared, like a ghost. Ching showed a row of silver teeth and smiled. The old lady is a ghost. Ching walked forward calmly, but she wanted to see if the other party was a human or a ghost. Levi's figure didn't move at all, quietly watching the other party getting closer and closer to him. It was so close that you could almost smell the faint scent of the other person. It seemed that Levi's eyes suddenly condensed, as if there was a bright red cross painted on his skin. Boom. Before I could see clearly, the two collided. Yeah, Ching said suspiciously, took a few steps back, and in an instant, he had already made a one-handed strangulation posture. This posture seems inexplicably familiar. Who seems to have seen it before? A trace of doubt flashed in Levi's mind, and before he had time to think, a black shadow suddenly swept over, and then he felt a numbness in his jaw, and the whole person flew out. out. Fuck, Ani. Yibai got up from the ground in embarrassment, and the hat on his head was lifted, revealing his entire face. The girl followed closely, and her face became much clearer. This was an extremely delicate face, very three-dimensional. A ray of light flashed through her pale blue eyes, as if there were stars twinkling. Looking at this face, even Yibai had to admit that he was beautiful, but it wasn't Ani. He just had the same fighting skills as Ani. Thinking of this crazy girl's fierce attack just now, Yibai grinned and slowly got up from the ground. He has no habit of being beaten and not fighting back, even if the other party is a woman. And it turned out to be a child. Ching pouted, and instantly lost interest. Hey, kid, I'll let you live this time. If there's another time, be careful and I'll throw you into the underground water. Ching said rudely, then turned around and left Yi Yi's entire back. White, little girls, who are you talking to? The moment the words sounded, Yibai had already swept out, and a whip in midair swept towards Ching's upper body. Call. Feeling the sound of the wind coming from his side, Ching stretched out his arm disapprovingly and accurately grabbed Yibai's bare feet. The time difference between them was only tenths of a second. It can be seen that Ching's prediction is accurate, far from those of the death fighting arena. Second-rate thugs can be compared. However, Ching was wrong this time. At the moment when the palm of the hand in Yibai's body contacted, a great force was transmitted in an instant, and the tiger's mouth felt numb in an instant, and the whole body couldn't control it. On the side wall, the space was suddenly silent, and Yibai seemed to smell a hint of gunpowder. Quite a while, an earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the dark alley. Fuck, Willie, get my old lady's sword. Author's words. I like to add skirt. The number is in the previous chapter. You can get the chance to set up a dragon. Chapter 45. My name is Xiao. First update. Please collect flowers. Dong dong. Willie walked to a certain part of the wall, squatted down, and tapped a certain brick hard. Suddenly the bricks caved in, and the surrounding bricks fell one after another, revealing a long and narrow dark grid. Yibai's eyes narrowed, only to see Willie dragging a long knife out of it, about 1 meter long. The width of the blade is about the same as that of the palm, the standard rectangle. The appearance is extremely strange. Yibai is the first time see. Perhaps because the long knife was too heavy, Willie couldn't hold it up with both hands, so he could only transform on the ground while holding the hilt. Stab it. The blade rubbed violently against the ground, making a harsh sound, leaving a long white scratch on the ground. Ching took the knife and looked at Yibai coldly. The corner of Yibai's mouth swept into a smile that couldn't help but imagine a girl with delicate facial features dragging a super long knife, and the shape of the knife was especially like a pig-killing knife. Whoa! The girl suddenly raised her arm, and the battle knife swept up in the air, and a flash of light suddenly slashed towards Yibai. Yibai was already prepared. The weight of the knife was definitely not light. The girl's movements became much slower. Yibai easily avoided it. The battle knife smashed straight on the ground, and suddenly the masonry shattered in a large area, countless finely broken stones scattered, and a burst of dust rose straight up. The long sword is mighty, open and closed, with an invincible momentum. Although there are only horizontal and vertical cuts from beginning to end, people dare not suppress its edge. Yibai seems to dodge easily, and his strong body is like a spirit monkey. It makes Ching's attacks fail again and again. In fact, it is not simple. A lot, and the speed suddenly accelerated. Up to now, it has been like a thunder, and the knife fell instantly when it started, and a bright light passed through the void, and the sound of heavy sonic boom suddenly burst out. Gaining speed and explosiveness at the expense of flexibility is extremely beneficial to the use of this weapon in such a narrow dark alley. Gradually, Yibai stepped back step by step, his body unknowingly stuck to the cold wall, and there was no way out. The mysterious girl in front of him made Yibai really realize what kind of hidden dragon and crouching tiger the world in the underground street is. Not only Yibai was surprised, Ching's shock was no less than Yibai's. The sword is called the Ghost Slayer sword. It was made by Taurus Lee, the most famous blacksmith in the underground street. The price is as high as 3,000 gold coins. Taurus Lee can be called a legendary blacksmith of the human empire. He also participated in the development and production of the three-dimensional mobile devices used by the army. The cast iron craftsmanship is unparalleled. The whole body of the Ghost Slayer is made of super hard steel, which is extremely hard, but also added some trace metals. The function of this trace metal is that when the blade is cut off, the body and mind of the blade holder are united, and the blade gas can explode. This invisible blade gas can spread out for 2 meters, which is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to avoid, even if it is to avoid the sword, and it will also be cut in half by the accompanying sword. Ching can't remember remember how many knives he swung, 50 knives, or 100 knives. After that, Levi didn't hit Levi once, and every slight displacement of Levi, he was able to get into the dead end of the knife gas with extreme precision. Such reaction speed and observation ability almost made Ching stunned. Where did this guy come from? There was a deep doubt in Ching's heart. Boom! In an instant, Levi stepped into the state of opening the door. The soles of his feet alternately stepped on the walls on both sides. The whole person climbed up rapidly, and then fell like a boulder, smashing towards Ching with unparalleled strength. This is... Ching's eyes suddenly widened. How could it be possible? Looking at the series of pits that had been stepped on the wall, Ching felt her scalp go numb. In the moment of hurriedly responding, Levi's soles of feet had already stepped on the sword. It turned out that his goal was not Ching, but the sword. Boom! The attack was so powerful that the Ghost Slayer blade instantly fell from Ching's hand, embedded directly into the ground, and rolled up the shards of salt on the ground. Ching's explosive power is not strong. In front of Levi, who is in the open state, although he resists with all his strength, the majestic force transmitted from every physical contact makes Ching feel trembling all over. I felt as if I was facing a fierce beast, almost unstoppable. In the end, Levi's punch was savagely hit in the abdomen, and the whole person flew out like an open cannonball. Hey! Looking at the dust rising in the darkness ahead, Levi smashed his mouth and muttered to himself, "Is it a bit heavy to attack?" Immediately afterwards, he leaned down and pulled out the Ghost Slayer's sword from the ground. The moment he started, Levi's body suddenly sank. This knife seems a little heavy. Levi held the handle of the knife and weighed it. It weighed at least 50 kilograms. The face of the knife was dark, and it flashed a cold light. It was a rare and good knife. The only downside is that it is too heavy to be used in combat, but this shortcoming is an advantage for Levi. He can use it to train his physique. Levi was carrying the knife. His small figure was extremely incompatible with the Ghost Slayer's sword, looking a little funny. Then he walked straight to Ching, looked down at her, and said lightly, "This knife is good, I'll take it first. Down. As for your life, I will take it again when I have time." "Who are you?" Ching awkwardly leaned against the corner, his face stiff. "Who I am? I am Levi, but I cannot be Levi. Levi is too famous in the capital, I have to have a new identity." Levi thought for a while and said, "Owl, owl." Ching was stunned, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground weakly. Not far away, several homeless people saw this scene. Their eyes flashed with lust, and they walked towards Ching. Chapter 46 Sign Up. Second update. Ask for flower collection. Death fighting matches attract countless crowds every day. At this moment, at the registration site of the death fighting competition, a small figure wearing a black cloak stood quietly in the long queue, with a person standing in front of him. "It's already the last place to sign up. Are you sure you want to participate?" On the dirty table, there was the last number plate, which happened to be number 1. Apart from that, there was nothing else. A green-haired young man crossed Erlang's legs, leaned his head on the back of the chair and asked, "I'm sure." The voice was thick, and the body was like an iron tower. The muscles on his body were bulging, which attracted the attention of others. Obviously, the last player to sign up for the competition has a strong strength. "What's your name?" the green-haired youth said lightly. "Franto." "Sign it here." The green-haired youth threw out a notebook, and only needed to write his real name on it, and then pay the registration fee of 1 gold coin. Fran looked overjoyed and was about to sign on it when he suddenly felt someone tap his back, so he stopped writing, turned his head, and played with his eyes. The crowd looked indifferent. Fran felt strange and pouted, turned his head back again. "Who?" As soon as he bent down and felt someone pat him, Fran turned around suddenly. His 2-meter-tall body was like a hill, which made people look terrified. "Look here." Levi's face was stiff, and for the first time he felt the disadvantage of being short, but he was just ignored by the strong man. Fran lowered his head, his eyes froze. Standing in front of him was a man in black. He seemed to be over 1.5 meters tall. His height just reached his waist, so he didn't notice it just now. It was hidden in the cloak. The body below must be abnormally thin. A punch. Do not. It only takes 1 finger to knock him over, and a smile swept across Fran's mouth. If the little dwarf's answer doesn't satisfy him, he will definitely turn him into scum. "Is something wrong? Give me your spot." Levi's tone was cold, full of irresistible meaning. The daily registration quota for the death fighting tournament is limited. Only 24 people can apply, and Dayan happens to be the last quota, so Levi intends to grab it. "If you don't sign up in the end, go away." Behind Fran, the green-haired youth was a little impatient. Of course, sign up. Fran turned to the young man with a dry smile. But, wait for me to deal with this little dwarf first. After the words were finished, Fran's iron fists were like a gust of wind, waving towards Yi Bai's head. A smile flickered at the corner of Yi Bai's mouth, calmly watching Fran's fist grow bigger and bigger in his line of sight, and finally covered almost all of it. At this moment, he moved, slightly dodging, avoiding the trajectory of the fist falling, and then following the trend. Grabbing Fran's elbow, the other hand pressed down hard. Click. Only a crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a pig-like howl, which aroused the attention of countless people. However, this wasn't over yet. Yi Bai's hands moved to his shoulders. His whole body swept forward, leaned his back against the big man, clenched his teeth lightly, and suddenly exerted force all over his body, and a majestic force erupted. In the stunned eyes of everyone, they only saw a figure like an iron tower turning a circle in the air, crashing on the ground, and the sawdust flew away in an instant, and the table for registration was smashed to pieces. Even the green-haired youth couldn't avoid it, and the whole person fell to the ground with Fran in embarrassment. Oh my god, that's not so much Fran. He didn't even last a round. What is the origin of this man in black? I think today's game has a good show. Fran is someone who has won a championship anyway. How could he be defeated so easily? I think this person must have done something wrong. Hey, fortunately I didn't participate today. There was a lot of discussion, and some people had numbskull. Although he didn't sign up, he was lucky because he didn't think he was the opponent of the man in black. Like a dead dog, Yi Bai stepped over Fran's body indifferently, looked at the green-haired youth who had just climbed up from the ground, and said calmly, I want to sign up for the competition. The green-haired young man just got up and wanted to get angry, but he looked at Fran, and the strange figure hidden under the cloak lost his temper, and said stiffly, what's your name? Owl. Owl. The green-haired young man's eyes narrowed, and a smile flickered on the corner of his mouth. Owl, right. Today's fighting match looks fierce and unusual, much more exciting than in the past. Hold your number card. You can leave. Just wait until you play in the game. If you don't play, it means abstention. This is the performance of a coward. If you are a coward, you can consider it. The green-haired youth's cold laugh loudly. Here. Yi Bai slapped the gold coin and smashed it heavily on his palm, and the green-haired young man felt a burning pain in his palm in an instant. When Yi Bai's figure was far away, he stared at Yi Bai's back fiercely and spat, this kid. ... After half an hour, the death fight begins. In the first game, Yi Bai played against Yi Yu Gamesh. If you like this book, you can add a skirt and get a dragon set. No. Chapter 47 First game. Win. First update. In a death fight, you either win or die. There is no second way to choose, and the rules of the game are cruel and unusual. The arena of the competition is a wide circular arena surrounded by soft ropes with strong toughness. The purpose is to prevent players from accidentally falling out of the arena and causing damage to the audience. At this moment, the scene was full of spectators, at least 300 people. The entire arena was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Although the game had not yet started, the crazy clamor and shouting had already resounded. For the audience, what they see is not losing and winning, but blood and violence, and they like to see the excitement of blood dripping and the painful wailing of the players on the stage. In the death fighting arena, the process of life from birth to death, as long as a few minutes, as short as a few seconds, this is the greatest charm of death fighting. In the first game, Xiao faced Ye Yu Gamesh. These two people are new characters. Compared with the old players who often participate in death fighting, they undoubtedly add a lot of attention in the hearts of the audience. Yi Bai stood on the ring, a black cloak covering his face, giving people a mysterious and unusual feeling. There was still 1 minute before the start of the match. Yi Bai's opponent, Yi Yu, was a stubborn man in a pink fighting shirt, with thick cream on his lips, and long brown hair with 2 long braids. Suddenly, Yi Yu threw a girly, shy smile at Yi Bai, matched with that rough face, making Yi Bai disgusting enough. Yi Bai swore that this disgusting shemale would be wiped out the moment the game started. It was really disgusting. The handsome guy on the opposite side, the old man's girlish heart is about to be melted by you. Yi Yu opened his mouth and stretched out 3 thick knuckles to make an orchid finger. For a moment, Yi Bai lost his calm, and the hand behind him quietly clenched into a fist. The betting on the death fighting match begins 5 minutes before the match begins. Neither of them had previous experience of competing, so it was difficult to judge their true strength. Therefore, the organizers of the death fighting tournament considered the odds of the match for a long time. Yi Bai's odds are 1 to 1.1. Yi Yu's Yiyu's odds are 1 to 2. There is no other reason. Levi just exposed his strength at the registration place, which has attracted the attention of the organizers. The game is about to start. Tens of thousands of gold coins have been bet. 60% of people choose to bet on Yiyu. 40% of people choose to bet on Levi, not only because of Yiyu's high odds, but also because of Levi. The figure is really thin and abnormal, and many people express their disapproval. The game officially begins. Yiyu spit out his tongue, his head suddenly licked on the palm of his hand, rolled down a large amount of saliva, and opened his palm, which was full of bright saliva and mucus, exuding a foul smell, and covered it towards Levi. Levi quickly moved away. His face was already gloomy, this disgusting dead shemale. Levi's figure was agile, and he had already moved behind Yiyu, aiming at the part of Yiyu's heart, and slammed a heavy punch. Boom! In an instant, Yiyu's whole body flew out. His face instantly turned into a pig's liver color, and a tear-like pain came from his heart, and he struggled for a long time without getting up. The game is not over yet. Levi walked over slowly, his palm knife transformed into shape, and slashed down at the back of Yiyu's neck, only to hear a crisp click. Yiyu had fallen to the ground with shocked eyes. Slightly after a few twitches, the whole person was silent. 31 seconds. A mediocre result. With the referee's whistle, the game ended. Xiao Sheng. My 300 gold coins. I've put all of them on Yiyu Gamesh. How could I die so fast? That's right. The dealer must have released water on purpose, just to take our money. Many people wanted to cry without tears, but they didn't expect the game to be like this. Hey, I asked you to bet on Xiao Xiao long ago, but no one listened. Even Frey is no match for Xiao Xiao. You all underestimate this black dwarf. Some people also expressed their congratulations. They witnessed the fierce shot of Xiao, the place of registration. Although Xiao's odds were very low, it was still a bit of a profit, which was much better than those who bet on Yiyu's loss in the end. Levi walked off the stage slowly and stood in the front row of the audience, ready to witness the next game. Yiyu's icy corpse was quickly carried off the field. The reality is so cruel. If you don't have enough strength but want to get a high reward, the consequence can only be death. After a while, a staff member walked towards Levi with a cloth bag. Levi raised his head and saw that it was the green-haired young man he had seen not long ago. He took the cloth bag and weighed it in his hand. It was about 50 gold coins. You won't give me one less. HMPH. Winning a game is just luck. Little dwarf, it's not as simple as you think. The green-haired youth snorted coldly, and walked away quickly with a gloomy face. Blast Boxer Dorjido. 10 crown players. Even the real boss of the underground street dare not take it lightly. Therefore, the green-haired youth chose not to care about Levi, because he believed that Levi was about to die at the hands of Doji. Chapter 48 Blast Boxer, 2nd. In the 24-person match, the two faced each other for one match, and the junior match was played in 12 matches, which only took 1 hour. In the blink of an eye, 12 corpses were carried down. If we judged according to the normal course of the game, 24 would go to 12, 12 would go to 6, and 23 would die when the final champion was contested. Only one of the contestants will survive. With such an astonishing death rate, there are still countless people who sign up for the competition every day. This situation surprised Levi. Just when Levi was puzzled, the organizer's voice suddenly sounded. Number 10 abstained. Number 11 abstained. Number 15 abstained. Number 20 abstained. A series of voices abstained, and there were only 4 of the 12 left in an instant. Levi thought for a moment, and then he understood the key point. He watched 11 games just now, and found that the strength of the players is really uneven. Most of Frant, who was defeated by him at the registration place, just met him with bad luck. If he participated in the competition on another day, he was completely strong, won the championship. Therefore, the strength of the death fighting match is more important, and luck is more important. There are many desperate people in the underground street every day. When a person does not have any capital to fight, he can only fight with his own life. Many people participate in death fighting, just by chance to win the first game and get 50 gold coins. It is the heart of abstaining to participate in the competition, so the risk is much smaller. Although Levi didn't look down on 50 gold coins, 50 gold coins was not a small amount in the hearts of many people, and it was enough to spend a month in the entire underground street. So, there is no shortage of speculators in death fight. This death fight is a little disappointing. Levi shook his head and sighed. Now there are players left on the field. Number 1 Owl, number 3 Dorji Dort, number 7 Osbimont, number 14 Campbell. According to the results of the random group, the first game is Doji Dot against Campbell, and the second game is against Osbimont. Doji Dot, a burst boxer, with a burly stature, wearing a red tie on his head, 2 white cloth strips wrapped around his fists, wearing a dark blue open jacket, every muscle on his body is extremely firm, like a fierce head. Like a beast, it exudes a bloodthirsty breath. Campbell, on the other hand, was a blonde young man with a lean body and looked quite agile. Looking at his opponent, Campbell almost cried and strongly demanded to abstain. Why not Xiao Xiao? If it is Xiao Xiao, he still has a few chances of winning, and Campbell began to regret his decision to continue the competition because of his hot-headedness. The burst boxer has a long-standing reputation in the entire underground street, second only to the existence of the 3 giants in the underground street. His appearance is enough to make the audience boil. The odds of the first game are also almost one-sided. Almost everyone is on the side of Doji Dot. Even if Doji Dot's odds are 1 to 1.01 and Campbell is 1 to 10, no one cares. Campbell the king of fighters. The king of fighters. Oh my god, explosive boxer. There is no suspense in this match. The king of fighters. Come on, let's smash your opponent into slag. The audience was extremely excited, and the frenzied atmosphere rushed towards Yi Bai. Yi Bai's complexion froze, and he felt a hint of danger from Doji Dot. The game officially begins. Campbell did not have the opportunity to abstain and could only bite the bullet. Call out. Campbell showed superb fighting skills, and his vigorous figure volleyed back and was able to avoid Campbell's heavy punch. It's like a monkey jumping around beside humans. Obviously, Doji Dot doesn't take this game to heart. A random shot can always accurately grasp Campbell's defense focus and put him in danger. Territory. The field for the game was limited, and Campbell gradually retreated to the edge of the field, leaving less and less room for maneuver. Yi Bai's eyes suddenly narrowed. This is it. On the field, Doji Dot threw a punch at will, and the speed of the punch was very slow, but when the arm was about to straighten and punch out, the speed suddenly accelerated, and the whole person stepped on his feet. It suddenly rushed out like a cannonball, and there seemed to be a sound of breaking through the air. One punch. The punch landed precisely on Campbell's abdomen, and in an instant Campbell flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. The body touched the soft rope on the edge of the ring, like a rubber band that was stretched wildly. Under the impact of tremendous force, the soft rope was stretched to the extreme. Boom! The soft rope broke, and Campbell's body continued to fly outwards, hitting the auditorium directly, and knocking down 4 or 5 people along the way. The power of this punch is so terrifying. Blood soaked into the clothes on Campbell's abdomen, the internal organs had been shattered, and a few mouthfuls of blood were spit out from his mouth. The whole person froze on the ground for a few seconds, and suddenly his head was tilted, and he was completely dead. Chapter 49 The Big Three of the Underground Street, the third update. In an instant, the entire death fighting field was silent. Everyone's eyes are focused on the ring. This lion-like man is exuding the breath of a king at the moment. Even Yi Bai felt a little scalp tingling. The maximum bearing capacity of this soft rope is 500 kilograms, but at this moment the soft rope is broken, which means that Doji Dot hits at least 500 kilograms with one punch. To be more specific, one punch is half a ton. Such terrifying numbers are almost fatal. The king of fighters. In the quiet fighting arena, I don't know who shouted, and then the noise of the crowd boiled like a tsunami. The king of fighters. The sound was louder and louder, and many people went crazy. Many people even took off their clothes and threw them in the air, and some people wanted to rush to the stage to hug Dorji Dot. The scene is almost out of control. The organizer is very satisfied with such a scene. The crazy crowd will bet wildly, and there will be a huge amount of gold coins in the account. The dealer will not lose in this game. Doji Dot walked off the court and left peacefully under the escort of more than a dozen staff members. For the next game, Doji Dot had no interest in the slightest. The crowd gradually returned to their senses, and the second game began. Owl vs. Orbismond. Orbismond appeared a year ago, and after winning a game, he left. After a year of silence, he appeared again and was almost forgotten by everyone. Only the organizer has the information of Orbismond, who is a player who is not much weaker than Doji Dot. In the underground of the underground street, a dark room dug out by hand. The site is dark and damp, the space is lonely and cold. A man in a white training suit sits cross-legged on the ground, like a sculpture, motionless. Lord Christine, Orbismond has already played. Do you want someone to control the board? A middle-aged man in a black gentleman's uniform asked respectfully across the iron railings at the door. Christine, one of the three giants in the underground street, is almost heaven-defying in melee combat. Who is the opponent he is playing against? Christine raised his head, only a tuft of hair in the middle of his head, and all of them stood up high. His complexion revealed a sickly white, looking weak. In fact, as long as Christine if he wants, he can instantly kill the middle-aged man outside the iron railing. This is an imprisoned beast, and there will be an uncontrollable desire to kill one day every month. It happened to be today, so Christine locked himself up, otherwise the entire underground street would be bloodshed. Xiao, he's a newcomer, his strength is unknown, he's very short, and he's not even 1.5 meters tall. The middle-aged man couldn't help trembling and answered with difficulty, sensing the cold gaze that Christine cast at him. Road, not even 1.5 meters. Christine's complexion suddenly distorted, his eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he stretched out his tongue with a strange smile, licking his lips, revealing a crazy aura. After a while, Christine became calm. The middle-aged man was already in a cold sweat, and he was afraid that Christine's hand would suddenly stretch out from the railing and twist his neck. 20,000. Put 20,000 on Orbismond, Christine said in a tone that couldn't be denied. He thought of a person, who was also a dwarf, and the only failure in his life was given by that dwarf. And that dwarf's name is Levi Ackerman. So, Christine hated the dwarf so much. Okay, my lord. After getting Christine's exact answer, the middle-aged man flew away, not wanting to stay for another second. The dark room became quiet again. Only an oil lamp flickered with flickering flames, and the atmosphere was suddenly lonely. Death fight scene. Orbismond, a sturdy middle-aged man with a golden beard on his chin, is almost impeccable in defense. The bulging muscles were like hard stones, and every time Levi hit it, he could not get the slightest feedback. This is a guy who is extremely good at defense, and Levi is most reluctant to face this kind of enemy. It's like facing a turtle, even if you have all the strength, but facing the hard shell, there is no way to start. From the audience's point of view, the figure in black is very agile, and his fists and feet fall on the opponent like a storm. Xiao, come on, kill him. Orbismond, you coward, attack me. The crowds on both sides were almost quarreling. Some people were optimistic about Xiao, and some people were optimistic about Orbismond. Owl's supporters are very fanatical, because Owl has always been aggressive. On the field, gradually, Levi felt that his physical strength decreased, and secretly suspected that this person was covered in iron. Not only did he resist all his attack, but at this moment, his fist felt a faint pain. Orbismond was waiting for Owl's physical strength to drop to a certain level, and he started to attack. This is Orbismond's way of fighting. His muscular skin can withstand the overloaded attack rhythm. Then, that's the only way. Levi's mouth curled into a smile, and he whispered in his heart, open the door. In an instant, Levi's whole body burst out with a fierce breath, the cloak covering his body swelled, and the wind overflowed. The frequency of attack suddenly increased by several levels, and Levi's fists could no longer be clearly seen with the naked eye. Only a white shadow and the continuous sound of boxing were left at the scene. What? Orbismond's scalp was numb. If the strength just now was only 100 jins, this moment increased to 300 jins. Orbismond pushed back step by step, and his arms went numb, which was beyond his expectations. The originally stalemate situation suddenly gained the upper hand, and it became more and more obvious. This makes the crowd supporting Owl go crazy again. Owl, invincible Owl. Countless people screamed wildly. The whole fighting field is boiling again. Chapter 50 Prelude to the final game, 4th more. Even his cast iron body couldn't resist Levi's frantic attack. In an instant, dozens or hundreds of punches were thrown. Orbismond, who was in the center of the battle, felt a little bit of fear. He had a hunch that if he didn't fight back, he would definitely Levi will be beaten to death as a meat target. However, Levi's attack rhythm was too strong. If he gave up his defense now, his weakness would be exposed to Levi's crazy fist. Bang bang bang. Like a symphony, the punches hit the flesh, each punch was heavier than the other, and the continuous attacks were surging like a surging river. Being able to withstand the violent attacks of the 8th gate, looking at the opponent who was struggling to resist in front of him. Yi Bai's heart was also a little surprised. The underground street really was like a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. But the human body's anti-strike ability is limited after all, and gradually Obusman shows a weak state. It's over. Yi Bai's body jumped high, like a meteor falling from the sky. He raised his foot high, and his heel slammed on Obusman's head. Boom! The blood was surging, and the human brain was originally the weakest part. Yi Bai poured all his strength into the blow, which directly sunk Obusman's head into a big chunk. There was a suffocating gasp from the audience, followed by an even more frantic shouting. Owl! Ha ha! Owl won! Owl! 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 The final blow is so beautiful. ... On the stage, Yi Bai stood quietly in the same place, watching Obusman's body sway for a while, blood gushing out from the 7 orifices, and finally he couldn't hold it any longer. After the whole person touched the soft rope, he trembled twice, slumped, fell to the ground, already dead. Yi Bai made such a judgment and jumped off the ring. The referee ran up to the stage to confirm the signs of Obusman's life, and then jumped off the stage. Soon after, the organizer's voice resounded throughout the venue. The second game, Owl wins. Half an hour later, the final will be held. Doji. Will play against Xiao Xiao. When the word Xiao Xiao was mentioned, the organizer deliberately raised the volume, which caused the crowd to go crazy again. At this moment, Yi Bai, like a star, was cheered and surrounded by countless people, but some people hated him. They bet on Obusman, and they lost. Yi Bai made them lose a lot of money. A new round of betting is about to begin. Xiao, a rising star player like the rising sun. Doji. A powerful veteran player, is an undefeated myth on the death battle arena. Owl has come to an end, and Doji. Is the end of Xiao's life. This is the true thought of many people. The crowd who were full of fanaticism about Xiao just now chose to bet Doji. In the final bet. There are almost no the slightest hesitation. After all, Doji. Is too impressive, and the title of the burst boxer is not a joke. Some people say that if Doji. Walks out of the underground street, at most 5 punches can smash the giant into slag. This game has attracted the attention of countless people and attracted the collective attention of the 3 giants in the underground street. Many people came for Doji. The name of the king of fighters is too loud, and the performance of Xinxing Xiao Xiao is also quite eye-catching, and he is the biggest dark horse in this competition. Everyone's heart is looking forward to it, looking forward to Xiao Xiao and Doji. To bring them a wonderful duel. Darkroom. How's the result of the game? Christine asked indifferently, maintaining a silent posture. In his opinion, there is little suspense that Obusman will win the game, because he and Obusman had an unknown contest, and the opponent's defensive ability surprised him. The palms of the middle-aged man are full of sweat, and Christine's temper is not good. How should he speak? After a long silence, Christine became impatient. Say it. The moment the words fell, a lightning-like figure had already bounced off the ground, and in an instant, a white hand stretched out from the iron gate, grabbed the middle-aged man's collar directly, and lifted it into the air. Sir, I said. The middle-aged man stomped his feet in the air. His expression was full of panic. His hands were stuck on Christine's wrist, and he panicked. Speak. Christine put down the middle-aged man and said indifferently, Owl wins. The middle-aged man lowered his head after speaking, as if he was dead. After a long period of silence, there was a smell of gunpowder smoke in the air, as if a volcano with magma bursting was about to erupt. This dull atmosphere made people feel suffocated. Who is the final match? Christine asked, raising his head. Call. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and felt fortunate in his heart that this beast didn't go crazy. Owl versus Doji. A smile swept across Christine's mouth, and he said softly, press Doji. 50,000. This time I want to see Xiao Xiao die. What are you still doing? Get out. Yes. The middle-aged man was ashamed and quickly left here, but he was thinking about whether it was too much to bet 50,000 as the organizer. And judging from the current betting situation, almost everyone is betting on Doji. And very few are betting on Yi Bai. It doesn't make any profit at all. The game is about to start, and there is 1 minute left before the end of the betting time, and the whole betting situation has been settled. Odds of 1 to 1.01. Betting total gold coins 105,000. Owl. The odds are 1 to 50. The total bet is 500 gold coins. Such a huge gap is also extremely rare in the death fighting arena. Almost no one believes that Xiao can win. The only 500 gold coins are not known to be pressed by the fool. Laugh at it. 30 seconds left. I'm going to bet. The staff raised his head, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Standing in front of him was a girl with a delicate face. Although there was a cyan scar on the side of his face, it did not affect her beauty at all. How much to bet? Press owl. Press 1000 gold coins. Many of the onlookers were quiet. This girl must be crazy. The more beautiful she is, the more brainless she will be betting on Xiao Xiao. When the girl took out a large bag of gold coins, everyone was speechless. What are you looking at? Press Xiao. Press me. The girl pouted and said, really crazy. The staff shook their heads, secretly amused. Can the owl win? That's hell. If Xiao Xiao can win, he will eat the dung directly. Chapter 51. Close the door. 5th more. The game officially begins. This burly and majestic man like a lion. The explosive power of his muscles is amazing. The exposed chest and the sturdy body are like gold, and the pieces are divided, and the shape of each muscle is extremely obvious. Yi Bai didn't dare to take it lightly, and immediately opened the door. Fighting is about the ultimate control of the body, coordination, explosiveness, and reaction speed. All three are indispensable. Doji Dot, the man known as the king of fighters, can push out half a ton of power with one punch, which is simply jaw-dropping. If he was rubbed by his fist, Yi Bai didn't have the slightest confidence to block the punch. Dorji Dot's arm was slightly raised, his palm turned into a knife, and the sharp side was aimed at Yi Bai, and he was ready to start. Yi Bai and Doji Dot kept a safe distance. This man's muscles were very developed. The player in the semi-finals was killed by Doji Dot quickly. Yi Bai didn't want the tragedy to repeat itself. Boom! Yi Bai set off, approached Dorji Dot in an instant, punched a dozen times in an instant, and then turned back like a dragonfly, and returned to a safe distance. Against Owl. The black-clothed dwarf in front of him made Doji Dot feel dignified, because the result of the last game was beyond his expectations. Orbismond was defeated by the owl, which surprised Doji Dot. Therefore, Dorji Dot lost a lot of slack, and his body was slightly bent, like the roots of an old tree. It's like this again. Yi Bai's complexion suddenly turned cold, and his body suddenly lay straight on the ground, making Dorji Dot's punch empty. Boom! A ray of energy vibrated in the air, and Yi Bai heard the sound of a sonic boom. It was hard to imagine that this punch hit him. While lying on the ground, Yi Bai's feet hooked Dorji Dot's ankle and twisted it hard. In an instant, Dorji Dot's center of gravity became unbalanced, and Yi Bai seized this opportunity and instantly bounced off the ground. Yi Bai's speed was extremely fast, and only a black shadow could be seen on the ring. 1 minute has passed, which surprised everyone. According to the way of Doji Dot's battle in the past, the battle can be ended in at most 30 seconds, but this one lasted for a minute, and it seems that it will take a long time to end the game. The voices of the crowd cheering for Doji Dot gradually weakened, and Owl's strength exceeded many people's expectations. Owl, come on. A girl stood in the front row. Her voice was very penetrating, and the whole venue could clearly hear her cheering for Owl. Idiot, why don't you shout? There was a child standing beside the girl, wearing a green shirt. At this moment, the girl gave him a shudder, with a tearful look on his face. Oh, Owl, come on. Idiot, is that how you shouted? Didn't you eat at noon? Be louder. The girl expressed her dissatisfaction and gave another burst of chestnut. A small bag soon swelled up on the child's forehead, and the girl showed no mercy. Owl, come on. The two of them seemed to be crazy, and they were so fresh and different in the sound of cheering for Dorji Dot. Green. On the field, a smile swept across Yi Bai's mouth. This bitch is here too. Yi Bai's speed was so fast that even Doji Dot couldn't capture his trajectory. Suddenly, Yi Bai's body was attached to Dorji Dot's back. The moment Dorji Dot turned around, Yi Bai had already completed a beautiful somersault, and his volley kicked Dorji Dot's chin with a heavy wind. In an instant, Dorji Dot's body flew high. Although it was only 3 meters, it was enough for Yi Bai. Open the door, watch the lotus flower. Yi Bai scolded lightly. The whole person sticks to Doji Dot, locks the joints of his upper body, and quickly sinks to the ground. Doji Dot's head is down. As long as the blow is successful, he will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. Suddenly, Yi Bai felt something was wrong, and a huge force erupted from Doji Dot in midair, breaking Yi Bai's joint blockage, and then threw a heavy punch. Although the punch was in the air, Yi Bai was still rubbed by the wind of the fist. In an instant, he felt the gust of wind and the whole face was deformed. Boom! Yi Bai was smashed to the ground, and the whole person fell to the ground. It all happened in an instant, almost unbelievable. The result of the match is about to come out. The king of fighters is still so invincible. Yeah, no one can break the myth of the invincibility of the king of fighters. In the mad crowd, Qing was extremely rational, pouted and said, Xiao, what the hell are you doing? Xiao, don't give me a win, my mother will cut you off when you die. The extremely rational girl who just acted just now is crazy when she says she is crazy. She put both hands on Willie's shoulders, her mouth opened wide, and she screamed frantically. One person's voice drowns out everyone's voices. All the male compatriots present felt inexplicably chilling below, and expressed sympathy for Xiao Xiao. Feeling that many people's eyes were focused on him, Qing San smiled. It's okay, you continue, don't worry about me. On the field, it was already a moment of life and death. Baman Dunjia, Exeaman. The sound was almost inaudible. Doji Dot's fist was stiff in midair, and in an instant, the whole person was shaken away. Chapter 52 Champion, 6th more. The door is open. Compared with opening the door, closing the door is different. It can relieve the limitation of physical fatigue, at the cost of overloading the body's energy, so as to restore physical strength and offset the physical fatigue caused by the speed of energy consumption when opening the door. The sound of dragon whistling erupted in Yibai's body, and the wind patterns visible to the naked eye spread around. This is the second door of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Yibai can barely open it. Although it does not last for a long time, it is used to kill instantly. Doji Dot's eyes suddenly solidified. Is this going to confront him head-on? Gai Dot is enough. Boom. The whole person leapt in the air, straight out a punch, wrapped in a heavy wind. The name of the burst boxer is not groundless. In order to exercise the invincible upper body strength, Doji Dot has been exercising for 20 years, and now it is at the peak of his physical strength. Feng, the power of one punch and half a ton is definitely not sensational. There was a sneer at the corner of Doji Dot's mouth, and the opponent was still too anxious. Boom. Fist to fist. Like the tip of a needle facing maiming, the two collided instantly. Clang. The sound waves that erupted were like hammering iron. In an instant, Doji Dot's skin rolled like a wave, and Yibai's cloak was torn open. In an instant, the whole scene was quiet, and everyone understood that the strongest point of Doji Dot lay in his fist. No one in the underground street could be stronger than Doji Dot. Owl and Doji Dot's fists are hard to face. Is this crazy? Burst a punch, and a blood hole will appear in an instant when it hits a person. After all, there is a precedent before. Doji Dot won't show any mercy on the field. This guy. Qing's pretty face became icy cold. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't want to be able to beat her man, and be beaten by others here. Therefore, even if the opponent was Doji Dot, she gritted her teeth and pressed 1,000 gold coins on Yibai, which was almost all her savings. On the field, Doji Dot felt numb all over, and there was a needle-like pain surging around his body, especially his arms seemed to stand upside down, one by one directly piercing into the flesh and blood. The opponent's strength is so strong. Being able to make himself so embarrassed shows that the opponent's punching power also exceeds 500 kilograms. Thinking of this, Doji Dot's complexion suddenly sank, and an irresistible feeling surged up. Click. At this moment, there was a crisp cracking sound from the solid ground. With Doji Dot's feet as the center, a spider web-like crack spread around. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and their expressions were frozen in astonishment. You must know that the ground of the death fighting field is very strong. It is made of cement and steel powder, and it is rarely damaged due to competition. Perhaps the 3 giants of the underground street can come forward to do this scene, but this scene will never happen today. But it did happen, and reality told everyone that Xiao's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Click. Another sound came out. Doji Dot's entire soul sank directly into the ground, blood seeped out from the toes, and his fist became bloody. One punch. Yibai's body fell to the ground, jumped up quickly, and kicked in the sky, like a blue dragon going out to sea, like lightning and flint, only to see a black shadow flashing suddenly, and then the powerful whip leg hit Doji Dot's arm. Boom. It was so fast that Doji Dot didn't even have time to react, and the whole person flew out. It slammed into the soft rope on the edge of the ring. The soft rope stretched rapidly, and finally rebounded when it reached the maximum force, and Doji Dot flew back again. Yibai turned over and another roundabout kick. This leg was extremely sharp, with a muffled thud, and it could be seen that Doji Dot's waist was sunk indirectly. A mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the ground red. Xiao, come on. I put 1,000 gold coins on you. Ching stood in the audience with a look of excitement. The crowd suddenly came to their senses. They had just been completely immersed in the fierce competition scene. The format of the competition was reversed, and the strong rise of Xiao Xiao exceeded their expectations. Now, hearing Ching's cry, everyone suddenly realized that they had put almost all their bets on Doji. No one would think that Owl responded. Then the fact is, just when everyone was stunned, the soft rope broke for the second time, and a burly figure flew over. It directly overturned more than a dozen spectators. This was the second time the soft rope broke at the scene of today's game. The first time was caused by Doji. And the second time was also related to Doji. But this time Doji. Was the loser. Losing. Dorjido loses. I'm Sao. How is it possible? Many people collapsed, and no one thought that the 10-time champion Doji. Would lose, and he lost to the newcomer Xiao, who was participating in the competition for the first time. This result made many people unacceptable at all. In an instant, many people went bankrupt, and some people trembled with anger and fainted. It's not that easy to make money in the underground street. In this sure-to-win game, many people have almost overwhelmed all their savings, but at this moment, all of them are gone. Dorji's body was surrounded by the crazy crowd, and was trampled mercilessly. The staff looked at the angry crowd, but also looked at each other and gave up the plan to block. At the scene, the only person who can still be happy is probably only Ching. Yibai's odds are 1 to 50. That means 50,000 gold coins. Ching was so excited that he was going crazy. Chapter 53 Half a year. First update. The name of Xiao Xiao spread throughout the underground street overnight. Yibai's current physical fitness can only barely open the door, and forcing it to open will have a certain impact on the body, so it took 3 days for Yibai to recover. Many people are looking forward to whether Xiao Xiao will appear again, because there is a big boss in the underground street who is looking for him. This person is none other than Christine. Christine, the real master of the death fighting field, possesses almost sky-defying fighting strength, and is known as a vampire. Christine likes to bite off other people's necks and frantically devour the blood in the neck, because it will make him excited, and it is precisely because of this habit that Christine has become a frightening figure in the underground street. There are almost no people dare to provoke. Will Yibai appear? Of course Yibai won't appear. He just wants to improve his strength now. Flickered for half a year. Many people in the underground street have forgotten the existence of Xiao Xiao. Although the former Xiao Xiao was very amazing, there is never a lack of legends here. A legend falls today, and a new legend rises tomorrow. No one can shine forever in the sky of the underground street like a star. Deathmatch. Registration office. What's your name? K. The staff looked suspiciously at the young man in front of him. Although he was not tall, his skeleton was unusually strong. Standing in the same place gave people the illusion of stability like a mountain. The most surprising thing was his eyes, which were pitch black. His eyes glowed with extremely confident light, and he looked extremely sharp. Are you really going to sign up? I'm sure. Okay, then good luck. This young man is Yibai. Half a year of overloaded training has accelerated his body growth. His appearance and body shape have changed. His temperament is introverted, like a war blade that is about to be unsheathed. Can kill 9 days. With short jet black hair, angular and sturdy cheek, and a strong wind accompanying him every step of the way. This is Yibai today. Baman Dunjia. He has opened the third door, the life door. This time, he will sweep the entire underground street and leave. Yibai's figure was half a centimeter taller than it was 6 months ago. Although it was not very obvious, it gave people a familiar feeling. The staff looked at Yibai's back suspiciously, and always felt that this person seemed to have some impressions in their minds, but they couldn't remember them. K. When Yibai gave himself a new name, it meant that there was no suspense. On the first day, a teenager named Kai swept everyone and won the championship. The next day, Kai won the second consecutive championship and began to become famous in the underground street. On the 20th day, the name of Kai swept the underground street, and was about to create a new myth of the underground street. The longest winning streak of deathmatch since its inception was 20. If Kai plays again, he will create a new myth. On the 21st day, the unprecedented beauty in the registration office of the underground fighting field signed up, because everyone was afraid of being beaten by Kai. This young man with a rather mild smile, when he arrived at the competition field, he was in an unstoppable posture, and no one wanted to fight with Kai. Kai, in the underground street is already synonymous with invincibility. At this time, someone remembered the man in black who had been born half a year ago, Xiao. If Xiao Xiao came forward to fight Kai again, who would win and who would lose? But Xiao Xiao seemed to be dead. After a moment of surprise, he disappeared completely. Yi Bai has been numb to the battle, and it is very difficult to find an opponent, so he set his final goal on the 3 giants of the underground street. If he wins, the entire underground street will be reshuffled, and it will be a bloody storm again. But all this has nothing to do with Yi Bai, he just longs to become stronger. Shengmen, the last safe area of the 8 gates Dunjia, further increased the attack power and attack speed, and the body began to congeal and turn red, and emit green energy. This is Yi Bai's current strength, and the pure fighting atmosphere of the underground street makes his strength improve rapidly. But for Yi Bai, this is not enough. He needs to open the 8 gates to the 5th gate in AD 845. At that time, only with the energy of his body, he will be able to break through the void. The human body itself is the most terrifying weapon. Although the 3-dimensional maneuvering device is exquisitely constructed, it has too many restraints, which is quite tasteless for Yi Bai today. Yi Bai is confident that his movement speed will be faster than that of a 3-dimensional mobile device, and his body's destructive power will be stronger than that of a super hard steel blade. 3 days later, underground darkroom. Kristen felt cold behind him, turned around abruptly, and found a person standing behind him. With his own power of observation and keen intuition about the environment, he didn't realize how terrifying the strength of this person was. Christine's expression suddenly solidified. After a while, a playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. What is this kid doing here? Is he here to court death? Well, he was full of blood, and the taste of blood must be very good. You must know that the underground street can be called a giant existence, and everyone has the ability to sweep the death fighting field. Therefore, although Christine was surprised by Yi Bai's 21st consecutive championship, he was only surprised because if he wanted to, he could also win the 21st consecutive championship. Yi Bai was silent and rushed out in an instant. The green light pattern emanating from the surface of the body instantly illuminated the entire dark room. Chapter 54 Kill Everything. Second more. So fast. A flash of surprise flashed in Christine's eyes, only to see a green lightning suddenly explode in the void, and then he felt a heart-piercing pain in his abdomen, and the whole person was like a cannonball, and it was directly smashed into the air. It is impossible to capture the opponent's movement trajectory at all. How is it possible? Christine was horrified. He has extremely superb fighting skills. Although his explosive power is not the strongest in the underground street, his body reaction speed and sensitivity are enough to rank among the top few. How could there be such a person? So that he didn't even have time to react, and he didn't even have 0.01 seconds of punching time, and he was beaten away. Tick-tock. It sounded like the sound of water droplets falling on the ground. Christine suddenly realized something, and looked down at his abdomen in a daze, only to see a big hole that was bright in the front and back, and the internal organs were smashed into pieces, and the large pieces rolled down under the wash of blood. A feeling of suffocation flooded Kristen's heart, and it was only now that he clearly realized that he was about to die. Kristen stretched out his hand with difficulty to grab the back that was getting blurry in his sight, but he fluttered in the air, his body became weaker and weaker, and the whole person collapsed softly to the ground, cold, trembling, and finally stiff. Too weak. A clear voice came into Christine's vague consciousness. This was the world's last word to him. There was only one defeat in his life, but in the end, he was killed by the opponent with a punch, and he was mocked for being too weak, and Christine died extremely aggrieved. The underground street was changing, and a black-haired boy roamed the street with blood on his hands. Next target, Habib Lish. The number 2 giant in the underground street, known as the Golden God of War, can punch a ton of force with one punch, and his explosive power is the first among human beings. In the center of the underground street stood a black tower. The body of the tower was like a steel bar pouring, exuding darkness. Death cold. The top of the tower and the dome are connected, directly connected to the ground building. It is a golden church. Javi Brish serves as a bishop and is also one of the giants of the underground street. The incarnation of gods and demons is stronger than Christine. However, Yi Bai came. Along the way, he overturned all those who dared to stop him, and finally stood in front of a giant metal gate, behind which was connected to the world on earth. Yi Bai entered the gate of life, and a storm-like attack hit the giant gate. Dong dong dong. The sound is like smashing iron. The frequency is extremely high, and the speed is extremely fast. In the end, a plume of white smoke rose from the place where the fist fell, and the entire giant gate kept trembling, and a large amount of dust fell from the masonry inlaid with the giant gate. Boom. Yi Bai was extremely insane, and his kick from the sky violently kicked the giant gate. With a dull cracking sound, the giant gate slammed to the ground, and the vision in front became blurred. It was an upward staircase. Levi walked up through the dust. The front became brighter and brighter, and finally stood in an empty huge Gothic building. The colorful glazed windows, the church layout full of sacred atmosphere, and a huge black cross stands in the middle. Javi is leading dozens of believers in daily prayers. Perceiving the tremor from the ground, the believers fled, exclaiming an earthquake. Jiawei took off the black bishop costume he was wearing, and his tall body of 2.5 meters looked like a giant. Perhaps by virtue of his own strength, Jiawei can fight a 5-meter level brainless giant. Looking at the young man not far away, Jiawei said calmly, "You disturb my prayer. You are insulting the dignity of God. So God asked me to give you death. Allah, rest in peace after you die." Jiawei's face turned cold, but such a huge body was very agile in action, and there was a burst of sound in the air, like a cannonball that opened, and it swept away in an instant. At this moment, Jiawei's fist looked like a golden light. Although the fist had not yet arrived, a violent fist wind had already arrived. Jiawei's expression solidified, and the opponent actually disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Yibai's figure had appeared behind Jiawei. It wasn't a teleport just now. Baman Dunjia was not a flying thunder god, just a trajectory. What about God? Those who dare to stand in my way will be destroyed. Yibai's cold voice suddenly sounded. One kick. Javi's whole body flew high. He leapt into the air, his fist slammed down like a torrential rain. The shadows flickered. Yibai's speed was terrifying, and he directly pressed Jiawei to the ground from a height of 10 meters. In an instant, it was hundreds of punches. Boom! Jiawei's body slammed heavily on the ground, a complete one-sided slaughter. Yibai took a kick, like loading a bullet. Suddenly, Jiawei's figure flew out, directly smashing the rows of benches, and finally slammed into the wall, and the solid wall suddenly cracked. Javi was bloodied, only one eye was still shining. Boom! The whole person fell down. The ground shook for a while, spasmed on the ground for a few seconds, and then there was a dead silence. Yibai looked at the time displayed by the bronze bell on the dome. 1 minute and 20 seconds. The next one, Jax Vader, the giant of number 1 Underground Street. On the shelf testimonials, readers must see. How should I write a testimonial? Hello everyone, my name is the number 2 Killing Skyless. I have dreamed of online writing since I was a child, but my family is very poor. My mother told me, woo 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 woo. In fact, the style of writing is not like this. I am here to communicate with you and talk about the truth. It is a sentiment to subscribe, and it is a duty not to give. No matter what, I have to thank the friends who supported me. I am a guy with no perseverance, and poor self-control. After 2 years on the street, the eunuch wrote a lot of book, and every time he eagerly went to open a book, the final result was failure, failure again, and he could not get a penny of the manuscript fee. I doubt whether I am suitable for writing online articles, and I face a mental breakdown every day. I hate myself so much, a giant in thought and a dwarf in action. A little bit of success and complacent. If you encounter a little setback, you will never recover. I thought about giving up, but after giving up, I'll be nothing. That's my only specialty, and the only thing that excites me. Let me go with the poor life, take a meager salary, waste my life. I can't, really can't. Many people who entered the industry at the same time as me chose to give up and never showed up again. I felt very confused and hated my weak will. I tried to open a new book again. This time I told myself that I must succeed. I don't want to prove it to others, I just want to give myself an explanation. The new book has begun to be released. 10,000 words, 20,000 words, and the results seem to be good. But on the verge of being on the shelf, I failed again. Because of the eunuch, because I didn't have the experience of finishing the book once. I lacked control over the creation of novels, and this time I died on the plot again. I persisted until it was on the shelves. It was the first time in my life that I insisted on getting on the shelves. I had a bit of luck in my heart. After all, there are 6,000 collections. Even if the final subscription is only 100, I am satisfied. But in the end, the first order of 24H came out. Looking at the number on the screen, 69. Subscription ratio is 80:1, even for newcomers. I was stunned. I failed again. I cried for a long time in bed that night. Why? God, I just want a success. Why is it so hard? I've written 1.5 million words, and I'm still a dead eunuch who can't get a penny. Hey, That guy failed again. That's right, if I had lost the face and continued to mick, after 2 years of writing, even a newcomer can't compare, it's rubbish. I seemed to hear countless people laughing at me, and my mentality completely collapsed that night. I began to doubt myself, whether I was suitable for this industry or not. Under the pressure of life every day, I insisted on updating, insisting on coding, whether it was meaningful. Every time I go to the bathroom to wash my hair falls out, because my physical fitness is getting worse and worse after staying up late for a long time. I'm afraid that if I haven't succeeded myself, the whole person will be useless. I vented my depression on the internet, crying about my grievances for so many years. A friend of the author listened to me patiently, gave me a lot of psychological comfort, and then used his experience to enlighten me. He said that he had written 5 million words, persisted on the street for 3 years, and finally made a monthly income of more than 10,000 yuan. Come on, if you work hard and persevere in everything, you will definitely succeed, he said to me. I was in a state of mental breakdown at the time, and while listening to his inspirational experiences numb myself, I continued to deny myself. The end, he became impatient, and coldly dropped a sentence, "Then you can do it yourself. God will not pity a waste who can't support the wall with mud." Waste. He's right, I'm a waste. I don't even need to be sympathetic to others. I've been stuck at home for a whole month. Occasionally, when relatives and friends come to visit, they will say, "This child is becoming more and more introverted. It will not work like this." My dad said, "He is writing a book and needs a quiet space." Writing a book? What kind of book can he write? My son is working as a foreman at the construction site now, and it costs 5 or 6,000 a month. Why don't you let your son go there too? Can you get paid for writing a book? Can you buy a car? Can you buy a house and marry a wife? Dad's face was embarrassed, and he could only laugh embarrassingly. How I want to throw away the manuscript fee and slap him in the face. But I didn't. I was just a scumbag who wrote 2 million words for 2 years and couldn't get a penny. At this moment, my tears flowed down again unsatisfactorily. Is it necessary to persevere? Give it up. Your character is not suitable for writing online articles. Persevere, for yourself and for your parents. 2 different voices kept echoing in my mind, and I thought about it for a long time that night. Resist it. Resistance means everything. All the previous efforts can't bear it is in vain. It has come to this point, and it's not a pity to choose to give up now. It's a good time to use the time to code words. I persuaded myself again. This time, I will stick to it, I told myself. I thought about the idea of the new book for a long time, and finally published it, which is the book that everyone is seeing now. I think, why can't I make money when others can make money? I'm not convinced. So I started to force myself to update a lot every day. I had to write if I couldn't write it. I didn't find any reason to back down, and the rest of the time was used to study the routines of other fire book, from the plot, to the character design, to the cool point, of book research. Readers from the beginning to the present should find that I am making progress little by little. The final result on the shelves, I understand in my heart. But this time, I will fight to the end. A simple sentence. Until September 8th next year, I will kill 100 flowers after the flowers bloom. This book, give myself an account. Chapter 55, 845 AD. Please go to m.99wonbon.com to view the latest chapter. The underground streets are dark and damp. A middle-aged man in a gray tattered shirt leaned against the wall, raised his head and poured alcohol into his mouth. His hair was unkempt, and his body was full of decadence, as if he was a loser. At the end of the light, a dark shadow appeared, with a very fast speed, like a galloping bird, and swept in front of him in an instant. I hope you won't let me down. This person is Levi. He searched for a long time, and finally found Jax Vader in the dark alley of the underground street, the legendary #1 giant of the underground street. Looking at the decadent man covered in alcohol, Levi frowned. Is this guy really the strongest man in the underground street? Kai. Jax threw the bottle on the ground, raised his head and glanced at Levi. His eyes were full of indifference. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking and disdain. I watched your game. Your strength is good, but still not enough. Finished. Jax lifted his leg instantly, as if a thunder burst. The air hummed, and a strong wind swept towards Levi. Do you think I'm Christine and Javina? Bang, bang, bang. Just like the collision of golden stone, the extremely fast attack frequency, the super strong body coordination, blowing a whirlwind in the narrow dark alley, it is simply dizzying. Levi directly opened the gate of life. The whole person was like an invincible god of war. Black hair fluttered, and his left foot lightly stepped on the ground. The whole person was already vacated. The strength of the body was inexhaustible, and the rolling green waves smashed to the ground. Jack punch was thrown, smashing the space, like a gust of wind, but it was avoided by Jack. The three-door state. Levi's attack speed was astonishing, but he was avoided by Jack, and a smile swept across Levi's mouth when he saw this scene. Only such an enemy would have to fight. The silhouettes of the two people swept across the ground rapidly, as if one green and one black lightning were constantly colliding. Ordinary people couldn't capture their attack trajectory at all. Shoo! Levi swept across with a kick of the whip, but missed, and hit the wall. Immediately, a large hole was opened in the wall, and a large piece of masonry fell. Gradually, Jax was forced into the corner, and his whole body exuded a fierce aura like a wolf. He took off his shirt directly, roared, and rushed up again. As a human being, Jax's strength is terrifying against Levi, who is in a three-door state. Levi's fist is like a tide, one wave after another, as if he is playing the Blue Sea title song, and at the end, the traces of every swept step will leave a deep noir mark on the ground. Bang! Although it only hit the instep, the strength of the whole body was not fully released. This blow hit Jax's fist, and immediately Jax's flesh rolled up like a wave, like a meat grinder. The strong wind swept across, and the large pieces fell, revealing the strong muscle tissue and bones. With one finger, Jax was unavoidable, and the intense pain from his arm affected his speed. This finger accurately stuck into his chest, directly poking a hole. If it wasn't for him, if you dodge in time, you will definitely die on the spot, because the original direction of this finger is the throat. Boom! The violent attack rhythm makes the scalp numb. Levi in the three-door state, no human can match. Maybe a giant can, but definitely not Jack. If you want to kill me, don't pay the price! Exclamation mark quote. Jax roared furiously. His eyes widened in anger. Like a god of war, his bloody fist slammed into Levi fiercely. Speed. It's not much slower than Levi. Levi felt something was wrong, and the moment Jax's fist came into contact with himself, he suddenly retracted his leg. I only saw a needle hidden in the gap of the fist, with green liquid flowing on it. This is a potent poison. If it is contaminated by the human body, it will not survive for 3 minutes. Levi's eyes suddenly turned cold. His toes raised a gray brick and hit Jack. The end. The gray brick collided with Jax's fist, and it exploded into powder with a bang, and flew out with a large piece of flesh and blood. Die! Levi's palm steadily moved towards the top of Jax's head. At this moment Jax was having a hard time even supporting his body. Jax's eyes widened. It was hard to believe that he would lose to a kid in the end. However, the world has given him no chance to speak up. Palm! The mighty force and unparalleled aura, like a meteor falling from the sky, directly smashed Jax's head, and blood poured out like a waterfall. Jarvis' body froze in place for a second, then slammed to the ground. Levi turned around indifferently and slowly left the dark alley. Soon, the bodies of the three giants will all be discovered, and on that day, the underground streets will be completely sensationalized. Kai has left endless legends in the underground street. Almost every newcomer in the underground street aims at Kai, hoping to become a strong person like Kai one day, but that will be a year later. A year later, Wall of Mary, Higginshina district. When the noon bell rang, the crisp sound resounded through the entire blue sky like a yellow bell in Dalu. A young man swiftly swept up to the top of the giant wall. The giant wall is smooth and has no fulcrum. The boy's fingers are like the sharpest blade. Every time he grabs, the fingertips sink into the wall, and then he pulls out, picking up a large piece of debris, leaning against the pure arm. Strength, direct vertical movement. The speed is even 1% faster than the three-dimensional motorized device. And, the young man stood firmly on the top of the wall, overlooking the entire city of Shiganshina. The houses were lined up and looked densely packed. This was the first line of defense in the south of the Wall of Mary. Not long ago, the Survey Corps walked through the street and left the inner door in despair. When he heard the bell rang and a few snow-white pigeons swept across the sky, the young man had expected something. This person is Levi. After a year of tempering, Yibai's whole body has become much darker, but his skeleton is stronger, his eyes are brighter, and his cheeks are sharper. If 1 year ago, he was still an unsheathed blade, then at this moment, Yibai has been sharpened to cut iron like mud, hunting with cold light, and the knife has been drawn, just waiting for the appearance of the opponent. Compared to Yibai, who had just arrived in the giant world, his appearance was very different. His skeleton had been raised to 1.7 meters, and his body vaguely had the calm aura of an adult. Looking at the vast wilderness outside the giant wall, there are several giants cruising at the end, and everything is as calm as usual. It's coming. Yibai turned around calmly and jumped down from the city wall. The moment it just landed, a golden giant lightning suddenly burst into the sky. Then a terrifying cheek appeared on the wall, without skin covering. The blood and muscle tissue were exposed to the air, as if it had just been eroded by lava, and thick smoke billowed from the body. Super Giant appeared. People were in a daze, stunned, crying, howling wildly, and the whole city was in chaos in an instant. Those thick fingers like tree stumps were buckled on the wall, and the solid iron-like wall was like bean curd scum at this moment, and it burst open inch by inch. The billowing dust spread to the surroundings, and when the line of sight was clear, a huge gap had been opened at the city gate. A 3-meter giant, like a ghost, came in with a funny face and walked in slowly. On this day, mankind finally recalled the terror once dominated by them, and the humiliation of being imprisoned in a bird cage. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 56. Is this still human? Second update on the shelves. Please go to m.99wonbon.com to view the latest chapter. Ellen, run with Mikasa, hurry up. Under the ruins destroyed by the giant, a woman's eyes flashed with tears, looking at the giant slowly approaching from a distance, turned her head to look at her son, and shouted, "I'm not running. Get up quickly." Alan's eyes couldn't stop weeping. His eyes widened with anger, and he held a piece of wood with both hands, trying to lift it up and rescue Carla from the ruins. Looking at her stubborn son, Carla stared blankly, resisting the anxiety in her heart and trying to keep calm. Mother's leg was pinned by Washwo. Even if she came out of here, she couldn't run. You know. Alan's face was filled with disbelief. With a look of disbelief, he shook his head stubbornly and said, "I'll run away from you." At this moment, a large number of giants poured in from the gap of the city gate. Despair, panic, blood, and screams. The first human discovery. 430. I was so powerless in front of giants, like an ant, being trampled at will. Why don't you always listen to your mother? Just listen to your mother this time. Carla's heart was panic and despair. Hoping that her son could leave alive, is the only belief in her heart now. Carla almost roared out this sentence. Tears flowed like beads with a broken thread. This usually gentle, a kind woman who was extremely strong at this moment sighed. Mikasa stared blankly at this scene. She just followed her father and came to visit Dr. Grisha's house. Why did such a thing happen when she was about to leave? Girls develop much faster than boys. At this time, Mikasa has long hair, cold cheek, and dark eyes. In the more than a year since Yibai was gone, Mikasa has lost a lot of greenness, like a bud. The black rose is waiting to be released, revealing murderous intent in beauty. Mikasa. Kara's eyes turned to Mikasa, hoping that she could dissuade Ellen, and the two of them escaped together, leaving her alone. Why? Mikasa's eyes widened. If this goes on, none of the 3 of us will be able to escape. Carla closed her eyes helplessly, tears gurgling from her eyes. Hannes, that swept the 3-dimensional mobile device in the air, suddenly came into view, and Kara's eyes flickered with a ray of light. Hennessy and Grisha are the saviors of Hennessy, and he will definitely help us. Run with the kids. Hennessy. Running is not a man's move. Carla. Hennessy squatted on the ground and smiled. I'm going to slaughter the giant and rescue all 3 of you safely. Hennessy's eyes suddenly firmed, and he shouted with a louder voice. Then he got up, pulled out the silver-white double-edged sword, and ran in the direction of the giant. Hannes, don't move. Carla's desperate cries came from behind. That much anymore. If it's just an ordinary giant, I should be able to handle it barely. Dr. Grisha's kindness to himself, how can he wait until now if he doesn't repay him? Hennessy is running and cheering himself up until the giant really appears in front of his eyes. What a terrifying monster it is. Naked and many times taller than himself, his face was wide open, revealing a row of tawny teeth that seemed to be hung with pieces of internal organs. In an instant, Hennessy stopped. An uncontrollable sense of fear came over him. In an instant, he put the warblade into the 3-dimensional mobile device, and Hennessy ran back without looking back. Hey, "Uncle Hennessy, you have to do it." Hennessy couldn't overcome his fears, but he had to. "What?" Ignoring Alan's frantic struggles, he forcibly picked him up, then picked up Mikasa, and ran towards the inner door. "Thank you." Carla's eyes flashed with tears, and she could finally face despair with peace of mind. "Ellen, Mikasa, let's live together." Out from the ruins and waved vigorously in the direction that Hennessy left. Despair, loneliness. Carla felt cold all over, covered her mouth, tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and then flowed down the back of her hands, all the way down. Under the brilliance of motherhood, Carla is actually just an ordinary woman. She also fears death and longs to live. "Don't go." Carla cried silently. A large shadow suddenly cast in the sky, and the top of the ruins rumbled, as if hunters were looking for food. "Found it." Two thick fingers pushed aside the last wall that was pressing on Carla's body, directly clamped Carla's waist, threw her high into the air, and slowly dragged her towards his mouth. "No." In the distance, looking at himself and his mother getting farther and farther away, Alan's heart was desperate, angry, helpless, countless emotions accumulated, and he lost his mind in an instant. What will happen? Mother will be eaten by giants. Impossible. How is that possible? But in the blurred vision, under the orange-red sunlight, that abominable monster had indeed put his mother in his mouth, but he was only missing the action of chewing. Finally caught up. A dark figure dodged out from the corner, heaving a sigh of relief, then raised his head, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help frowning. "It looks very critical." An instant, Levi entered the state of the 8 gates of Dunjia. "The door is open." With a whisper, a green halo suddenly appeared all over Levi's body. His whole body swept up to the sky, and he slashed straight towards the giant's arm that grabbed Carla. Wow! Looking at the swept figure in front of him, like a fly, the giant's hand that was about to eat Carla suddenly stagnated in the air, and the other hand suddenly swung towards Levi. Swish! Levi's body moved at a high speed, but left an afterimage in the air, and the next second he kicked the giant's cheek fiercely. Boom! This blow was extremely terrifying, and the violent wind pressure directly made the giant's cheeks roll like waves, and a row of teeth flew out in an instant. A year ago, Levi was able to kill the big three, and a year later he opened the 3rd gate again. At this time, Levi is no longer the same. "Uncle Hennessy, stop. Mom is not dead. Someone is fighting a giant 3. Sick." Hearing this, Hennessy stopped and turned around slowly. His face suddenly changed. "Wonderful. This is..." Hennessy opened his mouth wide, which was even more exaggerated than facing the giant, and a strong shocking meaning emerged in his heart. I could see was a black figure flickering on top of the giant's head. Fists and feet smashed on the giant's head like raindrop, then looking for the landing spot, then jumping up, launching the next wave of attack, and so on and so forth. The giant didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. At this moment, the figure that kept moving was even more terrifying than the giant in Hennessy's heart. "Is it still human _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Save Alan's mother. The 3rd more on the shelves. Please go to m.99wonbon.com to view the latest chapter. Giant, too weak, and it's still so ugly. Do you think you still need to live in this world? If it were me, I would definitely commit suicide, but unfortunately, you are still mentally retarded." The giant in front of him was like a large toy in Levi's eyes, and he was trampled on by him at will. The series of attacks is just a warm-up. After all, Levi has not fought anyone for a long time. He is familiar with every muscle of his body, mastering the rhythm of his body, and recovering his strongest fighting instinct. Gradually, Levi felt that it was almost the same, and he rolled over lazily in the air, and in an instant he flashed behind the giant. At the neck of the giant, there is a muscle tissue 10 centimeters wide and 1 meter long. As long as it is cut off, the giant will die completely. Levi radiates green light all over his body, which is the embodiment of the ultimate release of body energy. At this moment, every part of his body is a deadly weapon. The combination of explosive power and speed, the power of the instant shot is no worse than the silver-white double-edged sword. How much? Wow! The right leg was raised high, and the energy was overwhelming, like a sharp sword. Flashing green sharp cold light pierced through the space in an instant, and fell fiercely with a mountain-like force. This strike was accurate and directly broke a terrifying hole in the back of the giant's neck. The energy swept through it frantically, and the flesh and blood flew like the mud splashed by the rain on the ground, and a large area of blood mist fell in the air. Both the depth and the length of the damage are even better than the 3-dimensional motorized device. After the human body's potential is fully exerted, the power that will explode in an instant will be stronger than any weapon. At this moment, Levi undoubtedly confirmed this. A large amount of white smoke emerged from the back of the giant's neck, and fell to the ground with a bang. The hand that held Carla was released, and Carla rolled out of the giant's palm at once. Mom! Alan ran back at an unknown time. Levi didn't want to appreciate the touching scene of the mother and son reunion, and walked in the direction where Hennessy and Mikasa were standing. Mikasa, it's been a long time. Hennessy was stunned, staring at the corpse of the giant billowing smoke on the ground, so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Looking at Levi with an indifferent face, he was extremely horrified. Who is this young man, even if it is Captain Levi? What's more, this giant is 7 meters. Even the elite of the Survey Corps needs the cooperation of many people to kill it. Moreover, the premise of beheading is to use a 3-dimensional mobile device. If humans want to kill a giant, they must use a 3-dimensional mobile device. This is common sense in Hennessy's eyes, and he has believed it for more than 10 years. But now, this common sense has been broken, and Hennessy feels that his worldview is a little broken. Joke to kill a giant with your bare hands. And what is the green light emerging from this man? Is it a new weapon invented by the technology department? Well, it is very likely. 3 views. Hey, hard work. Voice came from his ear, awakening Hennessy from his contemplation. Hello. Hennessy was so excited that he even finished his words, looking at Levi's outstretched palm, and slapped it. Levi shook his head and secretly felt amused. His amazing performance just now must have terrified this old guy. There will be even more amazing things later. How could Levi stop in life after a year? He really the strength has reached the level of opening the 4th door of the 8th door Dunjia at will, and can even open the 5th door for a short time. Door. The reason why I didn't directly use the strongest strength to kill the 7-meter giant just now is actually to save some effort for the next giant of armor. Levi wanted to try how much chance of winning his current strength would be able to fight against the armored giant. Long time no see. Levi smiled slightly, looking at the delicate appearance of Mikasa in front of him. This girl seems to have grown a lot taller. Levi. Mikasa stayed where she was. She never imagined that Levi would appear here. After all, he had disappeared for a year and a half. If it weren't for those 4-leaf clovers still kept, Mikasa only felt that Levi was the person who appeared in his dream, satisfying all of girls' generation's beautiful fantasies. However, now that he had appeared, he had truly appeared in front of him. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Mikasa wanted to ask Levi what he had been through over the past year, and what kind of experience could bring about such an amazing change. In Mikasa's eyes, the tenderness on Levi's face was no longer visible. His eyebrows were deeper. His eyes were firmer and brighter, especially his physical fitness. Although he was wearing clothes, his bulging muscles seemed to be exposed by breaking through the clothes. Well, Mikasa saw a hint of disdain from the corner of Levi's eyes. This expression was so familiar. He still didn't change at all, showing disdain for everyone, trying to fight to the end with all his strength, and believing that he will definitely win. Mikasa laughed, letting Levi hug him, and Levi's gentle breath suddenly came to his ears. It's been a long time. Do you still remember that 4-leaf clover? Actually, I've always kept it. Levi let go of his embrace. The next second he opened his palm, and there was a 4-leaf clover lying in his palm, tightly clamped by 2 pieces of glass. Levi would put it tightly on his body whenever and wherever. Never nothing went wrong. Looking at the clover in Levi's hands, Mikasa's eyes were a little wet, but she was no longer her childhood self. Her heart is stronger than Levi 430 imagined. And how could she hide behind Levi forever? One day she will catch up with Levi's footsteps, Mikasa swears. Not far away, a few giants noticed the movement here, jumped like a ghost, and ran towards here. Looking at this scene, Levi's complexion sank, although he wondered why Mikasa appeared here, but now is obviously not a good time to ask questions. One end, the 2 ends, and the 3rd end are all 5 meters in height. If it's just him, Levi is of course not afraid, but there are many people here, so Levi naturally has to consider a lot. First escort Mikasa and the others away safely. Levi thought to himself in his heart, Hannes, hard work. Levi rushed over and grabbed Carl and hugged Mikasa again. He glanced sideways at Alan, and gestured. This guy, hey, wait for me. Hennessy looked at the figure like a cheetah in astonishment, and rushed out far away in the blink of an eye. He no longer hesitated. The 3-dimensional motor device on the side of the leg drew 2 silver lights, and the light anchor hook slammed into the wall. Take Alan and fly away in the direction of the inner door. This speed. Mikasa in Levi's arms also had a sluggish look on his face, only feeling that the wind was blowing across his cheeks all the time, and the building was rapidly retreating. A trance, a large darkness cast down, and the whole person has appeared at the inner door. Philu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 58. How about being my pet? The 4th one on the shelves. Please go to m.99wonbon.com to view the latest chapter. Hurry up, everyone, hurry up and enter the inner door. Take a boat parked by the river. If you slow down, you will be eaten. Near the inner gate, the soldiers stationed in the regiment waved at the panicked crowd and shouted. Looking at the huge wall in the distance, a large number of giants have poured in. Almost 2/3 of the city has fallen. A large number of buildings have been damaged, and there is smoke everywhere. The cries of children, the roars of adult men, the wailing of women and old people, all kinds of voices filled my ears. After 100 years of wind and rain, the wall of Maria was finally completely invaded. The Survey Corps was far inland, and the number of soldiers in the garrisoned corps garrisoned in the city was not many. At this moment, everyone can only expect a stronger inner door to keep the giants out. A few soldiers laboriously brought over a fixed cannon, lined up in a line, and when the giant rushed here, they fired the cannon. Before ensuring that everyone is safely evacuated into the inner door, they must hold their positions and must not retreat. At this moment, Levi had safely sent Mikasa, Alan and the others onto the boat. Levi, where are you going? Looking at Levi's figure jumping off the bow, Mikasa said in surprise. This guy, hey, what the hell are you trying to do? Alan stood on the bow and shouted at Levi. On the open field by the river bank, countless people were blocked outside and could not get on the boat, because all the boats were almost full at the moment, and only a few were able to safely escape to the mainland. I looked at those, the poor people standing on the bank of the river and being stopped by the soldiers by force. They were only one step away from the hope of life, but they missed it forever because they were one step late. However, now Levi not only did not appreciate God's favor for him, but ran towards the death zone instead. This made Alan very puzzled and couldn't understand what Levi was doing. Go and meet friends for a while. Levi's figure stagnated for a moment, then turned his head and smiled. Friend. Mikasa looked a little anxious, grabbed the handrail at the bow, and wanted to jump off. Suddenly, someone grabbed his wrist, and when he looked back, it turned out to be Carla. Carla shook his head. Mikasa, don't go, just let him go. The price of your impulsiveness will only add extra burden to him. Carla's eyes were firm and decisive. Mikasa was the daughter of the Ackerman couple, and she had watched Mikasa grow up, so she naturally wouldn't watch Mikasa go to death. Moreover, she had personally witnessed the whole process of Levi and the giants' battle, and until now she has not slowed down, so she is not worried about Levi at all. Hearing this sentence, Mikasa was stunned, turned around with difficulty, and her beautiful cheeks were full of surprises. This sentence seems to be inexplicably familiar. I remember that 2 years ago, at the Terratown mansion, Levi was in a desperate situation, and the old man said similar things to himself. Mikasa's eyes gradually dimmed. She hated her weakness and her incompetence. Even if she could only help Levi a little, she was satisfied, but she couldn't even do that. Mikasa's hand clenched a fist unknowingly, and the fingertips stabbed into the flesh because of excessive force, but Mikasa didn't notice it at all, and replied in a deep voice, I know. I see. Mikasa's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at Levi's figure in the distance, he gritted his teeth secretly. I must become stronger and gain the power to kill giants. This will help him. On the river bank, Hennessy, who was in charge of maintaining order, looked at Levi, who was running inward, in astonishment. Just now, he grabbed Levi's arm and tried to stop him, but the guy couldn't stop and broke free. What is this guy doing? Is he going to die? Hennessy was very stunned, and his eyes were full of puzzlement. After a while, he smiled dumbly. Yes, his strength is so defying. How could a giant kill him, unless that super large giant appears again? Maybe he's just simply seeking excitement. Hennessy shook his head helplessly. Mortals and gods really think differently. Inside and outside, a large number of giants are slowly moving in the direction of the inner door. Shots from the stationary gun were fired, but most of them missed. Idiot, where are you aiming? But this thing doesn't have the precision to hit the target at all. Now say this. What's the use of nonsense? Hurry up and reload. Looking at the giant getting closer and closer to the inner door, the two soldiers quarreled fiercely over the accuracy of the shells. Kacha, the inner city gate hanging high above the wall behind him suddenly shook violently, and then suddenly sank a lot. The door is closing. Someone screamed and ran towards the inner door without hesitation. No one wanted to be the ear food of these monsters. But some soldiers stayed, because if everyone ran away, the road to the inner gate would be smooth, and the giants might pour in before the gate was completely closed. close, and then the loss of human beings would not be a city. Simple, but the entire third giant wall world. After all, it takes a certain amount of time to close the city gate, and this time may need to be fought with life. The city gate slowly closed, and some soldiers gritted their teeth and chose to continue to hold on. The three-dimensional mobile device can also escape when the time comes. Time passed slowly, and the orange sky reflected the afterglow of the setting sun. The once prosperous and lively city has become a mess, with corpses everywhere. Chew, devour, slaughter mercilessly. These terrifying monsters treat humans as food. This is. Air suddenly solidified, and Hennessy inside the city gate opened his eyes wide, looking at the huge body that appeared at the corner in astonishment. What kind of monster is this? A horrified look appeared on everyone's face. At the corner at the end of the main road leading to the inner door, a terrifying figure flashed. The huge body is covered with solid muscles, and the bronze-colored skin is like molten steel. Under the light of the afterglow, it looks like a giant beast. The terrifying coercion is coming from a distance, even in the inner door. Inside, you can feel a suffocating depression. Bright silver hair stood on end, white eyes were like searchlights staring coldly at the inner door. That strange look made everyone's heart sink. This guy seems to take the city gate as his prey. What is he going to do? Everyone has an ominous premonition in their heart. Sure enough, the ground was rumbling, and the gust of wind rushed towards the city gate with a steel-like body, as if it was destroying the ancients, rushing towards the city gate in a state of crushing everything. Shocking. How numb. This is the feeling in everyone's heart. I don't know who shouted to run, and the soldiers recovered from their sluggishness and ran towards the inner door in panic. However, it was a step too late. Was a thunderous cracking sound, and with a bang, countless stones flew apart, and the dust all over the sky rolled into the sky. Sight is clear. Everyone's eyes are gathered in a big hole that shines through. Not long ago, the location there was a city gate, but now it has become a terrifying hole. Of Maria was broken. Horrified, desperate, all kinds of negative emotions rushed towards the crowd at this moment. Well, the giant armored man who completed this world-shattering move stopped for a while and was ready to leave, but suddenly found a strange thing standing on the tip of his nose. Looking closely, it was actually a human being. Hey, big guy, how about being my pet? The author's words. Hands are disabled. The giant of the 8-door armored battle armor is about to be staged. Give a wave of support, brothers. Please download Filushow to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 59. Cut off a finger. First update. Please subscribe. Please go to m.99wonbon.com to view the latest chapter. Rainer, the heir to the power of the armored giant, a warrior from the Mare Empire. Hey, this guy doesn't even carry a three-dimensional mobile device. It's strange how he appeared on the tip of his nose, and he didn't even feel it at all. Wait, what did this guy say just now that he wanted me to be his pet? Little devil, are you serious? It's easier for me to deal with you than a fly. In just a short moment, Rainer had already thought a lot in his heart, stretched out a big hand made of steel, made a snap of fingers, and moved to Levi. Who is this guy? Hey, are you looking for death? Jump down from it. I can't take care of that much anymore. Hurry up and sail away. When people reacted from the shock of the giant armor destroying the inner wall, everyone's eyes turned to the figure standing on the tip of the giant's nose. You must know that this is not an ordinary giant. Maybe it is an enhanced version of the strange line. In the inner world, only a few people know about the existence of the 9 giants. Ordinary human soldiers. Knowledge of giants is limited to brainless giants, and the strange species among the brainless giants, so it is not a big thing to make such a speculation. Strange things. All, looking at this scene, everyone felt incomprehensible, very surprised, and even a kind of admiration emerged from the bottom of their heart. This guy's courage is really not as big as the ordinary 227. Just as the crowd was talking, several huge ships slowly left the riverbank and headed for the inland, and the people who stayed were once again in panic and despair. Rainer, you have to pay for your contempt. Levi smiled slightly, looking at Rainer's fingers that slowly moved over. The whole person bounced upwards. His vigorous posture turned into a shadow, and he began to move at a high speed. At the moment of dodging Rainer's attack, Levi had already opened the 4th door of the 8th-door Dunjia, the wounded door. In Naruto world, every time the 8th-door Dunjia was used, it had to wait a long time before it could be opened again. Time limit. However, when it comes to entering the giant world, the limitation of the 8 gates of Dunjia does not seem to exist. As long as you want, you can open or exit at any time. At first, Levi felt very strange about this problem, and finally attributed the the reason to the seal of reincarnation of the heavens. Perhaps the power of reincarnation merged with himself and changed something. The moment he thought about it, Levi had dodged to the back of Rainer's neck. Although the armored giant's defense was like steel, it was nothing under the air fluctuations caused by the continuous ultra-high-speed attack. You must know that the 8 Gates Dunjia has evolved to the extreme, but even the space can be distorted to achieve the true meaning of martial art. It's this body that's glowing. I am Sao, Superman. The crowd stared at this scene in astonishment, to the point that they were all petrified at this moment. A thin middle-aged man wearing a white robe held a scripture in his hand, walked out of the crowd, looked very excited, and shouted in a very exaggerated tone, "This is sent by the gods to guard the giant wall. May the wall of the gods be sent down. Bless, forgive all the sins of the world, and save us from the sea of misery." This is a member of the wall religion, who regards the 3 giant walls as the true gods of the sect, and has many believers in the entire wall world. When the panicked crowd heard the agitation, they couldn't help kneeling down, obviously believing the middle-aged man's words. After a while, the stranded people knelt down and bowed in the direction like a tide. It seems that this kind of power can only be explained by gods, because how can human beings break through the air? God has always been there. Protect us. Many people could not help shedding tears of excitement. Long live the gods. Thanks to the warriors sent by the gods. ... At this moment, the whole crowd was boiling, and they worshipped Levi as a god. In fact, flying through the air in the eyes of ordinary people is just Levi's body moving at a high speed, using the explosive force of the body to rapidly advance, and then looking for the landing point, repeating this, because the speed is too fast. In the field of vision of ordinary people can only see a black shadow that moves quickly, so it will make people think that they are flying through the air. It is not impossible to fly through the air, but it needs to open the 8th door before it can be truly achieved. Even so, Levi, who opened the 4th door, was already amazing enough. His speed was several times faster than that of a 3-dimensional mobile device, and he was not restricted by the terrain. Reiner was like a blind man, with his huge palm wrapped around the cracking wind, waving randomly in the sky, but always finding nothing. It looked extremely funny. This guy's speed is so fast, and he is fundamentally different from those guys in the Survey Corps. Reiner was amazed, and a surge of anger surged up. The ultra-high-speed attack smashed the air and swayed waves of space ripples. Sting. The sound is extremely harsh, like 2 steel wires rubbing together. Levi smashed down with 1 foot, and the speed was extremely fast, like an electric light flint, driving a gust of wind pressure. The cyclone of wind surging all over the body was extremely sharp. Gotcha. The extreme speed coupled with the amazing explosive force brought about a huge damage effect. Half of Rainer's thumb was directly cut off, revealing the dense yet bright red muscle tissue and bones. How is it possible? Reiner couldn't. Eyes widened in disbelief, and looked at his hand in astonishment. Reiner felt like a hell. Even the ultra-high-strength alloy warblade made by humans could not destroy his body, but now his fingers have been cut off. This is a living fact, and Reiner cannot deny it. Really makes Reiner feel incredible is that this is done by the power of the human body itself. Can a small human be so powerful? Reiner feels that his worldview is about to be overturned. If human beings can be so powerful, be a giant of your own ass. Looking at the green light spots moving at high speed around you, although it is very small, its energy is extremely amazing, like a roaring blue dragon hidden in the darkness, is gathering strength. The defensive power that I am proud of, actually doesn't play the slightest role in front of him. I have to think of a way. Lena thought to herself, "Hey, big guy, are you really not considering being my pet?" Levi stopped attacking and climbed up Rainer's nose again. The smile on the corner of his mouth was teasing and a trace of disdain. This smile is really unbelievable. Rainer's heart was burning with anger, and he felt that his dignity as a giant had been seriously trampled on. Since this is the case, let the life of such a person be the price you have to pay. Rainer's eyes looked at the large crowd of people stranded in the distance. His eyes were slightly squinted, his body was slightly arched, and he made a starting posture. With the sudden explosion of a gust of wind, the whole person rushed away like a thunder shadow. Levi rolled over and fell to the ground, looking at the body of the armored giant. His eyes were extremely gloomy. "Since you want to die, then I will send you to die." Doman. Levi scolded lightly. The 5th door of the 8 gates of Dunjia opened. Philo reminds you, the 3 things of reading are collected and pushed. 1000 reward of night sleeping thought. Please go to m.99wonbon.com to view the latest chapter. 100 reward for the thought of sleeping at night. Summer reading every day is fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. : Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Thanks to the Ghost General for the 100 reward. Please go to m.99wonbon.com to view the latest chapter. 100 reward of Ghost Shadow General. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 60. The Power of Reincarnation reappears. Second update. Please subscribe. Please go to m.99wonbon.com to view the latest chapter. The 8th door. Dunjia, the 5th door, truly stepped into the danger zone, and the speed was fast enough to burst into waves of explosion-like ripples in the air. Levi's figure was like a ghost, and he rushed over in an instant, like a green lightning. The green halo surging all over his body was even more radiant, and the whole person was like a demon. The body is already overloaded. Even with Levi's current physical strength, it is extremely reluctant to open the 5th door, so it must be resolved quickly. Swish! Reiner only felt the green light flashing in front of him, and Levi's figure had already appeared in front of him. If Levi's body was enlarged to the size of a giant, Levi at this moment would definitely be even more terrifying than the armored giant. Bang! 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 Like a burst of water, a wave of violent storm-like attacks came suddenly, hitting Reiner's forehead, eyes, nose, and cheeks densely. Reiner only felt his face go numb, as if a bulldozer was rolling back and forth on his face. This feeling of being chased and beaten by flies made Reiner a little ashamed and angry, and 18 turned his attention to Levi again. Watching the huge palms falling from the sky suddenly retract, the crowd covered by the shadow of death gasped heavily. At this moment, whether it is an old man, a young girl, or an adult, they are all full of deep admiration for Levi. Ah! Reiner roared wildly, and a burst of strong wind pressure suddenly erupted all over his body, and the surrounding gravel was blown up, as if the top of Mount Tai was crushed, and a suffocating feeling of depression spread. At this moment, Reiner was completely mad. Every punch smashed the air, and with the sound of tiger roars, it slammed heavily, and the speed suddenly accelerated a lot. Fist slammed into the air and smashed on the huge wall, and a terrifying deep pit suddenly appeared. The remaining power was not exhausted, and the remaining strength exploded into a large spider web-like pattern. The power of this punch is so terrifying. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Reiner's huge figure, like an iron tower, full of an indestructible feeling. The limitation of body size really affects the display of strength. If Reiner is the shield of protection, then he is the spear of attack. Since he cannot cause overall damage, he will carry out point-to-point precision strike. Thinking of this, his eyes were aimed at Reiner's heel, where the Achilles tendon was wrapped. As long as the Achilles tendon was cut, Reiner's movements would be restricted. The body kept moving at high speed, and the ground paved with slate exploded in a large area, as fragile as powder. Levi kept avoiding Reiner's dozen of heavy punches, and finally approached the Achilles tendon. Reiner wanted to run, but his speed was not as fast as Levi. The cyclone of wind formed by the swiftly swept body could cut through the steel. Levi slammed down with a punch, and exploded with a sound like a thunderbolt. The heel of Na's right leg was directly cut off by a large piece. The originally fast-moving body suddenly stopped, kneeling down to the ground with a bang. However, Levi continued. 1 punch, 2 punches, a full 3 punches fell, and 3 terrifying blood holes were shot directly at the joint of the left leg, and the blood burst out along with the white smoke. Levi is still dissatisfied. The mark, the spine. The spine, also known as the keel, is the flashpoint and coordination of human strength. To destroy this place, Reiner can only let himself be slaughtered. No, if you do this, you will die here. A series of explosive attacks directly refreshed Reiner's worldview. The power of a giant that he is proud of, is not worth mentioning in front of this person. It seems that since the beginning of the battle, he has been chased and beaten all the way, and he has no chance to fight back. Damn it. Reiner punched the ground hard. Do you just give up and admit your failure? Reiner's pupils shone brightly, full of unwillingness. My mission was originally to destroy the Wall of Maria. The mission has been completed long ago. I don't need to continue to delay time here, Reiner thought to himself. In front of this terrifying guy, Reiner only felt suffocated in his heart. What a goddamn suffocation. Grass. Kacha. A huge golden lightning suddenly exploded in the sky, and then the billowing smoke rose, blocking all the human sight. Levi stood at the top of the wall, looking at a figure fleeing wildly inland in the distance, a smile swept across his mouth. Reiner, I didn't expect you to be so embarrassed. Forget it, I'll let you go today. I think we will have a chance to meet again in the future. I hope you don't let me down at that time. Contempt. Naked contempt. After saying these words, Levi fell to his knees on the ground, and his body felt a tearing pain. Forcibly opening the fifth door was too heavy for his body. Levi was lying on the ground, feeling quite comfortable, his eyes staring at the gradually darkening sky, and there was a trace of the afterglow of the sunset burning in the distance. 8-door armored body in the 5-door state is able to fight against the giant of armor. It seems that I want to improve my strength as soon as possible, and really step into Duman. Levi thought like this, but a look of worry flashed across his face. In the original plot, the reason why I can defeat him is only to occupy the speed advantage. After all, the big guy always looks bulky. Will also be female giants, the giants of E, the giants of Beast. Maybe there are also the Warhammer giants mentioned in the original book. It's still not strong enough. Levi lay on the wall and rested for a while, and suddenly felt a warm current surging in his body, and the pain caused by the fierce battle was gradually weakening. This is... Levi stretched out his palm and looked at the golden light escaping between his fingers, which seemed inexplicably familiar. I remembered it. The reincarnation of the heavens. Levi couldn't help but blurted out that this golden brilliance had appeared when he traveled through the world, and it was the embodiment of the power of reincarnation. Levi's face filled with joy. It seemed that as his strength increased, the power of reincarnation hidden in the body was also being stimulated little by little. However, what surprised Levi was that he did not expect that the power of reincarnation would also have the effect of healing. Wait, if it really is as I guess, as the strength increases, the power of reincarnation emerges more and more. Then when I open the last door of the 8 doors, the door of death, can I escape death? Destiny. After all, the power of reincarnation has a healing effect. The gate of death is to gain the ultimate power at the cost of burning life. In the original book, Kai opened 8 gates. If Naruto didn't use the immortal chakra to save Kai, Kai would definitely die. However, the power of reincarnation is not comparable to the immortal chakra. Thinking of this, Levi's mouth swept a truly comfortable smile. Unlimited Death Gate. The future is really getting more and more exciting. Chapter 61. The eve of the Battle of Recovery. The Wall of Maria, as an important food-producing area in the inner world, is now occupied, and the direct consequence is a serious existential crisis. In AD 446, in order to ensure food production and alleviate the crisis of survival, the central government of the inner world used the Battle of the Wall of Mary as an excuse to put a large number of refugees into battle, including the elderly, children, and women, without exception. Is estimated that the total number of refugees invested is 250,000, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the world's total population. Recruitment has begun. Rose S. Wall, tallest city. 2 soldiers stationed in the core stood in front of a big house, holding a thick notebook in their hands, which recorded the names of refugees. This recruitment work only collects refugees. 4. The normal life of residents will not be affected. Ellen, Carla. Terence lowered his head and looked at the 2 lines of writing on the record book. Yes, it should be here. The partner beside him nodded affirmatively. But this house looks very luxurious. Terence is a little puzzled. He is one of the leaders of the conscription work. So far, 240,000 refugees have been recruited, most of whom are elderly and women. Count on these unarmed guys to fight the giants. Don't be kidding. The so-called War of Recovery is just a reasonable reason for the king's government to slow down the crisis of domination. When these people are all dead, the survival crisis of the entire human world will naturally ease, and no one will gossip anymore. Terence was very clear in his heart as to, then go in and see. Terence and his partner looked at each other and walked in first. Is there anyone? Walking into the room, it was bright and tidy, with a faint floral fragrance in the air, and it was obvious that someone was cleaning it frequently. You are Austria. You are here to recruit soldiers. You must be tired. Sit down and drink a glass of water first. Karen heard the movement, put down the book in her hand, and walked out of the room. Since holding an inexhaustible amount of wealth in his hands, Karen has developed the habit of reading. In 2 years, he has a pair of mirror frames on his face, and his temperament looks much more refined. Thinking of the disaster a year ago, Karen felt a little scared. Who would have thought that when she went to visit Grisha's house on a whim, a disaster occurred. In the disaster, Karen and her daughter were lost in panic, can only run towards the inner door. Fortunately, God blessed him and let him and Mikasa meet again. No, Ellen and Carla are here. Troust shook his head, looked at Karen who looked like a scholar, and put away the freedom and laxity in his heart, and his tone was also a lot more respectful. Who are Ellen and Carla? Our family of 4 has lived here quietly for many years, and we never knew there were 2 of them. Karen's eyes narrowed. Now that Dr. Grisha is missing, how could he, as Grisha's good friend, abandon Grisha's wife and children? Sir, please don't play stupid with us, if it hinders the recruitment work. Sorry, we're going to do room rounds, Troust's comrade said aggressively. Ellen, Carla, he continued to shout. In a room on the 2nd floor, the windows are bright and clean. Ellen, don't go out. Carla grabbed Ellen's wrist, willing to let go. Mom, what the hell are you doing? I owe Uncle Alan enough, and Dad doesn't know where he is now. Mom, if we don't go out, Uncle Karen will be in trouble. Alan glared. One hand had already grasped the doorknob. How can this child's character be so impulsive? Cardi is very helpless. After a few months, the child's strength seems to be a little stronger. If he insists on leaving, I am afraid Ben can't stop it. As Ellen said, Grisha, her husband is missing, and she doesn't know whether she is dead or alive, so she must make sure Ellen is safe. Alan thought that the problem was too simple. The most trouble for Karen is paying a fine. It can be handled with Karen and her husband's friendship, but if she and Ellen go out and meet, I can't imagine what it is. I went to fight the giants unarmed, but I have personally experienced the horror of those monsters. Carla shook her head fiercely, and suddenly covered Aaron's mouth. Mom. Ellen's eyes widened, not understanding what Carla was going to do. Shish. Carla made a booing gesture, motioning Ellen to be quiet, because she heard footsteps approaching hurriedly. Hey, 2 officers, you are breaking into a private house, and I want to sue you in court. Karen watched in panic as the 2 walked to the 2nd floor. Unable to stop them, she could only threaten. Oh, if you trespassed into a private house, then go and sue. Finished. Troust was already standing in front of Alan's room. Click. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and the eyes were facing each other, and the atmosphere was a little embarrassing. You are Ellen and Carla? Troust asked. Carla held Aaron's head and shook her head fiercely, and hurriedly explained. No, it's just that the more you cover it up, the more mistakes you make, and the whole scene looks like a funny farce. Isn't it, little one? I saw you a few months ago. That, you kicked me. What a coincidence. We meet again, Ellen. Troust's companion had seen Alan at the refugee gathering place a few months ago, so he recognized it at once, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and put a finger on Alan's forehead. Slap. Alan slapped it away with a palm, with stubbornness written all over his face. You little bastard, you really need to be beaten. Soldier glared angrily, clenched one hand into a fist, and hit it directly. The arm was frozen in midair, and it seemed that someone grabbed his wrist. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward half an inch. Immediately afterwards, a huge force was transmitted into the body, and the whole person suddenly flipped into the air and fell heavily. Boom. Troust stared at Zhao's companion who was lying on the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. The guts to beat a soldier. Is he going to eat a meal in a cell? This guy's eyes are so terrifying. It was Levi who was responsible for it. Hearing the noise downstairs, he and Mikasa walked down from the 3rd floor, just in time to see this scene. At this moment, Levi's eyes were as cold as frost. His complexion was unusually calm. He directly stepped over the soldiers lying on the ground, and in a condescending posture, he said lightly to Troust, "Conscription, I'll go. The 2 of them stay here." Down. Everyone thought that they had heard it wrong. Levi was joking, thinking that he was the savior of the world. Mikasa's complexion suddenly sank. Swish. A white hand stretched out and already grabbed Levi's wrist. A strange thought suddenly flashed in my mind. How about taking the coachman giant? Everyone can leave a message in the book review area to remind you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 62. Hold Mikasa. 4th more. Please subscribe. Don't go. Mikasa's face was icy cold, and his eyes were very firm. Levi gently slid Mikasa's hand away and said with a smile, "Don't you know me yet? I never do anything I'm not sure about." "No, If you want to go, I'll go with you. Mikasa is very stubborn. She is indifferent to most things, but she is very interested in Levi. Quote, "Hey, you bastard, do you want to die?" The soldier got up from the ground in embarrassment and rushed towards Levi regardless. Bang! Levi's knees lifted slightly and smashed into his abdomen, and instantly the whole person flew out like a cannonball. "You better ask, who am I?" Levi walked to the soldier's side, squatted down, and whispered close to his ear. "You." The soldier almost spit out a mouthful of blood. This guy is really rampant. Troust looked at this scene in astonishment. He felt that his brain was about to run out of use. He was in a trance for a moment, and suddenly came back to his senses. So he walked in front of Levi and said softly, "This time, only the people on the list will be recruited, and the others will not be recruited." Hearing this, Levi raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, show me the list." "Hey, Troust, what are you doing? Arrest him." The soldiers huddled in the corner were still shouting uncontrollably. Troust opened the hand of Refugee Book 227 for a while, tilted his head, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. "You caught him and didn't see how relaxed he was beating you. What an idiot." "Shut up, I will naturally report this to the captain. Now please be quiet and show your appearance as a soldier." Troust shouted sharply. Soldier pouted, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This guy, turn his elbows out. But Troust is his nominal superior. Even if he is dissatisfied with Troust's reprimand, he has no choice but to hold back his anger. Sound. Levi glanced at the soldier lightly. If he dared to make a noise again, he wouldn't mind beating this person into a cripple. "You must know that you were merciful just now, otherwise how could this person have the opportunity to continue talking?" Levi finally chose to ignore it and watched Troust turn to a certain page. "Here, look, their autograph." Levi took the book and saw 2 lines of clear handwriting. He frowned slightly and asked, "Do you have a pen?" "Why?" Troust was stunned for a while, wondering why Levi asked this, but he still took out the pen. Levi grabbed the pen and directly blacked out the signatures of Alan and Carla, then wrote his own name, and finally returned the pen to Troust. "Thank you." This Troust's eyes were wide open. How dare this guy be so bold, to know that the refugee book belongs to the military data, and to falsify the military data at will. It will be punished by law. Understand, looking at Levi's calm face, he doesn't look like a madman, but normal people wouldn't rush to the world of giants to die. Everyone knows that this so-called battle of recovery is a battle of sacrifice. It would be understandable if he could get Troust to live in the mainland after signing the autograph, but now, "Hey," Troust sighed, and went back with this list, which is a good deal with the above. "If you feel trouble, just go to Commander Pixis, and he'll understand." Levi faintly threw a word, turned to look at Mikasa. This girl must be in a hurry. Commander Pixis, he also knows Pete. That is the god of war, an existence worth looking up to. Troust glanced at the refugee book unconsciously, only to see 2 neat handwriting on the refugee book. Levi. Levi. Troust murmured, as if he had heard this name somewhere. "Wait, I seem to remember that there was a sensational military trial in Wengdu 2 years ago. The prisoner seemed to be called Levi, and he was finally saved by Commander Pixis and Captain Irwin. It's just that this person has disappeared since the 53rd survey outside the wall, and the survey corps has not asked." It turned out that the guy standing in front of him was Levi. No wonder he was so indifferent when he mentioned the name of Pixis. Troust was relieved since it was Levi. It didn't matter. Of this, Troust couldn't help but turn his head to look at his hapless companion. Levi was able to kill several soldiers 2 years ago, not to mention that he was beaten up like this 2 years later. "Who told you to be unlucky? Since that's the case, I won't bother you." Troust smiled, ready to leave. When passing by Levi, he suddenly stopped and said softly, 2 days later, the city gate will open and the battle of recovery will begin. Don't be late." Levi nodded, and when the 2 soldiers disappeared around the corner, everyone gathered around. "Levi, what should I say?" "Actually, you don't need to do this for us." Carla put her hand on Ellen's shoulder, looking very embarrassed. "Humph, who wants to take his love?" Alan pouted and turned his head stubbornly. "This child." "Ellen, didn't mother tell you that you must be grateful?" There was a haze on Carla's face. She raised her head and smiled shyly at Levi. "Levi don't care. Alan is just the one on his mouth. That's all." Levi shook his head, smiled slightly, and said it was okay. To know that his mental age may be similar to Karen, how can a mentally mature person have a hard time with children? Besides, Alan, this kid, secretly has a good impression on Mikasa, but Mikasa has been ignoring him all the time. Now he must be eating his own jealousy. He was saved by his rival. How could he feel embarrassed? Thinking of this, Levi, his eyes turned to Karen. After all, he was the head of the family in name. Karen's expression was a little sad, and the scene just now echoed in his mind. The two soldiers were aggressive in front of him. However, in front of Levi, there was no sound, and Levi solved the matter neatly. Who is it? An independent family. Karen felt that the head of the family was very useless. As for Levi's participation in the Battle of Recovery, Karen was very calm. Wherever this guy goes, there will be people who are unlucky. After spending more than 2 years together, Karen already believes in Levi quite a bit. Ability. Thinking of this, Karen's mouth curled into a smile. Let him go. The dust has settled, and by the way, let the giant fall. Bad luck. I have no opinion. As for Gina, I will persuade. Levi, Gina and I really treat you as our own child. Uncle is incompetent and can't help you. I just want to tell you, be sure to pay attention to safety, and the whole family is waiting for you to come back. Karen's expression was serious, and her tone was extremely sincere. Levi couldn't help but warm his heart. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle, I promise that I will come back safe and sound." Dad, what are you thinking? Mikasa's words came in suddenly. Who has almost never contradicted her father? Because of Levi, she contradicted. How dare this guy be so bold? Mikasa's face turned slightly red. Levi actually hugged her in front of everyone, and a gentle voice was heard in his ears. The sound suddenly sounded, and the tone was very firm. Mikasa, wait for me, we will join the training corps next year. 2 days later, the city gates opened. A huge crowd like the ocean poured out, and the battle for the recovery of the Wall of Maria officially started. The original author, writing a giant is such a waste of brains, I'm going crazy. Please read the underlined version of the novel. Download Fei Lu Xiao. Thank you Mo for the Heartache 200 reward. The Heartache of Blood-Sucking Ink is 200 reward. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. : Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 63. The Long March of Refugees. The 5th update. Please subscribe. The vast plains are unusually green, and this large fertile land is full of vitality. It used to be the homeland of human beings, but now it has become a playground for giants to roam. When the last few refugees were kicked out by soldiers, the heavy city gates closed. Full 250,000 people were completely exposed to the sight of giant. People spread out like a tide, and after a while, a large field was already covered, like ants coming out of their nests, and the scene was shocking. Rumbling. There was a slight tremor in the earth, and a dozen giants came here, many of them strange and extremely fast. After more than 10 breaths, he rushed into the crowd, grabbed 2 people and put them in the mouth, chewing with big mouths. Blood splashed, limbs broken, internal organs splattered on the ground, accompanied by a series of screams. The giant. The gluttonous feast has been unfolded on this plain. These weird guys, no excretory. 227. Officials, without genitals, devouring humans is just an instinct, not for food. There are reindeer jumping in the field, but they are in peace with each other, and they have maintained peace with the giant for 100 years. Humans are the only target of giants. Hunters kill their prey to satisfy their hunger and to obtain money. The giants who exist as hunters have a very simple purpose: to kill. There is no second purpose. The children and the women were the first to die, their lives being ruthlessly trampled on without anyone's sympathy. These refugees are the victims of politics. They are destined to be sacrificed so that some people can survive. The first day passed. 150,000 people survived. 100,000 people lost their lives, and the huge refugee team lost half of it at once. Night fell. The giants who were very active during the day gradually became sluggish, and finally seemed to be dementia-like. Some spinning in circles, some kept hitting their heads, and some sticking out their tongues to play. This surprised countless people, but also gained a lot of breathing time. Soon someone realized that giants can only move during the day, and the threat from giants will cease to exist at night. However, after all, only a few people realize this, and most people still face death. It's just a matter of time. The next day, dusk fell, and when the afterglow of the setting sun slowly dimmed on the horizon, there were only 40,000 people left in the entire procession. A total of 110,000 people were lost, and the second day was even more cruel than the first, because the closer to the Wall of Maria, the greater the number of giants. In the death game against giants for 2 consecutive days, these surviving humans charged 50 kilometers. The distance between the Wall of Mary and the Wall of Rose is 100 kilometers, which means that the remaining humans are still 50 kilometers away from the destination. There are still 40,000 people, and there are still too many people. Levi leaned against a tree stump, bit the grass roots in his mouth, and muttered. Levi's voice is very small. If others hear it, a bunch of people will rush over and beat him. In such a harsh environment, Levi is the only one who can maintain a relaxed state of mind. His sigh was undoubtedly anti-human to others. However, Levi didn't care. He had other concerns. Although the target of 40,000 people has been narrowed compared to 250,000 people, it is still huge. When the number of survivors has dropped sharply to a few thousand, it is the safest. As for Levi himself, he has no intention of being a virgin and saving others from the disaster. The reason why he resolutely participated in the Battle of Recovery was actually, in the original book, in the basement of Alan's house in Ziganshina district, there was the biggest secret in the world, and Levi wanted to know what this secret was. The third day, the surviving human beings have almost all realized that night is the best time for them to travel, and rash action during the day is undoubtedly waiting for death. Therefore, many people choose to hide. This is the only safe way, but this kind of safety is only relatively safe, because giants are very sensitive to human breath. Even if they hide in buildings, they can be caught by giants. Come out and eat it. So this method relies heavily on luck. On the third night, there were still 10,000 surviving human beings. These people were scattered in various parts of the vast plain, but they were all marching towards the same goal. Night, the bonfire was burning. Levi did not speed up, but chose to keep pace with these refugees. Because the time is still very long, there is no need to be so anxious. Hey kid, do you want to join us? Levi turned his head and saw several people in the bonfire. Their expressions were very tired. Although it was out of good intentions, Levi still shook his head to express his rejection. He doesn't need the help of the team. It's best to be alone, but too much is a burden. The middle-aged man who called Levi to join the team pouted and stopped talking. Today is really exciting. I didn't expect that we could also kill giants. Yeah, the 3-meter level giant is really tall and big. If it wasn't for everyone's concerted efforts, we would definitely be finished. It turns out that giants can also be killed by humans. Hee. Continue tomorrow. But, that requires luck. Levi pouted, expressing that he couldn't deny it. These few people probably haven't experienced the horror of giants. Hearing the boos from behind, they seemed to despise him. Several people looked back at Levi, and one of them roared, "Hey, kid, what do you mean? It's not interesting. I just hope you can chat happily here tomorrow night," Levi said lightly. After listening to this sentence, a few people's expressions softened a little, but they felt a little strange in their heart. These words seem to be blessings, so why does it reveal a sense of irony? Wait, this guy is scolding us. I hope we hurry up. Soon someone realized that they picked up the stick on the ground and walked towards Levi. They have all come here, far away from their homes, without the shackles of the law, and even the right to life and death is not in their own hands. Many people's tempers have become extremely irritable, and conflicts will break out if they disagree, which is a common thing in the refugee team. Tom, forget it. Someone reached out and stopped the impulsive person. Levi ignored it directly, and headed towards the darkness alone. Go to the corner of 9. Several people looked at Levi's back in silence. Quote, "This guy is alone and will be eaten by giants tomorrow," someone muttered. Night passed. Many people were on their way, and the fourth day came. Standing on the treetops and looking forward from a distance, you can already see the outline of the giant wall quite clearly, as well as a large area of urban ruins under the outline. Because of the reason of fleeing, many people have nothing to eat and no clothes to keep out the cold. In fact, only a few died at the hands of giants. Most people died of starvation and freezing. In short, all kinds of strange reasons. At this time, the season is approaching the cold winter, and the climate is abnormally cold. Who survived had to get to the Higanshina area as soon as possible, because there is a wealth of fresh water, food, and clothes hidden there. Guaranteed 5 updates every day, 2,000 rewards plus 1 more. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Thanks to the Unknown Tomorrow's 588 tip. Thanks to the Unknown Tomorrow's 588 reward. Summer reading every day is fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. The 64th Palm. The Secret of the Basement. 6th more. Please subscribe. 6th day, the remaining teams of less than 2,000 people poured poured into the city of Higashina from all directions. There are few giants in the city, and most of them have poured into the Wall of Maria. In just 6 days, more than 240,000 people were sacrificed, and the casualty rate was terrifying. Along the way, corpses were scattered everywhere, lying in every corner of the plain. This is the sad fate of the refugees, and it is an inevitable choice in history. Winter has come, and snow is falling from the sky. Although there are still 2,000 people, there are probably very few people who can survive the cold winter and return home in the early spring of next year. The hunting of natural enemies, harsh environment and poor living conditions will become the nightmare of many people's lives. However, all of this has nothing to do with Levi. At this moment, he is standing in a dark corner. The terrain is lower than the horizontal plane, and the sun shines through the gap. Fortunately, the ruins of the building did not destroy the basement. This basement was unusually hidden, and Levi searched for it for a long time before he found it. Standing in front of the basement, there is a faint musty smell in the air. Cold moss is attached to the ground, and in front of you is an old gray wooden door, with a rusty lock hanging on the door handle. Grisha has set the existence of the basement, set it up. Very inconspicuous. Breaking the lock, pushing the door and entering, the dust that had accumulated in the room for a long time swept away at once, exposing it to the sun like a large piece of floating, and the reflected room appeared hazy. This is the basement that Grisha has always kept secret, and it is also Grisha's research place, which hides the world's biggest secret. There was a hint of imperceptible excitement on Levi's face, and he stepped inside. The area of the basement is not large, only a dozen square meters. There is no expected large amount of experimental equipment, except a cabinet of glass containers. There is only a bed, and a table that looks worn out. It seemed that Grisha had the habit of sleeping at the workplace. Levi didn't take this seriously, he just wanted to find out the secrets in the basement. Levi walked directly to the cabinet, opened it gently. Most of the glass containers were empty, and some containers were filled with liquid. The liquid was colorful, and there were two similar to injection. The liquid inside was green crystal clear. In the original book, Grisha gave Alan the power of a giant through injection. Could it be that Levi suddenly thought of something, grabbed 2 injections and put them in his hands, weighing them carefully? Could this be a giant potion? Quote, "It doesn't matter, put it away first." Levi put the injection in his pocket, turned through the cabinet again, and found nothing, then walked to the wooden bed, and directly opened the dirty mattress. There was an old photo under the bed. Photo has turned yellow, the edges and corners are soaked with moisture, and it is about to rot. There are 3 people in the picture. The one on the left should be Grisha when he was young, smiling brightly. Beside Grisha, there stood a young beautiful woman with a child lying in her arms. Levi was puzzled, because this woman was not Kara. Could it be that Grisha had been married once before meeting Kara? Levi thought this speculation was very likely. The baby in the photo is obviously a baby. If his speculation is true, then it means that Alan is likely to have a half-brother. This is a very important gain, and the unexpected discovery made Levi feel it. The background of the photo should not be Eldiadi, because the buildings behind it are very modern. The Meray Empire. Levi suddenly spit out 4 words. This is an introduction to Guanjing in the original book. Outside the inner world, there is a huge human empire, and this empire is the Meray Empire. If not expected, the Meray Empire trio should have already infiltrated the inner world. Reiner has met himself, then Arnie and Betty. Thinking of Ani, a smile swept across Levi's mouth. That girl with blonde hair and blue eyes made a lot of troubles in the original book. As for Betty, it was not in Levi's consideration. Super giant, although it can be called the largest giant in the giant world, but in Levi's eyes, it's just an oversized doll. After going through the battle with the giant of armor, Levi now has a clear understanding of his own strength. Thinking of this, Levi put the photo back on the wooden board, and then covered the mattress. Immediately after turning around, his eyes were fixed on the dilapidated table. Perhaps the secret that Grisha had always wanted to keep is here. Boom! Just as Levi was about to walk towards the table, the ground suddenly trembled, and a large amount of dust fell from the top of the wall. Levi's face became annoyed. It's really annoying. The giant. If the giants are allowed to destroy it, the entire basement will collapse, and the secrets of this world will be completely buried. So get rid of the giant first, then come back here. He walked out of the basement and jumped onto the ground. Not far away, 2 7-meter giants grabbed 2 poor humans and were eating happily. A few others fell to the ground, their faces full of horror. So so frightened that they didn't even have the strength to escape. If it is not expected, it is. The movement made by these two giants, their huge bodies standing on the ruins of Alan's house, posing a serious threat to the basement. Yibai's expression became icy cold. He is very unhappy now, and the price of unhappiness is that someone will be unlucky. Mental retarded existence. An instant, Yibai opened the Hue gate. Although it was only the second gate, Yibai's control over the body had already reached an astonishing level, and the second gate was enough to kill these two giants in seconds. A minute later, a series of dense explosions sounded, and the two huge figures fell to the ground with a bang, turning into billowing smoke and surging into the sky. You are safe. Yibai passed by the few people calmly, not noticing the shocked expressions on their faces. This is, I won't be dazzled. One of them stared wide-eyed, staring at the two giant corpses in a daze, and it took a moment to realize that it was all true. It must have been sent by God to save us. Oh my God, thank the God of Wangda. God, tell us your name. Not far away, Yibai stopped and paused. My name seems to really need a name. About it, he turned back and said, my name is Xiao. Yibai doesn't know what kind of sensation the name Xiao will cause in the refugee circle in the near future. Yibai returned to the basement, walked to the table, tried his best to restrain his excitement, and slowly opened the drawer of the table. That came into view was an envelope, and nothing else. Opened the envelope with an uneasy mood, took out the letter inside, and folded it gently. Open. Dear son, Ellen, when you read this letter, Dad should be out of this world. People are going to waste. Stop writing. Hee. What exactly did Grisha write in the letter? Please wait for the answer to be revealed tomorrow. And finally give a cheeky comment and reward. Thank you guys. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 65. The Truth of Entering the Giant World. First update. Please subscribe. Dear son, Ellen, when you read this letter, Dad should be out of this world. I hope you and Gina are all well. Of the power of giants in your body, please forgive your father for forcing you to do things you don't want to do, because the truth of this world is so cruel and despairing. I hope you can still be optimistic after knowing the truth to the whole world, and to continue to move forward with firm belief in yourself, and lead mankind to overcome the future that is about to collapse. About the truth, Dad intends to tell you all without reservation. This is the belief of the successor of the giant bloodline of the attacking generations. I believe that it will conquer everything. Let's start with a story. The world 2000 years ago, there were no giants, and human life was peaceful and serene. Giant, Ymir Fritz, signed a contract with the Earth Demon and obtained the power of the giant. After Ymir Fritz died, her power was divided into 9 and inherited by the descendants. 9 people who inherited the blood of the ancestor of the giant. Known as intelligent giants, everyone has different abilities. This is the most reliable statement about the historical origin of giants, because it comes from the memory of the ancestor giants. I don't know if you have mastered the power of coordinates now. If not, I hope you will master it as soon as possible, because Dad has a premonition that when you find this place, there is not much time left for mankind. We move on to the next story. 8. The descendants of Ymir built an empire, which is the empire of Eldia in the future, and we are all Eldians. The first generation of intelligent giants used the power of giants to sweep the entire continent and defeated the then overlord, the Mare Empire. They ruled the entire world for more than 1,700 years. Later, the remnants of the Mare Empire staged a coup d'état and took away the power of 7 of the 9 wise giants. At that time, King Eldia, the 145th King Fritz, chose to avoid the war, led his people to the island of Parthia, and built 3 huge walls, which is the world you see now. And the reason why the 145th king avoided war is the truth of this world. Seeing this, Yibai's eyes suddenly condensed. He felt his heart beating violently. What is the truth of this world? And quickly turned to the second page. Perhaps in your impression, it has been fixed that the giant wall was built by God, but this is not the case. If you have a certain understanding of the power of coordinates, you will find that the power of coordinates has 2 abilities. The first one can control giants, and the second ability you may not have discovered yet. Dad tells you now. The second ability is to tamper with the memories of the Eldians. Don't wonder why you have the power of the attacking giant and the ancestor giant in your body, because your father has given you everything in his life. Isn't it strange that the King Fritz that Dad just mentioned is actually King Fritz, the royal family, the current Reyes family? King Fritz came to the Parthia island. He used the power of coordinates to turn 60,000 Eldians into supergiant giants. These supergiant giants stood together, and their bodies hardened into the 3 giant giants they are today. Wall. And these sacrificed Eldians will also fall into perpetuity. Maybe one day these people will be as heavy as Daddy doesn't want the world to come, because that means the destruction of humanity. Seeing this, Levi felt his head numb. This huge wall like a miracle, all inside are super large giants without brains. It is conceivable to imagine the turmoil of the Eldia Empire back then. Levi continued to read the letter. In order to cover up all this, the king activated the power of coordinates, and changed the memories of all the Eldians, making them think that the giant wall was forged by God, and because of the existence of the giant wall, the Eldians were able to enjoy 100 years of peace. And the truth of this world is, the so-called giants are actually the Eldias themselves, because only the Eldias can transform into giants. As for the reason, it is very simple. We are all descendants of the ancestors of giants. This is an inescapable fate. The real meaning of the giant wall is not to protect the Eldia Empire and prevent the invasion of giants from outside, but to stop the human beings in the world inside the wall from rushing out, because this means the destruction of the world. With more than 1 million giants, no country on the continent can withstand it. The 60,000 ancestors who sacrificed in those years, their bodies were trapped in the giant wall, and everyone's body was facing inward, not outward, because the meaning of the giant wall itself is to block, not to guard. Ellen, my dear son, are you shocked to see this? And forgive Dad for telling you everything early because there is no time left. If you don't believe that everything said above is true, you can break through the giant wall yourself to see the truth buried in the giant wall. We have been fighting, always sacrificing, thinking that killing all the giants is enough to usher in a new future. However, the giants are ourselves, and only by killing ourselves, killing all the Eldians, will true human beings see the future one day. Giants are ourselves. Levi was shocked when he saw this sentence. The wings of freedom of mankind have made such great sacrifices. It turned out that the ending was already doomed. It was an eternal and irreversible tragedy. Levi thought of Mikasa and the Ackerman couple. They didn't seem to be affected. Thinking for a moment, Levi thought of the world setting that had been exposed in the original book. The Ackerman and Orientals are not affected by the power of coordinates, so they have been madly persecuted by the royal government for hundreds of years, and there are almost no clansmen. However, Levi secretly wondered why Hanji and Erwin also knew the story about the origin of giants, and for a while, couldn't think of an answer. So he shook his head, and had no choice but to wait to unravel the mystery in the future, then lowered his head and continued to read the letter. Ellen, my dear son, if the ending is destined to be tragic, will you continue to fight again and again? The attacking giants move forward again and again, hoping to change the future and reverse the tragic ending destined for the Eldians. You are the hope of the future, and the only one who can change the future. You must firmly believe in this. The 2,000 years of reincarnation, the deadline is approaching. We must defeat the earth demons and return this power that should not belong to human beings. The attacking giant, the future of attacking, this is the last hope of the Eldians. Ellen, my dear son, my father will always love you. Must do your best. After reading the whole letter, Levi put the letter back into the envelope and put it in its original position. Day, this basement will be opened again, and that day may mean the shattering of countless people's dreams. For myself, Levi's eyes looked out the door. It's more important to improve your strength. Author's note, this chapter contains a lot of spoilers. If you haven't read it carefully, please read it again. The original author will definitely go crazy when he sees this chapter. This piece is too brainy. I hope everyone will support a wave. All kinds of requests. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Thank you for the 5,000 reward. Thank you Baba for the 500 reward. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Ellipsis. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 67. Ruthless. 3rd more. Please subscribe. Trachale let go, hugged Istar's arm, and turned his head slowly and with great difficulty. At this moment, every second seemed as long as a century. At this time, he has never come back before 5:55, once. Over, how should I explain it? Xiao Xiao will never let him go. What Xiao Xiao hates the most is this kind of thing. Trachale's previous arrogant attitude disappeared in an instant without a trace, and an uncontrollable sense of panic flooded into his heart. And Xiao looked at each other. Cold sweat dripped down in an instant, and his legs couldn't help shaking slightly. Xiao Xiao was not a soft-hearted person. When Istar saw Yi Bai's return, her expression filled with excitement. At this moment, her shoulders were half bare, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. If it were a few minutes later, she couldn't imagine what would happen. Now that Levi is back, his figure is not tall, but it gives people a sufficient sense of security. Like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw, Istar couldn't control his excitement and ran over to hug Levi directly. Levi looked at Istar's small head leaning on his shoulder with a responsible look, stroked her long brown and supple hair, and calmly said, "This guy, I will let him give an explanation for his mistake." Istar's body is soft and charming, exuding the youthful aura of a young girl. In Levi's heart, his life would not have any connection with Istar. As for who was tainted by Istar, he also too lazy to care. You must know that she is simply beautiful, but cannot enter Levi's eyes. The reason why she can attract Levi's attention and protection is actually because of one thing. It was 2 months ago, just a few days in the Higashina district. He met Aista in an alleyway, and Aista was dirty at that time, far less beautiful than it is now. Levi killed 2 giants and walked through the alley, looking tired and weak, but in fact it was just a serious physical exhaustion. Aista was nibbling on a piece of bread. Wu Qing's little hand grabbed the bread in his hand. He just took a bite, and he didn't have time to swallow it. Levi and her looked at each other for a few seconds, and Istar made a move that surprised Levi. She loosened her mouth, tore off half of the poor ration, and handed it to Levi. "You must be hungry, here." Looking at Istar's clear eyes, it was this unintentional act of kindness that made Levi give Istar the little sympathy he had. The current Aista, Levi habitually regards her as her younger sister, and the pure and kind nature of Shaonizi is like sunshine, which makes Levi's heart become soft. So Aista became the only person Levi wanted to protect. As for the lives of others, Levi had no extra sympathy to waste. His purpose of coming here has been achieved, and he is only waiting for the early spring of next year to return to the Wall of Rose with the rest. The rest of the time, Levi likes to hunt giants, constantly hunt giants, improve his fighting skills, and exercise his physical fitness. Up to now, Levi has truly stepped into the realm of the 8 doors and the 5 doors. Levi settled Aista well, and walked towards Trakale with a cold face. The 2 accomplices of Trakale went away in a panic, for fear of having any connection with Trakale. Despair, regret, complicated emotions surged in Trakale's heart. As if most of his strength had been drained, Ricard couldn't help but knelt directly on the ground. Bang! "My lord, please, let me go, for the sake of humanity. I was wrong. I really knew I was wrong. Please give me a chance to repent." Trakale cried bitterly. When Levi's figure fell on him, he seemed to feel the breath of death. At this moment, he really felt regret, regretting why he couldn't control it. It was all a spur of the moment that brought him to the current situation. Trakale's head was buried on the ground, waiting for Levi's judgment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After a long time, there was no movement. Trakale raised his head with difficulty. His face was full of sluggishness. He stared blankly at Levi's face, only to see that his face was full of smiles. "Terry, come out with me." The tone is relaxed and comforting. It turned out that it was not as terrifying as he imagined, and Xiao Xiao was actually human. Trickery breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had walked through the door of death. His whole body collapsed so badly that he could not even walk steadily. 2 people walked out of the building. The air outside was very cold, and it was very uncomfortable to breathe in the nasal cavity. Kai, snow-covered. This country of snow can't see the end at a glance. This place used to be the homeland of human beings. It should be extremely lively, but it is deadly silent. Only the whistling cold wind blows from the ear. "Where are you taking me, my lord?" "Long time. The direction is towards the world outside the Wall of Maria. Just follow me," Levi said without looking back. "If you go further, you will be out of the Higashina area." Trakale's heart was worried again, and there was a haze in his heart. What the hell is this guy doing? "Why, with me? Are you still afraid of those low-level animals?" Hearing this sentence, Trikali was stunned. The low-level animal in Owl's mouth was referring to a giant, a terrifying monster in everyone's eyes, but a low-level animal in Owl's eyes. Owl seems to be the natural enemy of giants. Giants hunt humans, and owls hunt giants. Former is purely for killing, and the latter is purely for killing. In essence, owls are no different from giants, but owls belong to humans. Looking at the man in front of him, like a god and a demon, Trakale finally realized what an ignorant and wrong idea he was trying to fight with Owl. Before they knew it, the 2 had walked out of the hole in the outer door and came to the world outside the giant wall. How Wong Hao. Looking around, the white silk is thousands of miles away, endlessly frozen. This world is very vast and unusual. How do you feel about this place? Beautiful. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly forward, and there were many huge skeletons lying across the line of sight. These were giants killed by Yi Bai. Under the tall cedar wood, a 3-meter giant was lying on the ground, on all fours, staring curiously at Yi Bai and Tricale. Big, lord, giant, gigantic. Tricale stretched out his fingers in astonishment and said with a trembling voice, "This is a peculiar species, a gift prepared by Yi Bai for Tricale." An instant, there was a shock on the snow, and a huge figure came crashing down like lightning. And Yi Bai has disappeared. After a terrifying cry, a large amount of blood was spilled on the snow. Distance, the sun is slowly hiding in the clouds. For the refugees, a difficult day is over. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read to collect and recommend. Chapter 68. Return and Reunion. 4th more. Please subscribe. 847 AD. On the Wall of Rose, at the city gate of Tolo's district, the voices were full of people, rubbing shoulders, and everyone was waiting for the return of their loved ones. City gate slowly opened, and under the eyes of countless people, a team of more than 100 people walked in despair, couldn't hold back the tears. The battle for the recovery of the Wall of Maria, a total of 250,000 refugees were invested, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the world's total population. In the end, only more than 100 survived. The number of casualties was staggering. Because of the sacrifice of these people, the survival crisis of the human beings in the inner world has been alleviated. Countless expectant eyes swept over these people, expecting their relatives to be the lucky one in 10,000. Disappointed, still disappointed. Many people turned around sadly, and some people cried on the spot. Only a handful of people are lucky enough to reunite with their loved ones, and this day is a day of mourning for mankind. Ackermans and their family were also in the crowd. Several people's eyes glanced back and forth. This is not, that, it is not. More than 100 people have glanced back and forth several times. Everyone's heart is getting heavier and their eyes are getting darker and darker. Woohoo. Gina is a little broken. How much she loves this child Yi Bai, but now she has not come back alive. Leaning on Karen's shoulder weakly, her choked voice is extremely sad. Karen looked at the direction of the city gate with a complicated expression, and patted Gina's back lightly. His heart was very uneasy, and remorse and self-blame flooded. Is it because I believe in Yi Bai too much? Is it because Yi Bai really died in the world outside the Wall of Rose? If this is the case, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Alan looked at the crowd in front of him calmly. His height increased a lot, and he vaguely had the appearance of an adult. His hands were clenched unknowingly, and his eyes were full of determination. Yi Bai, this year, I will join the training corps with Mikasa and Armin. I will definitely gain the power to kill giants and avenge you. Alan thought to himself. Yi Bai. Mikasa's appearance is even more moving. Wearing a long white dress and a coat of rouge powder, she is bright and moving in the crowd, like a black rose growing against the wind. Under the cold exterior, there is a delicate heart. Yi Bai didn't really have an accident, right? Mikasa's face was getting paler and whiter. Her expression was extremely solemn. Her teeth were lightly tapped on her lip, and a faint bloodshot spilled out, but she didn't notice it at all. No, definitely not. He still has his own 4-leaf clover on him, and he promised himself that he would come back. Yi Bai, we have to join the training corps together. Mikasa's heart became more and more anxious, and the air seemed to be extremely depressed, and it was difficult to even breathe. As time passed, the crowd went like a tide. As if a century had passed, it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. When the pendulum of the high-rise towers in Trollus reverberated, the clear chimes of the bells swayed in the whole sky, and I suddenly felt darkness in front of my eyes, and I fell backwards feebly. Pass, Nizi, you need a little patience when I come back. Blur. Mikasa felt that he was leaning against an embrace, and the words that came into his ears were gentle and playful, like a joke between good friends. Yi Bai. After a while, Mikasa opened his eyes. His eyes were dull, then shocked, and finally ecstatic. The Ackerman couple stared at their daughter. Mikasa, who was like an iceberg on weekdays, seemed to have not been so rude for a long time. This kid wouldn't like Yi Bai, right? Karen and Gina looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Actually, I think Yi Bai is a good choice for Mikasa. Karen hugged Gina's waist and said gently, well, you're right. Gina's hair was clinging to Karen's neck, with a happy smile all over her face. Mikasa couldn't control his excitement and hugged Yi Bai. The strength was suffocating, as if he was afraid that Yi Bai would disappear from his side again. Yi Bai gently brushed Mikasa's hair, feeling that Mikasa's soft body and his body were almost seamlessly overlapped, and the only obstacle was probably the clothes of the two. This girl has grown a little more, Yi Bai thought to himself in his heart. Yi Bai Levi was teasing, using his fingers to tuck up a strand of Mikasa's hair, put it on the tip of his nose and sniff it gently, as if it was still as soft and fragrant as it was 2 years ago. On the left, there is an old couple showing their affection, and on the right, a new couple throwing dog food. Alan stood in the middle, very embarrassed, quite embarrassed, just like a light bulb. Gloomy face. Alan turned to look at Armin, who was not far away, and said lightly, "Armin, let's go." Carla looked at Alan's back strangely. Alan grabbed Armin's hand, and the two walked into the distance together. The warm spring sun shone on the two of them, and at that moment, there seemed to be infinite passion burning. Armin is a boy. Although he looks very delicate, he is not like this. Carla felt very strange in her heart. She felt the need to find time to chat with Ellen. Mikasa regained her composure, and gently broke away from Yibai's embrace. Her beautiful face and jet black hair seemed to grow a little longer. The eyes looking at Yibai were gentle, but also mixed with a little dissatisfaction. "Why did you show up so late?" Mikasa asked softly. "Didn't I want to give you a surprise? I heard that the sooner the surprise appears, the better." Yibai blushed, and smiled shyly. "Surprise?" Mikasa's little face stiffened, and she stretched out her fair little fist and smashed it, but it fell on Yibai's body with the utmost gentleness, like a drop of water falling on a puddle. "If you show up a little later, the surprise will turn into a shock." Mikasa sighed helplessly. She really has no temper at all towards Yibai. Okay, I'm hungry. Do I have any food to eat?" Yibai laughed and took Mikasa's shoulder unintentionally, changing the subject. "He must be starving. There are giants everywhere outside the Wall of Rose. One can imagine how much Yibai has suffered in the past few months, and last year's cold winter was unusually cold." At this moment, the last complaint disappeared without a trace, and Mikasa's heart was full of distress. He raised his head, and hope ignited in his eyes. "This year, I was able to enter the training corps. I must work hard, stay by his side in the future, and keep up with his footsteps, instead of being left farther and farther by him, unable to do anything in the face of difficulties again and again." Mikasa thought to herself. 845 AD, late spring. The 104th trainee officially started training. Chapter 69. 104th Training Corps, the 5th update. Please subscribe. In 447 AD, the 104th Training Corps officially started its 3-year training. The soldiers who stood out after 3 years will enter the Survey Corps, the Gendarmerie and the Garrison Corps and become a member of the Human Warriors. Is cloudless and the sun is a little dazzling. There are many houses in the large open space surrounded by the valley. This is the world within the Wall of Rose, the second huge wall of mankind, and the training will be carried out here. Yibai straightened up, like all recruits, wearing a military uniform, brown leather jacket, white shirt, white trousers, and black boots. His expression was full of calm and indifference, staring intently at the military temperament ahead, a very strong middle-aged man. "Now the 104th training troop joining ceremony will be held. I will be your instructor and you will be unlucky. My name is Keith Shaddis. I never planned to welcome you. You are now only the equivalent of giants' food, livestock, even livestock. I will spend 3 years training you pigs and dogs, and teach you the skills to fight giants. 3 years from now, when you confront the giants, whether you will be reduced to food as you are now, or the glory of this country, it is up to you." Ferocious face, a deafening voice, and a roar of every word. Keith Shaddis, the last commander of the Survey Corps, an elite officer who truly understood the horrors of giants, gave everyone a dismay at the very beginning. "Hey, you boy." Keith stepped off the stage, glanced around the recruits, and finally locked on Armin. "Yes." Armin nervously immediately put his right hand on his heart, which is a demonstration of military standard etiquette. "What is your origin, boy?" Keith growled. "I'm Armin Yarurit from Higashina district." "Really? It's a silly name. Did your parents give the name to you?" Keith's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "My grandfather made it." "Armin, what is your purpose here?" Keith bent down, his eyes fixed on Armin. He just wanted to make the recruits feel fearful through coercion and recognize the purpose of coming here. Contribute to the victory of mankind. Armin closed his eyes and shouted loudly. "Well said, I'll take you to feed the giants when the time comes." Keith pressed Armin's head and turned his body back. His eyes swept to the others, and said solemnly, "The third column, turn back collectively." Then, Keith walked up to a tall and thin young man man with gray hair and asked loudly, "Hey, what's your background?" "I'm Jean Perchiden from Toros. What's your purpose here?" "I want to enter the military police and live in the mainland." Stunned for a moment, and then replied easily, "Military police, the central force that guards the safety of the royal family, are far in the heart of the Wall of Sheena, far away from the threat of giants. Since the Wall of Maria was broken in 845, the danger from giants has shrouded people's lives all the time. Joining the military police to live in the mainland has undoubtedly become the dream of many recruits. Not everyone can stand aside and dare to enter the Survey Corps with the highest death rate to fight the giants. Therefore, the idea of Jean is also human nature. After all, it is part of greed. Is that so? You want to go to the mainland to live and smile with a playful smile." "Yes." Jean nodded. Bang! Keith's forehead was hard on Jean's forehead, causing him to kneel directly on the ground with a sharp pain. This guy, if he wants to live in the mainland, there is no need to say it directly. He is really clueless. Many people looked at Rang and expressed disdain in their heart. "Who made you sit down? The guy who fell so easily still wants to join the military police." Keith walked past Jean and looked at a recruit with a pockmarked face. "What's your background, boy? What's your purpose of coming here?" "I'm Mark Potter from the southern section of the Wall of Rose, and I'm here to join the gendarmerie and dedicate my life to the king." "That's it. The ambition is good. Let's work hard." Keith gave a rare appreciative smile. "Idiot, these recruits are still too naive. When they meet a real giant, I am afraid they will be scared to the ground." You can see a lot of things from the facial expressions of people. This is the experience that Keith has accumulated as a training officer for many years. Most of the recruits who are naive and full of expectations for the future have never experienced the horror of giants and need more tempering. And those who have really experienced the incident of the breaking of the Great Wall of Maria have indifference on their faces and deadly calm eyes. Keith can see it. So some people Keith will not question, and some people need to be intimidated. Well, Keith's eyes glanced unintentionally. What is that person doing? Holding an irregular object in his hand, and chewing in his mouth. It seemed to be sweet potatoes. Damn, he actually ate sweet potatoes during the training ceremony. For a moment, Keith's face was extremely gloomy. This guy, do you know what the occasion is here? This year's recruits are really unexpected. Keith's heart rose with anger, and he walked there in silence. "Hey, can you tell me what are you doing?" Keith's voice was suppressed, like a volcano about to erupt. "Who is he asking?" Sasha glanced to the left, took a bite of the sweet potato, then glanced to the right, and took another bite of the sweet potato. "It shouldn't be asking me." Sasha's heart is calm. "Hey, I'm asking you." Keith's terrifying cheek suddenly appeared in front of Sasha's eyes, and the sound was like the roar of the waves. Sasha was startled, swallowed the sweet potato in her mouth fiercely, and answered righteously, "I'm Sasha Blouse from the south of the Wall of Rose." Not far away, Yi Bai looked at this scene and shook his head helplessly. According to the plot of the original book, there were two notoriously brainless recruits in this training session, one named Sasha and the other named Koni. The new recruits performed so well on the first day of training, and the days that follow may be difficult. Thinking of this, Yi Bai's gaze turned to the backs of the three threes in front of him. From left to right, Reiner, Betty, and Arnie. The trio of the Mare Empire seems to be here. Don't let me down, the three of you. A smile of anticipation swept across Yi Bai's mouth, and Keith walked in front of him without realizing it, and asked in a deep voice, "Hey, what the hell are you laughing at?" Mikasa's gaze turned to Yi Bai, and then turned back immediately. Keith, a pedantic fellow, probably won't get the slightest advantage in front of Yi Bai. Mikasa is very confident in Yi Bai. This guy has always been a master who refuses to suffer. Hearing this, Yi Bai raised his head, looked directly at Keith's terrifying gaze, and said lightly, "My name is Yi Bai. Evaluation, thank you for doing it. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read for collection and recommendation." Chapter 70, Mikasa's Aura, 6th update. Please subscribe. The name Yi Bai seems to have heard from Erwin's mouth. Wait, I remembered. Wasn't this guy the same guy who was in the capital trial 4 years ago? The head of the regiment, the current head of the regiment, Erwin, was nominated and recommended by himself. Now it seems that Erwin has not disappointed himself. Although Keith stepped down from the position of the head of the regiment, who can be responsible for the existence of the most elite troops of mankind, which one is a simple thing. Yi Bai, a resident of Tara Township, Higanshina District, was sent to a military court for murder 4 years ago, and was later jointly bailed by Erwin and Commander Pixis, and participated in the 53rd extramural investigation, returned to the mainland after the investigation, and then disappeared. Keith's mind came to the information about Yi Bai, and he has been paying attention to 363 for the past few years, a new talent emerging from the empire of humanity. At that time, Yi Bai was only 9 years old, so he could overturn 3 soldiers and kill one. Although Keith was quite disgusted by this kind of thing, it did not prevent Keith from appreciating Yi Bai. As for the killed soldier, a human warrior with formal military training could not even beat a child, which is shameful. In this incident, Keith once doubted the combat effectiveness of the garrison corps, and repeatedly reminded Commander Pixis to rectify the order of the troop. Now, 4 years later, this guy actually appeared in the training corps and stood in front of him, which surprised Keith. Keith looked at Yi Bai's face, determined, composed, calm, more like a soldier than all the recruits present. His eyes were filled with deadly indifference, even when he looked at himself. This guy's eyes are a bit fierce. I'm afraid he has killed a lot of people in the past 4 years. Keith thought to himself in his heart that only those who have been struggling with death for a long time can develop such terrifying eyes. Not bad. Really good. Keith's gloomy cheeks stretched a little, and finally the corner of his mouth burst into a comforting smile. Such a guy would be too talented to be placed in the training corps, and he should be placed in the survey corps to allow him to grow rapidly in the battle against giants. Keith looked away from Yi Bai's body and looked around at all the recruits present. This guy, I'm afraid it will become a nightmare for all recruits. Keith's eyes flashed with anticipation, very much looking forward to. Team announced the disbandment. Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Bai, and they all expressed their shock. You must know that no matter who it is, Instructor Keith always has a vicious tone, and he has to frighten the other party to death, not. However, when Yi Bai faced Keith's question just now, he seemed to reply with disdain, my name is Yi Bai. What's even more surprising is that the great demon King Keith left without a word. This is not Keith's character. Yi Bai, a very simple name, at this moment revealed a mysterious aura. What is this person doing? Keith is afraid of him. The background must be amazing. Everyone can't help but have deep doubts in their heart. Hey, you are the grandson of Commander Pixis. I don't know who came up with such a sentence, and the scene immediately exploded. Shish, don't talk nonsense. Commander Pixis has dedicated his life for people, and the commander never married. Where did he get his grandson? This guy, with a cold look on his face. No wonder it attracted the attention of Instructor Keith. Hey, look, that. The sweet potato girl is still running. Instructor Keith seems to have let her run until she vomits. She's a fool, but I really admire her courage. She dared to eat sweet potatoes at the training ceremony. Was she reincarnated by a starving ghost in her previous life? Hearing this, many people's eyes turned to Sasha, while Yi Bai's attention was much less. Mikasa stood beside Yi Bai and whispered, are you alright? Yi Bai shook his head. He understood exactly what the smile on the corner of Keith's mouth meant. It seems that the impact of the trial in the capital 4 years ago was very far-reaching. I'm afraid all the senior officers of the Empire will remember him. Bai pondered for a moment. A powerful hand stretched out in front of him. Hi, my name is Lena. Rainer. Yi Bai was stunned, and slowly extended his hand. This guy was beaten by him 2 years ago and it wasn't bad enough. As he wished, he met again. Quote, hello, Yi Bai. The two hands were tightly clasped. Yi Bai suddenly exerted force, and Rainer's complexion suddenly changed. He turned red, but he was forcibly supporting, because if he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, it would be too shameless. Strange. Rainer felt strange in the bottom of his heart. He had no grievances or hatred with this guy. He just shook hands with him with the attitude of getting to know him. When I beat Rainer years ago, I revealed my true body. Although 2 years have passed, my appearance has changed to a certain extent, but when it comes to ordinary people encountering that kind of thing, they will definitely remember the other person's face for a lifetime. But Rainer was obviously an accident, as can be seen from the confused look in his eyes. In the original book, Rainer is a psychopath with schizophrenia, a dual personality, and intermittent memory loss. Now it seems that Rainer is really like the original, forgetting that extremely shameful memory. Yi Bai smiled and let go of his hand, so he felt relieved. In just a short moment, cold sweat broke out on Rainer's forehead. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his pinched white hand. His heart was full of shock. This guy's strength is so great. However, Yi Bai, You think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, Rainer's heart is full of fire, and he doesn't understand how his kind greetings have attracted the other party's vicious target. If it's intentional, then I'm welcome. Thinking of this, Rainer's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly stretched out a finger to point at Yi Bai. I want to challenge you. Oh, challenged Yi Bai for a moment, but unable to hold back, he burst out laughing. Ani looked at this scene, his pale blue eyes faintly revealed disdain, spit out boredom, and left here directly. She and 2-5 Reiner, bet, although they are Mare warriors, but she is not willing to take care of Rainer's mess. Lena, forget it. At this time, Betty came up and grabbed Rainer's wrist. He witnessed the whole process of the two shaking hands just now. This guy is not easy to mess with, remember our mission. Betty leaned close to Rainer's ear and whispered. Bet's body trembled, and a look of depression gradually appeared on his face. Hold back. Damn your breath. Grass. If you want to compete with Yi Bai, start with me first. You are not qualified to compete directly with Yi Bai. At this moment, a cold voice interrupted. Hearing this sentence, everyone was stunned. Yi Bai's expression suddenly became very exciting. When did this girl's aura become so powerful? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 71. 10 seconds. Happy birthday to myself. Rainer's expression froze, which made it difficult for him to step down. Fighting with a woman is not in line with his character. Whether winning or losing, it is a shameful thing. Mikasa's beauty is extremely outstanding among the entire 104 trainees, and I am afraid that only Ani and Hysteria can be compared. Before this, no one knew what kind of relationship Mikasa and Yi Bai had, but after these words were spoken, everyone understood that the relationship between the black-haired beauty and Yi Bai was definitely not shallow, otherwise they would not be so protective. When some people thought of this, they immediately cast envious glances at Yi Bai. It was obvious that Mikasa's cool temperament made many people tempted. In the crowd, a tall and thin guy with gray hair had a much more fiery look in his eyes than others. Looking at this scene, Yi Bai smiled lightly, pulled Mikasa behind him, and said softly, Mikasa, save your energy for the next training. As for this guy, just leave it to me to deal with. You. Rainer's face became flushed, his hands secretly clenched into fists. Yi Bai's contemptuous tone made him angry again. Lena, calm down, there are still many opportunities in the future. Betty tried to stop it. Betty, don't worry about it. Shook off Bet's hand and took 23 steps forward. Are you going to challenge me? Yi Bai strode forward, with a condescending attitude, and said in a flat tone, well, I'll give you this chance. Mikasa quietly retreated to the back. She was not worried that Yi Bai would fail at all, she was just afraid that Yi Bai's limelight on the first day would be too high, and it would cause a lot of unnecessary troubles. After all, everyone had to live together for 3 years. However, since it was Yi Bai's decision, Mikasa could only support it unconditionally. 10 seconds. 1. Yi Bai snorted softly. What? Reina was stunned, not understanding what Yi Bai meant. In an instant, Yi Bai rushed up, his figure like lightning. Kick. Reiner flew all over. An elbow. Reiner was slammed to the ground, and a large cloud of dust flew up. Kick. Reiner's body swiped on the ground and slammed into the stump of a tree, and the green leaves were shaken off. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at Yi Bai's back, and then looked at Reiner, who was lying on the ground as if dead. His mouth couldn't help opening his mouth. His expression was full of astonishment. In fact, Yi Bai didn't use 10 seconds 1, maybe even 5 seconds 5. This is still the result of Yi Bai not using all his strength, otherwise Reiner would die on the spot. Considering that the plot will develop and Reiner's part in the scene, so Yi Bai left Reiner's life. Good. So strong. Coney stared at this scene in a daze, and was the first to recover from the shock, and was the first to speak. As Coney spoke, the crowd boiled completely. Is this Nima still human? No wonder you dare to hang yourself in front of Keith. If it were me, I wouldn't be afraid. It's so real. Reiner looks very strong. How can he be so vulnerable? Hey, buddy, don't say that. I'm afraid you won't be able to last for 2 seconds. These words blurted out. Many people fell silent, and began to think in their heart, if they were to fight against Yi Bai, they would be able to last for a few seconds. 3 seconds 3. This is the Mikasa, let's go. From the bottom of the heart of many people, Yi Bai naturally put on Mikasa's shoulder and said. However, the chatter of the crowd behind them continued, and it was destined to be talked about among the entire 104 trainees for days. Betty rushed over and helped Reiner up. His breath exhaled evenly. Fortunately, not dead. Betty breathed a sigh of relief, and his mind tightened a lot. He originally thought that the human beings in the inner world were vulnerable, but there are actually experts. In the distance, there is no one in the corner. Ani looked at Yibai's indifferent figure with a very complicated expression. This person, so strong. Ani, an iceberg-like girl, revealed an air of indifference that no strangers should approach. Even Reiner and Betty, who were partners, didn't know much about Ani. At this moment, Annie's pale blue eyes flashed with a rare excitement. I don't know my fighting skills. I will have a chance of winning against him. Ani murmured softly, secretly looking forward to evening, resting. Ellen was surrounded by many people. Wow, how tall it is. High enough to show your face from the wall. What? I've heard it's high enough to go over the wall. Hearing this sentence, everyone agreed. Me too. That's what our village said too. No, it's not that high, Alan said lightly. Then what does it look like? A girl asked. Basically no skin, and a big mouth, that's about it, Alan described. Sighed, far away from the crowd, Yibai sat quietly on a chair, watching this scene boredly. These guys have excited expressions on their faces, and when they see a real giant, most of them will be scared to the ground. Yibai's eyes glanced inadvertently, and saw the figures of Jean and Mikasa. Mikasa walked by Jean's side, making him feel as if he had been electrocuted, turned his head subconsciously, and saw Mikasa's jet black hair. My heart, I said, it's so beautiful, so I couldn't help but blurt out, hello, miss. Mikasa turned around and looked at Jean suspiciously. That, feeling embarrassed, his face turned red, and he said with a guilty conscience, because your appearance is rare, I couldn't help but call you. Yes, I'm sorry. You have beautiful black hair, Jean went on to add. Mikasa looked at Jean with no expression on his face, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little embarrassing. Thank you, Mikasa said softly and turned to leave. Yibai looked at this accidental scene amusingly. What was Mikasa thinking at the moment? Or maybe 363 is a strange guy. Outside, it was already shrouded in darkness. Yibai walked out of the door and followed Mikasa's footstep. Mikasa tilted her head and said calmly, Yibai, you are a little impulsive today. Yibai picked up Mikasa's hair indifferently and said with a smile, compared to this, your hair is too long. You will have an accident if you receive three-dimensional motor training like this. Hearing this, Mikasa's fingers clamped a strand of hair, almost without thinking. She said, I know, shorten it. The door. Jean looked at this scene, his body froze in place, his face full of sluggish expressions. This guy, Yibai, is really enviable. Yibai and Mikasa walked away for a while, and got bored, so they went back to rest. On the way back, Yibai saw the silhouettes of Ymir and Hysteria, who were surrounding Sasha at the moment. These two have also appeared. The future is really getting more and more lively. The next day, early morning, three-dimensional motor training has officially started. Author's words, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and the birthday day has come again. I remember when I was in the army the year before, and I was on a mission in the army. On my birthday that year, at 12:10 in the middle of the night, I stayed alone by the grave and counted the stars, and my birthday was over. Last year was a little better. A few comrades got together and had a simple birthday. On this birthday this year, I want to spend it with my ideals. Tomorrow will be 10 more. For ideals, for youth. Chapter 72. Teacher Yibai, second update. Please subscribe. Next day, there were no clouds in the sky. The sky was clear, and there were three-dimensional mobile training equipment standing on the open field. This kind of training equipment is very special. It consists of 3 thick wooden stakes inserted on the ground, arranged in a triangle, and the tops are gathered together to achieve the best stabilization effect. It is connected with the human body by 2 ropes, which are respectively tied on both sides of the waist of the human body. A qualified recruit needs to achieve an upright state in the air and maintain balance. Dimensional motor training requires extraordinary physical and leg strength, as well as the ability to grasp space, and the willpower that is not easy to fall into chaos. On the 3-dimensional motorized balance columns, many people performed well, which aroused the admiration of some officers. Mikasa's body was suspended in the air, staring at the ground calmly, her body almost motionless. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his body kept shaking, struggling to keep his balance. Annie's performance is similar to that of Mikasa. The two have outstanding temperament, and they are not inferior to many male soldiers. Yale Campbell, commander of the training corps, is currently checking the training of the recruit. Although it's just the basics in the foundation, but from this stage it can be seen whether a person has a talent for using 3-dimensional mobile devices. Well look, Yale's eyes turn to Mikasa. She hardly shake. She must know how to do it. This is the so-called talent. Yale's eyes swept to the audience. Many recruits could maintain their balance on the first day, and couldn't help smiling. It seems that there are quite a few outstanding talents this year. Well, what about him? The adjutant's finger pointed at Ellen. At this moment, Alan's body fell in the air. Keith squatted on the ground and shouted. There were many people watching, and the atmosphere was very embarrassing. Looking in the direction of the adjutant's finger, Yale smiled faintly. This is due to the so-called talent difference. Even if the momentum is amazing, sometimes it is not as good as ordinary people. Playing by the side, the sun is setting, the day's training has ended, and the training ground is very empty at the moment. Put your weight on your waist and soles of your feet, and then slowly keep your balance. You can do it when you calm down. Even I did it. Armin stood in front of Ellen and said, well, it should work this time. Alan nodded, tied the rope around his waist, and slowly floated his body. Second later, the center of gravity moved forward, and the whole person fell to the ground ruthlessly, with his head on the ground, and the blood flowed suddenly. Night. Everyone was resting. Ellen's head had been bandaged, and almost everyone knew about his appearance in the afternoon. You mean the secret to controlling posture? Sorry, I'm a genius. I can only say it's based on feeling. Coney squinted and smiled. I'd like to ask you, the secret to staying sane even after showing that kind of appearance, Jean said sarcastically. In Jean's heart, a waste is worth his sympathy. You. Alan was a little desperate and said helplessly, I asked you for advice in a low voice. Aside, Armin held Alan. He should not be impulsive. Ellen, do you want to know the secret to mastering three-dimensional motor balance? From behind, a faint voice sounded. Alan turned around. Levi didn't know where he was in the room, but he was still indifferent. If you want to learn, come with me. Thank you. Thank you. After hitting a wall many times, suddenly there was a person willing to take the initiative to help him, which moved Alan a little, and couldn't help feeling ashamed of some childish thoughts in his heart. Don't thank me, I just hate it. Trash and trash are killing each other. Saying that, Levi squinted at Jean and Coney, and the meaning revealed in his eyes was obvious. Letting him start, he quickly reacted and shouted, Hey, you bastard, who the hell are you talking about? Oh, hee. Levi smiled and walked in front of Rang. I saw some shameful guy today, trembling on the balance column. That person can't be you. Levi smiled lightly, then walked out of the door, and Alan followed. You. Rang raised his fist, his face flushed, his whole body trembled with anger, looked at Levi's back, and finally put down his fist helplessly and spat. Damn. Let oneself think that his talent is not weak. Of course, the talent he refers to is not the body, but his mind. But in front of Levi, his limelight was robbed again and again, like a firefly under the moon. Compared to Levi, he was nothing, which made him feel a sense of frustration. The key is that he can't beat that guy Levi at all. If he was impulsive just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Compared to Levi, we are indeed trash. Coney seemed to have just reacted, and said dumbly, What do you know? Jean suddenly turned his head and roared angrily, I swear, I will surpass him one day. In this world, the protagonists will always be very few, and it's good to be an ordinary passerby. Coney walked towards the door and said something very philosophical for no reason. Rang was stunned in place, and finally became calm, and smiled bitterly. This guy really treats himself as a god. Night. The moonlight is cold, shining brightly all over the place. I'll give you a demonstration first. Levi stood under the balance column, tied the rope skillfully, and in an instant his body was floating in the air, stable like a sculpture. Looking at Levi, who was completely still in the air, Alan's face showed a look of shock. Good. It's amazing. Alan murmured in his heart. This is actually not difficult to grasp. For example, the center of gravity of the body is 100, and the best balanced state is put the center of gravity of 70 on the feet, and the center of gravity on the waist at 30, and repeat it several times. After mastering it, you will have a feeling of walking on the ground. Levi said. What is Levi doing? Alan's eyes are getting more and more shocked. I saw Levi actually raise his leg in the air, accompanied by the violent shaking of the rope. Wong Hao. Levi's leg-raising speed is also faster and faster. What is even more incredible is that he is still able to maintain his balance. Even instructor Keith can't do this. Alan said, clenching his fist secretly, and said softly, Alan, you have to work hard. While Levi untied the rope, jumped from the air, and said to Alan, come on. Time passed slowly. Swipe. The 5th time. Alan, you idiot, didn't I tell you? Don't think about other things. Keep calm. 7th time. Hey, is your math taught by a physical education teacher? How many times have I told you that 70% of the focus is on your feet? 10th time. Hey, you really have no talent at all. Are you a pig brain? One night, Alan was bombarded wildly by Levi, and finally managed to maintain his balance for the first time after a ruthless failure. There are 8 more. Chapter 73. Get off the horse. The 3rd update. Please subscribe. subscribe. The next day, everyone gathered under a balance column, which was Alan's last chance. Alan Yeager, are you mentally prepared? Keith looked at Alan calmly, and from the bottom of his heart Keith didn't think Alan could succeed. Yes, Alan nodded, sweat dripping from his forehead, nervous and uneasy inside. Although I may not have any talent, I will not lose to others in will. Alan thought firmly in his heart. Let's get started. Following Keith's order, the turntable beside the balance column slowly turned, and Alan's body also floated up. Will Alan succeed? Many people's eyes are gathered here, and they all express their expectations. This time, I won't fail again. Alan gritted his teeth, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were full of determination. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds 5. Alan spread his hands, and his body was stably fixed on the balance column. At this moment, the whole place was silent. After a while, the crowd cheered. No one thought that yesterday was a waste, but today it was a success. Many people looked at Alan with admiration. In the crowd, Levi stood beside Mikasa, watching this scene calmly. He passed all his experience to Alan last night. If this guy still can't succeed today, Levi thinks Alan can die. On the spot of thinking, 36 suddenly changed suddenly. The rope tied to Alan's body suddenly shook violently, and Alan's body slowly leaned forward. Although he tried very hard to save it, it was of no avail, and his body fell to the ground again. Failed again. Alan's heart was a little desperate. Keith looked at this scene calmly. Trash is trash. Even if he was given another chance, he would still fail. Trash is not suitable for fighting for human beings. Maybe to open up wasteland, it is a good choice for this guy. Thinking of this, Keith waved his hand, and this moment is about to judge Alan's life and death. Just as Keith's hand was about to fall, a voice suddenly interjected. Wait. Levi walked out of the crowd and walked directly in front of Alan. Under everyone's astonished eyes, he suddenly grabbed Alan's collar and slammed him into the air. Everyone's eyes became stunned. What is this guy going to do? To do something. Keith looked at Levi in surprise for a long time, and finally put down his hands and did not choose to stop. He wanted to see what Levi wanted what to do. Waste. Did you forget everything I told you yesterday? Levi's face was a little grim, and he punched Alan in the face, and Alan's face suddenly became red and swollen. Think about the road you've traveled in the past few years. Didn't you always swear to kill all the giants? You fell down so easily. Saying that, he kicked out again, and it turned around in the air. Violence. Too violent. Many people's eyes showed shocking expressions. This guy is just a violent maniac. Everyone could see that Levi was serious and showed no mercy at all. Keep your center of gravity. 10% of your weight is on your feet, and 30% is on your waist. Looking at Aaron, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, Levi stepped on his back, as if hating iron. Alan was lying on the ground, feeling drowsy. The sun seemed to be in his eyes. He couldn't hear all the sounds around him, and he could hear his breathing quietly. Who? Kai. Yeah. I want to kill all the giants. How can I fall here? Was like a bolt of lightning struck his heart, and Alan woke up instantly, and the fighting spirit that disappeared from his eyes returned. Looking at this scene, Levi felt satisfied, walked towards Keith calmly, and said lightly, Instructor Keith, I have given all my experience to Alan last night, and Alan has no chance of failure today. But he has failed. Keith retorted that if someone else dared to talk to him like this, Keith would definitely make him look good. But standing in front of him was Levi, and Keith knew very well how terrible this guy was. Maybe it's your problem. Levi chuckled lightly. What? Keith's eyes flashed a bit of confusion, expressing confusion. Maybe you didn't give Alan a good belt. That's the root cause of the failure. Having said this, Levi paused and said very confidently, I will not encounter failure. Keith was silent for a moment. Levi put a lot of pressure on him, and sensing the countless eyes behind him gathered on his back, Keith nodded and shouted to the adjutant next to the balance column, Wagner, take you swap the belt with Alan. The adjutant named Wagner was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes. 2 minutes later, the second attempt started. Everyone stared blankly at Aaron floating in the air, and some couldn't help but close their eyes, fearing that this guy would fall to the ground again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Alan's body seemed to stand still, standing firmly in the air, and his mastery of balance was better than most of the people present. Many people looked at Levi and looked at Keith with complicated expressions. It seemed that Levi's self-confidence was not so absurd. Keith felt a little overwhelmed. This guy, as experienced expected of a person who even Commander Pixis had to protect, gave himself a slap in the face within a few days of coming here. Interesting. Really interesting. Keith laughed laughing, bent down and picked up Alan's belt, looked at it carefully for a moment, and said, "The belt you used before, the metal parts are damaged. I have never heard of it being damaged here. It seems that it is necessary to include it in the new maintenance project." What? The crowd was shocked, and all of a sudden there were discussions. That means the guy held on for a while with the damaged belt. It's amazing. Levi calmly returned to the crowd and took Mikasa's hand. "Let's go." Everyone was immersed in Alan's amazing performance just now, and it was only at this moment that they regained their senses. Some people suddenly thought of Levi, thinking of what Levi had just said to Alan, punching and kicking. Maybe Alan is not a genius, but just got the help of a genius. Such a true genius. Where did they think of this at this moment? Many people turned around, only to see a plain but radiant back, hidden in merit and fame, in a low-key world. "This guy is the real genius," someone said. "Damn." Reiner stared at the back in the crowd, with bandages on his hands, and he has not yet recovered from the embarrassment of a few days ago. Levi, thinking of this name, Reiner, the giant of armor, felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. There are 7 more. Chapter 74. The strongest genius in human history. 4th update. Please subscribe. In 849 AD, 2 years after joining the regiment, dense forest, the rain was pouring, and a thin figure in a raincoat stood under a huge tree, which was about 20 meters high and about 1 meter in diameter. Levi's complexion is very calm. After 2 years of growth, his cheeks have become more angular, and his eyes exude the same indifference as always, but the difference from 2 years ago is that his expression is less impetuous and more calm. A sword of heaven, about to be unsheathed. Jingmun. With a light breath, an extremely terrifying coercion spread out from Levi's body, and the surrounding dwarf shrubs instantly collapsed, and the surroundings became a mess. Bang! One punch on the giant tree. Half a sound. There was no response. Levi turned around calmly. A slight tremor came from the ground, and the troops that were attacking in the rain not far away were rushing towards here. Kacha. Levi took a few steps forward, and suddenly there was a burst-like sound behind him. The sound became more and more intense, and lasted for more than 10 seconds. Boom! Countless debris flew, and the entire giant tree exploded in an instant, turning into a cloud of powder and falling down. Levi seemed to turn a deaf ear. His figure flashed, and he disappeared here in an instant. Jingmun. The 6th gate of the 8 gates. Dunjia. It took me 2 years to finally break through to this gate. The further you improve, the more difficult it is. The 6th gate opened almost as long as the first 5 gates. Fortunately, the devastating explosion scene of the giant tree made Levi feel good about his 2 years of hard work. Satisfied. The training mode of the training corps is hell. In the past 2 years, many people chose to quit, and only a few were able to persevere. A real giant requires not only physical coordination and reflexes, but also extremely high physical strength. Therefore, after 2 years of hell, the recruits who have been able to persist until now, everyone has gained tremendous growth, and their physical fitness is extremely good. However, in the hearts of everyone, Levi is still an unsurpassed myth. In other words, Levi has reached the level of no one. As long as he wants, he can leave the training corps at any time, because he is here. It has reached the strongest state and can no longer gain new harvest. Keith chose a laissez-faire attitude towards Levi. Levi could not participate in the usual training, because for Levi, the training of the corpse devil training was just an appetizer, and he even gave himself a tooth-filling sacrifice. No qualifications. Levi is patiently waiting for the appearance of the wisdom giant next year. Next year will be his main battlefield. He will use the power of the wisdom giant to carry out a deeper transformation. One day, in the morning, jungle, the trees are lush, the sun is just right, and the simulated giant targets stand in every corner of the jungle. This is the simulation training before the actual combat, and it is a way to truly fight the giant. Countless vigorous figures are interspersed vertically and horizontally among the trees, and the twisted ropes are almost connected in the dense forest. The rustling of leaves, the rapid swishing of the human body, and the high humming sound of turning can be heard everywhere. Keith looked at this scene calmly, with relief in his expression. He watched these children step by step, from a recruit 2 years ago, to a real soldier. The ultimate destiny of a soldier is death, and each person's death is full of meaning, making his due contribution to the freedom of mankind. Keith looked at the soldiers he had cultivated with his own hands. They were strong figures, skilled in the operation of three-dimensional mobile devices. They aimed at the cushion behind the neck of the simulated giant, slashed with a knife, and slashed them down. They moved quickly, decisively, and ruthlessly. C is very satisfied, but I don't know if they can be as decisive as they are now in the face of real giants. After all, real giants can move. 2 years of living together has given Keith a sense of everyone's ability, accurate judgment. Raynor has a tough physique and willpower at the same time, and is deeply trusted by his comrades. Alminya Rurit, although his physical strength is not as good as others, he always has extraordinary ideas in classroom learning. Ani Reinhardt, although his slashing technique is impeccable, his character is withdrawn and lacks cooperation. Bet Hoover, despite great potential, lacks motivation. Kershutin's three-dimensional mobility is outstanding, but his character is too sharp and prone to stress. Sasha Browse, although eclectic and intuitive, is not suitable for team action because of this. Coney, he is good at small-scale maneuvering, but his brain is not very smart. Mikasa Ackerman, who can master various subjects with ease, even if she is an unprecedented genius, it is not an exaggeration. Alan Yeager, although he has no specialties, he has improved his performance with his own effort, and he has a stronger sense of purpose than others. Swish, swish, swish. Not far away, 3 lights and shadows flickered continuously, and in just 1 second, they cut off 3 simulated giants. Looking at that terrifying figure, Keith slowly made his final judgment. Yi Bai, the strongest genius in human history, although he was Levi Ackerman before, but according to the current situation, Levi can only rank second. If nothing else, the top 10 in the final assessment will be these 10 people. This is Keith's judgment. Fighting training ground. Sorry, I'm not very good at controlling force. Alan leaned over and pulled up Reiner, who was lying on the ground. This time it's your turn to play the gangster. Reiner took out a wooden knife and handed it to Alan. Fighting, a subject that every soldier must master, is to maintain the stability of the city in the future and maintain the status quo of the harmony of human society. What's the use of this and what does it mean for soldier training? Alan took the knife, and did not rush to withdraw it. He muttered to himself, "You're wrong to think so. We are soldiers, and sometimes the situation is unfavorable. We can't escape, no matter who the opponent is, whether it is artillery or martial art. We must be proficient in mastery. I think this is what a strong soldier should be, responsible for responsibility." After 2 years of baptism, the current Reiner has completely stepped out of Yi Bai's haze, and has become a trusted partner of his peers, and has a good popularity among the 104 freshmen. As for Yi Bailina's embarrassed smile, and to fight against that kind of guy, it's just to find guilt for himself. Yi Bai is better to leave it to the giants to deal with. Reiner, suffering from schizophrenia, is currently in the personality of a human soldier, and is very stable. Lena, look, Ellen pointed to a blonde girl. She's lazy again when the instructor isn't paying attention. Reiner followed his gaze, and the figure was Ani, so he chuckled. Ellen, let's go and teach her a lesson together. 3 minutes later, 2 embarrassed guys were lying on the ground. One is Ellen and the other is Reiner. Ani turned around bored and walked forward, as if he had done something trivial. Instant, he passed by Yi Bai's figure. Yi Bai Ani suddenly remembered the scene 2 years ago in his mind, so he stopped, turned around and shouted, "Wait!" The 4th update. There are 6 more to do. Chapter 75. Mikasa vs. Ani. The 5th update. Please subscribe. Is something wrong? Yi Bai calmly stopped and looked at Ani in front of him. Ani's height is slightly lower than that of Mikasa, but because of long-term training, his figure is well maintained, which can be called protruding forward and backward, which is very hot. Having said that, in the whole 104 freshmen, almost no one moved Annie's mind, because this bitch is too violent, and like an iceberg, cold and unapproachable. Annie's face is very delicate, pure blonde hair, as if the sun is shining, fair and smooth skin, smooth facial contours, although not as cold as Mikasa, but also has a special temperament, and this particular kind of temperament is enough to drive some people crazy and want to keep Annie under them at all costs. At this moment, Annie's face was icy cold. She stopped Yi Bai for no other purpose, just wanted to simply try her fighting skills. 363. In front of Yi Bai, there is a certain chance of winning. Ani does not think this is a bold behavior. In the eyes of others, Yi Bai, who is as terrifying as a demon king, is only a slightly stronger guy in Annie's eyes, and the most important thing is that this guy has fascinated self-confidence. The arrogance brought by this self-confidence will pay a heavy price in the battle with giants. Ani has always believed in this. Thinking of this, Ani is ready to fight. The purpose is self-evident. Yi Bai was startled, then smiled. This woman wants to challenge me. In Yi Bai's memory, it seems that no one has touched his bad head for a long time, and no one even dares to be his own in today's fighting training opponent. Ani, agree in advance that I won't show mercy to you just because you are a woman. Ani was startled, and felt amused in his heart. This guy is really arrogant, so confident that he will definitely win. Wait, a voice suddenly interjected. Yi Bai and Annie's eyes turned towards each other. It turned out to be Mikasa, who was regarded by Keith as an unprecedented genius girl. I will accept your challenge in place of Yi Bai. Mikasa's tone was indifferent, and his expression was even colder than Ani. The corners of Yi Bai's mouth swept a teasing smile. Except for himself, he didn't think there was anyone in the 104th phase of the training soldiers who could gain the upper hand in the hands of these two women. However, Yi Bai didn't intend to let Mikasa take action, because he also wanted to ask Annie's fighting skills. Mikasa, no need. Yi Bai waved his hand and shook his head. Yi Bai. Mikasa seemed to be hesitant to speak. How? I'm afraid you shot too hard and killed Ani. Mikasa suddenly spit out a word. PFF. Yi Bai was startled and couldn't help but want to laugh. This girl has always been cold. This cold joke is indeed very cold, which is in line with her temperament. Hearing this sentence, Annie's eyes flashed a rare anger. Mikasa, this genius girl, even a Shin pays attention to it enough, but the two belong to the iceberg goddess, and usually do not interact with each other, so they can't talk about the department. Yi Bai, let me come. I want to try the strength of one. Mikasa insisted. Looking at the firmness in Mikasa's eyes, Yi Bai shook his head helplessly. Okay, since this girl is so persistent, let her come. If she can't beat herself, she will fill up. Yi Bai nodded and quietly retreated to the back. Ani and San are ready to fight. The battle is about to break out. Ani and Mikasa got into a fight, and this wasteland-like scene immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Many people stopped fighting and learning, and focused their attention here. Start. Yi Bai vomited lightly, as if he was acting as a referee. In an instant, the two of them rushed towards each other. You punched, I kicked. The speed was extremely fast, the skills were extremely agile, and it was dizzying. Bang! Ani slashed Mikasa's shoulder with a palm knife. Mikasa's figure stagnated, and at the same time he hooked Ani with his foot. Annie's figure quickly leaned back, but kept his balance again. Mikasa looked indifferent and responded calmly. Although Annie's fighting skills were extremely superb, Mikasa's excellent fighting instinct was teaching her how to deal with every attack by her opponent. Therefore, the battle is generally in a stalemate. Scene is getting more and more lively, and the crowd's discussion is getting louder and louder. It is the so-called fight between gods and mortals watching the show. Wow, iceberg versus iceberg. I don't know who can win. Nonsense. Of course I support Mikasa. My goddess Mikasa. Tisk tisk tisk. These two people are so terrifying. It's such a pity to be a woman. Hey, it's a pity to be a woman. Didn't you realize that Goddess Ani has a good figure? Cut. Goddess Mikasa's figure is not bad, right? Why? Have you ever seen Mikasa without clothes on? Tell me about it. No, it's just a guess. Yi Bai looked at this scene calmly. In his opinion, Mikasa's defense was excellent, while Annie's attack was stronger. The two of them were not comparing their fighting skills, but rather looking at whose physical strength. Better yet, 3 minutes later. It's over. Yi Bai snorted softly. An instant, the figure rushed away, catching Mikasa who was about to fall. The final result is that Ani wins. Mikasa is not defeated by physical strength, but compared to Annie's lack of combat experience and skillful use of skills, proper failure is also good for Mikasa. Anyway, I will pull for Mikasa next face back. I'm fine. Mikasa waved his hand, broke free from Yi Bai's embrace, looked at Ani with a complicated expression, and found that the other party's expression was also complicated. I lost, Mikasa said calmly. As these words blurted out, the audience suddenly became silent, and then suddenly boiled. Mikasa actually eventually lost. Ani is really not to be underestimated. Didn't you see the scene when Alan and Reiner were brought down by Ani just now? Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Alan's face turned red. It was a shame to be brought down by a woman, and there were still guys exposing his own back. I didn't say anything. This is the truth. Hey, look, Ani seems to have to challenge Levi. As soon as this statement comes out too. 5. Immediately, the audience's eyes focused on the past. Mikasa retreated into the crowd, and Armin and Jean came up to greet him, and greeted him warmly. Have you figured it out? I really won't be merciful. Levi looked at Ani calmly, with a helpless smile on his face. Although I rarely hit women, it doesn't mean I won't hit women. Everyone's eyes stared at Levi excitedly, as expected of Yida Demon King. Crazy enough, arrogant enough, I like it. In 2 years, Levi's performance was too outstanding. This is the nickname given to Levi by the trainees. Levi is the big devil, and Keith is the little devil, which means that in the hearts of everyone, Levi is even better than Keith. Stop talking nonsense. Annie's eyes showed impatience, and he rushed up in an instant. The 5th update is over, and there are 5 more updates. The evaluation of flowers is a bit weak. Everyone hit me up. Philu reminds you, the 3 things to read are collected and recommended. Chapter 76. Ani is hugged by the princess. 6th more. Please subscribe. Ani rushed up quickly, although in the eyes of ordinary people it was extremely fast, but in the eyes of Levi, it was still too slow. Levi stretched out his hand. Bang. Annie's fist smashed into Levi's palm, and was instantly wrapped in Levi's palm. Well, Ani tried hard to break free, but his fist seemed to sink into steel. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free, and his face gradually turned red. Swish. Ani gave up his struggle and kicked Levi at an extremely tricky angle, which seemed to be under Levi. Gotcha. How is that possible? Annie's face flashed with a deep shock. Her blow was already as fast as lightning, and the average person couldn't react at all, but she was still caught by Levi. Levi's right hand was like an iron pincer. He was severely stuck on his bare feet, and his toes were exactly 1 centimeter away from Levi's bottom. Levi chuckled. At this moment, Annie's posture was extremely strange. He was caught by his hands and feet, like a hen standing on the ground. The difference between this hen and the hen is that this hen is extremely beautiful. What a shameful gesture. Levi deliberately teased, and there was an ambiguous smell in the air. Ani couldn't calm down anymore. A girly red glow appeared on his cheek, and said hatefully, "Let go of me. Let go of you." Levi shook his head and said helplessly, "I told you a long time ago that I will not show mercy to women." Finished. Levi grasped Annie's hands and feet, and suddenly exerted force all over his body, only to see Annie's petite body swept up in the air in an instant, and the falling figure finally smashed into Levi's arms. That posture, it was a princess hug. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Their mouths were so wide that they couldn't close at all, because they clearly saw that Ani, who was lying in Levi's arms, had a very rare shyness in his expression. Shy. My Sao. Ani, a violent woman, is actually shy. What a hell. Everyone felt that their eyes were open today, and they couldn't help booing. Great Demon King Levi, mighty. Oh my god, look at Levi's hand. It seems to be on Annie's buttock. It must feel very good. I'm going. Why don't these 2 people move at all? At least give me some reaction. Being able to lie in the arms of the great Demon King Levi is not an easy task. Naturally, I have to miss it for a while. I'm afraid Mikasa has never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Soon as the words came out, the speaker suddenly felt a cold light behind him, and cold sweat broke out in an instant. Want to die? The speaker turned his head with difficulty and said fearfully, "Mikasa, forgive me, forgive me." Humph. The air was silent for a while, and Ani finally recovered from his stupor, screaming and breaking free from Levi's embrace. Damn. Annie's face was extremely gloomy, and today is really a shame. I didn't expect Levi to be so strong, and she couldn't resist even 1 round. She suddenly felt that she and Reiner were a little sympathetic to each other. Ani blushed, eager to find a place facing everyone's strange eyes, and quickly left the fighting arena, leaving only a very downcast back. Levi watched Annie's back slowly disappearing from his sight, rubbing his hands as if he was still in the mood. It feels really good, Levi said in his heart. Time has passed. 3 years have passed, and the day of graduation has come. Tolo's district, the main government building, is is solemn, and the oil lamps light up in the dark night, illuminating a large area. After 3 years, a total of 218 people graduated successfully. Everyone stood up neatly. The military temperament exuded from the whole body was quite fierce, and countless eyes gathered on the 10 figures at the forefront of the team. They are the top 10 finalists. As long as they are willing, they will enter the military police without any suspense and live a stable and enviable life in the mainland. The high platform. Keith looked at the trainees who had been tempered for 3 years on the field, took a deep breath, and said with a serious expression, "From today, those who graduate from the trainees have 3 choices. Responsible for strengthening the city walls and protecting the garrison corps in various towns. With the determination to sacrifice, challenge the survey corps in the giant field beyond the wall. And the gendarmes who rule the people and maintain order by the king's side. Of course, the only ones who can apply to join the military police are the top 10 with the best results just announced." Finished. Countless eyes turned to these 10 eye-catching figures in an instant. They are Levi, Mikasa, Ani, Reiner, Bet, Sasha, Coney, Jean, Mark Potter, Hesteria. Looking at the 10 outstanding trainees, Keith smiled and nodded. Humanity is one step closer to hope. After the results were announced, what everyone was most concerned about was the choice of troop. Almost no one went to the survey corps, because the mortality rate there was too high. 100 of 100 people joined the survey corps, and they could survive 35 to 35 after 2 years. Not bad. The threshold for the military police with the best conditions is too high, and only the top 10 have a chance to go. Therefore, most people turned their attention to the garrison corps. Although the conditions were a bit more difficult compared to the military police, it was much better than the survey corps. Levi sat on a chair and sipped his wine quietly. Mikasa's slender fingers were stuck on the bread, and she didn't move. Her expression was dull, and she didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, Mikasa said, "Levi, which regiment do you want to go to?" "Survey corps," Levi said almost without hesitation. "Then I will join the survey corps too." Mikasa nodded. No matter what. No matter what, she has to follow Levi's side. Levi wanted to speak, but suddenly there was a burst of excited shouts behind him. He turned his head and saw that it was Alan. "Do you two want to join the survey corps? Then we can be considered like-minded partners." "I'll join too." Another voice came. It was Armin's voice. Alan's face was full of shock, and he looked at the 3 people in front of him. "Is everything you say true? Join the survey corps?" "Well, of course it's true." Levi stood up, put a hand on Alan's shoulder, and said jokingly, "You can't be looked down upon by you brat, can you?" "Hello." Alan was a little angry, and slapped Levi's hand away. "Who are you calling a kid?" "Oh." Levi was stunned. This guy's character is still so impulsive, but also, only this kind of natural nerve, who is not afraid of people, can really live in this world. "Then whether it's a kid or not, let's see your performance on the battlefield." Alan nodded. His eyes turned to the boundless night sky outside the window. I will definitely drive all the giants out of this world." The 6th watch is over, and there are 4 more. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 77. Lee 7th more. Please subscribe. 850 AD, Wall of Rose, Trost. Spring is thick and sunny, and the crowd like a sea of people crowds on both sides of the street, welcoming the return of a mighty division. "Come on, the main force of the survey corps. Captain Irwin, please crush the giant." At the forefront of this mighty division is Irwin, the head of the survey corps. It was different from 5 years ago in Shiganshina district. At this moment, Irwin's face was full of calmness, as calm as ever. Looking at the mighty momentum of the human wings of freedom, the crowd was very excited. "Look, it's Captain Levi." Someone found Levi's figure from the long dragon of soldiers. "I heard that his fighting power alone is equivalent to a brigade." Levi on the battle horse heard this exaggerated compliment, squinted his slanted eyes in dissatisfaction, and spat. "It's really annoying." Levi looked in the direction of the crowd. For the first time, his calm face flickered and fluctuated. "Is that Levi, who is known as the strongest soldier in mankind? I really want to have a few moves with him." Levi thought to himself. It's completely different from 5 years ago. There are such people who are expected to be in the survey corps. Alan looked at this scene. His heart surged with confidence, and he couldn't help saying, "Everyone's mood has become more cheerful. After all, they have been safe and sound for 5 years." Hearing this, a pock-marked girl behind Alan interjected. "And the fixed cannon has also been improved, and the supergiant should not appear again." Others followed suit. Hearing these words, a mocking smile formed on the corner of Levi's mouth. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the wall, and said in a barely audible voice, "What a bunch of blindly optimistic guys." After a while, the appearance of giants will probably be all over the place. Get the shit out of it. Levi's words are not groundless. According to the plot of the original book, a supergiant will appear on this day. He is so sure as because Levi came to this world and has never changed the plot without authorization. Although he has the ability to change the plot, changing the plot does not benefit him in the slightest. "Levi, what did you just say?" Mikasa beside him asked. "Nothing." Levi shook his head, grabbed Mikasa's hand and said softly, "Lee, let's go." Cheeks flushed slightly when she heard the warm greeting. The relationship between two people, the lovers are not full, the friends have passed. As long as Levi confesses to him, he will immediately agree. What is Levi thinking in his mind? At this moment, Mikasa's heart is chaotic. Although the relationship between the two people has not been broken by the other party, in the eyes of others, Levi and Mikasa have long been lovers. There are many people who are very unwilling, such as Jean and Ellen, but no matter how unwilling they are, they have to admit that only Levi can be worthy of Mikasa. They are a match made in heaven. Mikasa wonders, Levi is thinking what? Levi's ambiguity, too. Mikasa is like a dog's tail grass, and the fluffy tail has always been teasing his heart. The bottom of Levi's heart. Of course he was thinking about something at the moment, and it was still a very important matter. Of the super large giant is bet. This is information that Levi has known for a long time, so for the smooth development of the next plot, he naturally cannot appear in front of Chow in his real body, and he needs to dress up carefully. Thinking of this, Levi's purpose is already very obvious, to face the super giant and test his current strength. So, Levi turned his head to Mikasa and said, "Lee, don't follow me, go back." "Where to go?" Mikasa asked subconsciously. "Go and solve the physical problem. Do you want to follow?" Levi said abusively, looking at Mikasa's complexion suddenly turning rosy. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at Ellen's place. Go and get back. ... Throwing away the Mikasa, Levi quickly rushed back to the Ackerman couple's house, returned to his room, and grabbed the black cloak from the cabinet. Looking at this cloak, Levi suddenly felt a little nostalgic, but he didn't expect that 6 years had passed in a flash. Levi remembered that the place where he once fought, whether there is still a legend of his own in the underground street, shall come back today. Levi wrapped a cloak, covering his cheek, and rushed out of the room in an instant. At the top of the Rosei wall, the trainees who have graduated had a great conversation and were full of expectations for the future. Everyone clenched their fists secretly and vowed to do something in the future. Alan stood on the wall, facing the bustling city of Talis. His eyes were full of hope for the future, and he muttered, "Human, can win." Finished. A trace of coolness climbed up his back inexplicably. Behind him, a giant lightning flashed out of thin air, and the dazzling light almost blocked everyone's sight. Wind hit, and the fixed cannons placed densely on the top of the wall were cracked inch by inch, and they flew out one by one. Sight was clear. Everyone's eyes became extremely horrified. The supergiant that disappeared for 5 years appeared again, walled by the gust of wind, but after 3 years of military training, their psychology and quality were reflected at this time. On the wall, "Fix your figure." Among them are those who experienced the disaster 5 years ago. In their sight, the supergiant seemed to be a little more terrifying than it was 5 years ago. The terrifying giant face that was higher than the wall was covered with blood and veins, and the exposed flesh was like lava rolling, and the dark eyes were full of contempt for the empire of humanity. Damn! Alan's body hung on the wall. The composite steel rope shrank instantly, and the whole person's body slid upwards and swept upwards. In an instant, he jumped out of the wall, pulled out silver-white double-edged swords, and slashed towards the super-large giant. Well, that's it. Alan's eyes looked at a certain position on the supergiant body, and a shocking expression rippling in his eyes is good, Wong Hao. Pointing toes on the oversized arm, the whole person rolled back a few times and returned to the wall, standing on the position of the huge shoulders, and the outline seemed to be a human being. How is it possible? Alan couldn't help but blurt out. 5 years ago, because he left with the transport ship, he never saw the battle between Levi and Kaiju with his own eyes, and he only heard others mention it afterwards. Version of the world. When Alan heard this story, he just smiled and thought it was a fairy tale. At this moment, the figure not far away overlapped with the story 5 years ago. Did the gods and warriors appear again? Who was so astonished? Was at a loss for words at this moment. 7th shift. There are still 3 shifts. Come on. The battle is huge. Brothers, let me see your support. All kinds of tickets will come up. Chapter 78. Against the Supergiant. 8th more. Please subscribe. Supergiants are the largest giants known to human beings at present, and human beings have no experience in fighting supergiants at all. Lapse of 5 years, the supergiant appeared again, and the originally peaceful city of Trost instantly turned into chaos. Frightened and wailing, people crowded and ran out of their homes. Many people were deeply impressed by the painful lessons 5 years ago, and they rushed towards the inner door. At this moment, Levi was standing calmly on the shoulders of the supergiant. This guy was limited by his size, so his line of sight could not pay attention to things that were too small. Moreover, Levi was just standing in the blind spot of his line of sight, and the supergiant didn't notice his shoulders at all. A human is standing on it. Rumbling. The huge red palm was clasped against the wall, and the sturdy wall was like bean curd slag, and it burst into a large piece in an instant, and the dense cracks like a spider web quickly spread downward. Under the brute force of the supergiant, just like the disaster repeated 5 years ago, the city gate of the outer gate of Tolos district was broken open, revealing a huge gap. View gate. Levi murmured softly. The aura all over his body burst out, like a flood dragon that came out of the water. Although its size was countless times smaller than the supergiant, its aura was even bigger than the supergiant. Buzz. The supergiant opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering cry. The terrifying aura that suddenly appeared in his ears made his whole body feel uneasy, and finally noticed the existence of Levi. Levi's whole body was full of green light. After the 6th door was opened, the green light emitted by his body was as bright as the sun, and the hazy figure wrapped in it was like a god, exuding an incomparable aura. A huge flame-like hand smashed towards Levi. This hand was much larger than the giant armor. A large shadow fell in an instant, and an aura of death instantly enveloped Levi. Levi looked solemnly at the big hand emitting terrifying steam above his head. The moment it fell, it contained endless airflow, making the air around Levi's body denser and more difficult to move. Levi ran away from the big hand, and finally, at the moment of falling, he avoided the blow dangerously. One blow, it was like a fly escaped from his hand, which made the supergiant a little angry. Attacked Levi's high-speed figure, but they were all avoided by Levi, who entered the 6th gate, moved at a terrifying speed, like an electric light. With a flash of green light, the whole person appeared in another position. Swish. Levi's body swayed extremely. This time he appeared on the top of the supergiant's head. His toes lightly stepped on the supergiant's forehead. The whole person instantly rushed into the sky, and the height was 30 to 40 meters high. The explosive power of the body is terrifying. Toward the peacock, Levi murmured softly. The so-called facing peacock is a unique move of the 6th door of the 8th door Dunjia. It hits a super high-speed straight punch in an instant. Using the friction between the straight punch and the air, it shoots a lot of fireballs and smashes it at the enemy. It is a powerful long-range punch. Attack. Boom. Levi's fist was clearly hitting the void, but there was a loud sound like a battle drum, and the space directly swayed a circle of ripples. The speed of the fist was too terrifying. When he opened it, as his fist fell like a torrential rain, fireballs flashed in the sky, and each fireball was the size of a human brain, shooting straight towards the supergiant. Bang! The supergiant stretched out his arm to block, and the dense fire all hit the supergiant arm. Chi-chi! The terrifying sound of the melting of flesh and blood swayed in the sky. After a while, a large piece of skeleton was exposed on the huge right forearm, with pieces of scorched black meat hanging on it, which was extremely terrifying. Who were staring at this scene in amazement from the top of the wall squatted on the ground and began to vomit. Looking at the magnificent scene in the sky that looked like a battle of gods, Alan was extremely surprised. In his sight, the green light group that kept moving, the terrifying aura it exudes, can be vaguely felt even when standing on the wall. Road. Is he human? Alan muttered. How could it be human? Aside, Coney pouted. It must be God. The giant wall was built by God, so it is not strange that God appears to protect the safety of human beings. Looks like it makes a lot of sense. Alan was stunned and thought in his heart, but after thinking for a while, Alan's face became annoyed again. What the hell are you talking about? It just doesn't make sense. If God really exists, how can there be such a horror as a giant creatures appear in this world? Then do you think there is a second explanation besides God? A cold voice suddenly interjected. Alan turned his head naively and said in surprise, Mikasa, don't think about it so much. You must know that the city gate has been broken, and all we have to do is was to help the garrisoned regiment to evacuate the masses. Mikasa said calmly. She had already experienced the terrifying disaster 5 years ago. After the city gate was broken, the supergiant disappeared, and a large number of brainless giants would surely flood into the city. Thinking of this, Mikasa suddenly thought of a serious problem. Dad and Mom, how is Mom and Dad now? Immediately, Mikasa's face showed a hint of panic, manipulated the three-dimensional mobile device, and instantly slid down the wall, rushing towards the direction of home. Hey, wait for me. Ellen also thought of his mother, Carla, and followed closely behind Mikasa, following in the path, while only Reiner was left on the wall. Reiner stared blankly at the green light. His face was terrified, full of fear, as if he saw something terrifying. The whole person suddenly knelt on the ground, covered his head in pain, and rolled on the ground. No, don't hit me. I don't want to die. Reiner was talking to himself, and no one could understand what he was saying. In Reiner's mind, a shameful memory seemed to come to mind, but this memory was vague, as if it was covered by a gauze curtain. It kept stimulating Reiner's mind. In short, Reiner was immersed in this pain and could not extricate himself at all. This scene is really familiar. Why can't I remember it? Reiner raised his head in pain. His face was full of tears. He was going crazy. The power of the peacock was astonishing, and it caused huge damage to the supergiant in an instant, but this blow was a serious consumption of physical strength. In an instant, Yi Bai's physical strength dropped a lot. Bang! An ultra-high-speed kick slammed into the huge cheek. Not good. Yi Bai reacted instantly, forcibly restraining the momentum of his body, and leaping desperately towards the wall. Behind him, there was a loud bang. Like a volcanic eruption, thick smoke billowed, the sky and the earth turned into a vast expanse of white, and the temperature inside was extremely terrifying. The 8th update. There are 2 more. Dude, I can't do enough. Chapter 79. War God. 9th more. Please subscribe. Along with the billowing high-temperature steam, the supergiant disappeared without a trace. Yi Bai stared blankly at the empty front, and said softly, then, let's leave. The wisdom giant slips really fast. Betty is obviously much more sensible than Reiner. Reiner can't beat him and still hold on, while Betty can't beat him and run straight away. This makes Yi Bai quite a headache. Well, we have to wait and see if there's still a chance. With the disappearance of the super large giant, the huge gap left by the breaking of the city gates suddenly became clear in the giant's sight. A rumbling on the ground, and in the endless wilderness, a large number of giants were pouring in. Yi Bai rushed into the city, and the city was in a panic at this moment, and the crowd poured into the inner door like a tide. Home. The house was empty. Mikasa should have escorted both Ackerman and his wife away safely. With Nancy's calmness, she would definitely remember this matter, so Yi Bai's worries were suddenly reduced a lot. Going downstairs, directly throwing off the tattered cloak, and then putting on the three-dimensional mobile device again, Yi Bai rushed out of the house, looking for Mikasa's figure in the crowd. Sync time. The Wall of Rose, the domain of Duke Barth. Different from the civilian area, the environment here is extremely beautiful, with lake, flowers, castles, and blue skies, all of which complement each other, and the very noble existence of the entire empire lives here. In the castle, the decorations are luxurious, and there is an aristocratic atmosphere. Duke Barth, the king of the empire, and his qualifications are very old, but he is cunning, and he is very cunning. Just like his fat-headed appearance, he is extremely incompetent. There is no second way to become a beggar. He is playing chess with Pixis, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Theater. Hey, you are seriously dismounting. Duke Barth looked at a great chess game, grabbed a chess piece with a smile, and then slowly dropped. Look, I won again. As I said, I'll come and play a few games with you every month. You're always not getting better, Pixis. It was obvious that Duke Barth had a very close relationship with Pixis, and when they chatted and laughed, it was like an old friend who had known each other for many years. Pixis smiled calmly, and placed his left hand on his forehead, as if helpless. I am still far from Duke Barth. Hearing this obvious compliment, Duke Barthel shook his hand, raising the wine glass, and he laughed out loud. After a while, he said softly, aren't you the top person in charge of managing the southern territories? After speaking, Lord Barth paused, took a few bites of the cake, and said with disdain, with your skill and IQ, how are you going to beat the giant? Pixis laughed without saying a word, and suddenly a soldier appeared at the door, looking very flustered. Commander Pixis, there is an order. Stand at attention. Who are you to be so rude? The soldier's butler ran in and shouted. A giant appeared in the Trost region and was destroyed. Soldier ignored the housekeeper, fulfilled his mission seriously, and shouted. Bang! There was a crisp sound of the glassware falling to the ground, and the red inside flowed out, as if Duke Bart was struck by lightning. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead in an instant. Compared to Duke Bart, Commander Pixis was extremely calm. Hearing the bad news, he grabbed the bottle instead, took a few sips, burped in satisfaction, and said with a smile, this. The wine is really good. Lord Balt stared at Pixis in a daze. With his stupid brain, he couldn't figure it out clearly. The Southern Territory was the area in charge of Pixis, and now a giant appeared in the territory. It's just as puzzling as anyone else. As your comrade in arms, I respectfully accept it. Pixis took the wine bottle, got up, and left directly. Was a panicked cry from Duke Bart's behind him. Hey, Pixis, wait a minute. Immediately afterwards, Duke Barthel chased out and shouted angrily, Pixis, stop, I won't allow you to leave here. I order you to mobilize your soldiers immediately to defend my territory. At this moment, Bart's public and selfish nature is vividly displayed, revealing the fact that the management of the empire has already been corrupted, and such a government has no ability to organize the people to fight against the giant. Just when Duke Bartz was about to collide with Pixis, Pixis stopped, then turned around, and said calmly, Prince Bart, the soldiers are now fighting for their lives in Trost, and a lot of people will probably die because of this, and this time we're gossiping right now is no exception. HMPH. Anyway, they are all despicable beings. If they die, they will die. Hearing the words, Lord Bart showed cold sweat and said disdainfully, besides, you haven't beat me on the chessboard, and even if you go there, the situation won't turn around. Gong Balter seems to have thought of something. This is the only thing he can maintain confidence in front of Pixis capital. Hey, Pixis sighed deeply in the bottom of his heart. He didn't know what to say. He handed over the empire to these people. With people like pigs to manage, how could human beings have hope? Thinking of this, Pixis looked to the sky in the distance. I'm old, young guys, you must do your best. Pixis murmured in the bottom of his heart, and a moment of tragic feeling came out spontaneously. Let's go. Pixis turned around and ignored Lord Bart. He was about to set off for the front line. The second giant siege was a severe test of his commanding ability. There is no failure in the dictionary of the war god, so for Pixis, the siege of the city of Trollus must be won. Tolos, the vanguard is facing the giants pouring into the city, and there will be people every once in a while. To die, a great deal of sacrifice is already inevitable. The inner door, an open space, where all 104 trainees gathered. Chiz Wellman, the garrison corps commander, was brave and timid, often making bad decisions. At this moment, Chiz Wellman stood in front of all the trainees and shouted, the front line is in charge of the attacking team of the garrison corps, the training corps is responsible for the support and counterattack of the center, and the elite troops of the garrison corps are responsible for the rear guard. The order reported that the advanced troop had been wiped out, the outer gate had been invaded, and the giants had poured in. Even if the armored giant appeared again, it would not be an accident. What? Thick panic flooded into my heart, and it was only after a long time that the advanced troops were completely wiped out. 30 minutes later, after some ideological struggle, 10 trainees, a total of 281 students, began to participate in the Battle of Trost. The first frontal war between humans and giants has finally started. The 9th update. There is also the last update. Crash, please encourage me to do it. Chapter 80. Hero. Chapter 10. Please subscribe. Mikasa. Levi stopped Mikasa. Mikasa stopped and turned around. What's wrong? You've been placed in the guard's elite unit. Levi looked at Mikasa. Mikasa nodded, then smiled. Me too. Let's go. Only the strongest among the trainees will be assigned to the elite guards, and it was something Levi expected that Mikasa could appear in the elite. After all, the forward and central defenders will reach the first and second fronts, where there are many dangers, and after the Battle of Tolos, most of the entire 104 trainees will be sacrificed. Therefore, out of the consideration of cultivating talents, Levi and Mikasa were arranged in a relatively safe rear area, and the tasks to be performed were only to guide the residents to evacuate and guard the third front in front of the inner gate. Compared with the previous two fronts, there is no doubt that much easier. The entrance to the inner door, 363. The surging crowd crowded in one place, and there were shouts of scolding and people's protests everywhere. The city gate, which was not wide, was blocked by a carriage at the moment, and the carriage was full of goods and could not pass through at all. wall, facing the turbulent urban residents. A rich man with a fierce look on his face waved his hand and directed a few thugs to protect him in front of him, knocking all those who dared to rush up. For this rich man, the goods carried on the carriage are his wealth, and this is an important guarantee for him to leave the Trost region to live in the mainland. He will not care about the lives of these residents, and his own interests are most important. So even if the carriage can't get in, it has to use manpower to force it into it. Crowd has been stagnant for a while, the air has become a little impetuous, and the smell of gunpowder between the two parties is getting heavier and heavier. If the time delays a little longer, a giant may appear here, and no one can escape. At this moment, Levi and Mikasa appeared from the corner, seeing the turbulent scene in front of them, and they were puzzled. According to normal circumstances, the residents should have left the outer city long ago at this time. Why are so many people stranded? Levi took a look, and when he looked around, there were at least 1,000 people. Come on, let's go and see what's going on, Levi said. Mikasa nodded. Hey, do you guys know what's going on right now? The residents protested to Fuja in dissatisfaction. We do it because we know it. With a big wave of his hand, Fuja stood in front of the carriage and said to everyone, if you want to survive, come and help quickly. The entrance of the inner door, there are 7 or 8 people, who have been trying their best to push the carriage in, but the carriage is too wide to be pushed in at all. Looking at this scene, many people roared angrily, what a joke, that thing can't get through at all. Let people pass first. If it goes on like this, we will all be eaten by giants. Along with the scolding of the crowd, a soldier of a regiment was pushed by several people. You soldier is still, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop this guy. But, soldier was silent for half a second. He knew very well the details of this rich man, who was very famous in the Trost region, and secretly colluded with the Grey forces. Ruthless, with a lot of human life in their hands. Looking at a few menacing thugs, the soldiers hesitated and dared not move forward. Looking at this scene, Fuja smiled. Xiao Bing, if you have the guts, come up and try it out. I'm the president of the Chamber of Commerce here. No. The soldier made him unable to submit directly to Fuja. The soldier's cowardice further aroused Fujia's ill will. Strode forward, directly put his fist on the soldier's body, and said fiercely, you better think about you soldiers, who pays for the food you usually eat. Can you come up with enough money to feed all the soldiers in this city? Hearing this sentence, cold sweat fell from the soldier's forehead. Fuja took 2 steps back, looked around at everyone, waved his big hand again, and roared, you guys come and push me too. The goods in here are you. The poor and sour guys can't earn it in a lifetime. Who will come? Push me and I'll reward him. The crowd was extremely angry. Some of them were the family members of the soldiers who were fighting in the front. Their family members were fighting to the death just to protect them from leaving here safely. Boom! Just as the crowd was furious, there was a slight tremor on the ground, and under everyone's astonished eyes, a 7-meter giant appeared in the far corner, running towards here like a ghost. Everyone panicked, and desperately squeezed towards the inner door, trying to push the carriage in. This was their only way to survive. The 7-meter level giant moves extremely fast. It is not an ordinary brainless giant, but the most dangerous strange species among the brainless giants. Several soldiers stationed in the core behind are chasing, but the speed is always a line behind. Come on, as elite, we can't catch up. If it goes on like this. Several soldiers looked at the strange lineage that was getting closer and closer to the inner door in front, and looked very anxious. Suddenly the light in front of them flickered, and 2 figures, one in front and one behind, passed by their sides, which seemed to be a man and a woman. I saw that the man was extremely fast, swept up to the neck of the giant, and then swung the knife fiercely. Cold light flashed, and the giant fell to the ground in response. This slash was impeccable and could be included in the textbook. The place where the giant fell to the ground was only a few meters away from the crowd, and even if it was 1 second late, countless people would lose their lives. At this moment, the faces of thousands of people are collectively sluggish, looking at that. The stern figure standing above the giant's head in astonishment. Levi stared at this scene in a daze, and said stunned, what are you doing? Seeing Levi's appearance, Fuja had a look of joy on his face, and shouted, you appeared just right. Please let these guys help. There will be rich rewards. Levi was silent, looking at Fuja's exaggerated behavior, and then looked at the crowd. There were old people, women, and children. It turns out that the reason why these people stayed here is because of this. Thinking of this, Yi Bai's heart surged with anger. Since that was the case, then you will die for me. Yi Bai jumped from the top of the giant's head to 5. Holding the war blade in one hand, the crowd saw Yi Bai and gave way. Bang! Several people rushed towards him, and in less than a breath, they were all thrown away by Yi Bai. In the end, Yi Bai stood in front of Fu Zhao with frosty cheek, and said indifferently, since you take so many people's lives seriously, then it shouldn't be a problem for me to take yours seriously. Finished. A flash of cold light flashed, and a hot head was chopped off immediately. Fujia's headless body swayed against the carriage for a second, and then fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Bai. At this moment, Yi Bai has become a hero in the hearts of thousands of people. The 10 chapters are over, and the outbreak is over. This birthday is very meaningful. I thank myself for not bowing my head today, and I will continue to fight tomorrow. Friends, bring positive energy. Chapter 81. Desperate People. First update. Please subscribe. 2 hours after the offensive and defensive Battle of Tolo's district began, all the residents were evacuated, and no one was eaten by the giants. Conversely, frontline combat troops are suffering enormous sacrifices. Tick-tock. Looking at the empty inner door, Yi Bai suddenly felt a coldness on his cheek, stretched out his palm, and a drop of water fell on his hand. It's raining. Mikasa, let's go, Yi Bai said. Mikasa nodded. Immediately, the two manned the 3-dimensional mobile device and flew towards the second front guarded by the trainees. Synchronized time. Trost. Gas room. Please wait. Captain, if the giants attack, we can't defend this place with the strength of our Chi soldiers alone. Please stay here. Several soldiers from the Chi supplement class pleaded with Chiswellman. These guys. Chiswellman's face is gloomy. The troops in front have been severely damaged, and the giants are still there. A steady stream of influxes, and now it seems that the fall of Tolos is an irreversible thing. Stay here and stay, are you here to die? Chiswellman thought to himself. Get out of the way. I have to organize reinforcements now. Chiswellman said in a deep voice. Stay at the safe inner door. A soldier from the Chi supplement class directly retorted. Chiswellman was like a child whose lies had been exposed. Cold sweat could not stop dripping from his forehead, and he said, what do you mean? Boy, I'm following the rules. Abide by the rules. This is the duty of a soldier. Chiswellman couldn't control his inner uneasiness, and shouted with a grim face. Damn, it's just a few ordinary soldiers. Whoever gives them the courage to block their way, these despicable lives, should be sacrificed in the Battle of Giants. And he, Chiswellman, the commander of the garrison corps, a senior human officer, his life must be protected. But, if this place falls, the soldier retorted stubbornly. Chiswellman's heart was getting more and more panic, as if he had lost a fig leaf, and he could no longer care about his face, and roared in alarm, shut up. The moment the words were finished, shish, a cold light flashed, and Chiswellman pulled out the war blade. The sharp tip of the blade pressed against the soldier's body, less than a centimeter away from the neck. If you dare to say more, I will treat you as disobeying the military order and bring you to justice on the spot. Under the strong pressure of Chiswellman, the soldiers of the Chi supplement team finally made way. Chiswellman said, wait for someone to enter the safe inner door. And it is precisely because of this stupid officer that the Central Guard will not be able to replenish the gas in time, and will soon be in a desperate situation of life and death. Hey, Jean, what shall we do? There are giants cruising not far away, and several trainees are hiding on the roof, seemingly helpless. Most of them are empty of gas and cannot use the 3-dimensional mobile device to fight, and it is Coney who speaks at this moment. What else can I do? Jean lowered his head, looking a little bit. Alan Ban was almost wiped out. Hearing Coney's anxious question, Jean also had a headache, and said helplessly, I finally got the order to retreat, but I couldn't get to the city wall because the gas was exhausted. It seems that we are all going to die here, all because of those trash. Are you talking about the person from the tonic class? Coney turned his head in surprise. The distance, 2 bright lights flashed down, and Yi Bai and Mikasa landed on the roof. Yi Bai, I seem to have seen them. Let's go over there. Yi Bai nodded. He didn't know how the battle was going, but looking at the outline of the entire city, it was obvious that the current situation was not optimistic. At this moment, the conversation between Coney and Jean continues. What happened to them? Has the whole army been wiped out? Coney asks. I heard that they have lost their will to fight. Although I can understand their mood, they can't give up the task of replenishing gas gas for us, and hide in the headquarters. As expected now, giants have surrounded the headquarters, and we can't go there to replenish the gas. Let the helpless way. If that's the case, then we have to gamble and try to kill those giants. Koni's emotions are a little excited. If time continues to delay, everyone will die here. Koni paused for a while and continued. It's not a solution for us to sit here now. The giants will find this place sooner or later. Instead of scurrying around to consume the few remaining gas and lose our mobility, we are really finished. Finished. Koni slammed on the gas tank, and there was a hollow echo in the air, and the gas inside was almost empty. Jean raised his head and said disdainfully, Koni, it's rare for you to think twice, but do you think we can succeed with our current strength? The seniors of the forward troops have all died in battle, and we are left to train. Soldier, who can command this life and death battle? Even if someone can command it, we can't deal with those giants. The gas-filled chamber is already full of 4-meter level giants. Under that kind of environment, we definitely can't do it. Filled. Jean slowly said what was in his heart, but now he is in a desperate situation. Hearing Jean's analysis, consternation appeared on Koni's cheek, and then a deep depression surged up. Is there really nothing I can do? Is there anything I can do? Koni asked. It's really a headache. If I knew this, I should have said it earlier. Let the irritable scratch his head. Although he has an extremely intelligent mind and is also very suitable for the role of commander, but in the face of this situation, he is also helpless. Come on, everyone stand up. We will work together and we will succeed. The one who spoke was Sasha 363, who didn't think about the second problem except eating, and often messed up things, not suitable for team fighting at all. At this moment, the most mindless person is the most optimistic. Everyone looked at Sasha helplessly, and they all had some headache. Does she understand what kind of situation is now? But the response they got was a dead silence. Everyone's faces were gloomy and abnormal, and their eyes were dull as they stood there, as if they were dead. On the spot where everyone was desperate, a burst of footsteps came from behind. Everyone turned their heads and saw the two figures running. Their originally dull eyes suddenly lit up. Levi, Mikasa, aren't you in the rear guard? Why are you here? Someone was surprised. Levi was silent, looking at everyone's heavy faces. He didn't need to think about what happened. These guys must be helpless now. I have lived with these people for 3 years. People are not grass and trees, and Levi is no exception. I have been called the great demon lord Levi for 3 years by you, and now I have to give you something in return. Well, hearing this sentence, everyone was stunned. What Levi wanted to do, so leave it to me next. Levi chuckled lightly, his eyes full of confidence. A new day has begun. Please subscribe. All kinds of requests. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read for collection and recommendation. Chapter 82. I am very strong. Second update. Please subscribe. Mikasa swept the crowd once, and felt something was wrong in her heart, as if there was one person missing, and that person was very familiar to him. Who is it? Ani turned around. Something. Quote, Ani, I have a general understanding of the situation. I am sorry to ask you such a personal question after knowing it. Have you seen Alan's team? Ani was silent for a while, looked at Mikasa, and said calmly, I didn't see it, and I didn't see the team climbing the city wall. By the way, Armin is over there. Reiner suddenly opened his mouth and pointed his thumb in a certain direction. Mikasa looked in the direction and saw Armin leaning against the wall with his head lowered and motionless. Even if he couldn't see his face, he could feel the depression and despair in his heart. Armin. Mikasa walked over and asked, Mikasa. Armin raised his head suddenly, but slammed his head down again, his expression full of apprehension and shame. Armin grew up with Alan since he was a child. He naturally knew the relationship between Alan and Mikasa. The two were very good friends, like brothers and sisters. If Mikasa knew that Alan was dead, and it was to save himself, what would Mikasa think of herself when she died? No, I have no face to see Mikasa. Armin shook his head fiercely in the bottom of his heart. The current me, I'm just stealing my life. If I knew it earlier, I would have died with him. At this moment, Armin's heart was extremely painful, and he hated his cowardice, his incompetence and weakness. At this moment, Mikasa has approached, squatted down, and said softly, Armin, you are not injured. Are you all right? Armin nodded, unable to see his face from beginning to end. In Mikasa's heart, Armin is not usually like this. Could it be that something happened to Alan? Thinking of Alan, in Mikasa's heart, although this guy is very impulsive, his personality is indeed extremely. He was straightforward and dared to stand up for his friends. In his heart, Mikasa always regarded Alan as his very good friend. As for Levi, it is someone who wants to get it, but can't get it for the time being. Maybe he lacks the courage to confess to Levi. Mikasa stood up and said softly, "Where has Alan gone?" Armin lowered his head, tears falling from his chin drop by drop, as if he mustered up a lot of courage. He raised his head suddenly, his face filled with tears was extremely embarrassing. An extremely suppressed choking sound came from Armin's throat. Mikasa stared blankly at this scene. It was the first time she had seen Armin in this state. What happened to Armin? Training. Soldier 34. Nayli and Carlo. Alan Yeager. The above 5 people have all sacrificed heroically after their missions. Of despair with choked sobs spread around, and the message was so clear that it reached the bottom of everyone's heart. At this moment, not only Mikasa, but everyone was stunned. Their faces were full of disbelief. I believe it. How? The entire army of Class 34 has been wiped out. If we go head-to-head with the giants, it's the same thing. Among all the people, only Levi was quite indifferent, because he was the only one who predicted the plot. That guy Ellen, but he has the aura of the protagonist. He is very envious. How can he die so easily? Mikasa, I am sorry. Armin knelt on the ground, bowed his head fiercely, his body shaking slightly, full of self-blame. Ellen, you died to save me. I didn't do anything. Sorry. Armin shook his head, tears streaming down his face. Mikasa, if you feel angry, kill me. That way I don't have to suffer any longer. Armin thought to himself. Air was so silent that, in Armin's eyes, it seemed like a century had passed. Why didn't Mikasa respond? Could you please give me a little response, please? Armin. Sudden, Almin felt that someone grabbed the back of her hand, looked up at Mikasa. Her cheeks were deadly calm, and she couldn't see any emotional fluctuations. At this moment, Mikasa is squatting on the ground. Armin is Alan's best friend. Now that Alan died because of him, Armin's heart must be 100 times more painful than himself. What can I do to denounce Armin's weakness and incompetence? This is not her character. Mikasa shook her head fiercely in her heart. Although Ellen's death made her feel unacceptable, what she should do now is to mobilize everyone's emotions and completely kill these hateful giants. The best explanation is for Loon. Thousands of emotions will eventually return to reason, and this is Mikasa. Armin, calm down. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Mikasa grabbed Armin's hand and the two stood up from the ground. Mark Potter, as long as you eliminate the giants surrounding the headquarters, everyone will be able to replenish the gas and climb the city wall, right? Mikasa turned around and looked at a soldier with a gentle expression. He was also one of the top 10 trainers, an unexpected dark horse. Well, that's what I said, but even with you and Levi around, facing so many giants, I'm afraid. Mark Potter nodded, and before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Mikasa. Levi can do it. Mikasa turned her head and looked at Mark Potter with cold eyes. She actually hated this kind of words that lowered her morale. Levi could do it. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they saw that Mikasa was so sure of Levi. Although Levi was an absolute devil in the training regiment, it was only aimed at human beings. Now he has to face giants, and there are dozens of giants. Even the big devil Levi is probably powerless. Everyone shook their heads, expressing that they were not convinced by Mikasa's words. Yes, I can do it. Who had been silent for a long time, stepped forward. How gently pulled Mikasa behind him, and said to everyone calmly, I'm very strong. And, speaking of this, Levi's mouth curled into a playful smile. I can say with certainty that all of you together are not as strong as me alone. What? Everyone was petrified on the spot, and the originally suppressed emotions were relieved a lot. This guy is too arrogant. There are more than 20 people here. He actually said that he is stronger than everyone, and he is indeed the big devil Levi. He has reached this point, and he has not forgotten to pretend. Contrary to everyone, Reiner and Ani looked at Levi with complicated expressions. They all suffered under Levi's hands. Maybe he really can. Annie muttered in his heart. Author's words. Hey, this book, don't let you explode. You can find me. By the way, I will announce the skirt. If you like it, you can add it. There are many girls waiting for you. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 83. Alan's Giant Transformation. Third more. Please subscribe. Shoo. With the figure of the winch spinning at high speed, 2 silver lines cut through the sky, and the figures of Levi and Mikasa flew out one after the other. Hey, do we have the habit of letting our companions fight alone? Jean gritted his teeth, raised the silver and white double-edged blades in his hand to the sky, shouted at everyone, and then flew out. Damn. Many people secretly clenched their fists, and the panic that was diffused in the air suddenly eased a lot, and everyone was hesitating whether to keep up. Levi, Mikasa, and Rang have already left, and staying here is a dead end. It's better to follow them to fight. There may be a chance of survival. Let's go too, Reiner. Reiner nodded, and the Marley trio left immediately. Hey, idiots, trash, a bunch of scumbags. Sasha yelled at the crowd and followed. At this moment, looking at the silhouettes flying away in front of them, many people have already made up their minds. Kill, follow along, you can't be underestimated. A few seconds later, the remaining dozens of trainees all flew in the direction of the headquarters, slid rapidly in the air, and he was extremely skilled in. Be careful, Mikasa snorted softly. Giant of 10 meters appeared in front of him, standing in the center of the street, reaching out a big fan-like hand and hitting Levi. Levi adjusted his direction, got out from under the giant's arm, his body swept up high, and under the impetus of the gas, his entire body instantly appeared at the position of the giant's neck. Swish! The silver light flashed, the slash fell, and the blood splashed like a rainbow. With a loud bang, the 10-meter giant fell to the ground. Levi and Mikasa's journey was smooth, almost as if they were in a no-man's land. They quickly approached the headquarters, and under Levi's horizontal push, they fell 7 or 8 in an instant. A giant. In other directions, however, mishaps occur frequently. Let's stabilize his body, land on the top of a certain building, and stare blankly at the scene in front of him. I only saw one. The 7-meter giant grabbed the arms of a soldier, opened his bloody mouth, and prepared to swallow it. What to do? If you help, then the gas will be consumed, and the remaining gas will not be enough. Arrive at the headquarters by yourself. But if you don't save it, you will feel sorry for yourself in the bottom of your heart. For a time, Jean fell into a state of anxiety. The wind was rushing behind him, and several figures fell behind him. Motto, I'm here to save you. A soldier fell from the air in shock and slashed towards the giant's neck with a sword. No, it's too late. Let it be a step too late. Bang! Another giant appeared, also at the level of 7 meters, and grabbed the soldiers who were flying in the air. Ah, save me, I don't want to die. The few soldiers behind Jean and the soldiers couldn't help but close their eyes. 2 terrifying sounds of human body tearing came into their ears, and they opened their eyes again. There was only blood on the ground and a broken body. Could have rescued him. Bang! Let clenched, his teeth slammed into the masonry with a punch. You don't have to blame yourself too much. After all, it's not your fault. Beside him, Coney persuaded. From a personal point of view, I just made a wrong decision. However, from a global perspective, your decision is correct. In the face of collective combat, the overall concept is the most important, so my decision is not wrong. Thinking of this, Jean nodded, stood up from the ground, and affirmed, well, let's go. It's already far away from Levi, Mikasa and the others. Swish! When the words were finished, a few snow-white silver lines swept into the sky, making the figures of the other people continue to move forward. The other direction is where Armin and Sasha are. 10-meter level giant appeared in front of him. When Sasha, who was usually very nervous, was facing the giant, he suddenly became afraid. The ground falls. Sasha! Armin exclaimed. The gas tank behind his waist sprayed a large amount of gas, and the speed suddenly accelerated, and finally hugged Sasha at the moment when Sasha was about to fall to the ground, and the 2 bodies rubbed 7 or 8 meters on the ground. Just stopped the momentum. What to do? Sasha looked at the giant in horror, almost at a loss, and then looked behind her. There was a high wall. Armin pretended to be calm. The gas tank behind his waist was spraying a weak airflow, and there was no gas left, and he couldn't even do a simple skid. Looking at the giant that was gradually approaching him, Armin felt panic for the first time. No, I must find a way, Armin thought to himself. But no matter how flexible the brain is, it cannot figure out a way of life in the moment of life and death. The sky cast a large shadow, and Sasha looked in horror at the terrifying palm that fell towards her. As if she was exhausted, Sasha fell to the ground, and Armin had no way to pull her away. Boom! Just when the 2 of them closed their eyes and were about to die, a loud noise suddenly came from their ears. Armin opened his eyes and was instantly stunned. Only one. A giant with a larger size appeared here. This giant is well proportioned, covered with muscles, and has long and flowing hair. What makes people strange is that it has a pair of pointed ears, and other giants are different. The fighting aura emanating from his whole body made Almond smack her tongue. Giants fought, and the terrifying wind pressure that erupted in an instant rolled up Armin and Sasha with countless rubble and threw them to the wall behind them. Bang! The two of them smashed to the ground in embarrassment, and then got up from the ground, only to see that the 10-meter level giant who was still aggressive just now had fallen to the ground, boiling white smoke, and in a blink of an eye, there was only one pair left. Skeleton. And the strange giant of 15 meters level actually ignored the two of them and walked into the distance. How come? Armin opened his mouth in astonishment, his eyes full of dullness. That was thought to be fatal was unexpectedly broken, and it was a giant shot. Giants kill giants. Even Armin's brain was a little dazed at the moment, and he couldn't recover for a long time. However, it seemed that the giant had a familiar feeling. Armin shook his head, turned his head and asked Sasha, "Sasha, do you have enough gas?" "Half of it." "Then give me a share." "Good." The two exchanged a gas tank and swept forward in an instant. It's finally here. Levi was standing on the roof. The headquarters was close at hand, and the entire headquarters building was almost covered by a dozen giants in front of him. Bang! Levi knocked on the gas tank, and the gas inside was already empty. Mikasa was silent and said softly, "My gas is also empty." Air was silent for a while, and just when Mikasa felt hopeless, he heard a wicked smile from someone, and that smile sounded extremely bright. "Next, leave it to me." Helpless, the unit is very busy today, and the rest of the updates may be late at night. Chapter 84. Kiss Mikasa. Fourth more. Please subscribe. Under Mikasa's astonished gaze, Levi had already embraced Mikasa by the waist, and his body instantly entered the state of the fourth gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Could it be that Mikasa's whole body was drowned by the green light? Levi's profile was like a stream of water in Mikasa's line of sight, rolling non-stop, such a fierce momentum, not much weaker than the wisdom giant. An instant, Mikasa understood that in AD 845 and not long ago, the mysterious existence who had fought against the wisdom giant twice turned out to be Levi. The result was like thunder, and it exploded in Mikasa's heart. Good, so strong. Mikasa could express his feelings. With a crisp sound of glass breaking, 2 figures had already appeared in the headquarters. This speed is actually a few points faster than the 3-dimensional mobile device. The moment he entered the interior, Levi had already withdrawn from the state of the 8-door Dunjia and showed the 8-door Dunjia in front of Mikasa because Mikasa had already gained enough trust in him, and let Mikasa know about all this in advance. Levi believed that Mikasa would definitely keep it a secret for himself, so he did this. As for the other people, there is no need to reveal their identities. Once their identity is revealed, it will inevitably affect the development of the plot. At that time, the king's government, the wisdom giants, all kinds of messy existences will find themselves. This is not in line with Levi's low-key and rich nature, and it doesn't do you any good at all. No one. Mikasa jumped out of Levi's embrace, looked at the empty room, blood dripped on the ground, and frowned slightly. In here, a soldier in the Chi squad struggled to stick his head out from under the table. Mikasa wanted to get angry because these people did not fulfill their duties seriously, which caused everyone to fall into great danger because the gas could not be replenished. These people are simply unforgivable. Mikasa. Levi grabbed Mikasa's arm, motioned her not to be impulsive, and said softly, "The giants have already surrounded the headquarters. They may have unavoidable difficulties. In short, don't be impulsive. We stay here quietly and wait for others to come." Hearing this, Mikasa regained her composure. Several soldiers from the Chi replenishing class gave Levi a grateful look. Damn, if it wasn't for the timid fellow, Chiz Wellman, who hid in the inner door, otherwise how could the headquarters troops be invaded by giants? Blame for Chiz Wellman. It's just damn it. Several fighters in the Chi supplement class are indignant in their heart, and now they are taking the blame for Chiz Wellman. It is conceivable that there are soldiers outside who can't get gas supplements. Must have scolded them all to death. How many giants are in the gas chamber on the first floor? Levi tilted his head and asked calmly. 7 heads. A Chi boosting class soldier said. They are all 3 to 4 meters in level. Mikasa, let's go. Let's go down to replenish the gas. Levi grabbed his hand and walked downstairs. Hey, wait, there are giants underneath. Words were finished. The figures of Mikasa and Levi had already disappeared here. Are these two crazy? The clerk leaned against the table with a surprised look on his face. Don't you feel familiar with those 2 people? Yeah, so familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Wait, I remembered. Aren't these 2 the top 2 trainees this year? It seems that the man's name is Levi. Levi is such a strange name, I've never heard of it before. ... Just as several soldiers of the Chi replenishment squad were talking in a low voice, Levi and Mikasa had already appeared in the gas storage room. The empty gas storage room room. Several little giants were wandering in it, and when they heard movement from the entrance, they turned their heads in unison. With so many giants, and still unable to use the three-dimensional mobile device, Mikasa even forgot that Levi was. The fact of that mysterious person felt his scalp tingle, and his body couldn't help but back up. Suddenly, a strong and warm big hand grabbed his own little hand. Mikasa turned her head, only to see Levi's calm smile. "Mikasa, please help me keep this matter a secret." Where Mikasa was puzzled, and an extremely fierce wind pressure suddenly erupted from Levi's body. Swish! The light and shadow flickered, like the flickering of electric light. It was almost dizzying, just to see the giants. One after another fell, only a green light and shadow shuttled back and forth. After 10 breaths, all the giants fell down. Wisps of white smoke emerged from their neck, and Levi also withdrew from the 8-door state. Confidentiality. The confidentiality he said should be this. Mikasa was stunned in place, and the scene of Levi and the supergiant fighting couldn't help but emerge in his mind. That terrifying speed, and the countless fireballs that landed in the sky, is this really the power that human beings can possess? Mikasa shook his head, and suddenly felt that Levi had become very strange. In the years when Bai disappeared, what happened to him? Mikasa was curious and wanted to know very much. Well, when did this guy become so domineering? It happened so suddenly, and suddenly Mikasa couldn't come back to his senses. Is it because his reaction was a bit extreme and the words ended? Mikasa suddenly regretted it a little. She, who has always been very calm, was flustered at this moment, and she couldn't even speak properly. "Mikasa, help me keep it a secret. Can I tell you slowly when I have time?" Levi smiled gently. "Well, good." Mikasa nodded, her heart beating violently. This guy. Oh, it was too sudden. Mikasa was still in shock at the moment. "Refill the gas." Levi's voice came from the front. "Good." Mikasa nodded and followed. "It's a blast for the old buddies. I want to give a reward. Just one piece. I see a few people give me a reward. Please download Filushao to read the underlined version of the novel." Chapter 85. Headquarters Disturbance. 5th update. Please subscribe. The two men replenished their gas and returned to the roof. Several soldiers from the Chi supplement class hid under the table and shivered. Levi followed their gaze and saw a giant curiously looking in through the crack of the broken window, his copper bell-like eyes full of light. "Looking for death." Levi snorted coldly, and stabbed the giant's eyes with a ruthless knife, and a large amount of white smoke came out immediately. The giant roared, seeming to be a little angry, and one foot climbed up the window edge, but it was because of his size. In the end, although his whole head went in, his body was stuck outside, and he could only open his bloody mouth to face him, yelling at everyone, "I am so scared. Help. Ah." Several people looked terrified, and the giant's almost body-like face made them tremble. Suddenly a cold light flashed. Levi slashed at the back of the giant's neck, and instantly, 883. Finished this giant. "You." The soldiers in the Chi supplement class looked at Levi in astonishment, unable to speak. Didn't they go to replenish the gas just now? Why did they come up after a while? Could it be that the giants in the gas supply room have already been terminated? It is 7 giants. Although they are only 3 meters, there are so many giants crowded in a small space, it is difficult to kill all of them even with 3-dimensional mobile devices, let alone 2 trainees who are almost barehanded. This year's trainees are terrifying. The sharp and decisive shot just now had no fear of giants at all. He must have killed a lot of giants, because only those who have experienced death can be so indifferent. Thinking of this, the eyes of several people looked at Levi, and they all cast a look of awe. "Get up," Levi said lightly, and then slowly put the war blade into the 3-dimensional mobile device. Hearing this, several soldiers got out from under the table in panic, looking at the huge skull in front of them. "Thank you so much just now." A soldier smiled apologetically. "Can you tell me why the headquarters was broken out by giants?" Mikasa's expression was icy cold. After a period of buffering, she had recovered from the scene that happened in the basement just now. Obviously, Mikasa was brooding about this matter. "As far as I know, you are not the only ones guarding the headquarters. Where are the others?" In the face of Mikasa's pressing question, several people looked at each other, sighed helplessly, and then told the whole thing again. "Chits Wellman." Levi's expression became cold. This selfish guy. If it wasn't for his cowardice, the troops who were fighting would not be in a desperate situation because the gas could not be replenished. Because of Chis Wellman's erroneous decision, the trainees of the Central Guards suffered at least 60% casualties, and many of them were comrades in arms that Yi Bai got along with day and night. Thinking of this, Yi Bai had already written down the name in his heart. Bang! There was a dense wind noise outside the window, followed by several broken windows, and a group of people rushed in. Rainer, Ani, Armin, Shah. These people are all there. Because of Armin's suggestion, Jean's command, and cooperation, many people finally survived the desperate situation and successfully reached the headquarters. Yi Bai, Mikasa. Armin was stunned by the scene in front of him, and after thinking for a moment, his face returned to calm. It was expected that Yi Bai and Mikasa had arrived here earlier than everyone else. After all, they are the graduates of this class. If they can't even enter the headquarters, it is even more impossible for them. You guys, go to the basement to replenish the gas. Mikasa stepped forward and said lightly. Mikasa was obviously a reminder to discuss, but at this moment, everyone was a little excited, and their eyes were focused on the soldiers of the Chi replenishment squad. Several soldiers bowed their heads in shame. I'm sorry, because of our negligence, everyone fell into a desperate situation. A very sincere apology. Everyone is not unreasonable. The situation is still good now, and most of them have survived, so after a while, everyone is relieved. At this time, someone recalled the basement that Mikasa mentioned just now. There should be giants in the basement. After all, the headquarters has been breached. Armin was the first to object. To be honest, Armin still has to thank you. If you hadn't led everyone on the right path at the critical moment, all of us would have been doomed. Mark Potter chuckled and patted Armin on the shoulder. It's just an accidental idea. I would also like to thank everyone for their trust in me. Armin smiled embarrassedly. To be honest, the journey to the headquarters just now is indeed extremely dangerous. If it weren't for that strange giant that attracted all the giants, everyone would definitely be finished, and there is no way to relax now. Wait, thinking of this, Armin suddenly thought, what happened to that strange giant? Bang! With a loud bang, the wall on the north side shattered, revealing a huge gap, and the bright sunlight shone straight in. Everyone's eyes gathered, only to see outside the gap, the 15-meter giant was already surrounded by 7 or 8. The giant head, and his body could not move at all, and a deafening roar came out of his mouth. I think we should help it out. Armin was silent for a moment, then suddenly made a suggestion. Armin, you are crazy, he is a giant. Yes, I think what we should do now is go down to replenish the gas, and then go up to the city wall. After all, the retreat signal has already been issued. I agree, we don't have to wasting time on this strange giant. Discussion, and they all disagreed with Armin's opinion. I agree. A voice suddenly interjected. Armin tilted his head and smiled in surprise. Yi Bai. I agree too. Mikasa followed Yi Bai and expressed his position. Looking at Yi Bai and Mikasa's firm expressions, everyone fell silent. After a while, Armin said, everyone, let's go downstairs to replenish the gas. Mikasa, if the giant below is too one unexpectedly, they should all be beheaded by you. Mikasa nodded. Great. Sasha jumped up excitedly. She had already had enough of the lack of gas. She was very happy when she heard the news. Everyone looked at Sasha speechlessly, and under the leadership of Ani, they all walked to the first floor. Seeing everyone leave, Yi Bai and Mikasa looked at each other and nodded. Let's go outside and see. Yi Bai said. Good. Outside, the body of the 15-meter level giant was being bitten by several giants frantically. Blood was sputtering out of the body continuously, and white smoke billowed into the sky. In an instant, Yi Bai had already drawn his sword and swept out. Damn, the author was lazy today, and almost didn't send 10,000 words to everyone. Hit me up. Philo reminds you, collect 3 things in reading, and push. Chapter 86. Levi strikes again. First update. Please subscribe. Swish, swish, swish. The silver blade swept across, and the cold light formed into one piece in the sky, and in an instant several giants fell down, and when they turned their heads, the other giants were also eliminated by Mikasa. Mikasa, your strength is really good. Yi Bai was startled and smiled slightly. I can't be much weaker than you, can I? Mikasa looked at Yi Bai calmly. The winch swept at a high speed, and a stream of air was ejected from the back of his waist, and he jumped onto the roof in an instant. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the 15-meter giant fell to the ground, almost completely torn apart by the giants, with a lot of white smoke coming out of his body. Chi. Suddenly, a lump bulged at the back of the giant's neck, and then the lump burst. Through the hazy white smoke, a vague figure could be vaguely seen. That figure seemed to be Alan. Alan. Mikasa snorted softly, and immediately rushed down after manipulating the three-dimensional mobile device. Alan's entire lower body was sunk in the giant's body, only the part above the waist was exposed to the air. His head was lowered, and he looked unconscious. Levi, come and help me. The two of them worked together to pull I-23 loon out. Mikasa's head rested lightly on Alan's chest. A faint heartbeat and signs of life could be heard from his ears. At the opening on the north side of the headquarters, many people's faces flashed. Figures, they have already replenished their gas, and looking at this scene at this moment, they are all stunned. Alan, as if struck by lightning, Armin was stunned for a moment, and then a flash of ecstasy appeared on his face, and despite everyone's dissuasion, he controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and rushed down. Mikasa stood up from the ground, and a few minutes later, the figures of everyone had appeared at the top of the giant wall, looking at the messy Trost district, and then at Armin, who was holding Eren and crying with joy. Everyone was a little emotional. What the hell happened? Armin grabbed Alan's hand. She clearly remembered that before Alan was eaten by the giant, his left arm was gone, but now it has grown back and looked intact. Let's go, Levi said. Good. The crowd joined in. Instant, dozens of silhouettes swept up into the sky, swept away in the direction of the inner door. The local war in the Battle of Trost territory has ended. The reason why the local war has caused such heavy casualties is mainly that the Survey Corps, which is an elite human force, is not here. They just went out to investigate outside the wall in the morning. Outside the wall investigation, so the name implies, outside the wall investigation, and setting up a stronghold to go out of the wall. Even so, as a human elite force, the Survey Corps will still have a 30% mortality rate every time they go out. This is humans and giants, the power gap between mankind will destroy you all sooner or later. The soldiers of the Survey Corps, who exist as elite troops, are obviously different from ordinary soldiers. At this moment, even if the entire lower body is bitten by the giant, this soldier is still full of angry flames and burning fighting consciousness. Finally, humans will survive. Soldier pulled out the broken blade, stabbed it into the giant's cheek fiercely, and shouted loudly. The giant was startled. The strength of the bite of the teeth suddenly increased, and a tear-like pain came from in an instant, making the soldier can't help screaming. How much he hates giants. He has already hated them to the bone. Even at the last minute before his death, he still tried his best to kill the giant. You guys will definitely be killed by Chief Levi. Enduring the extreme pain, tears welled up in the eyes. The soldier glared angrily, and looked at the abominable face of the giant and let out a cry of despair. Levi Ackerman. In the Survey Corps, the prestige is second only to Alvin's existence. One person's combat power can be equal to that of a brigade, and he attaches great importance to his companions. Even if he has seen too many people die, he is still in his heart. There is still warmth. Swish. Before the words were finished, a sudden gust of wind struck, and a whirlwind-like figure rushed from not far away, and the aura was extremely fierce. Han Mang killed him, and an impeccable slash fell on the giant's neck. Boom. With a loud bang, the giant fell to the ground. Then the figure landed on a nearby roof, looked around, and said softly, one on the right, two on the left. Swish. Several figures landed. Master Chief, reinforcements have arrived. Levi looked at the blonde girl in front of him. She was a member of Levi's class and her name was Petra. Petra, you go and rescue the soldier below, and everyone else goes to support the right. Levi ordered in an orderly manner. As for the one on the left, leave it to me. After several years of growth, at this moment, Levi already has the demeanor of a king. Master Chief, several soldiers whispered, but they saw Levi's figure swept away into the distance. Look at each of you. Levi landed on the roof, and several 10-meter level giants in front stared at him with their bloody mouths wide open. Levi stepped forward slowly, the silver-white double-edged blades in his hands flashed a cold light, and said disdainfully, one by one, he looks ridiculous. Finished, his body swept violently, and Levi rolled up a circle of white cyclones in the air. Looking at the 10-meter level ball giant in front of him, Levi threw the warblade out of his hand and inserted it into the giant's eyes with precision. Woo! The giant covered his eyes in pain, and the sound seemed to be howling. Levi landed on the top of the giant's head. In the eyes of ordinary people, the terrifying monster was just a bigger doll in Levi's eyes. At a certain point, Levi and Levi are extremely similar, that is, they are both giant terminators. As a giant nightmare existence, 363 inches. Hey, be honest with me, otherwise, how could I cut your meat neatly? Levi was expressionless, like an iceberg, pacing on top of the giant's head for a moment. His body slid down, and instantly cut off the back of the giant's neck. The splashed blood fell on the back of Levi's hand. Levi looked at the dirty blood, frowned slightly, and said in disgust, "It's filthy." Levi's serious cleanliness is about his only weakness, although extremely annoying. Blood. But before his companion died, Levi would still hold his companion's hand full of blood, which was probably the real reason for Levi's high prestige. What happened to the soldier? Levi thought to himself, and in an instant he controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and flew in a certain direction. He landed, looked at the soldier's body lying in a pool of blood, and remained silent. Have I contributed to humanity? Tried his best to squeeze a smile on his dying face, and his eyes flashed with anticipation. Or, I'm going to die in such a senseless way. Half-tone, silent. You have performed extremely well, and from now on, the will you left behind will become my strength. Levi's face was extremely serious. His two hands were tightly clasped together, and blood slowly slipped from the gap between the two hands. I promise you, I will destroy the giant. Chapter 87. My stunt is killing people. Second update. Please subscribe. The giants are all heading north in the direction of the town. I don't know when. Alvin appeared here, looked at Levi indifferently, and said softly, "Just like 5 years ago, the town has been destroyed." What? Petra's eyes widened in shock. Levi looked at the direction of the town with a complicated expression. In the distance, a huge gap suddenly appeared in the outline of the giant wall. Damn! Levi roared inwardly. The wall of rose, in the inner door. Alan felt as if he had had a long-term dream. He dreamed of the disaster 5 years ago. He dreamed that countless people fell into the giant's mouth and were chewed, bloody. The blood gradually covered his whole body. It was so thick and terrifying. Alan woke up from a nightmare. The moment he opened his eyes, the blazing sunlight stabbed his eyes, closed his eyes, then opened them again, repeated several times, and his vision finally became clear. Here's what these people are going to do. Alan found himself lying in Armin's arms, with Mikasa and Levi standing beside him, and the soldiers in front were full of soldiers with war blades facing him, and they looked at him as if it's like looking at a monster, and this look makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Alan, can you move your body? Say everything you know, and everyone will understand. Armin saw Alan wake up. The tears accumulated in his eyes almost burst, but he finally held back. The news of Alan's giantization had spread on the wall of rose, and Chiswellman summoned all the soldiers to surround Alan, vowing to remove this terrifying existence. After all, this is the first time that a human can become a giant. Who knows if the boy in front of him is a real human? Armin. Alan looked at Armin in a daze, not understanding what he was talking about at all. Did you hear? He said kill them all. Well, I did hear it. That guy said he was going to eat us all. The voices of everyone's discussion came to Alan's ears. Alan looked at these people with a complicated look and murmured, what are they talking about? In the dream, Alan raved about killing all of them, which was aimed at giants, but was misunderstood as killing all human beings. After 845 years and 2 disasters in 1985, at this moment people have become soldiers, and any sensitive existence will touch their low bottom line. If Alan is really terrifying to them, are you all pointing swords at me? Isn't that the weapon used to defeat giants? Why are you looking at me with that kind of eyes? What the hell? What happened? Alan's eyes met Chiswellman's eyes. His heart was full of puzzlement, and a panic came to his heart. Alan Yeager, Yi Bai, Mikasa Ackerman, what Amen is doing now is betraying humanity. Your life and death will be handled by me. If you dare to speak, or leave the ground, I will order without hesitation to fire howitzers at you. I'll ask you directly, what is your real identity? Chiswellman roared, his eyes filled with shock, but he just kept his composure forcibly. A human, or a giant? Well, when he heard this question, Alan was stunned. What is the problem? What kind of eyes are they looking at? Like looking at a monster. Do you think I am a monster? Thinking of this, Alan yelled, I don't understand where you are. Ask what? Are you going to be stupid? Chiswellman was startled. His body leaned back slightly, and he raised his fist and roared angrily. You monster, try again if you can. Look at me blowing you up in an instant, leaving you no time to show your true colors. True face. Hearing this sentence, Alan's eyes widened and he asked back in confusion. Many people have seen that the moment you emerged from the giant's body, we humans actually let people like you from unknown origins get in. Having said that, Chiz Wellman looked at Yi Bai and the others, and shouted, even if you are the training soldiers accepted by the king, the risk should be eliminated in the early stage. It is not wrong for me to do so. Maybe the giant of armor will appear again. Now is the life and death juncture of human beings. Do you understand? I can no longer scatter troops in time for you. I will launch howitzers at you without hesitation. Indeed, their attitude of resistance is extremely obvious, and it seems that they can't get any useful information. Behind Chiz Wellman, someone echoed, as you said, now is a waste of troops and time. As soon as this statement came out, the crowd was outraged. Captain, it's very easy to start now. Just kill him before he pretends to be a human. Yes, what are you waiting for? Captain, come on. These people yelled, trying to hide their cowardice and incompetence, simply considering the threat of giants to human beings, but they forgot the fact that Aaron helped the trainees out of desperation after becoming a giant. What a bunch of hypocrites. Yi Bai looked at this scene indifferently, and said with disdain in his heart, so, I suddenly pulled out 2 blades, and took a few steps forward. My stunt is to kill. If any of you have the guts, you can come forward and provoke it. With cold eyes and said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Yi Bai, Mikasa and Armin stared blankly at Yi Bai's back. This back was not tall, even a little small, but it was so solid, like a city wall, giving people an indestructible feeling. Not only Mikasa and the others, everyone was shocked at this moment. This guy is really arrogant. Doesn't he know that his words and deeds at this moment are against the entire human race? Everyone thought in amazement, and many people were angry. Captain, quickly order to kill them. Captain, don't hesitate any longer. We have no time to waste. Humph. Yi Bai snorted coldly and looked at everyone with disdain. A good Wang Hao must defend his stupidity firmly. Then I will give you a reason to defend. In a flash, he flashed in front of Chiz Wellman, and the sharp edge of the warblade was already on Chiz Wellman's neck, only a millimeter away. Feeling the coldness on his neck, Yi Bai's deadly eyes made Chiz Wellman feel like he was falling into an ice cave, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Too fast. Until this moment, everyone was relieved. Chiz, order everyone to put down their knives. Speaking of this, Yi Bai's face suddenly condensed, and he sneered, otherwise, I will kill you. Kacha. The blade edge pushed forward gently, and a stream of bright red blood dripped from Chiz Wellman's neck. The space seemed to freeze. Silence in the audience, and all eyes were on the figure like a god and a devil. At this moment, everyone was silent. Chapter 88. You are the one who scolds. The third update. Please subscribe. Damn, Chiz Wellman is struggling in his heart. He is a senior officer of the human empire. With so many eyes on him, how could he be willing to give in so easily in front of the enemy? Yes, Yi Bai is the enemy, not only himself enemy, and the enemy of all mankind. Looking at the flickering light in Chiz Wellman's eyes, Yi Bai's blade advanced a little again, and the blood flow accelerated, instantly dyeing his neckline red. Immediately afterwards, Yi Bai said with an icy expression, Chiz Wellman, you'd better think clearly whether their knives are fast or mine are fast. You must know that dead people can't speak. Naked threat. Chiz Wellman's face was extremely gloomy for a moment. Feeling the blood gradually dripping from his neck, a premonition of death suddenly came to his heart. Looking at the stern gaze of this guy in front of him, Chiz Wellman was afraid. This guy seemed to really kill him. Thinking of this, Chiz Wellman's heart was shaken, and he couldn't care about the dignity he was holding on. He waved helplessly. Put down all the knives. Captain, we are now facing the enemy of mankind. No, Captain. Everyone was discouraged. Damn, didn't you hear what I said? Put down all the knives. Do you want to see me die? Chiz Wellman 363 yelled angrily. Everyone hesitated for a while. Finally, someone put down the knife, and then like a wave, everyone put down the knife. Yi Bai looked at this scene calmly. The blade never left Chiz Wellman's neck from beginning to end. His eyes looked behind Chiz Wellman's figure, and said lightly, and that cannon. Turn quickly. Chiz Wellman said angrily. Yes, several soldiers hurriedly turned their cannon heads around. Yi Bai watched this scene, and a smile finally swept across his mouth. Everyone. Yi Bai suddenly shouted, not to Chiz Wellman, but to everyone, do you want to know the true face of your commander? Chiz Wellman's back was inexplicably cold, and he stared at Yi Bai blankly. What is this guy doing? What is he going to say? Chiz Wellman's heart throbbed suddenly. Looking at everyone's dull gazes, the surroundings were silent at the moment. Yi Bai finally said slowly, just in the local Battle of Tolo's territory not long ago, your commander did a shameful thing. He said this. Yi Bai looked at Chiz Wellman, as if God was was judging a demon, and said sharply, "You don't deserve to be a soldier at all." What? As soon as these words came out, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone was angry. To accuse a soldier of being unworthy of being a soldier is the highest insult to a soldier, and Chief Chits is also a senior officer of the Empire of Humanity. Don't talk nonsense. You have to figure out who you are now, the enemy of mankind. Yes, you must give us a reason to speak. I ask you to apologize to Chief Chits, now. Immediately! Exclamation mark quote. Humph. Levi smiled disdainfully. It's good to talk nonsense. Then I'll give you a reason. Do you know why the Central Guard unit just now encountered a lack of gas in the middle of the battle? That's the dereliction of duty of the Chi supplement class. What does it have to do with Chief Chiswellman? Someone retorted. As a commander who neglected his duty, Chiswellman, when the soldiers fought the giants and made huge sacrifices, left the headquarters without authorization and escaped into the safe inner door because of personal greed for life and fear of death. And, having said this, Levi looked coldly at the stunned crowd. His voice was like thunder, and he shouted, "It is precisely because of the departure of this part of the troops led by Chiswellman that the headquarters will be broken by the giants." The soldiers of the Chi replenishment squad were trapped on the roof, so the front troops suffered a lot of casualties because they could not get the gas replenishment. Please think about it with your mind. If Chiswellman was here, how could the most heavily defended headquarters be breached by a few 3-meter level giants? Levi's eyes stared at Chiswellman. That, the sinner of mankind, because of him, we have sacrificed the lives of dozens of soldiers in vain. Those young and fresh lives, they also have families, also has parents, but because of his selfishness, the happiness of dozens of families has been completely shattered. This sound was like a cold light, and the temperature around him dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Chiswellman couldn't help kneeling on the ground. His whole body was soaked in sweat unknowingly, his whole body trembled violently, and he couldn't hide his panic anymore, and said stubbornly, I tell you, don't talk nonsense, otherwise what? Levi smiled coldly, and before he could speak, he was completely covered by the angry voice of the crowd. It turns out that Chiswellman is such a person, and I have long discovered that something is wrong with him. This guy who is greedy for life and fear of death is also qualified to command us. Yes, he is not qualified to be a human officer. Damn, I actually believed his evil. Looking at this scene, Levi felt satisfied, and his eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of a soldier in the Chi replenishment class. Levi had something to say. Everyone followed their gazes and saw only a soldier with blonde hair. We were there not long ago. We met at headquarters, and in good conscience, the facts I just stated are not wrong. Silence, long silence. Just when everyone was impatiently waiting, the soldier suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Yes, it's all Chiswellman's ghost." What? There were some people who didn't believe it just now, but now they all believed it, and followed the crowd, shouting and scolding. All of a sudden, the scolding flooded towards Chiswellman. Over. It's over. Chiswellman bowed his head in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. This was the most embarrassing day in his life. Conceivable that everything in the future will be in vain, all because of this person. Damn it. At this moment, Chiswellman has lost his mind, suddenly stood up from the ground with the sword of war, and said angrily, I'm going to kill you. Looking at Chiswellman in such a posture, everyone shook their heads helplessly. Such an incompetent person can be a commander. What kind of war is human beings fighting? Everyone's eyes are on Levi and Chisweir. Like man, Mikasa's side was ignored. Armin stared at Levi in a daze, and said, "It's very strong, and the logical debatability is very strong." Out of everyone's sight, 3 figures appeared. One walked in front, 2 respectfully followed behind, and the figure walking in front was calm as a mountain, and quickly attracted the attention of some people. Commander Pixis. Here comes the commander. I don't know who yelled, and all of a sudden, everyone gave way. Just ask if you are happy. Give me a ticket if you are happy. Please download Fei Lu's novel to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 89. Choose the third person. Fourth more. Please subscribe. Levi, the commander of Pixis, was startled. It seemed that the last time he saw the commander was 6 years ago. The commander looked much older, and even his eyebrows were white. Pixis is kind to himself, and Levi is also a person who knows how to be grateful, so when he sees Pixis coming, his eyes are a little more respectful. Little guy, long time no see. Pixis looked at Levi with a smile. It's better to look at my face. Put down the knife. If there is a problem with the people under me, my commander's face is also dull. Since it was was Pixis who spoke. Levi had no choice but to give face, and when he heard the words, he put down the knife and retracted it into the three-dimensional mobile device. Commander. Chiz Wellman stood up from the ground in embarrassment, not daring to meet Pixis' eyes. Pixis smiled helplessly. You are still so timid. You haven't 363 for so many years. Little change. Chiz Wellman's face turned red when he said these words, and he withdrew from the field in embarrassment. Everyone, put down your knives. Pixis spoke indifferently, and instantly everyone put down their knives, and there was no sense of resistance at all. Commander, what to do with Ellen? He's a giant among humans. Chiz Wellman appeared again at some unknown time, and asked cautiously. Giant. Pixis smiled lightly. I've heard everything. If Alan is a giant, what can he do to hurt human beings? Chiz Wellman shook his head. Commander. Elman was so excited that she instantly stood at attention and made a standard salute. Chiz, didn't you see that kid's standard salute? I feel the need to hear his opinion. Pixis said calmly. 30 minutes later, Levi and the others climbed to the top of the Wall of Rose. At this moment, the Trost district was already in chaos, with countless giants standing at the bottom of the wall, trying their best to climb up. Levi stared blankly at Pixis. Back. This is a military leader who is extremely wise and far-sighted, and he is also very courageous, as can be seen from the fact that he rescued Alan just now. As the supreme leader of the human southern territories, Pixis was also appointed to be responsible for the defense of the most important regions of the human race. At this moment, Pixis picked up his silver jug and calmly sipped the wine. The jug seemed to be the same one that appeared in the trial of the capital 6 years ago. As long as you find the basement, you can know the truth of this world. Can you believe me? Alan recalled what his father had said to himself before he left. The truth of the world was hidden in the basement of his house, and the key of the basement was hanging around his neck. Alan is very nervous. This is his only and the chips seem a little illusory. Will Commander Pixis really believe his own words? Alan doesn't know, but you need to try. Really? Since even you can't believe it, then I'll keep it in my mind for now. Pixis turned around and smiled indifferently. But I think I still have some reasoning ability, and I can guarantee the safety of your life. Hearing this sentence, Mikasa and the others were all relieved. Only Yi looked indifferent. 4. Yi-bai, it doesn't matter whether Commander Pixis believes it or not. If Pixis came a second later, Chiz Wellman's head would definitely have fallen to the ground. As for the rest the soldiers, even their commanders were dead. Yi-bai was absolutely crushing on them, effortlessly. Little guy. Pixis looked at Yi-bai, and just spoke, and suddenly paused. I shouldn't call you little guy anymore. I think you should be a qualified soldier now, so let's call you Yi-bai. Yi-bai. Yes, was a tacit understanding between the answer and the answer. Pixis can be said to be the only person in this world that Yi-bai respect, not for anything else, but for the kindness he shared 6 years ago. Pixis' eyes were a little relieved. Yi-bai's first-place trainee result, as a commander, he naturally knew for a long time. With Yi-bai's potential, he did not waste his time offending many nobles and trying to protect his behavior. Now it seems that Yi-bai really did not let himself down. He joined the Survey Corps just as he expected. If Yi-bai joined the military police or the garrison corps, Pixis might be disappointed a lot now. Yi-bai, do you know why I chose you back then? Pixis asked. The choice of Yi-bai was startled. Commander Pixis defined this as a choice. What to choose? There are still too few elites in human beings. In the process of fighting giants, it is far from enough to have agile skills. Yes, but also need a cool brain and decisive decision-making ability. There are only 2 people in the entire empire who have these 3 abilities at the same time. Levi Ackerman, and Captain Irwin. Yi-bai guessed. Yo. Pixis was stunned, and then smiled. You guys know it. I hope you can be the third. How much hope does the third Pixis have for himself? Although he knows that this is a high-level method to buy people's heart, the words that come out of Pixis's mouth are willing and even endured. In the bottom of my heart, a determination to sacrifice for mankind could not stop surging. Pixis, I know. Yi-bai nodded in his heart. Looking at Yi-bai's thoughtful expression, Pixis smiled, took another breath, walked to the top of the wall, bent down, looked at the giant below, and said softly, I still haven't seen it. If you can be eaten by a super beauty giant, you will have no regrets in this life. Pixis has already put his life and death aside, and he has already prepared the consciousness to sacrifice anytime, anywhere, officer to commander, but still maintains his original heart and is not polluted by the world. This is also the biggest personality charm of Pixis. He may be vulnerable to giants, but he is able to make countless super powerful soldiers willing to do it. Give your life. At this moment, Armin felt uneasy in his heart. heart, he had just asked Pai to. Five's eyes talked about his own thoughts, which, to be honest, have not been carefully thought out, but are just a prototype. Will Commander Pixis believe in himself? Armin's heart is the same as Ellen just now, full of apprehension. However, Armin obviously underestimated Pixis' courage. This thin old man in front of him may have a wild world in his heart. Exception. You are Armin Yarurit? Pixis turned and asked suddenly. Yes. Armin stood at attention and responded. You just said that as long as you use that giant power, it is possible to recover this town, right? Do you really think so, or is it a forced escape plan? Pixis looked a little serious, staring straight at Armin. Busy with work, and the update time is not fixed every day, but the minimum guarantee is 5 minutes and 10,000 words. Chapter 90. The prelude to the final battle, the 5th update. Please subscribe. That. Armin lowered his eyes, hesitated for a moment, then his eyes suddenly firmed. Both. What I want to say is that Alan, who transformed into a giant, used that boulder to block the destroyed city gate, just suddenly thought of it. Speaking of which, Armin lowered his head and continued to emphasize, at least let everyone know that Alan has the ability to break through the status quo. In Armin's heart, the reason why he emphasized is only to increase the weight of these people in the heart of Commander Pixis. Strictly speaking, Alan, who can transform into a giant, no matter what. Whether Eren can control this power is extremely dangerous at this sensitive time. If they lose the protection of Pixis, they may be killed by the panicked crowd in an instant. After all, giants have always been a nightmare in everyone's heart. Undoubtedly, Commander Pixis, who exists as a protective umbrella, must be under pressure. It's surprisingly big, but it just doesn't show it. Pixis turned around and turned his back to Armin, still hesitating in his heart. First of all, it is impossible for ordinary people to believe in a human who can transform into a giant things, but he is Pixis, so for him, there is still a little bit of courage. If the leadership of mankind is all 23 decadent conservative forces, the world will perish long ago. It is precisely because of the existence of such a courageous general who dares to break through the limitations that human beings can still vaguely see the future. This is all irrelevant to Pixis, and what really makes Pixis hesitate is the bold idea proposed by Armin. It is undoubtedly a very risky way to use the giant to block the gap in the city gate. Besides, this guy Ellen doesn't even know how to control this power. Who should he trust? Or Armin? Pixis longing for a victory, longing to regain human dignity in the hands of giants. There is nothing to hesitate. Just when Pixis had made up his mind, Armin's words came in again. Actually, I also want to be saved. Desperately wanting to be saved. Pixis smiled, and words that revealed his true inner thoughts were always able to impress others. Since it is only the idea of wanting to be saved, it must be the idea that the brain's potential is exploded at the juncture of life and death, and most of such ideas point to the right path. Thinking of this, there is no last shred of hesitation in Pixis' heart. If you want to be saved, there is nothing more trustworthy than this. After speaking, Pixis took a sip of wine, then turned around, walked towards Alan, bent down and said, "How is it, Alan?" Yes. Alan raised her head naively and looked directly at Pixis' calm gaze. To be honest, Alan was extremely uneasy in his heart. Although he didn't know why he was able to transform into a giant, it must have something to do with his father Grisha. To this day, Alan still clearly remembers a dream he had 5 years ago. The gloomy environment, my father pressed himself under his body, his face covered, and he kept saying, sorry to himself, then grabbed the huge needle and stabbed himself into his body fiercely. The medicine in the needle may be the secret of becoming a giant. Alan didn't understand why. What the principle, the current self only needs to understand that Commander Pixis trusts himself, and he must fulfill the light that Commander is about to bestow. This is Alan's only thought. Can you plug that big hole? Commander Pixis asked. This, although he was already firm in his heart, when the commander really asked, Alan hesitated, because he could not grasp that power and could lose control at any time, letting the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Wall of Rose accompany him on a crazy gamble. Alan felt a lot of pressure in an instant. How should I put it? Now I don't know much more than everyone else, so it would be irresponsible for me to answer casually. Alan's eyes turned elsewhere. The pressure was too great, and he lacked courage at this moment. That's right. Surprisingly, Pixis couldn't help but not show disappointment, but smiled. I asked the wrong question. Do it or not, it's your choice. Pixis' eyes became as sharp as a falcon, and his tone was no longer the attitude of friends and elders, but an order from a superior. Ah, Alan is like being struck by lightning. Is this to force himself to make a choice? Well, Alan raised his head and found that Commander Pixis was not looking at him, but past him and looked behind him. Looking around, I can only see large peaceful towns and vast land, which are full of beauty and laughter, and this is also the last home of mankind. 5 years ago, the Great Wall of Maria was broken, and countless people were displaced. A large area of land that originally belonged to the homeland of mankind was ruthlessly trampled on by giants. He and his father were lost. Armin lost his grandfather, and many more. Too many people lost their relatives and their own lives. Behind me is the last home of mankind. Do I have any choice? I have no choice. Alan suddenly understood everything. Yes, I am no longer the impulsive teenager 5 years ago now that he is a qualified soldier. The reason why he joined the Survey Corps is to drive all the giants out of this world and take back the land that should belong to human beings. Thinking of this, Alan's heart is no longer after hesitating. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said very firmly, I'll do it. I want to do it. Although 363 doesn't know if it can successfully block the gap, but I will do my best. Looking at the high-spirited Alan, Pixis' mouth finally swept into a gratifying smile, put his hands on Alan's shoulders, and said with a smile, well said, you are a man. The final problem has also been solved, and the rest for Pixis is nothing more than a question of victory and defeat. If it wins, then mankind will defeat the giant for the first time, which is unprecedented. If you fail, you will resign yourself, or throw yourself into the arms of a giant. Through the ages is here. The pressure in my heart is as turbulent as the vast ocean, but when the words come to my mouth, they all turn into a breeze. Pixis, already betting on the name of his own god of war, this battle cannot fail. Call the staff here and start formulating a battle plan. Pixis looked at the world of the inner door and shouted at the soldiers at the bottom of the city wall. Mikasa and Levi remained silent from the beginning to the end, especially Mikasa. She knew Levi's background. If she could break out the power to fight the supergiant, the victory of this battle of mankind is actually no suspense. It's just that his eyes look a little absent-minded. What is he thinking about? Mikasa, very confused. I have been very busy at work recently. Everyone forgive me for the regular update time. Even if I am tired, even if I don't sleep, I will not lose 10,000 words to update. Yes. Philu reminds you. 3 things to read for collection and recommendation. Chapter 91. Panic First Update. Please subscribe. When the battle plan was announced for the restoration of the Trost region, there was an instant uproar in the crowd. The reconstruction of the Trost region is real. We obviously don't have the ability to plug that big hole. What the hell are the people above thinking? Isn't going to the Trost region now in vain? Since there's no way to plug that big hole, what we should do now is to guard the gate of Rose's wall. Damn, do you just want merit? In the crowd, with the current technical strength of human beings, there is simply no ability to fill a large hole with a gap of more than 10 meters in a short period of time. Moreover, the Tolos district at this moment is extremely dangerous and has been occupied by giants. At this time, it is proposed that Tolos in the battle for the recovery of the Tsar. Many people thought that Commander Pixis was crazy. They are soldiers, and at the same time they are people. Soldiers have a noble mission to sacrifice for the freedom of the human empire, but obviously no one is willing to sacrifice needlessly. The daring idea of the reconstruction of the Trost region, in the hearts of many people, is impossible. It is a gimmick proposed above for merit. Therefore, for a while, the voices of dissatisfaction were loud, and panic spread rapidly in the crowd. Many people have families, and the greatest tenderness in their hearts is the smiling faces of their children and wives. What they fear is not death, but that after death, they will never see their relatives. Therefore, at this moment, many people's emotions are backlogged to the extreme. It finally exploded. Going back to that hell, a soldier bowed his head in pain, a little bit of dissatisfaction brewing in his heart, and finally erupted like a volcano. No, I don't want to die. I miss my family. His voice was so loud that it instantly attracted the attention of countless people, and a companion quickly discouraged him. Hey, keep your voice down. You're talking too loudly. A few over there, I can hear you talking. A squad leader heard the dissatisfaction of the crowd here. If this emotion is allowed to diffuse in the crowd, it will cause an immeasurable blow to the morale of the entire army. Therefore, this kind of behavior must be curbed. Can even kill him. The squad leader walked over quickly and shouted at the soldier, "You bastard, do you want to give up the mission?" "Yes, that's right." The soldier suddenly raised his head, and at this moment he has completely lost his mind. This senseless collective suicide has no value and no results at all. "You bastard, what do you take human discipline to do? I have the right to execute you. Suddenly, the captain's hand grabbed the handle of the knife, ready to draw the knife. Okay, that's 100 times better than being eaten by giants. The soldier's heart is already desperate. Instead of making unnecessary sacrifices, and finally falling into the belly of a giant, that kind of death is too painful. It is better to die now. To die in the fall of humans, it is better, at least can stay a whole corpse. Stop. Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, the soldier's partner hurriedly grabbed his shoulders to prevent him from making impulsive actions. At this moment, the soldier had already drawn his knife and planned to do it. Don't, let me go. A ghost is willing to go to that kind of place. ... Voice was so loud that many people heard Jean grit his teeth and said solemnly, did you hear what you said over there? It's understandable that this happens. I said whether there will be rebels on our side too. Several soldiers stationed in the corps said with concern. At this moment, everyone's hearts are panicking. Although the mission of the soldiers is to die gloriously and to dedicate everything to the freedom of mankind, before the battle, they must see a hope of victory. To the past combat experience, everyone thinks that the above is whimsical, and the so-called reconstruction of Trollus territory is simply a joke. No one wants to die worthless. The soldier just now was just the first person to reveal his true inner thought. Like a fuse, it quickly ignited people's fears, and people came one after another. Start walking back, wanting to be a deserter. Even if the commander uses a knife to force it, it will not work. Who was in the crowd, watched this scene silently. In fact, this is not the deserter's fault, nor is it the fault of Commander Pixis, but the giant's fault, because human beings have never won the battle against giants. Each time is a failure, and then pays huge casualties, and the next time is a failure. Especially the two appearances of supergiants have destroyed the poor self-confidence of the remaining human beings. At this moment, what is going on in Commander Pixis' mind? Maybe Commander Pixis wants a victory too much. Jean raised his head and stared blankly at the thin figure on the wall with a thoughtful expression. Wall head. Commander Pixis and Levi Allen are walking. I heard that before the giants ruled the continent, human beings of different races and beliefs were always fighting each other. At that time, it seemed that someone said that if there is a strong foreign enemy in front of human beings will unite and stop fighting. What do you think? Pixis said. The simplest is human nature, and the most complex is human nature. The essence of human nature is selfishness. If there is no common interest, even if the home is broken, it is difficult to ensure that everyone's thoughts remain the same. Levi said lightly. There is such a legend. There is no sense of urgency in these words. I want to yawn. Alan said calmly. Ha ha. Commander Pixis took a sip of wine, without the slightest sense of urgency that the war was about to break out. Only spirits could keep his mind clear. It looks like you guys are just like me. Your personality is really distorted. Pixis continued. Because even if we are now driven to such a desperate situation by a powerful enemy, I don't think the current situation can be called solidarity. Alan said. Levi is silent. 10 million people or 10 million personalities. Human beings have great creativity. In front of wisdom, all violence is vain. Maybe God was a good king when he created people. Thinking of this, selfishness, greed, cowardice and other factors are added to wisdom, which may be the real reason why human beings fight against each other and cannot unite as one. Haha, it's time for humanity to unite. Pixis stopped. Levi, would you like a drink? Pixis didn't look back, just handed the jug to Levi. Okay, have a drink. Levi took the jug and took a sip. Suddenly, his taste buds felt as if they were about to explode. That kind of spicy taste came directly into his mind. PFF. I spit it out directly. The degree of this wine is really frightening. At this moment, Pixis slowly stood on the edge of the wall, looked calmly at the soldiers inside the wall of rows, cleared his throat, and started before the battle. Mobilize. Mobilization before the war is a time to test the charisma of Pixis' leadership. Success will stabilize the military's morale, while defeat will demoralize it. Looking at Pixis' back, Levi suddenly started to look forward to it. Chapter 92. Battle Plan. Second update. Please subscribe. Attention. Commander Pixis took a deep breath, and the voice suppressed in his chest erupted like a volcano the moment he opened his mouth. Old man. Neck. I will explain the battle for the recovery of the Trost region. The plan of this operation is to block the destroyed gate. Blocked. Hearing this sentence, everyone's expressions became stunned. How to block it. You must know that the diameter of the hole will not be less than 10 meters, and there are many giants in the city. Even if there is no giant harassment, rely on it would take at least a month for manpower to build bricks and stones, plus the harassment of giants. This is probably only a god can do. About the introduction of blocking the hole, let me introduce him first. Commander Pixis turned his head to look at Alan, and the two nodded. Alan then stepped forward. Pixis put his hand on Alan's shoulder, and continued. His name is Alan E. Gear, a trainee of the training corps, is the successful winner of the giant in vivo experiment we secretly researched. He can generate the body of a giant and manipulate it at will. Well, I didn't understand what the commander said. Crowd. Coney's eyes widened. What was the giant in vivo experiment? What the hell was the commander talking about? However, it shouldn't be because of my stupidity. Coney wondered. Can you shut your mouth first, idiot? Ymir rolled his eyes, a little unbearable, but in front of Ymir, Hestria's eyes were fixed on Pixis. The giant Aaron, he will lift the boulder at the front door, move it to the destroyed door, and block the hole. Your task is to protect him while he is carrying the stone. Don't be attacked by giants. The boulder mentioned by Pixis has always existed in the Tolos district. The boulder is 20 meters in diameter and weighs hundreds of tons. It stands in the middle of the building. No one knows when this boulder appeared in the urban area. This boulder has always existed since the beginning of the city, and the weight of hundreds of tons cannot be removed by manpower. Stones stand in the city. Unexpectedly, the giant stone, which is usually ignored by people, has become a magic weapon for mankind to reverse the defeat at this time of life and death. Synchronizing the time, the rear staff is urgently formulating a battle plan, and Armin and Levi are also involved. Don't fight giants, spoke was Gustav, an adjutant under Commander Pixis, who served as a combat staff officer. Yes, I'm sorry, I am a little trainer, and suddenly interrupted. Armin was a little nervous. Gustav was strictly speaking as his superior. When the officers were talking to each other, it was very impolite for an ordinary soldier to interject without authorization. It's okay, keep talking. Ancient Road. Good. Armin calmed down and began to tell his whole heart. Giants usually attack crowded groups. If we can use this to attract them to the corner with large crowds, then most soldiers will not touch the giants. We can also keep them away from Aaron under certain circumstances, and we can also use cannons to destroy the giants without a single soldier, but we can't leave Aaron's side defenseless, so a small number of elite teams are needed to protect him, and in the event of an attack, when the giants who come in through the hole will inevitably fight, then it will depend on the ability of the elite team. After listening to Armin's battle plan, Gusta was shocked. Is this still a training soldier? Even he can't come up with such a careful plan, and the feasibility of this plan is quite high. Gustav gave Armin a deep look. This year's training troopers are really not worth it. Underestimate. Thinking of this, Gustav nodded. Okay, now let's formulate a new formula based on this point. Battle plan. However, this plan is based on the premise that Alan can indeed carry the boulder and block the entrance of the cave. It is still worrying to carry out this operation without conclusive evidence, Armin added with concern. Indeed. Gustav lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and said slowly, when the main part of the plan is still unclear, it will push many people to death, and there will be some resistance in my heart, but I can also understand Pixie. Commander's thoughts. In the eyes of ordinary people, Commander Pixis is awe-inspiring, but he is also a lunatic who often plays cards unreasonably, but in the eyes of Gustav, he has followed Pixis for many years and deeply understands this. Then how much pressure did the old man bear in his heart? The commander has already dedicated his life to the freedom of mankind. Well, one of them is a matter of time. Who spoke was another female adjutant named Inkarian. She looked worriedly at the huge gap in the distance, and said slowly, until now, giants are still pouring into the city. As long as there are more giants in the street, the success rate of the recapture battle is even more hopeless. In addition, the probability of the Rose wall being breached will also increase. Gustav folded his arms and said softly, one more thing. Enka said. Finished. Gustav and Armin Chichi turned their eyes away. What was Enka saying? There is a limit to using fear as the driving force to drive mankind forward. After speaking, Enka's eyes turned to the world within the wall of Rose, and everyone looked at her, only to see that the crowd began to riot in a large area, to sacrifice their own life for an illusory idea. Only a small number of people firmly believe in the decision of Commander Pixis. Most people's hearts are occupied by fear, and they go back one after another. Even if they threaten with a knife, it is useless. Looking at this scene, Pixis calmed down for 3 seconds, and said sternly, I order, forgive the sins of those who left here today. Those who succumb to the fear of giants cannot fight giants. Speaking of this, Pixis's tone became low, but every sentence that followed was deafening. Those who feel the fear of giants should leave here, and if you want your parents, brothers and loved ones to experience the fear of giants, please leave here. As soon as these words came out, many soldiers who wanted to escape stopped. Footsteps, the whole body began to tremble slightly. Damn, what the commander said left him speechless. These human soldiers, because of the mission of defending their families and the country, appeared here, even at the cost of their lives, to protect their families and then defend the country. For everyone, they guard their own families, their relatives and friends. If they retreated and the wall of rose was breached, their family would be shattered in an instant, and their wives and children would be reduced to the food of giants. Now, all the talents have come to their senses. They have no reason to retreat at all. Once they leave, everything will be over. Levi stood silently at the top of the wall, looking at the hundreds of giants roaming in the city with a silent expression, and secretly said in his heart, Pixis, today I will repay the favor I owed you 6 years ago. Chapter 93. Mobilization before the war. Third update. Please subscribe. Dad. A poor little girl, her arms caught by the giant, was about to send it to her mouth. Her eyes were full of tears, her voice was full of despair. Touched by the deafening words of Pixis, this scene suddenly appeared in the mind of a soldier. If he chooses to escape now, when the wall of rose is broken, his daughter is very likely to die in the mouth of the giant. That scene was unimaginable. It's the only one that doesn't work. Soldier stopped, his cheeks covered with sweat unknowingly. Daughter, but my last hope. Thinking of this, the soldier suddenly turned around. His eyes were already firm and unusual, and there was no longer a look of escaping. Many people hold the same idea that at this moment they are no longer just a soldier, but also a husband and a father. They must protect their family. This kind of thinking is very firm. I don't need to say anything about the recovery of the Wall of Mary, everyone knows it. Pixis mentioned the war to recover the Wall of Maria, which was a disaster day in human history. A whole 250,000 people were sacrificed so that there is hope for the survival of the remaining human beings. How loud is the word recovery? It is actually a population reduction measure adopted by the government that cannot feed a large number of unemployed people. The reason why everyone avoids talking about this is because only by driving them out of the wall can we ensure that we are in the small life within the walls. Words came out, everyone fell silent. Commander Pixis said they couldn't refute what they said, and many of them lost their relatives in the battle to recover the Wall of Maria. If the Wall of Rose is broken 5 more times, the same scene as 5 years ago will definitely break out, and the second population reduction policy will come again. When the time comes, those who will be sent outside the wall to be eaten by giants are likely to be their family. Of Pixis is gripping and hitting people's heart. There were still many people who were hesitant, but this time their hearts were firm. This battle must be faced. This is everyone's thoughts at the moment. Just a few words played the role of turning rotten wood into a magical effect, directly and completely reverse the declining morale. The morale began to cheer up, and gradually increase. All human beings, including me, are guilty. Since the inhabitants of the Wall of Maria are a minority, the dispute has not come to the stage, but what will happen this time? Once the Wall of Rose is broken, it is not a matter of reducing to it, as simple as an adult population. With the last wall of Sheena alone, even the remaining half of the population cannot be supported. If humans eventually die, the reason is definitely not to be swallowed up by giants, but because of human cannibalism. We must not die in the last wall. If you really want to sacrifice, you must die here. When the voice was over, it swept the entire army like a gust of wind. In an instant, everyone was sluggish, and these words woke everyone up. It turned out that the situation facing human beings was already so severe. As Commander Pixis said, if the Wall of Rose is broken, human beings will have no way to retreat, and a huge conflict of survival will inevitably break out at that time, and human beings are selfish by nature. Countless people killed each other, and when the crisis of survival disappeared, there were very few remaining human beings, and the last Sheena wall was like a fake, because there was no one to guard it. It only takes the supergiant to attack again, and the entire human empire will be completely destroyed. It turns out that this battle is no longer a simple battle to recover the city of Talus, but a battle of life and death for human beings. The sun shines on the body of Pixis. This moment seems to be a beacon of hope for human beings. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Pixis. It turned out that the commander had thought so far. So, at this moment, many people felt guilty for their recklessness just now. As the commander said, if you really want to sacrifice, you will die here. They have nowhere to go, and they must defend the Wall of Rose. At this moment, everyone has the same purpose. The army is united, and the morale is high. The entire army is like a sword about to be unsheathed, waiting for the commander to issue the final order. Not only all the troops, but also Commander Pixis. Alan is under great pressure at the moment. They are the decision-making and combat layer of the entire battle plan, and they are the most central role. If they are unable to succeed, controlling the power of giants, then everyone's efforts will be in vain, and the consequence of failure is the destruction of the human empire. He will become a sinner through the ages, and will be permanently written on the pillar of shame. Wall. 5 minutes after the end of the pre-war mobilization, there are 3 people standing in front of Pixis: Gustav, Enka, Mitabi. These 3 people are the most trusted men of Pixis. Gustav and Enka have calm brains and relatively strong commanding ability. He has a long-term view of the overall situation, and in some respects he is not even inferior to himself, while Mitabi has strong combat ability and is the squad leader of the elite squad of the Garrison Corps. This squad is also responsible for the battle plan. Important task. Quote, it seems that everyone is here. You have only one mission. Protect Alan Yeager and eliminate all dangers during the mission. This will be the most difficult and most dangerous mission in this mission. It's no exaggeration to say that performance will determine the future of humanity. Just as Pixis finished speaking, a voice suddenly interjected. Wait. Hearing this sentence, everyone turned their heads and found that this person was actually Levi. What was Levi doing here? He didn't know that he had to ask for instructions in advance when speaking to the commander, and it would be rude to salute. The 3 of them frowned slightly, a little unhappy. Pixis looked at Levi calmly. This guy who was a blockbuster 6 years ago must have something to say at this moment. Just listen to him quietly. Leave the matter of protecting Ellen to me. People will be fine. Levi said lightly. What? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked, and even Commander Pixis couldn't help but his eyelids jump. What is this guy talking about? Alan must be the hardest hit area for giants, and there may be more than a dozen people. The head, even dozens of giants, an elite class is extremely reluctant, let alone he alone. What a joke. Everyone's hearts have such thought. This is no child's play. If Ellen makes a mistake, train the soldier, then you will be a sinner of mankind, and the price is not something you can afford. The only female adjutant, Enka said calmly. I know, but it's only me who can do this. The corners of Yibai's mouth swept up slightly, and his eyes were full of confidence. Why? Pixis asked. Because their fighting ability is too weak, they can't protect Ellen at all. Yibai replied. Everyone collectively petrified. You must know that this is the most elite unit of the Garrison Corps, and even they can't protect Alan, then no one can do it. This person is too arrogant. His words are like child's play. Have you clearly recognized the current situation, but not playing as a child in the training corps? At this moment, if it weren't for Pixie because of the presence of Commander C, the 3 of them couldn't help but get angry. Silence, long silence. Yibai's eyes were fixed on Pixis, waiting for him to make the right choice. Old Pixis, I gave you and the entire human empire a chance. Make the right choice. Don't let me down. Yibai murmured in his heart. So the choice of Pixis is to see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Fei Lu novel. Chapter 94. Elite team of 2 people. 4th more. Please subscribe. Commander Pixis hesitated for a long time in his heart. If there really exists one person, he can protect Alan and eliminate all potential dangers. There is only one person known to exist, Levi Ackerman. Thinking of that, dwarf, the corner of Pixis' mouth couldn't help but smack into a smile. Levi can be regarded as the best soldier in human history, and a person's combat effectiveness can be comparable to a brigade. Of the trainee score evaluation sheet submitted by Keith a month ago, on the page of Yibai, Keith left this comment: the strongest genius in human history, with a little training, can surpass Levi. A man, who is Keith, but he is his old subordinate. Although Keith is a more rigid person, almost every recruit has suffered a lot from him, but there is one thing about this person that Pixis admires very much, that is never lie. Only 363, based on sufficient facts. Speak up. Yibai himself has been missing for 6 years. At this moment, Pixis does not understand how Yibai has grown, but the seeds planted 6 years ago should have bloomed by now. Trust Keith's prediction. The future of mankind should be handed over to an impeccable person. Little guy, but don't let me down. I believe in you. Commander Pixis finally made a decision, smiled gently towards Yebai. The expectation and exhortation revealed in his eyes were self-evident. Commander. 3 of Gustav were in a hurry. Although they thought they knew the existence of the commander the most, they still felt absurd and even unbelievable when faced with the decision made by the commander. What was the commander thinking? Alan is a training soldier. Because he has the power of giants, he is the only one who can reverse the defeat. This is the only way. The commander chooses to trust Eren. What to say? But what kind of thing is Yebai? They have also won the first place in the training corps back then, so it doesn't mean anything. And now that the future is all handed over to the 2 training soldiers, a few people feel very speechless. Problem. Pixis tilted his head, his eyes as firm as a mountain. At Pixis, Fern gaze, looked at each other, and shook their heads one after another. It seemed that the commander had made up his mind and could not change it. This case, choose to trust the commander. After all, the commander's strategic decision has never been wrong. Commander, I have a question. Anka opened his mouth. What's the problem? Can the so-called human weapon really work? Anka raised this question for a reason. In this battle for human survival, the reliance on victory was too illusory, and she felt uneasy in her heart. Shut up, Anka. Gustav dissuaded from the side. Commander, this operation is based on the terrible and unstable factor of Alan Yeager. If he cannot succeed, many soldiers will be sacrificed in vain. Mitabi is conservative and still has many concerns. Pixis looked helpless. Do you guys like losing to giants so much? I don't like it. What I hate the most is losing. How do you know the world is unpredictable? I have been losing since I came out. The tone was very relaxed and witty, and everyone was stunned. Pixis turned around and looked at the empty head. I want to defeat the giants. I have always wanted to defeat the group of giant dolls. We feel the same way. Anka couldn't help but agree. Then we can only gamble on him. Pixis tilted his head with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. He, of course, was referring to Alan. The terrible and unstable factor in him is the only hope for defeating the giant. Said that, Pixis has put everything down in his heart, and he has almost bet everything. This battle must be won. Humans can see the future if they win. Commander, the decoy operation is about to begin. Suddenly a messenger came in to report. Pixis nodded, and said with full vigor, Gustav, Anka, Mitabi, you are the elites of the elite garrison regiment. The next troops are commanded by Gustav, and the other 2 responsible for cooperation. Also, Pixis looked at Yebai. Yebai. Yes, don't let me down. You see, these guys must be dissatisfied with you. The future of mankind is handed over to you. Finished. Pixis's tone had become extremely solemn. Pixis, you trust me so much. How can I let you down? Yebai chuckled at me. 5 minutes later, the elite team of only 2 people officially started to move. Eren, who was running on the city wall, looked at Yebai's back, and felt very emotional, when he was thrown farther and farther by Yebai, and now he can only watch Yebai's back move forward. But it doesn't matter. Now they are mutual partners, and the 2 will join hands to save the future of mankind. Alan. Yebai's cry passed through the wind and reached Alan's ears. I have to remind you, Alan, this battle will cause many soldiers to lose their lives. It is all for you. They are our predecessors, peers, and juniors. Of course, as soldiers, they all have the consciousness to die in battle, but they are not silent pawns. Jean, Coney, Sasha, we are all flesh and blood, and many of them are companions who have been eating the same pot of rice since the days of training soldiers, and today a large part of them will be because of you. Die. You can't let them die in vain. You have to shoulder this responsibility. No matter something happens, you should put these words in your heart, and then put your life on the line to fulfill your duty. The reason why Yebai reminds Alan is just because Alan is a guy who is often reckless and not very reliable. His promise to Pixis must be fulfilled. If Alan goes wrong, then he can only reveal his true identity. Yebai doesn't want this result to happen, too. It is very necessary in Yebai's heart to remind Alan kindly before the war. Well, thank you, Yebai. I will definitely succeed. Alan gritted his teeth and said firmly in his heart. Running to the city wall directly facing the boulder, Yebai stopped and pulled out the signal gun from his waist. Bang! A green signal flare suddenly lifted into the air and exploded in the air. The elite squad battle officially began. The 2 men controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and slid down the city wall and flew towards the position of the boulder. The speed was like light and shadow, representing the attack. Hope. Pixis calmly looked at the two fast galloping figures in the distance, and murmured in his heart, "You too, won't let me down, this old guy." A minute later, a huge golden lightning suddenly bloomed on the top of the boulder. Philu reminds you, 3 things to read, collection, recommended. Chapter 95. The Battle of Recovery, the 5th update. Please subscribe. The hustle and bustle of the dust. When the dust cleared, only a huge body with a very sturdy shape was seen. The surging wind and waves rushing towards him made Yi Bai tremble. The war blade in his hand was slammed into the crevice of the roof, and he looked at the giant Aaron and the boulder in front of him. His expression became complicated. Boulder is 2 heads taller than Alan, and in terms of human body structure, it is absolutely impossible to carry such a heavy stone. But this kid Alan is an accident, although this guy has many shortcomings, but sometimes Yi Bai has to admire this guy's strong willpower. Therefore, he must be able to move this rock the size of a hill and create miracles. Suddenly, Alan looked at Yi Bai, stuck out his tongue, his green eyes glowed faintly, and suddenly he punched, and the oncoming wind and waves almost made Yi Bai's face numb. Damn! Yi Bai suddenly dodged. 2 silver threads swirled in the air. Yi Bai jumped to the opposite roof, and then the winch turned rapidly. A powerful airflow spurted out, and his body instantly leapt towards the back of Aaron's neck. What is this guy doing? 23. Yi Bai was a little annoyed. The back of Aaron's neck happened to be the blind spot of everyone's perspective. Yi Bai quietly opened the second door of the 8 doors, and with the power of the second door, it was enough to wake up Alan's body in the giant's body. A green light emanated from Yi Bai's body, and he stepped heavily on the back of Aaron's neck. This force was transmitted to the giant's body. The resonance between muscles and muscles sounded like the sound of war drums to Alan. You guy, always go wrong at critical moments. Yi Bai stared vigilantly around. There were 4 7-meter level giants, and 2 10-meter level giants were approaching here, and there was still about a minute left. Alan was immersed in a dream. Before the wall of Maria was broken, he stayed at home. His mother and father were still there, and the family was happy. A dream. What a strange sound. Like thunder, the sound waves penetrated in wave after wave, extremely harsh. Mom, Dad, did you hear the voice? Alan got out of bed. No one paid attention to him, opened the window by himself. The sky was clear and there was no sign of thunder at all. Ellen, wake up. Now there are countless people who are sacrificing for you. Whose voice is so strange? This is reality. This is my home. What a dream. Alan was talking to himself. His eyelids were dizzy, and his state of consciousness was very confused. Have you forgotten the disaster 5 years ago? What disaster? Hey, what are you talking about? Where are you hiding? Come out to me quickly. I want to find you. Alan muttered to himself and wanted to hug his mother, but all of a sudden he was in vain. Strange, really strange. Mother seems to be an illusory shadow. Where am I? Alan was surprised. Didn't you say you want to drive everyone's giants out of this world? Give in now. This voice, so familiar. Wait, I seem to remember it. The wall of Maria was forced to train super giant. Countless clues were connected into a thread, which flashed clearly in Ellen's mind. Yi Bai. Alan said softly. The confusion in the gods slowly dissipated and became clear, only to see that the dream that he constructed was broken a little like light and shadow. Alan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all he could see was scarlet, which had already appeared in the giant's body. Yi Bai, you bastard. Alan was light, and the words reached the giant's mouth, turning into an earth-shattering roar, and a majestic wave of air suddenly emanated from all around Alan's body. Not good. Yi Bai was startled, quickly changed his position, and jumped to the roof. Did it fail? At the top of Rose's wall, many people were watching this scene. Alan's body was stagnant on the boulder for a long time. The last hope of mankind is also shattered. I've said it a long time ago, this kind of thing is impossible to succeed at all, and morale has been depressed a lot for a while. Commander, what to do? Anka gritted her teeth tightly, her face showing a hint of resentment. Wait a minute. Pixis' eyes were full of calm, and he kept paying attention to the movement ahead. The big battle at the corner had already started. In the process, he lost a lot of soldiers in order to attract giants to the corner. At this moment, the northwest corner of the Trost region was full of giants, dozens of them in total, which greatly relieved the pressure on Yi Bai's direction. With the deafening sound of the cannonballs of the fixed cannon hit the giant's body, and in an instant, almost effortlessly killed the giant. The bait battle in the northwest corner looked very successful, just why there was still no movement in Alan's direction. Pix's face suddenly condensed. The giant Aaron suddenly moved, and then suddenly raised his head, walked to the bottom of the boulder, put his hands on the lower end of the boulder. Can he lift the boulder for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds? 3. Everyone's heart began to be nervous, as if a stone was pressing on their heart, full of depression. Wow! A huge wind and waves erupted in the distance, followed by a roar like a thunderstorm. The boulder came off the ground little by little, and finally was really carried on Alan's shoulders. Really lifted. I read it right. Even if the boulder is seen from the top of the wall, it is amazingly large. The giant Alan carrying the boulder looks very small, but he lifted the boulder, which is an undoubted fact. At this moment, everyone's heart began to lower, and the bait battle was also encouraged. Everyone was not afraid of death and led the giant to this side to reduce the pressure on Yi Bai's side. Despite this, Yi Bai was still under great pressure, and in a short while, 3 giants entered the gap in the city gate, 36 plus the previous 4, making a total of 7. Anka looked at this scene uneasily. Commander, let the elite class help. Pixis did not speak. Anka followed Pixis's gaze. Her face suddenly changed, stunned. Very fast skills. The use of gas and body control is almost perfect. Distance. The figure swiftly swept across the sky. Swish. The retraction and release of the silver thread was dizzying, and in an instant, 4 giants fell. And the 3-headed giant. Stand in front of Alan and stop Alan from walking to the hole. Swish, swish, swish. A perfect triple combo. The 3-headed giant fell to the ground again. Yi Bai jumped on the roof, knocked on the gas tank. There was still half of the gas, and it should be able to solve 7 or 8. Head, look not far from the giants coming from all directions. Yi Bai is waiting for the opportunity, waiting for them to gather in one place and catch them all in one sweep. Damn, there is still 100 meters away from the entrance of the cave, but Alan feels exhausted, and blood is gushing out of his nose. This boulder is too heavy, and even his giant body can't bear its heavy pressure. If it goes on like this, his body will collapse. Alan feels like he is being squeezed by liquid, and his head is about to explode. How can you give up at this time? That is, you have to die at the entrance of the cave. Chapter 96. Yi Bai meets the captain. 6th more. Please subscribe. Getting closer and closer. There are still 5 meters. Alan felt that his body was about to fall apart, and the veins on his neck burst out. Because he was under too much force, his whole body was emitting steam. How can you give up at this time? At the entrance of the hole in front of him, a giant appeared, blocking Alan's way. Yi Bai wanted to kill him, but 2 figures swooped from behind him. It turned out to be Anka and Mikasa. Silver blades swirled. Anka stabbed the giant's eyes with a ruthless stab, and suddenly the giant wailed and knelt on the ground, covering his eyes with his hands, looking extremely painful. Mikasa made a detour behind him and slashed into the back of the giant's neck. The last threat also fell. Alan was getting closer and closer to the entrance of the cave, and with the last meter remaining, he used all his strength to smash the boulder on his shoulders towards the entrance of the cave. Boom! In an instant, the gravel was flying, the dust filled the sky, and the giant Alan fell to his knees on the ground. This is entirely the result of willpower. The strength of the attacking giant alone may be very difficult to lift the boulder. When the dust dissipated, everyone stared blankly at this scene. Anka could no longer control his emotions, and knelt directly on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. Everyone's sacrifice is finally worth it. Immediately after that, he stood up from the ground and launched a yellow flare toward the sky. Humanity finally defeated the giant for the first time today. Of the setting sun, the smoke rising from the signal flares across the sky, the post-war Tolos district is bathed in sunlight, revealing the beauty of tranquility and sadness, confirmed the yellow flare. Far away from the wall, there was a female soldier standing beside Pixis, and now she put down the observation glass in her hand, and said, "Green represents the start of the action, yellow represents the success of the action." Oh, hearing this exact news, everyone couldn't help cheering. Immediately, send reinforcements for reinforcements. Pixis overlooked the entire city, and a large number of giants were cruising, and the direction of Ellen and Yi Bai was still dangerous. Yi Bai killed 14 giants in a row just now. Even the elite soldiers of the Survey Corps could not reach such a terrifying number for 2 years. Pixis also saw Alan's efforts, the kind of tenacious, never giving up spirit. Pixis was relieved that neither of the 2 core figures of the entire battle plan let him down. Hurry up and rescue the elite troop. Pixis raised his volume, repeating, "Everyone retreat now." Anka shouted, "When I rescue Ellen, retreat immediately. Mikasa crouched beside the giant Alan and said. The attacking giant's whole body turned into a sauce. The body broke out because of the excessive heat, and Alan, who stayed inside, was already extremely dangerous. Mikasa walked in and saw that Armin was already on top, and he was trying to pull Alan out of the giant's body. Alan's body is hot right now, Armin shouted. Get out of the way, I'll come. Vi manipulated the stereo and flew over. Just as his hands touched Alan's shoulders, there was a burning sensation. This kid must be roasted by now. It's really hard work. Wow. Pulled out together with rotten flesh and blood. Why is there still a part of rotten flesh sticking to Alan's legs? This is very troublesome. Yi Bai frowned. No other way but to do this. Thinking of this, Yi Bai pulled out the battle blade, slashed it directly, and cut off Alan's legs in an instant. Anyway, according to the setting of the original book, the human beings with the power of giants have a terrifyingly strong vitality. Even if the legs are gone, they can grow back very quickly. Yi Bai, Armin, be careful behind you. Unconsciously, the two giants approached, and Mikasa wanted to stop it, but it was too late, and a huge palm fell towards Armin. Yi Bai quickly dodged, preparing to fight, but suddenly his movements froze and his eyes froze. This is only to see a vigorous figure jumping down in the sky. The silver blade swirls, and the body is like a blade, and it has been rotating at an ultra-high speed. Swish, swish. There were two sounds in succession, and the two giants fell to the ground. Looking at the figure on the ground, short hair, triangular eyes, looking at the giant with disdain, the wings of freedom on the cloak are blowing in the wind at the moment. Levi Ackerman, Yi Bai murmured softly, a feeling of excitement surging in his heart. This kind of emotion has not appeared in Yi Bai for a long time. Humanity's strongest soldier. I don't know how much he can support under his own hands. Second, Yi Bai was thinking about this question in his mind. That's Levi. Yi Bai doesn't think about winning or losing. It's actually how much Levi can support under his own. Seconds, he's too confident. There is an answer. 1 minute. The strongest existence of human beings can last for 1 minute. If it's a beast giant, and a female giant, these big guys must be able to last longer. Hey, life is really lonely as snow. I really want to abuse Reina. That's it. Alan, who was leaning against Armin's arms, quietly opened his eyes, as if wings were fluttering in his blurred vision, and said softly, freedom. Wings. Hey, little devils. Levi slowly turned his head and asked, what's the situation now? At this moment, under the rays of the setting sun, the sword-wielding figure standing on the giant is as dazzling as a god of war. An hour later, the main force of the Survey Corps finally arrived. Together with the Garrison Corps, they encircled all the giants in the Trost region. The Wall of Rose finally blocked the giants' invasion. Other side, in the northwest corner of the Trost region, the giant trapped in the corner of the corner took half a day to wipe out. During this period, the fixed cannon on the top of the wall fired one howitzer, killing all the giants. The few remaining giants were beheaded by the Survey Corps, and there was an unexpected surprise in this battle. Humans captured a 4-meter and a 7-meter giant alive. Good King Good Luck behind the victory. Many people silently sacrificed their lives. A total of 207 people were killed or missing, and 89 people were injured. Although this is the first victory of mankind and the pioneering work of successfully preventing the invasion of giants, too many people died, and the surviving people could not be happy. An hour after the battle, the field cleanup began. The human corpses scattered around the city must be recovered, otherwise, after the corpse rot, it will come into contact with the medium in the air, which will easily cause plague and cause secondary damage. These dead people are all their former comrades in arms, and many people do this with great grief suppressed. During the cleaning process, there was a burst of tragic crying from time to time. Light and darkness coexist. Victory and death coexist. The first victory was not easy. At the same time, when no one was paying attention, a vigorous figure quietly jumped out from the wall and entered the giant's domain. That figure is Yi Bai. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and recommend. Chapter 97. The Death of Mark Potter. First update. Please subscribe. A corpse was leaning against the wall, with only half of its body left, blood dripping black, and it looked hideous and terrifying. Jean stopped and looked at the half of his face, his body trembling uncontrollably. You are Mark, are you? Jean's eyes gradually widened, and he raised his white-gloved hands. A logistics soldier who was fully protected walked over and said softly, Trainer, do you know his name? When cleaning up the battlefield, the first thing to do is to recover the corpses. This is not a simple matter, because many corpses are beyond recognition and cannot be identified at all. Only a very few can be recognized and left their names nameless, and eventually died anonymously. I was just thinking. I didn't see you, but this guy, Mark, what the hell happened? Jean seemed to turn a deaf ear, looked at Mark's corpse dully, and muttered to himself. Mark Porter, a top 10 trainer, is Jean's best friend. At this moment, Jean really wanted to know how Mark Potter died, and he wanted to find out the cause of Mark Potter's death. As there, who knows the cause of Mark's death? Let Duan go forward. The whole person is numb and cold and desperate. Do you know his name? The logistician behind him continued to ask. If you know it, tell me quickly. Jean turned around. His eyes were cold, like stagnant water, without the slightest wave. It has been 2 days since the giant 363 stone sealed the entrance of the cave, but the remains have not been completely disposed of. If this continues, a large-scale infectious disease may break out. We must prevent the occurrence of secondary injuries. There is no time for you to be sad now. The death of a companion. Like an icy machine, the tone of the logistician revealed icy coldness and ruthlessness, and it was hard to imagine how much he had come into contact with. Death can be so indifferent to life. Do you understand, trainer? At Mark Potter's face silently, and said softly, 104th Training Corps trainee, 19th squad leader, Mark Potter. Is it Mark? Finally know his name. Let's go back to work. Behind him, the footsteps of the logistician spread farther and farther, until they couldn't be heard at all. Another place to clean up the scene. A huge blood-red flesh bag was lying on the ground. Through the crystal outer membrane, you could see the bodies of many people wrapped in it. What the hell is this? Sasha stood aside, staring at this scene in amazement. It's the mouth of a giant. Those guys don't have digestive organs, and they spit it out like this. A soldier came over and explained. How come? Sasha's eyes were dull. The scene in front of her was beyond her expectations, and it greatly tested her psychological endurance. Damn, I can't tell the difference at all. The soldier roared angrily and walked forward. There was a blonde girl in front of him, and that figure was Annie. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Annie's eyes widened, and he stared at the corpse on the ground without blinking. Apologizing won't help, so hurry up and bury them, the soldier said softly. We're gathered together. The raging flames burned vigorously. Everyone watched this scene silently. The joy of victory had long since disappeared, and the price paid for this battle was too heavy, making everyone unhappy. Capital, the underground prison. Alan is facing huge troubles. Although he has made great contributions to the recovery of the Trost region, he is still more than worth it. He has the ability to become a giant, which makes many people feel flustered, especially when he is strongly attacked by the royal capital. Oppose. Some people claim to put this human alien to death. The so-called execution is actually just a cover for one's own weakness. Erwin and Levi are very aware of this, and they have only figured out the situation in the last 2 days. They did not expect such a big thing to happen during the investigation outside the wall. Do you have any questions to ask? Erwin looked at Ellen and said lightly. The highest commander of the investigation corps, Captain Elvin. Alan stared blankly at the blonde man in front of him. Why did he appear here when he woke up, and what happened when he was in a coma? On the right side of the captain, the figure standing is Captain Levi. These two people are like thunder in the army, but now they all appear in front of him. Their eyes are full of badness and interrogation look. Excuse me, where am I now? Alan asked softly. To answer your question, you are in an underground cell now. You are currently under the jurisdiction of the Survey Corps, and you are being detained. We did not get permission to see you until just now. Calm expression on his face, Erwin took out a key from his pocket. The key Alan was very familiar with. It was the key to his basement. That's my key, Alan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's your key. Erwin nodded. I'll give it back to you later. You once said that in the basement of your hometown in Higanshina district, there is the truth of the giant's secret, right? Yes, Alan nodded. My dad said so. It should be right. You lost that memory, and your father just disappeared. Wouldn't it be too coincidental? Was leaning against the wall, raised a questioning voice. This, Alvin tilted his head, glanced at Levi lightly, and said, Levier, isn't our purpose to infer a conclusion and prove that he has no reason to lie? Then, Alvin turned his eyes back, looked at Alan, and continued, although there are many things that I can't figure out right now, it's the most important thing to figure out you first. Do you want to understand me? Alan was stunned, not understanding what Erwin meant. To go to the basement of your house, you must first recover the Wall of Maria, and to seal the city gate that has been destroyed, the quickest way is to use the power of the giant in your body. After all, it is still a giant. I think the principles of supergiants and armored giants should be the same as you, and you are the key to saving saving mankind. After speaking, Erwin raised the key again. Am I? Alan stared at his hand in a daze, and scenes flickered in his mind. Hey, you guy, hurry up and answer. What do you want to do? Levi was a little impatient. Alan was breathing heavily, as if making some kind of difficult decision. After a while, he finally raised his head with a crazy look in his eyes. I want to join the Survey Corps and kill all the giants. Oh, very nice. There was a flash of light in Levi's expression. Then he walked to Erwin's side and said, Alvin, leave this guy to me. Chapter 98. After the war, second update. Please subscribe. Please tell the higher-ups this way. It doesn't mean that I believe this guy. If he betrays or goes mad, I will kill him immediately, and the higher-ups shouldn't have any opinions, except, I don't have a more suitable candidate. Levi's hand grabbed the prison door and stared at Alan calmly. Ah, Alan. S. heart is uneasy and nervous. He is indeed the strongest soldier in human beings. I'll agree with you and let you join the Survey Corps. Levi said softly. Of the victory over the Troros territory recaptured the nation, and the details of the battle spread among ordinary people. Sheena's wall, mainland. Hey, is it true? I heard that a giant has become a human companion. It must be far away. Maybe the recapture battle has failed, and a large number of people from the Wall of Roses will flood here soon. What a joke. If that's the case, then our food problem is about to face a shortage. I said, shouldn't the giants who become human companions come in with the Roses gang? Completely different from the worries of the people in the Wall of Sheena, the people in the Wall of Rose have a completely different attitude. This is a big thing. A giant has become our partner. Maybe we can even take back the Wall of Mary. Look, the savior is coming. Such astonishing remarks quickly reached the ears of senior military leaders. Nerdic, the head of the military police regiment, and Erwin were at the same time, and the two were in an antagonistic relationship. No matter what era the people are, they are irresponsible guys. Nerdic stood in front of the goddess Hina and said softly, but this news is likely to be used by the rebel party against the central government. The adjutant beside him thought, Alan Yeager will have our gendarmerie at our disposal. I'm not going to hand him over to the freaks of the Survey Corps. After Nerdiki finished speaking, a team of exquisitely crafted carriages came from afar. Even the grooms were dressed in gentlemen's clothes. One can imagine that the owner inside must be very noble. Stand at attention, line up. Nedek shouted that, as the head of the military police guarding the capital all the year round, no one can do better than Nerdic for these etiquette issues. The carriage stopped in front of Neldik, and after the door was opened, an old man walked out. Although he was slightly fat, his body revealed a strong majesty and a noble and extraordinary temperament, and there was a kind of coercion of the superior scattering. Salute to the commander-in-chief. Ned Kegau, the old man in front of him named Zachary, is the president of the human empire, and he is also the supreme commander of the military, but he is not a real royal family. No one can ignore him. Well, it's so hot. Ah. Zachary adjusted his collar and said indifferently, Commander Pixis, as the commander of the garrison corps, you meet alone with the commander of a survey corps. It seems that some people are quite dissatisfied with this. Walking on the wall of Sheena's wall, Erwin followed behind Pixis and said calmly, Ho. Pixis smiled. You are as rigid as ever. Nothing. We just met by chance on a walk in the morning, so it was just a little chat during a walk. The news that the military police asked to take over Alan Yeager, did you hear? Yes, I also received it yesterday. It is said that a deliberation meeting was held for this purpose. Well, which side should the Survey Corps and the Gendarmerie hand over? The decision is in Zachary's hands. Zachary. Erwin chanted the name lightly, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Zachary, is it President Zachary? Well, the military police, the garrison corps, the Survey Corps, and the man who leads the 3-3 Corps. He has only one criterion for judging, whether the pros and cons are serious, whether the pros and cons are great for human beings. If he decides that it is a great harm, he will definitely execute Alan without hesitation. Because of this, I don't want Alan to die there. However, there are too many people in our garrison who are afraid of Alan's abilities. I can only make them disapprove of the military police. Is there any chance of winning? Kexus lowered his head and looked at the smooth surface of the jug in his hand, on which was carved a silver rose. The rose is the emblem of the garrison corps. One can imagine how meticulously Pixis said these words. No. After hesitating for a moment, Erwin replied, but I have prepared a proposal. Success depends on how the military deliberations go. Pixis was silent, and after a while, he asked, so, you plan to wait quietly for the result to appear? Because of us. The people who are in charge of the investigation outside the wall are always gearing up to stay out of the city wall. Erwin said a joke calmly. It was very cold. Pixis was stunned for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Haha, it seems that you are not a completely rigid man. Walking forward 20 meters. Pixis waved. Today's walk is very pleasant, Captain Irwin. 4. Pixis, this brief conversation has achieved the result he wanted. The garrison corps remains neutral, and there is a survey corps. The active guy is there, and the chance of winning will be 70%. And 4. Alvin, although Pixis said he was rigid, he actually didn't think so in his heart. This person's meticulous thinking ability was slightly inferior even to his own. Time seemed to return to 6 years ago, when the trial in the capital city, the two joined hands to save Yi Bai. 6 years later, the seeds of that year have finally sprouted. Yi Bai's performance can be said to be extremely outstanding, and the fighting power of Yi Bai that Pixis has witnessed with his own eyes. I am afraid that even Levi is just like this. So Pixis is very fortunate that he made the right choice and left another elite for mankind. This time, the two joined hands again, but the target changed from Yi Bai to Alan. The guy who can transform into a giant is very much looking forward to it. Pixis does not know what will happen in the future. He can only be firm. Follow every choice you make in your heart, and hope that choice is correct, Pixis thought to himself, gradually disappearing into the distance. The top of the wall of Maria's giant wall, looking at the entire city, has long been occupied by giants. Countless giants are cruising in the wilderness in the distance, but a human figure suddenly appears on the top of the wall. Well, I'm really looking forward to it. This time, let's take a good look at the real world outside the wall. It would be great if I could meet the giant beast. When the words were finished, the figure flew out to do it. Chapter 99. Sanmao. Third more. Please subscribe. Deliberation of Alan. What is that? The news about Ellen had spread in a small area, and Mikasa was sitting on a chair at this moment, wondering. Although not very clear, but it should be considered how to deal with Alan. Armin leaned forward slightly and talked with Mikasa. How to handle? Mikasa murmured, full of puzzlement in her heart. Alan's great contribution to the recovery of the Trost region is obvious to all. Could it be because of the fear of some people that Alan will be wiped out? I really don't know what the above is thinking. The political structure of the Empire of Man is extremely complex, more complex than Mikasa imagined. Pity that Yi Bai is not here. If he is here, he should think of a solution. Inexplicably, Yi Bai's figure appeared in Mikasa's mind. He told himself to go to the world outside the wall, but did not explain the specific reason. Yi Bai's safety issue. 363. It's just that on such a critical occasion, Yi Bai really didn't have the time to leave. Probably decide his life and death. Armin said worriedly. His relationship with Alan was extremely close, and the military deliberations were about to begin, so he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Mikasa wanted to say something, but the closed door suddenly opened, and a soldier walked in from outside. Order you as witnesses to the afternoon deliberations. The deliberation in the afternoon. Mikasa and Armin were stunned for a moment, and the result is about to be revealed. Mikasa thought of the trial in the capital 6 years ago, and Commander Pixis should also come forward this time. I hope so. Underground prison. Sorry, I want to go to the toilet. Alan's hands were chained, and he turned to the soldiers standing guard outside the door for help. Didn't you just go? The soldier said impatiently. Please give me some water. At this moment, Alan's heart is cramped and uneasy. How will the above execute him? Hey, dead monster, give me peace. Another soldier turned his head and said viciously, his eyes full of disgust. Alan was stunned for a moment when he heard this sentence. He really didn't say anything wrong with the monster. But with such a careful detention method, am I so terrifying? Alan looked at the thick iron bound to his wrist. Ring, my heart is full of confusion. Well, it's no wonder. After all, I don't even understand it myself. Alan's mind suddenly remembered the scene that happened in the Trost district. Wellman commanded dozens of soldiers to surround him. In the end, if Yi Bai had not stepped forward to buy time, Commander Pixis would have come forward to protect him. I am afraid I'd already be dead by then. I am lucky I haven't been executed yet. Speaking of which, they weren't afraid of me at all. In Alan's mind, they were referring to Yi Bai, Mikasa, and Armin. Even though he knew that he had the power of an uncertain giant and was extremely dangerous, he still stood aside desperately. What are they doing now? What's going on with the others? Alan has a lot of people on his mind, his buddies who have fought together for 3 years. Just be patient, we'll try to negotiate. Alan remembered what Captain Irwin said that day before he left, but how many days have passed since that day? What is it like outside? A bad prediction emerged in Alan's heart. He would stay in here forever. He raised his head and looked out of the prison. There was nothing there. Abrupt. A figure suddenly appeared, which startled Aaron. It was a woman with glasses. Her eyes were full of madness, and it took a while for her expression to return to normal. You are Ellen. It's okay, stay safe. Sorry for keeping you waiting. However, you can finally go out. The person who spoke was Han Jizoi. Han Jizoi said that he reached into his pocket to grope, and said while groping, but you must bring this. Another pair of shackles appeared in front of Ellen's eyes. A flash, several people have left the underground prison and appeared in the sunny surface world. Introduce myself, I'm the sub-commander of the Survey Corps, Han Jizoi. Han Jizoi was a man who even dared to flirt with Yi Bai back then. 6 years later, his madness has not diminished, but he is an outstanding elite of the Survey Corps. He's also the squad leader. You can just call him Sanmao. Han Ji then introduced, this is Sanmao underscore. Could it be a pervert? Alan thought that. Alan couldn't take it anymore. He moved out and resisted. Looking at this scene, Han Ji smiled. As an old comrade in arms who had been with him for many years, Sanmao knew each other quite well. He has a habit of smelling people he meets for the first time, and then scoffing. Han Ji said. Sanmao cooperated with a sneering expression. I don't think it's anything special. Don't look at him like this. He's a master at serving as the sub-commander of the Survey Corps. Han Ji said so. In fact, Sanmao's combat power is second only to Levi, and he can be called the second soldier of human beings. Of course, this ranking does not count Yi Bai. Han Ji had seen Yi Bai one-on-one against a giant of wisdom. Humans can't be described as human, but what makes Han Ji strange is that I heard that this guy appeared in the recapture Battle of Troll's territory, but disappeared again. This guy really likes to be elusive. The last time he disappeared from the investigation outside the wall, he disappeared directly for 6 years. In 6 years, Yi Bai will grow to an astonishing level. Okay, you can try. You take off my clothes first, or I take off yours first. Clothes. Remembering what Yi Bai said to himself 6 years ago, Han Ji too. 5 I couldn't help but laugh for a while. Oh my, I'm so shy. I said that my old maid is full of love. Before I knew it, I had reached the destination, outside the door of the military court. Han Ji said embarrassedly, I am so sorry. I forgot to chat with you. It's already here. I'm sorry, but we think it's better not to explain the situation to you. Although this is our wishful thinking, we can only blindly trust you. Looking at Alan entering the gate with half of his body, Han Ji suddenly said something for no reason. The Survey Corps has made adequate preparations for this military review, but the final decision is still in the hands of President Zackley, and no one can predict the outcome. Stepping into the door, Alan's heart suddenly lifted, and he turned his head suddenly. Hello. Good luck. Then the door was slammed shut by Han Ji. Chapter 100. Fight against each other. Fourth more. Please subscribe. The light suddenly dimmed, and then came on again. Alan looked at the mural on the top of the wall in astonishment. The painting described a scene of a war. Looking around again, the auditorium was full of people, and everyone's eyes were abnormally cold, focusing on themselves. Sudden, Alan felt a chill all over his body, and he felt the same treatment as Yi Bai 6 years ago. The only difference was that Yi Bai had to be much calmer. Deliberation House. Alan stared blankly at Zachary standing on the high platform. It turned out that he had been locked in the underground of the deliberation center. Kneel down. The 2 soldiers who were guarding Alan next to him yelled at him. Alan knelt down, and immediately a steel pipe was inserted into the foundation. The whole handcuffs were locked, and his body could not move. Why are these people here? To be honest, what is the existence of this deliberation office? Where Alan can see, he sees many familiar people. Commander Pixis, Commander Irwin, and Officer Levi's. Even the clergy guys got involved. Mikasa, Armin, they have also appeared here. Alan stared at this scene in a daze. His eyes suddenly turned to the high platform, and saw Zachary 23 take off his jacket, straighten his tie, and sit on the chair. Then let's get started. Zachary pushed his glasses and picked up a piece of paper with detailed information about Alan. You are Alan. You are a soldier who swore to give his life for the royal family. That's right. Alan widened his eyes and nodded. Yes, this deliberation is a military deliberation that is not bound by law, and the decision is entirely in my hands. Let me review your life and death now, Zachary said lightly, his eyes full of unquestionable expressions. No objection. No. Alan lowered his head and said solemnly, if you can understand it, I'll just say it straight to the point. Sure enough, it's impossible to hide your existence. If you don't disclose your existence to the world in some form, there will be threats other than giants. This time, it is decided which party will you hand over to the world, Gendarmerie, or Survey Corps. Then the Gendarmerie, please state your plan. After speaking, Zachary turned his gaze to the military police, indicating that they could start speaking. Yes, the commander of the Gendarmerie Nelik proposed. I think Alan should be thoroughly investigated and then executed immediately. He repelled the attack with the power of a giant. This is a fact, I can't deny it, but at the same time, he is also the cause of this civil unrest, so after obtaining as much information as possible on him, let him become a heroic spirit of our humanity. This is my proposal. Alan's complexion became extremely gloomy, and he became a heroic spirit of mankind. It was so simple that he would be enshrined after his death. Don't. He doesn't need it. There's no need for that. The bishop said loudly. He insults the wall built with the wisdom of God, and it is a pest that invades from outside the wall. Alan remembered this person, the existence that everyone ignored for 5 years, and he already had a certain status in less than 5 years. Maybe it was caused by the giants. Confused people need to find a kind of power of belief, this kind of power, strong enough to support one's own spiritual belief. The emergence of the wall religion coincides with the fact that it satisfies the gap in people's hearts, so it will grow so fast. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Sacrificial Lord, please don't get too excited. The high platform. The general patted the table. Neck, please tell me about your proposal from the Survey Corps. Yes, Alvin Smith, the 13th commander of the Survey Corps, make a proposal. Irwin looked solemn. His body was straight, his hands were behind his back, and his mental state seemed meticulous. Obviously, he attached no less importance to Aaron than Commander Pixis. Our Survey Corps will accept Ellen as a full member and use the power of giants to retake the Wall of Maria. The report is over. After Alvin's proposal was short and unusual, it exceeded everyone's expectations. Sighed, Commander Pixis couldn't help but look gloomy. Irwin obviously didn't take this matter seriously, but with Irwin's head, he shouldn't be ignorant of the importance of Aaron. The power of giants in Loon's body is likely to be a key for mankind to break the current deadlock. Of three-dimensional mobile devices can only barely maintain the battle, and it needs more powerful strength. Well, is this enough? Clearly, President Zachary was also a little surprised. Yes, if you borrow his power, you can take back the Wall of Maria. Irwin has definitely achieved it. Compared to the panic caused by the power of the giants of Alan, many reasons are untenable. Only the existence of the Wall of Maria can barely be used as evidence. However, this is not the case. Not Alvin's trump card. So that's the case. Then let me ask you, where will the subsequent investigation outside the wall start? Irwin's novel and bold idea caught Zachary's attention. The fact that the previous battle for the recovery of the Trost district proved that Alan had such an ability, so Irwin's idea was not like a mirror image. Pixis, the city walls of Tolo's district should have been completely blocked. Hearing Zachary's question, Pixis in the gallery responded, well, the city gate has been completely blocked. I hope to start from the Kalanez district in the east, from there to the Higginshina district, rediscover a new marching route, and approach slowly. As soon as these words came out, the crowd in the audience suddenly boiled. Wait a minute, shouldn't all the city gates be blocked this time? The only part of the city gate that the giants can destroy is the city gate, and if this part can be reinforced, they will never be able to get in again. Shut up, the lackeys of the Chamber of Commerce. Use the power of the giants and we will be able to return to the Wall of Maria again. 363 inches. We don't want to play games with you. ... Auditorium. Levi waited for a long time, and finally got this opportunity. Have you said enough, you pig? Why do you guarantee that the giants will obediently wait for us to strengthen the city gate? You mean the guarantee of friends who can make you live a prosperous life? Those people who are poor because of lack of land, have you considered it? Levi's rebuttal was impeccable, and the Chamber of Commerce forces immediately lost their footing and became panicked. We just thought that sealing the gates should stop them. Before Levi could speak, the great pilgrim priest couldn't bear it any longer. Shut up, you pig. How can we change the wall of roses given by the gods without authorization? Could it be that after seeing the great deeds beyond human wisdom and gods, you still don't understand anything? Was because of them that it took a lot of time to deploy weapons on the city wall. Armin stared at this scene in a daze, and was extremely angry in his heart. The only person who knows the truth, Yi Bai. At this moment, he has appeared in the giant's hinterland, which is thousands of miles away from the capital. If Yi Bai knew what happened here, he would definitely scoff. The truth, just because he has learned the truth, Yi Bai has no interest in this boring trial, and started exploring outside the wall alone.